This young man, after trying his best to portray the character of the SSR tier Heavenly Demon, was immediately hit by an unknown truck. When Jun-Shu woke up, he found himself in the hospital. That's right, I was hit by a truck. As Jun-Shu remembered that, a nurse walked in. "Soldier Kim, you're awake. Wait a moment, I'll call the doctor." Then the nurse stepped out. "What is going on here? Why did she call me Soldier Kim?" Jun-Shu, confused, walks to the end of the bed and looks at the patient information board next to Soldier Kim Nam. 22 years old, with medical conditions, cramped and shaken from an accident. It's really supposed to be Soldier Kim. What kind of mistake is this? Jun-Shu returns to the bed, sighing deeply. I feel guilty for turning Soldier Kim into a lesson for the Heavenly Demon, but becoming Soldier Kim A, that's impossible. While moving, Jun-Shu accidentally touched the leg of the chair, causing him to scream in pain like a pig being slaughtered. The nurse, hearing Jun-Shu's loud cry, hurriedly ran in to check. "Soldier Kim, you can't move yet." The doctor has arrived and, seeing this, said with a smile, "You're hit by a truck, luckily only minor injuries, but you still need further examination. You need an MRI scan and a magical vision test." "What kind of magic is that?" Junu snapped angrily, saying, "You haven't even figured things out yet, and suddenly you're faced with another difficult problem. The total for hospital fees, emergency room charges, facilities, CT scans, x-rays, and other costs is 22,370,569 Vietnamese dong." Junu heard the amount and twitched the corner of his mouth. "What? I've only been here 4 days and already spent 22 million. Since you don't have insurance, you'll have to cover all the costs yourself." "What is health insurance? Why don't you have insurance? Every Korean citizen has health insurance." The receptionist girl asked a little confusedly, "What is health insurance?" "You don't have Legion or Magic Tower insurance, right? Legion or Magic Tower?" "She is speaking." Junu was about to retort but suddenly froze. "Wait a minute. I remember hearing these terms before. Where did I hear them from? The Legion, the Second Institute, the Magic Tower, the Holy Church. This is the setting of the evil scene Seun mentioned. In a world abandoned by gods, mystical science has advanced rapidly. The earth is polluted with monsters, and humans must transform their bodies to survive. In short, it's a very difficult world to live in. But I ended up transmigrating here." Jun-Shu stood hopelessly in the street shouting loudly, then staggered heavily back to his place of residence. "I went to sleep happy to have the Heavenly Demon, but now I've become a test subject. Maybe this is the punishment from the holy reason that transformed these Kim soldiers." Seeing the room in front of me as small as a nostril, Jun-Shu's trembling only grew more hopeless. This room is even more dilapidated than my old apartment. Why are Kim soldiers so poor and weak? Damn it, their bodies are unhealthy. They have no money. What should I do? If this really is Seun's world, it will happen soon. Events like nuclear war, space floods, or the resurrection of ancient gods will turn this place into a hellish trap. I don't know how I ended up here, but if I just stay still, I'll definitely get beaten up. A question suddenly appeared in Junu's mind, and he immediately reached out to flip the pen, his other hand resting on the table. "I need to check first before it's too late," Tam-Ha determined, despite her trembling arm. Jun-Shu firmly stabbed the sharp tip of the pen into his hand on the table, then endured the pain while waiting for the result. Soon, the wound pierced by the pen gradually closed and disappeared completely. A notification also appeared, indicating the acquired trait, Wound Recovery. It's clear it's effective. Junu secretly felt pleased because he had raised numerous Kim soldiers. Kim soldiers are a free trial character, the only one without basic traits. However, Junsu can unlock traits and change his surname, so he can freely raise Kim soldiers more than other characters. For players who rely on tactics like him, Kim soldiers are easier to use than rare characters, meaning the healing trait has been activated, restoring the wounds you've endured so far. Junsu happily throws away the bandages because his body is now completely healed. Now I am Kim's soldier. I can take any trait as long as I can get it. Sensen in this world being poor and powerless means death. Or if luck is not on his side, Junsu won't let that happen. He has the knowledge from wasting 10,000 hours on the Seun game when he was a free-to-play player with Kim's body. There is even a direct path from rank 115,689 to rank 9. The very next day, Junsu went to the recruitment office. The recruiter looked at Junsu's profile and then at him with an assessing gaze. "Kim, you mean this is your first time here at our recruitment office?" "Yes, I plan to join the mana purification project." Junu replied, secretly thinking that in these terrible games, I have to make money first. Because I only have this body, the only thing I can do is earn a lot of money. It might be called mana cleansing, but do you understand what a real dungeon punishment entails? I just said that while crossing my legs on the table. Yeah, I know. You know, yet there's nothing about it on your CV. Junu looked confused, secretly thinking that, of course, he knew how terrible this job was. Mana contamination was the reason monsters could invade raid dungeons and clean up the trash, releasing a large amount of contaminated mana. Long-term exposure to mana can be deadly or cause mutations, making this job extremely dangerous. Alright, once I have enough people, I'll assign you to a team. Let me say it, and before Junsu leaves, he doesn't forget to remind him, but are you sure? I've seen countless people like you come into this place for money, only to end up with empty souls. Don't worry, I might even be better than you. Junwoo confidently replied, then turned around laughing happily. What of it? Playing recklessly as a free player is Kim's specialty, with 10,000 hours of experience. Soon after, Junwoo was assigned to a mission. The team leader, Dia Huo, just met and immediately asserted authority. Are you the new recruit who just joined our team? Yeah, I guess so. I only came here because I was assigned to this team. Hutho Bao grabs Junwoo by the collar. Is this your playground? Where is the determination in your eyes? It's best not to ask me to save you after a mutation. If I find any signs of mutation, I'll deal with you. Alright, I'll remember that. Junwoo brushed it off, secretly thinking to himself, trying to scare me? Whether in the game or in real life, it's all the same, isn't it? But why is a level L retiree character here? So he looked like this before awakening. His character is also quite normal. Oh no, Huu, you can't do that to a newcomer. We're already short on staff, so we have to make use of all available support. Hedgehog, you have 5 years of dungeon cleaning experience, so step in to help Renew if you can. Just seeing him not cause trouble for us is enough to make us happy. Huu sighed and released Runshu, then addressed the group. Let's go. We have exactly 4 days to clean up the 5 contaminated places. That bastard is even more difficult than in the game. He may seem like that on the outside, but he's actually very kind. Yes. Junshu replied, feeling a bit calmer and no longer overthinking. He followed everyone to complete the mission. Huang leads the team to an abandoned station, where a smell so foul emanates that just being nearby makes your nose tingle. I will open the door. Everyone, get ready. Hu ordered and used the dungeon keycard. Upon seeing the group of contaminated slimes, low-level monsters, everyone simultaneously raised their shovels to prepare for battle, except Junsu, who stood behind observing. The basic rule when cleaning up corrupted mana or corrupted monsters is that although corrupted slam are weak, they are hard to deal with because they won't stop until they find the core mana inside them. After struggling in vain to deal with the slime swarm, which kept multiplying the more we hit them, the cleanup team started to panic. Find their mana cores. How are we supposed to do that now? If this keeps going, we'll be contaminated by corrupted mana. A young man preparing to attack a slam suddenly hears a voice behind him. Back off. I'm not responsible for this. After warning, Junshu rushes forward and strikes the young man's groin with his palm. The slam there, instead of continuing to clone like before, was instantly destroyed, revealing a striking yellow mana core. In the following minutes, Junwoo single-handedly took down the slam, leaving his teammates stunned. What the hell? In just one move, he wiped out all the slams? How is that possible? Junshu continued digging with his shovel, secretly feeling proud. Of course I can do it. Before defeating monsters, you learn some important principles while gathering the necessary attributes. First, collecting attributes is similar to in a game, as long as certain conditions are met. So 2 days before conquering the dungeon, Junshu crawled along the street to find a coin to collect the treasure hunting attribute, and went to sniff the resin to gather the antitoxin attribute. On the second day, Jun could have a total of 6 attributes. You can switch between attributes whenever you want. By activating the treasure hunting attribute, you can identify your opponent's weakness and see their mana core. Through that, 2 Diet quickly eliminated the slime in an instant, then activated toxin resistance to counter the contaminated mana during the cleanup. Although equipped with supportive attributes, working all day still left Junsu exhausted. On the way home on the bus, the hedgehog approached Junsu's seat to chat. Today, we got to go home early thanks to you. Just looking at you, I can see you're amazing. Are you waiting to awaken like a deer? Jun laughed and said, That's not it. I just know how to do it from my military experience. If that's the case, you're really talented. Nim admired and said, at the same time, 2 horns suddenly grew on his head. This person's mutation signs are getting worse. It seems he has been exposed to too much stagnant mana. He hesitated, then asked, You don't look well. Should you take a rest tomorrow? Hedgehog shook his head with a bitter smile. No, I'd rather face a mutation than deal with debt collectors. That also makes sense. There's not much reason for someone to do this. Junwoo decided not to bring up the issue again. But what must come, will come. 4 days later, all team members except Junsu were affected by the corrupted mana, especially the hedgehog. His body gradually grew larger, his breathing became hurried, and his eyes turned cloudy. I told him not to push himself too hard. While trembling, Shu Quan was observing the hedgehog when Hu approached him. His attitude surprisingly friendly compared to the first time. He seems quite enthusiastic, huh? Is it because you're still young? I never thought you would be able to do your job, but you're doing very well. Thanks to everyone. Jun forced a smile and thought to himself that with the new abilities he gained after clearing the monsters, his work had become much easier. Junu's eyes now look at the deer, who also seems tired. Is it because he is exhausted? At that moment, the hedgehog suddenly shouted loudly, then curled up and growled. The sharp quills on his body bristled even more. The others in the team put aside their work and gathered around him to ask questions, wondering if a possibility was crossing Junu's mind. Hun also seems to share Junu's thoughts. He quickly runs over to the hedgehog with a serious expression, trying to persuade him. Stay calm. Let's get out of here. And with a bang, the gentle hedgehog has transformed into a giant mutated hedgehog. He's mutated, it seems he's lost all reason. If I don't defeat him, I won't be able to get out of here. Junoo hurriedly checked the attribute panel, but all the new attributes I gained were meant for clearing monsters, so none of them help in combat. No matter how I think about this, Junshu looked at the hedgehog with a loving gaze and silently thought, I'm doomed. Junshu was punched back by the mutated hedgehog, spitting out a large amount of blood, secretly fearing the huge difference in strength. With this speed, I might as well sleep forever. The system has detected endurance and you have gained a trait. Seeing this notification, Junshu suddenly snapped out of his daze, silently cheering, a trait? That's right, I have a trait. It's still too early to give up. Then he hurriedly opened his trait list. To survive, I have to think and figure out how to defeat that thing first. I should start by removing some traits, then strength will come in handy. Right now, Mana Heart helps control mana, Endurance reduces damage taken, Mana Absorption allows you to absorb mana, and Deep Breathing helps recover more mana. Finally, with the last piece of resistance to corruption in place, Run-Sun quickly stands up, stares fiercely at the mutant, and shouts, Come on, you bastard! Hin the mutation of course won't let Junshu down. It rushes quickly towards him. Junshu watches intently as Hin mutation raises the shield behind him, emitting a blue glow. The system notification has activated the power state, increasing the overall strength tenfold. Wait for the mutant hedgehog to enter the attack range. Then tightly grip the shield with both hands and strike it forcefully to knock it back. Junoo quietly rejoiced. Good, it's effective. I can do this. What the hell is that? Junshu screamed in horror and then saw the spiked wheel use a protruding rock to bounce high, landing right where he was standing. Oh shit, Junoo barely managed to say before the spiked wheel crashed down and shattered the ground into pieces. After that attack, the spiked wheel transformed back into the mutant hedgehog. Looking at the result of its creation, the system activated the defective endurance trait, increasing its great strength tenfold. Thanks to his durability trait, Junoo managed to withstand a deadly blow from the mutant hedgehog and then leapt into the air above it. Even with his durability, he still felt sharp pain. As Junoo spoke, he used a trade injury method, frantically throwing punches at the mutant porcupine. Deep down, he knew that if he stopped now, he would be doomed. There was no other choice but to keep attacking. At this moment, a spike on the mutant porcupine suddenly changed direction and shot towards Junoo. The attack was so unexpected that Junoo only managed to reflexively tilt his body to dodge, but a sharp thorn grazed his shoulder, tearing his shirt and leaving a bleeding wound on his skin. Even more terrifying, the mutant porcupine had a bunch of sharp quills shooting toward Junoo, leaving him no chance to react. Junoo was immediately pierced by the sharp quills, causing him to painfully fly backward and fall to the ground. No, just a little more, just a little more. He kept urging himself inside, trying to crawl up and rush at the mutant hedgehog to land a punch. Just one punch was enough to destroy his right hand, but it caused no harm to the mutant spike. Instead, it only made it more agitated. The mutated hedgehog, furious, pointed its sharp quills at Shu and shot them out, destroying his left arm up to the shoulder. The pain overwhelmed him, and Junshu collapsed to the ground, screaming in agony. As expected, he couldn't win against Kim's soldiers. He quietly whispered, Junshu helplessly lying on the ground, staring at the mutated hedgehog, clenched both fists into a large fist and slammed it down hard. In Jun's mind, he suddenly remembered the days when he used to lie in the mouth laughing and saying, Come on, bring it on, I will defeat everyone with Kim soldiers. At this moment, his mind was incredibly clear. He seemed to realize that back when he was playing games, everything was so easy, just one touch to defeat the monsters. I never thought about the character's emotions, only pushing them to the extreme for effective training. But now, Min understands that only through pain can a moderate trait be achieved. There's no way to win without paying the price. These things only happen in the blink of an eye. When Junshu regained his senses, he saw the large fist of the mutant hedgehog about to strike us. For this, Junoo suddenly raised an arm to block. It was an arm just as large as Nin's mutated arm. The mutated hedgehog was momentarily stunned by how easily its attack was blocked, and was then knocked back by Junoo's surprise punch. Junshu seemed to be infused with extra strength, with both of his arms healed, notably larger than usual, giving his body an unbalanced appearance. The system notification has activated the mutant muscle trait. Junoo clenched his fists and silently thought that his reckless attack was because he could unlock the trait by surpassing his limits through activating the Mana Heart trait and strength to gain mutant muscles. All of this is to prepare for this moment. As for the mutant hedgehog, after being knocked down, it became furious, quickly got up, charged at Junsu, and threw a punch. Junshu easily raises an arm to block. He smirks and says, It's no longer effective. Then he kept punching the mutant hedgehog, which could only raise its hands to block and defensively guard itself. Junshu, seeing this, taunted, Go ahead and stab me. Keep stabbing, I dare you. The mutated hedgehog, angered, chose to attack instead of blocking. A bunch of sharp thorns suddenly grew on its fist and then slammed hard into the chest. This time, he couldn't block it and was knocked to the ground with a few bloodstains on his chest. Jun spat out a large mouthful of blood and muttered to himself, It hasn't used all its strength yet. Although I was knocked to the ground again, I did gain something from it. System notification. You have obtained a mutated body and a trait. Juno immediately replaces the mutated body trait into the trait list, and the body begins to grow larger, perfectly matching the two wings. Juno stood up again, smiling as he looked at the mutated hedgehog and said, "Thanks, it's because of you that I've become stronger." Then both sides charged at each other and neither gained the upper hand. Junshu smiled and said, "Now we're evenly matched." Then the continuous sound of punches made the deer, who was fainting on the ground, wake up. "What's going on?" "It's too noisy," I muttered to myself. The deer turned to look at the source of the sound and saw the mutant and the antler fighting each other. "One punch from you, one punch from me, neither willing to admit defeat." Huang was stunned by the scene. What is Soldier Kim? Superman or what? How can he fight evenly with a mutant? At this moment, Juno and the mutated hedgehog are both knocked to the ground. Junshu sits on the ground, breathing heavily, looking at the still standing mutated hedgehog, which is still strong enough to lift its head and roar, silently thinking, "This is not easy at all. I'm as big as that thing, but I'm still at a disadvantage." Then, biting my lip, I silently thought, "It's a bit dangerous, but there's no other choice." Juno quickly stands up and softly calls out to activate the resistant status against the corrupted mana, trusting in himself. He whispered to himself. Juno softly shouted purification again. Instantly, under the astonished gaze of Huo, Juno's entire body suddenly mutated. The process was completed very quickly. System notification, Kim Soldier mutation status. Jungsu, in the form of a Kim Soldier mutant, tilts his head back and screams as if gathering energy in his mouth to fire directly at the mutated hedgehog. With overwhelming power, he completely destroys the mutant without giving it any chance to fight back. Then Juno looked at Hu and stepped forward. What's going on? A monster. He had transformed into a mutant while fighting one. Still shaken, Hu suddenly felt a chill, as if a fierce beast was eyeing him. Hu looked up and saw Junshu staring at him intently, causing him to panic and think, how is this possible? Hu felt an overwhelming fear as he looked at the mutated soldier Kim. All he can think about now is escaping from here. Just as he turns to crawl away, he realizes he's been covered by a large shadow. Hearing the mechanical whir, he turned his head and saw Junshu standing right behind him, reaching out with a large hand. Thinking he was doomed, Hu helplessly closed his eyes. But after a few seconds, Hu felt no effect and opened his eyes again, surprised to see Juno had returned to his normal body. As for Juno, after transforming back, he seemed to have exhausted all his strength and collapsed forward, whispering to himself, I did it. Resistance to contamination. The final phase. If you possess a mutation form along with the mutation body and erase resistance to contamination, you will gain a mutation. People usually believe that once you mutate, you can never go back to how you were. But Junsu is different. He changed his trait. He knew that as long as he kept a little bit of reason, he could change his trait. That was how he traded his mutation for resistance to pollution and returned to being human. After a while, Juno crawled up, exhausted, leaning against a wall and quietly sighing, feeling as if all his bones and muscles were shifting. I never want to go through that again. Juno tries to stand up, and suddenly a large purple orb the size of a ping pong ball appears in his hand. The system notifies that a level 1 mana core has been harvested. Juno immediately grinned happily, but it was all worth it. I've received the top tier mana core, so cleaning up this mess really pays off. At this moment, Hyu and the other two arrive. Deer stared intently and asked, Are you okay? You mutated. What exactly happened? Junshu, regaining his calm, turned to look at the three of them. It would be troublesome if any strange rumors about him spread. Thinking that, Junshu spoke up. Yeah, I bet on myself being able to come back. I'm really very lucky. Ho didn't believe the claim. What, is that luck? But that's too much. Before he could finish speaking, Junshu took out a bunch of small yellow orbs and handed them to Hu, saying, Here, take this. Then he turned around, waved his hand, and said, Come back now. I want some fresh air. Behind him, the two people next to Hu exclaimed, Wow, such a huge amount of mana cores. Is it really that many? Jun quietly thought, since I saved their lives and even gave them some mana cores, they will probably keep my secret, right? Hu watched Junu's figure disappear into the distance, silently lost in thought. The next morning, in the player recruitment room, Cho Seo smiled warmly, rubbing his hands as he said to Junu, I heard you've been through some tough times. It must have been terrible. Junshu smiled and replied, Yeah, I was a bit tired at the end. Also, I secretly wondered why he suddenly started praising me like that. Chu said, Well, shouldn't you have told us that you're a superhuman? We could have given you proper tasks instead of just cleaning. Hearing that, Junu immediately realized he thought he was a superhero. In a superhero's world, empathy allows them to possess powerful mana. In this world where strength equals power and status, superhumans are basically nobles. It makes sense why he thinks that. Only a superhero can defeat the mutation, even though I won thanks to my own abilities. Then I guess I should pay you for cleaning up. That would be fair, Junu replied, secretly laughing to himself and deciding to let him think he's a superhero for now. As Cho pulled out some stacks of money from the paper bag and explained, You cleaned up 5 areas, and we take a 20% fee from the total of 50 million if divided equally among the group, so I will give you 5 million. But this time, we will do things a little differently. We will only take a 5% fee from your share and give you an extra bonus. We look forward to working with you again. Junwoo didn't hear clearly, staring intently at the pile of money on the table, silently thinking, 12 million, it's great to be a superhero. A while later, Junwoo happily left the room with a large sum of money, still thinking about how to spend it when suddenly a man approached and said, "You look happy? Probably got quite a bit of money again?" Junwoo realized this man was one of the people he had worked with before, so he modestly smiled and said, "Well, we've already completed the task. Actually, the reason I came here is because I want to ask you for a favor." "Are you asking me for a favor? My wife is really ill, so I was wondering if you could lend me some money. Sorry to ask for your help with this, even though we've only worked together once, please." After saying that, the man even bowed his head. In this situation, Junwoo frowned slightly. In this world, helping others when you don't really know them isn't good. Who knows when they might stab you in the back? Taking care of myself is hard enough, but I feel terrible for missing him. Looking at the man in front of me, I hesitated slightly, but the long track and instinct took over my reason. "Please don't do this. You're older than me, even if not much. Take this money." By nightfall, in a hidden corner, the man who had slapped Junwoo in the morning looked at the manacores in his hand and laughed loudly, saying, "How foolish. I just pretended to be a poor old man and he gave me all this money. Haha." Surprisingly, this person isn't alone. Hugh and 2 others are also present. Hugh asked with a smile, "Is he new to this?" The man said in the morning, "I bet if you ask him to give his child more, he will agree. But what's really annoying is that he gets paid more than us. He gives us a small amount of money and even pretends to be a superhero to take our share." Yao speaks up, he's not a superhero. The man in the morning asked Hugh if he had any ideas on how to teach him a lesson. Hugh takes the manacores, crushes them with force, and with a sinister smile says, "Since we know his secret, let's teach him how terrifying this world can be." Junwoo has no idea that a conspiracy against him is underway. "You're still lying on the bed now. Proud of your help in the morning. It's really fun to be a good person. I will become a hero in this world at this rate." A few mornings later, in a large hotel, Junwoo lies on a single bed by the window, enjoying the soothing sensation as the mage staff massages him under the warm sunlight. Having money really is a blessing. I never thought I'd get a massage in a place like this. In the game, it's definitely better than real life. But when the mage staff was massaging my left arm, I almost cried out in pain. I've spent all 3 days resting at the hotel, yet it still hurts. From now on, I have to think twice before using any mutation abilities. Changing abilities isn't exactly what I expected, and the body changes depending on the situation. The more severe the side effects, the greater the physical changes. The question is, will I still be alive after limiting my use of the ability? As Junwoo pondered, he turned around and saw a man with 2 black dragon tattoos on his chest, lying on a lounge chair by the pool on the first floor, guarded by 2 rows of people dressed in black. Wait a minute, aren't they the Iron Fist gang? Still that arrogant look. Aesan is more influenced by local gangs than by the law. That's understandable, since there are so many around here. People have to rely on superhumans. I barely managed to survive, but relying only on the situation in such a dangerous place is really stupid. Suddenly, you remember something and smile softly, saying, "Aren't there items too?" By evening, Junwoo was at a shop. The girl at the counter smiled and asked, "Are you here to sell something?" Junwoo replied, "Yes, I have a few monster parts." The girl at the counter said, "I'm not buying any low-level manacores. I know what I want to sell is this." The girl at the counter exclaimed in disbelief when she saw the core. "This is a level 2 manacore." Junwoo smiled and said, "That's right, take a look." He was secretly happy, seeing her surprised and happy. The effort to polish it in the hotel room paid off. I combined everything I had, so I got a level 2 manacore. A little while later, Junwoo looked at the paper money in the girl's hand and quietly thought, the price varies depending on the level. Selling it at the highest price is how it is. The girl handed Junwoo the money and said this is the price for the 4.77 million core. Junwoo took the money and smiled. "Thank you." Then Junwoo asked if she sold weapons or armor. The girl smiled and said, "Of course, please follow this way," and then Junwoo was led into the room inside by her. As soon as he entered, Junwoo saw a variety of weapons displayed on wooden shelves on the walls. They have everything here, huh? Inside, he thought to himself, all the basic items he used in the game are here. The girl said, "Take your time. It will definitely be fine." Junwoo responded with a fiery spirit in his heart, silently saying, "It's time to gear up." As night fell, Junwoo left the shop carrying a backpack full of weapons and quietly said with satisfaction, "Now that I have weapons, I finally feel like I'm playing." At this moment, a beautiful long-haired girl hurriedly runs up to Junwoo and asks, "Excuse me, are you a mercenary? I need help." Run waved his hand and replied, "Oh, I'm not the one. You should find someone else." As soon as he finished speaking, he saw the long-haired girl pull out a thick stack of money and ask, "I have a matter to attend to here, but the gang of thugs scares me. Can you protect me back to my place?" Run Shu's eyes fixated on the stack of money in the long-haired girl's hand. 500,000 for a bodyguard? Just like a daily task, I guess since I've got the gear on, I might as well try. Thinking that, Run immediately put a hand on the long-haired girl's shoulder and smiled, saying, "We can't ignore a lady in danger. Let's go." The girl with long hair cheered happily and followed after Junwoo. "Thank you." Then Junwoo followed the long-haired girl to a narrow alley filled with people. Junshu was confused, wondering why she was in such a remote place. Not to mention people, there isn't even an ant anymore. Suddenly, the long-haired girl sped up and ran into a fork in the road. Junwoo hurriedly followed and saw an alley as dark as ink. He could only faintly see the silhouette of the long-haired girl ahead, thanks to the streetlight outside. In the dark alley, the urging voice of the long-haired girl echoes, "They're coming soon. Come quickly." Jun walks over, complaining under his breath, "It's too dark. I can't see anything." As soon as he stepped into the dark alley, a system notification appeared. "Night vision trait acquired." "You have acquired a trait," Junshu secretly said happily. "Oh, I can see now. I didn't expect to acquire a trait. Your night vision ability has improved significantly. Everything in the dark alley is becoming clearer to you. And what surprised you was that you saw the long-haired girl now pointing a gun at you, smiling and saying, 'You are more cautious than I am.'" Junshu was startled and thought to himself, "The gun! Who is this woman? Wait, is this a trap?" Junshu slowly stepped back but was blocked. You turn around and see that it's Who. He looks at you humorously and asks, "Where are you headed?" "The younger brother." At the same time, the alley lights also turned on and 3 more men stepped out from the shadows. Junshu stared at Who and spoke. Who smiled and said, "Nice to see you again." "Don't you see that?" Junshu frowned and questioned. "What did I do to deserve this from you?" Hugh replied with a smile. "Nothing much. I just saw you being so stupid. Nothing else." "You idiot," trusting him. Before he even finished speaking, Run took advantage of his distraction to slip past and run away. Who reacted angrily, shouting, "That Han guy started the conversation and then ran away. Shoot him." The long-haired girl, hearing this, hesitated no longer and aimed her gun at Junwoo as he ran away, pulling the trigger. A bullet immediately hit Junwoo's back, causing him to cry out in pain and fall forward. Who and his men hurried over to check. Seeing Junwoo lying motionless in a pool of blood, Who angrily shouted, "What the hell is going on?" "I should have shot his leg, not his body," the long-haired girl justified, "but it's better than letting him escape." Who muttered softly, "Damn it, it seems he's dead." A man spoke up, having reverted to his human form after the mutation. Surely the sorcerers would be willing to buy this kid's body. "If we could catch him alive, we would have made more money already." Another man said, "Just take his bag and gear." Hugh sighed and said, "It's no use, just do it first." But when they looked again at where Junshu was about to act, they were shocked to find only a pool of blood left there, and he had disappeared. Huang shouted in panic, "Where is his body?" At that moment, the sound of breaking glass echoed, the lights shone on the alley being shattered by something, plunging it back into darkness. Then, a man next to Who was suddenly attacked at the back of the neck and collapsed to the ground before he could even cry out. The others shouted in panic. "What is that?" Huang guessed. "Don't tell me he's still alive." Dunshu's voice suddenly rang out. "I'm still alive." He doesn't look like he was shot. One of his pupils has turned yellow. The 6 traits he currently has include great strength, endurance, mana heart, night vision restoring mana. At this moment, Junshu smiled and said, "I can't be defeated by those who repay evil with good." He felt lucky that he had bought a bulletproof vest at the store earlier. Also, after being shot by the girl with long hair, Junwoo gained a new trait, feigning death. Thanks to this situation, Junwoo was able to deceive the deer group, making them careless and gaining an advantage. The deer and their companions now had no streetlights illuminating them. They were like headless flies, panicking and looking around, shouting, "He's broken the streetlights. I can't see anything." "Where is he?" Junshu suddenly appeared behind Who and asked softly, "Looking for me, huh?" Instinctively turned around. Jun immediately threw a punch at him and shouted, "I saved your life. Now I will take it back." The dog Hu Lin grabbed Junwoo's fist and fell to the ground. He quickly sat up, wiped the blood off his face. "That damn dog!" Hu shouted and charged forward, kicking at Junwoo. Junwoo quickly dodged to the side to avoid. "You should be grateful that I saved you. Do you think trying to kill your savior is the right thing to do?" As Junwoo spoke, he delivered a powerful punch that sent Hu tumbling to the ground again. Just as he was about to follow up with a kick to Hu's body, a gunshot suddenly rang out. Over there, the long-haired girl raises her gun with smoke still rising from the barrel. Panicked, she shouts, "Are you over there? Are you okay?" Yu stopped his movement, silently looking at the bloodstain from the gunshot on his arm. "I've become too indifferent. In Ansoon, the scariest thing isn't monsters or mutants, but people. I was too naive and trusted others too easily. I will not make that mistake again." He silently vowed. Junshu, without hesitation, drew a pistol and fired 2 shots in quick succession. A bullet hit the long-haired girl's wrist, injuring her and preventing her from holding the gun, while another shot struck the man beside her in the shoulder, causing him to collapse in pain and scream in agony. Seeing that the two no longer posed a threat to him, Junshu quietly said, "Enough." Just as he was about to eliminate the biggest threat, Huo, he suddenly heard the sound of wind tearing from behind. Instinctively, Jun turned his head and saw Hu's leg just inches from his head. Reacting automatically, Jun immediately raised both hands to cover his face and was kicked backward. He hurriedly got up. Junshu looked at Hu and was surprised to notice that Hu's appearance had changed in some details compared to before. Has his leg already transformed? He whispered to himself that Junshu realized a serious truth. Huang had awakened as a level 1 superhuman. No longer as comfortable as before, a serious expression appeared on his face as he muttered, "Huang, this terrible game, Superhuman's Awakening, since all characters can go through the Superhuman Awakening stage, is a Clipper City where it is considered a basic development phase of this game. In a world where a level 1 superhuman is powerful enough to threaten any ordinary person, you only bring your life force to survive or fight a superhuman with nothing but this normal body." At this moment, Huang tilted his head and sneered, "I will kill you." Then his body disappeared from Duu's sight. Junu panicked and prepared to defend himself, recalling Hu's characteristics in his mind. Hu's trait is moving from the stone side. Moving in all directions, the user can use their incredibly elastic legs to move freely in any direction. Given the current situation, Junu deduces that he uses this movement to climb up the building's wall. As soon as he looked up, he saw Hu stomping down from above and shouting, "I will kill you." Junu knew he could only dodge this powerful attack. "So you managed to dodge, huh? Are you really able to avoid it?" But this time, it's not going to work. With that, Hu rushed quickly toward Junshu and delivered a kick. When he felt the impact of the kick on his leg, Hu smiled. But that smile froze when he saw Junshu blocking his kick with a weapon instead of being hit himself. "Sorry, but I have no intention, you beast." He felt lucky inside and thought to himself, buying a gun was a good idea. Recalling a few hours earlier, Junu was in front of the weapon shelves in the store, hesitating whether it was worth buying a gun. But since Warrior Kim is a character with the warrior profession, even if I am stronger, my shooting skills will only reach a certain limit. To prepare for that, I will buy another warrior-grade weapon. In the end, Junsu decided to buy an additional baton, and looking back now, it proved that buying the baton was the right choice. Each character has weapons and traits that are more effective with their profession. That's why to defeat the deer, you need to use close combat weapons and traits suited for a warrior. He quietly said, Junu raised the Biatong high and struck the deer hard, knocking him down for the third time. The system notified that a trait has been collected and you have acquired the attack trait. Seeing the system panel, Junu quietly said with joy, "Alright, the transformation trait for my first profession, attack trait." Then Junshu's confidence skyrocketed. He charged at Hu, launching a series of slash attacks, side slash, overhead slash, horizontal slash, but Hu dodged them all with agility. Then Hu counterattacked by kicking towards Junu. Seeing Hu's move, Junshu silently thought, should I dodge now or not? I can't stop now. Even if I break a bone, I have to keep attacking. Junu made a decision, grit his teeth, and took a gamble. He only raised one arm to block Hu's kick and then struck his thigh with a 3-section staff. The system has collected a trait. You have acquired the combination trait. Junu secretly laughs to himself. This is it, the greatest trait built for the warrior class in the early days. Then Junu immediately used the attack trait and combination to unleash a storm of assaults towards Hu, leaving him unable to dodge. The more hits he took, the greater the pain became. Hu's consciousness was gradually being eroded with each blow. Soon, he could no longer endure and weakly begged, "Please stop." Junshu really stopped. After a full-force strike to Hu's chest, he ceased his attack. Seeing Huang lying motionless on the ground, Junsu raised both hands, lifted his head, and shouted loudly, "I did it! I defeated an awakened deer." Suddenly, Junu's skin turned red, and the raindrops falling on his skin immediately vaporized. What is this feeling? My whole body hurts so much, but I still feel something flooding inside me. Junshu bends over in pain, crying out, but at the same time, he also suspects that this might be the day he learns the cruel truth about the world. The day the level 1 awakened notification system reveals the harsh reality. Superhero warrior Kim's shock fades away. Junu, knowing he has awakened, is as happy as a child, tumbling and shouting. I finally became a superhero. Now I can receive high-paying offers from mercenaries. On top of that, you also got low-interest bank loans. Suddenly, a voice sounded from behind you. Are you finished? Junshu quickly turned his head to look at the person speaking. When he saw who it was, Junshu frowned and muttered, "This is Kim Thiet Quyen. He is the second main character introduced in Seon after Kim the Warrior, a character from the Enhanced Soldier class, who uses guns as their main weapon and specializes in hunting with prosthetic hands. The problem is that Kim Thiet Quyen is a terrifying figure from the Iron Fist gang in the underground world. Since I fought on their territory, I must have provoked them." At this moment, Kim Thiet Quyen questions, "Did you check this place before causing trouble here?" As he finished speaking, his henchmen immediately pointed their guns at Junu, ready to shoot at the slightest provocation. Seeing this, Junu's face turned pale. I was suddenly attacked and I can't just stand here and wait to die. So you're saying those guys are even more terrifying than the martial arts society? Junshu is startled and thinks to himself if he fights with a gun like this, he's definitely doomed. Kim Thich-Quyen didn't give Junshu a chance to react. He raised his gun and aimed straight at his chest. "You fool, you've made a terrible mistake. I will show you what happens if you defile our territory." Then Kim Thich-Quyen's face turned fierce. "Oh, I see. But you forgot one thing." As he spoke, he grabbed the pistol, pressed the barrel against his chest, and shouted, "I'm not the type to die easily." Then he didn't hesitate and pulled the trigger himself. The gunshot rang out loudly and a bullet pierced through Doo's chest. Kim Thich-Quyen only just reacted, his face incredulous, thinking to himself, "Did this bastard just trigger his own gun?" Meanwhile, Run Shu, who just got shot, stands there as if nothing happened. What is this? So itchy. At the same time, the gunshot wound was healing so quickly it could be seen with the naked eye. The system confirmed the regeneration ability. This scene made Kim Thich-Quyen feel intrigued. He changed to a cheerful face and said, "Oh, look at you. You have an interesting ability." Junu whispered that the upgraded version of the healing ability, regeneration, is a trait you can acquire when becoming a level 1 superhuman. "Everything will end when they start looking down on me and I will use intimidation tactics." But on the surface, he smirked and pointed at the corpses behind him, saying, "You see, I don't rely on luck. I don't care who you are. If you mess with me, Kim Warrior, you'd better be prepared." Hearing that, Kim Thich-Quyen also didn't get angry. He laughed and said, "Kim Warrior, huh? Is that your name? I like your bravery. Alright, I'll let you go this time, but in that case, you'll owe me a debt." Then he patted Junshu on the shoulder and whispered in his ear, "Do you understand what that means?" Junshu smiled and replied, "Okay, I remember." He wondered inwardly, does he realize who I am? Satisfied with Junu's answer, Kim Thich-Quyen reached out his hand and said, "Let's do something together next time." Junshu carefully watched Kim Thich-Quyen's hand reaching out to him. Kim Thich-Quyen is not the type to betray me, so building a relationship here wouldn't be a bad choice. Thinking that, Junshu also shook hands comfortably with Kim Thich-Quyen and said with a smile, "See you next time." The next morning, Junu, dressed in a beach vacation outfit, entered the Jamsu superhuman building. I didn't see anything when I looked at it in the game, but now it looks amazing. It's completely different from my town. As Junu excitedly looked around, a girl in office attire approached with a smile. "Thank you for visiting the superhuman tower. How can I assist you?" Seeing the female staff member, her face slightly trembling and blushing, she suddenly thought, "What is this? She's so beautiful. But she seems like an NPC. It looks like the staff here are very talented." The female staff member, seeing Junu staring at her, did not show any embarrassment or anger. She maintained a professional smile and pointed her hand toward the right, where a large machine was displayed. "If you're here to receive your superhuman certificate, please go to that machine over there to measure your mana and traits. Junu, thanks you." Then he headed toward the large machine, thinking to himself that she even guided him without him asking. Maybe they think I'm a newcomer. Anyway, once I get the superhero certificate, my real life and soon will begin. Suddenly, there were many shouts of surprise. "What's going on? Look up at the ceiling. The Saintess is here." Hearing that, Junshu also curiously looked up and saw a small golden light there. He secretly doubted, "It's just a ship, isn't it?" At that moment, the golden light suddenly intensified and shone down on the large circle on the ground, causing everyone to temporarily cover their faces. Next, a group of people stepped out from inside, appearing in everyone's sight. When Junu saw them, especially the girl at the front, a look of disbelief appeared on his face as he whispered, "This is the main force army. Why is her female city lord here?" Meanwhile, the appearance of these people causes a wave of chaos for the Sainess. It's truly an honor. Unlike them, Junshu can't feel happy at all. I was still in the tutorial phase when she became a saint, but as the story progressed, it was revealed that they were a destructive cult, disguised as a peaceful religion, and they began attacking innocent civilians indiscriminately. At this point, everyone started to speculate whether the Saintess came here to measure mana or to extend her level. The priestess simply smiled and acted by walking straight to the large machine instead of answering. A few seconds later, the machine started moving. "Its mana detection sound is quite stable," Junu muttered with slight annoyance. Quickly, in the crowd's anticipation, the electronic screen appeared revealing the level 8 mana priestess with 6 auxiliary traits. Another wave of exclamations erupted. "What is this? Level 8, she even has 6 sub-attributes. This is crazy." "Oh," the Saintess smiles, enjoying the feeling of everyone's admiration. Junu watched the Saintess for a few more seconds before heading to the mana testing machine, feeling heavy-hearted and thinking to himself now is not the time to praise her. An 8th level superhuman is like a squadron of planes, a national level powerhouse on the move, and someone with that kind of strength could wipe out Seon in the future. But if I say that now, they'll treat me like a crazy person and throw stones at me. Thinking about the future later. For now, I should just measure my mana first. If a rookie like me has 6 attributes, it will attract too much attention, so I will reduce it to magic. Just as Junu was opening his attribute panel to make adjustments, the Saintess suddenly stopped and turned to look at him, prompting one of her team members to ask, "Your Eminence, is something wrong?" The Holy Maiden kept staring at Junu and softly replied, It seems like there's someone I haven't met before. Then the Holy Maiden suddenly appeared behind Junwoo and spoke. You seem to have an interesting ability. Junwoo jumped in surprise and exclaimed, You startled me! But then he suddenly panicked, thinking, Wait a minute, what did she just say to me? Could it be that she sensed I had undergone some changes? People around whispered quietly, What's going on with the Saintess? She looks pretty normal, huh? While they were still confused, what surprised them even more was that the Saintess took Doo's hand and asked, Soldier, what's your name? Junshu stammered, I am Soldier Kim. Then he nervously whispered to himself that when the Holy Maiden asked for his name, it was no surprise to Junsu. The Holy Maiden then said, Well then, Soldier Kim, on behalf of the old congregation, I will perform the baptism for you. The former ruler of the Black Kim throne has always yearned for those with rare powers like yours. Submit to him and seek peace in this hellish earth. At the same time, a line of golden characters on the Saintess's hand begins to flow down onto Doo's arm. Seeing this scene, the surrounding fans' cheers and envy resounded. The baptism so jealous. Is the Holy Maiden herself performing the baptism? But the one involved, Junshu, clenched his teeth and cursed quietly. Damn it, if he agreed to be baptized and gain the baptism trait, he would become a holy knight of the church. But the old church community lost the battle against the major powers in Arnstone in the future, as if forced to buy stocks about to go bankrupt. Unable to accept it, that's the only thought in Junsu's mind right now. So, in everyone's surprised eyes, he decisively withdrew his hand, knelt on one knee, and said, I refuse the baptism. The maiden was stunned, almost unable to believe her ears, and asked again, Huh? Did I hear wrong? Junshu replied, No, I am serious. There was a brief silence before the Holy Maiden spoke. You can do as you wish, serving or rejecting the divine is your freedom. Then she used her trembling hands to support Junshu and said, But the former master has chosen you. If you can't overcome this little worldly dust, your small freedom will mean nothing anymore. As she spoke, Junshu was terrified to see the position of her arm where her hand was touching, suddenly bursting into flames. By the time the Saintess left, the flames had engulfed his entire body, continuously burning, forcing him to kneel on the ground, clutching his head and screaming in agony. The people around feel a bit triumphant, indifferent as they watch Junshu struggle inside the flames. How dare an insignificant person refuse baptism, a godless one? Poor thing. The system has activated the special trait notification. The divine fire must endure the pain of burning trash for refusing baptism. Junshu silently thought he had foreseen this, but his whole body felt like it was burning. The fire god's intense negative state causes constant burning pain, making daily life difficult and unavoidable except through going to the church to receive baptism. I refused because I was thinking about the future, but now am I about to fall asleep? Just as Junu's consciousness was about to fade, the girl in office attire who had helped him earlier ran over, pouring water on his face and asking anxiously, Soldier, are you okay? Who is that over there? This is the person who guided me earlier when I was burned by the fire god, so no one else helped me. I'm truly grateful to her. That's right, keep going, just a little more. Encouraging himself, Junshu tried to sit cross-legged on the ground. System notification. You have gained the fire resistance trait. I didn't refuse the baptism lightly either. The negative state of the fire god is characterized by intensifying as the target's mana increases. I'm just a level 1 warrior, so my divine fire is weak. There are still a few ways to handle this. The first condition is to acquire the fire resistance trait. Now let's increase the magic power. He silently thought. Junshu opened his attribute panel and changed his traits according to his will. As soon as he finished, the flames on his body seemed to be stimulated, burning more fiercely and causing him to scream in pain. The girl in office attire saw this and poured 2 bottles of water over Junu's body, encouraging him. Keep going, the effect is incredibly clear. Thanks to those 2 bottles of water, Junu once again regained his composure, the cool water soothing him amidst the intense pain. I have to focus on this contrasting feeling. Fire and water, burning pain and cold reason. According to Junsu's thoughts, the water and fire in front of him swirl together and eventually form a yin-yang symbol, extinguishing the flames with his own magic. A loud shout echoed in his mind. Junu opened his eyes wide and the pain from the burning flames had completely disappeared. The system notification says you have received the magical shield trait. The girl in office attire, seeing Junsu stand up, asks, Oh my god, are you okay? Junu replied, Yes, thanks to you, I am fine. The people around exclaimed in amazement, Did he survive the divine fire? What's going on? Is he cheating? Junshu smirked to himself and said, Although it's not a complete breakthrough but just a temporary shield solution, I've now escaped the excruciating pain. The black flame looks pretty cool. Only soldiers can probably see it. Then you walk over to the machine to test your own magic power. The others also curiously stared at the electronic display. The results appeared very quickly. Soldier Kim, 22 years old, level 1 mage system with 6 innate traits. Wow, at level 1 and already has 6 traits? The emergence of a super rookie is exactly why the Saintess overheard everyone talking. And Junshu, reluctantly rubbing her nose, silently thought, I've become too prominent, my goal is to get stronger in silence, and thanks to the magic shield, I can't reduce my number of traits. The office girl approached and said with a smile, Congratulations, soldier. This is the first time I've seen someone with 6 traits right from the start since I started working here. So let's go get your soldier certification card now. Here is your soldier certificate card. Congratulations, you are officially recognized as a soldier. Junu tears up with joy, holding the badge and saying, I've worked so hard to earn this. The office girl tilted her head and smiled, saying, Well then, let me inform you about the privileges for first-class soldiers. But before she finished, Junu cut in quickly and spoke up. Oh, I already know everything about that. Tax reductions, weapon privileges, immunity from all taxes when leveling up, freedom from arrest, free use of all transportation, and other benefits. The office girl exclaimed in surprise, Wow, you know so much. Jun laughed and said, I'm a game doctor? No, I'm a warrior scholar doctor. Haha. Then Junshu said, I'm the kind of person who doesn't like wasting time. As he spoke, he glanced at the noisy crowd staring at him outside the glass door. We have to bring him back to our guild. Can I get an autograph? The super rookie has to write a special piece about him first. The office girl also turned her head to look at the crowd outside like a predator stalking prey. Junshu asked, Is there any way to get out quietly? The woman in office attire stood up and smiled, saying, Of course I have. I prepared in advance. Jun asked in surprise, Huh? Already prepared? The office girl takes out a large black cloak. She smiled back at Junu and said, Just follow me. In that moment, Junu stared at her in surprise, his face flushing slightly. A while later, Junu put on the cloak, Tadama followed the office lady, and successfully escaped from the crowd earlier. Thank you for caring about me like that and for giving me the invisibility cloak and leading me secretly. The office lady said it's nothing. Helping each other is good. The system has activated the invisibility ability. You have gained the invisibility ability. Seeing this message, Junu happily thought to himself, I didn't expect to get this awesome skill too. At this moment, the office girl stopped, pointed to the path ahead and said, Soldier, just go straight this way to get outside. According to regulations, I can only guide you this far. Junshu bowed slightly and said, All right, that's enough. Thank you very much for today. The office girl smiled and said, Yes, take care on your way out. Jun watched her leave, quietly thinking that he didn't expect there to be such a kind and beautiful person in Sion. Later, I must repair when I get stronger. What was her name again? I think I have the business card from earlier. Junu remembered the business card and quickly took it out to check. What is Associa, Human Manager B? Seeing this name, Junshu's face immediately changed as he looked again at the office lady still not far away. What BJ? BJ is one of the 3 strongest SSR warrior characters in the game. Because she's a swordsman, she always looks intimidating, but I keep feeling like I've seen her before. Turns out, she always looks fierce in the game, so I couldn't imagine. I didn't expect BJ to be such a kind person. What exactly happened? Meanwhile, B's face is now smiling happily as he softly says, Luckily, the soldier is okay. A week later, to maintain the magic shield, Junu had to adjust all his attributes, unintentionally making dungeon cleaning more difficult than ever. If I had used the specialized ability to clean out the monster lair, it would have been done long ago, but because of that damn bump, I couldn't do anything else. To remove the heat poison, I need a rare item called NTA, which is extremely expensive. How can I afford to buy a tree for cleaning like this? Junsu was thinking when his phone rang. So many calls, it's like everything between us is already over. Just as he was about to answer and give him a piece of his mind, a great idea suddenly struck him, making him turn the car around. A moment later, in the player recruitment room, oh my, it's our assistant Kim, the one who overcame the heat stroke effortlessly and started with 6 different traits. Meeting the main character, I feel truly honored, Chu said while handing Junu a cup of tea, acting more exaggerated than 10 times before. I didn't expect it to turn out like this. Junu took a sip from the cup and asked, So, have you found what I asked for yet? Oh my god, don't remind me. He sighed, saying it's really very difficult. Netta is a type of item that can only be found at the place of a 5th level or higher healer. If I can't find it, I'll pretend to leave Junu. No, this is a matter related to the contract with you. I have to find it no matter what. I already found it. Choi urgently said that if it was Major Choi, others would be eager for the warrior contract, thinking he would find a mission with a reward, while Junu suddenly showed submission and sat back down. So what is the mission? Have you ever heard of jail security? As he spoke, Choi handed Ju a tablet. Is that the security company you mentioned? It is a private military company, one of the 10 largest, run by a married couple as director and deputy director. A wealthy family with such a strong foundation, so why do they need to rely on missions? I have identified the problem lies with the son. Although he is over 20 years old, he still hasn't awakened his warrior abilities. Huh? Both the husband and wife come from martial artist families, Junshu asked while looking at a photo of his son. I've heard that he has accumulated level 8 magic power but hasn't awakened yet, which is why it's a mystery. The condition they set is that the person must have awakened as a level 1 or higher warrior. This is the perfect mission for the warrior. Upon hearing the condition, Jun felt intrigued and decided to give it a try. which is why we see Jun-shu and Choi Seo sitting in the living room of this magnificent mansion. It seems the director and his wife are busy, so they're not the type to be late. While fidgeting and sitting with her legs crossed, Junwoo isn't too concerned about the host's delay. He looked around and then silently marveled at how strongly this house reeked of money. "Sorry, you guys must have been waiting a long time, right?" The woman's voice startled Choi Seo and Junwoo. The couple who just entered the main room are the director and deputy director of G Security. The woman smiled and continued to greet them. "Are we the ones who requested this?" "Oh no, you two are too formal. I thank you all for taking the time to come here." Lim smiled and spoke. Junwoo also politely bowed while assessing this couple through the aura they were emitting. Maybe they're at least level 6 warriors. Both of them have strength that is far from ordinary. "What are you talking about? There's no way I'm going into the room like this," C in a calm tone replied, really stubborn. "Come on, sit down," Limiji told her husband, then turned to talk to Andao. "Does your coming here mean you are here to receive our mission?" "First, I want to check on your son's condition. If there is a special reason why he cannot wake up." Jun-shu hadn't finished speaking before Seo Dongdu angrily slammed his hand on the table and shouted. A new soldier suddenly appeared out of nowhere. "You think I will obediently tell you? Be calm, my love." Limitzi calmed her husband and then apologized to Junwoo, saying, "This is not something worth revealing to outsiders if it's about the children. If we accept the mission, we will call the boys and explain everything to you. Are you the warrior also in need of me?" "They know exactly what they want," Jun thought to himself, smiling as he replied, "I will take the mission. Please call your son over." A moment later, a shy young man appeared. "Hello, I am Cun. "Yes, nice to meet you." Junwoo shook hands with Uin and silently assessed him. It's suspicious that there's no trace of magic at all. At this moment, Junsu happens to notice Uin's engraved gloves. "Your gloves are really beautiful. Yes, they are a precious item to me, and I always use them with gratitude." "That's right, Ujin must need a powerful magic seal." Junsu's words immediately stunned Ujin and his parents. Seeing their expressions, Junwoo knew he was on the right track. Just by looking at the gloves, I was certain. This is an important matter involving an entire noble family, but with the condition of requiring a level 1 warrior. The simplest reason I can think of is that they want to lure me with a bait, right? "You also underwent the baptism from the church, right?" Junwoo turned to look at Du. "The reason your son cannot awaken is because he refused the baptismal ritual and sealed his magic to avoid divine punishment. So, he couldn't publicly announce it. Recently, there are rumors that a level 1 warrior has passed the baptism and divine punishment. That must be why everyone came to me." Uzin listened to Junwoo's words with admiration. "That's amazing. I don't need to explain further. You're like the main character in a detective novel. I just grasped the situation simply." Jun smiled and replied, thinking to himself, "If I knew the future, nothing would be difficult. I had a premonition the moment I saw the photo. Sign in the future has become the leading holy knight of the Holy Crusade. If he refuses the baptism ritual and tries to oppose the church's orders, a dark future awaits him when his parents lose their power." "Master!" Seo Dongdu immediately changed his attitude and shyly asked Jun-shu, "Is there any way for my Uin to avoid the baptism ceremony? The one who was so arrogant before now has been convinced so easily." "Ha ha! Of course I can. Junwoo, who are you?" "You've spent 10,000 hours playing Seon. Don't you know how to do it? I understand Ujin's pain because I've been through it." Junwoo pats Ujin on the shoulder and assures him, "Trust me, I will definitely help you get out of this." Ujin can't hold back his emotions and embraces Junwoo tightly. His parents also hugged each other and cried uncontrollably. The holy maiden, or whatever, a hypocrite who dares to perform a baptism ritual for evil. The loyal subordinates with potential in your future now stand on my side. Junwoo warmly embraces Uin and then adds, "However, before proceeding with the treatment, I want to add an additional condition." Ujin's parents couldn't help but be surprised. Another additional condition. "The difficulty of this request has just increased, right?" Lim wiped away tears and replied, "Yes, it's no longer about awakening my magic, but overcoming this illness. Please go ahead if you can save my Uin." Before Limizi finished speaking, Uin stated his condition. "I want to be taught how to break the swordsmanship." Huanha's expression immediately vanished from Limizi's face. "Do you fully understand what I just said?" Junwoo was terrified by the aura and icy gaze of Limizi, realizing that her deputy director was even more frightening than the director. Sedongdu saw her serious expression and didn't dare to object, only softly reminding her, "Be gentle. I understand she's angry, but she's not breaking swords. Some might think choosing to learn swordsmanship in the 21st century information age is strange, but it's completely different in a place where the strong hold power. Because a super swordsman can easily destroy an entire tank, a high-level martial artist is like a fighter jet squadron worth trillions. If a superhuman at level 1 continuously learns and trains without breaking the sword, they can reach level 4 without any difficulty. This is basically an early stage cheat in the game. I remember only the elite can learn this swordsmanship. Of course, only if I complete the mission," Junwoo said to soothe Limi's hot-headedness. "Mom." A call from Ujin immediately woke Limiji up. Alright, Limidzi calmed her hostility and bowed her head, saying, "If you succeed, I will give you the memory chip containing that swordsmanship with a secret code." "Really? Thank you, ma'am." Win, moved, bowed her head and silently sighed in relief, thinking she was about to die. Now she has the swordsmanship too. It's absolutely perfect. However, if we fail, my husband and I might be very disappointed, even furious, Lim gently reminded. Hee, that won't happen, I assure you. Alright, then it's better to start as soon as possible. Very quickly, a room with a magic energy circle and 200 intermediate water magic practitioners was prepared as requested. This should be enough. I want to be alone with the patient during the treatment, so you can. Junu was speaking when Limidzi suddenly interrupted. Sorry about what happened earlier. Mayuin was forced to undergo a baptism before it even started school. It never had a chance to make friends, let alone go on family outings. It had to endure being forced to stay in the room. It seems we were too sensitive. From now on, I will leave this matter entirely to you. As he spoke, Limidzi bowed his head. Hearing Uin's story, Junu grew even more indignant. Everyone in their family had to endure this because of her trap as a woman. Win, feeling emotional, ran over to comfort his mother. Mom, I'm fine. How could Uin be like that? In the final game, he betrayed his own family again. No wonder he became such a cold person. I feel a bit sorry for them. With that in mind, Junshu said, Don't worry, I will succeed at all costs. Hearing that, Lee finally felt at ease and left. Now just the two of us are here. Let's begin. Junshu cheerfully stretched and said, What should I do now? Seeing Uin's pale face and trembling body, Runu pouted and said, Why are you trembling so much? Just stay calm, okay? Uin nervously asked, Are you planning to torture me with injections or electric shocks to force me to awaken? Like they usually do. How have you been treated all this time? Junu sighed and asked, The usual treatment for the holy power fever is to drink honey after awakening. But because Uin has too much mana accumulated in his body, the fever is too intense, so the attempt to make him wake up failed. You don't need to worry, but you must remember one thing. Keep everything you saw during today's treatment a secret. I promise. Win confidently replied. Junu grabbed the 2 potion bottles and began to act. First, you need to expand the mana barrier to its maximum limit. Then the barrier will weaken. And then the holy power surge causes Junu pain. He hurriedly swallowed the 2 bottles of medicinal water, with a terrible taste in his hand. Soon, all the prepared medicinal water was inside Junu's stomach. The damage from the drug's addiction and the mana consumption have increased, but the drug's effects have also intensified abnormally. You've gained the drug addiction trait. Now if I focus mana into a shield, I think to myself, Junshu concentrates on creating a shield around the circle, focusing magic power, and the holy power fever is completely pushed out by the barrier. Win's eyes lit up as he looked at Junu, so amazing. Junu smiled and replied, You're too early to be surprised. Now you have to take off the mana sealing gloves, reach your hand outside the barrier, and hold my hand. Uin's face immediately paled and asked, So wouldn't there be a resonance reaction between the 2 holy energy surges? You will be fine as long as you stay inside the barrier. As soon as Junshu steps outside, the holy power fever immediately returns. Don't ask why, just follow my instructions. Uin, you have never taken off your gloves since being baptized and have decided to listen to Ju. As Uin's hand just extended beyond the barrier, the holy power flare on his hand ignited, overwhelming Junsu. How much mana does he really have inside him? Even though he knew the consequences, Junu still chose to take that hand. It hurt even more than being baptized by the Saintess. My bones are breaking apart, but I have to stay focused and endure this pain. Damn Holy Maiden and her annoying holy fire fever. Junu clenched his pain and resisted the holy power fever from both Ujin and himself before returning to the barrier. I took off my gloves, but I was fine. Win looked at his still normal hand and said emotionally, That's right, that's why I had to do those crazy things. Junu replied that besides using the barrier, he also absorbed some of the holy power fever to transfer it to himself, significantly reducing Uin's holy power fever. Then Junu picked up the wooden sword and handed it to Uin. This is the final step. Don't stop, keep attacking me until you awaken. Alright, it's time to use the swordsmanship I've trained since childhood. Uin responded with a sound and swung his sword at Junsu. Junu raised his hand to block and then ran away as fast as he could. Because you realized your iron gauntlet was shattered with just one strike from Uin's wooden sword, at that moment, the system notified you that you had gained a new defensive trait. But even with this new trait, if he gets hit by Ujin's attack, he still gets knocked out cold. After a while of chasing Uin, Junu was exhausted while Uin still hadn't awakened, and Junu started to get annoyed. What kind of swordsmanship did she teach this kid? Just dodging attacks is that hard? You have acquired the evasion trait. At this moment, Junshu turned to look at Uin and noticed an aura beginning to emanate from him, meaning he was about to awaken. But before he could rejoice, he saw the sword in Uin's hand also start to glow. SSRSU in the Sword Fusion class. Junu reads the information silently. The merged sword wielder reaches a state where the person and the sword become one, which is an extremely powerful condition for a warrior. But that guy is completely in a trance right now. If I get hit, I will be doomed. For an attack that threatens my life, Junu certainly won't just sit and wait to die. He quickly opened his status window, his mind racing to find a viable plan. First, I must maximize all defensive traits and focus the shields on my hands with the help of the magic circle in this room. As soon as Junsu finished setting up his attributes, Ujin's attack arrived. Junsu gritted his teeth, crossed his arms in front of him, and took a gamble. 1 second later, a loud explosion accompanied by blinding light filled the room. After the dust settled, Rungsu appeared unscathed. A large shield appears before you, blocking the way. The mana shield system notification, you have acquired a new trait. Junu smirked to himself and said, I did it. I combined the mana shield trait and protection to create a mana shield. Then he sighed tiredly and muttered to himself, it's just a guy with a wooden sword, but he's almost turned to gold like me. He was about to sit down and rest for a bit when he suddenly heard Ujin's soft cry. Junu looked up and saw him staggering and then collapsing to the ground. How dare he lose consciousness and peace after almost turning me to gold? He muttered softly and slowly approached Ujin, only to find that he had fallen asleep completely. I guess he went a bit crazy after awakening. In the game, S. Gujin is a powerful SSR character, but since he awakened a warrior instead of a knight, he now has the merge sword as a starting trait. It seems I created a monster of a warrior by awakening Si Gujin into a fighter instead of a knight. I don't know how this change will affect the future story. Dad, he's a silver spoon kid with unmatched strength, and now he's got a favor to repay me. It's not such a bad deal. Thinking of this, Junu grinned and carried Uin out. A while later, in Uin's bedroom, his parents looked at their sleeping son with full of love and softly said, Our Uin has truly overcome the fever of the gods. Then they both bowed to Junu and said, Thank you very much. Junu smiled and replied, It's nothing. I told you I could do it. Choose. Holding out a glass of water to Junsu, with a flattering expression says, I knew you could do it. Lim strokes Ujin's hair and says, It's been a long time since we've seen the boy sleep. I don't know how to repay this debt. Then she smiled and nodded at her husband. Jongdu understood and nodded with a smile, before taking out an envelope and heading towards Junu. So let's keep our promise with the water. I will add an extra fee for the memory chip of the swordsmanship technique, not breaking the mountain sword, because of your success. Junu smiled happily, but still pretended to refuse. Oh my god, you don't have to do this, Jongdu said sincerely. Please, I hope you will accept our 1 billion won. Although the amount might still be less than what you've done for us, hearing the figure of 1 billion made Junu feel ecstatic inside. But he kept his composure and said politely, Oh my heart would hurt so much if I refused it twice, so I guess there's no other choice. Then Junsu and Jongdu sincerely shook hands, and not long after, Junsu and Joya left Ujin's house. Sitting in the car, Chol said, Today you hit the jackpot, soldier. Junu, while observing the NTA vial and the memory chip of the non-sword-breaking sword in his hand, replied, I know they look amazing. May I ask, are you planning to drink the nunsu? I have, and I intend to take a break for a while. Speaking up like that, it's probably clear you don't want to attract the attention of former subordinates or those listening about your reward. But unfortunately, if you refine the NTA and absorb it, it will significantly boost your mana. Junu replied, That's right. You look at the potion in your hand, thinking that if you can refine and drink it, you could greatly upgrade your superhuman level instead of spending money to cure the divine fever. Quickly, the car arrived at the hotel where Junsu was staying. Chus pulled over to the side of the road and said with a smile, Soldier, I'll see if there are any necessary devices to refine NTA. If you can, think about it first before using it. Junu got off the car and replied, Thank you very much, I will consider it. Back in his room, Junu immediately opened the NTA jar, smiling to himself and saying, I will drink it, now I have learned how cruel Asen can be in the deer case. I can't guarantee that Director Choi won't betray me. The addiction to mana absorption depends on the drug, but I also have traits that can maximize the effectiveness of the NTA. Thinking this, Junu drank the entire jar of Neka without hesitation. Immediately after, a wave of pain swept through his body. Junu felt as if every fiber of his body was being taken apart and reassembled, with a tremendous amount of mana flowing through him. After a while, the pain subsides, and suddenly a blinding golden light erupts in Junshu's room. System notification, level 2, Superhero Kim Warrior, I have leveled up. He quietly rejoiced as Junu looked at another system notification. You have acquired a trait, Harvest, and Black Fire. And by curing the Divine Fever with NTA, I gained one of the best traits of level 1 in the entire game. Dark Fire has been added to my list of traits, along with the non-sword breaking swordsmanship, and I feel truly relieved. I can focus on training these two traits and there won't be any problem. Junsu was pondering when the phone on the table vibrated. It was Cho Seo who sent a message. Sir, I have a few things to discuss. Junu glanced at the phone on the table. It's Director Choi. Why did he suddenly message me? He only hesitated briefly before tossing it aside and smiling. I guess it doesn't matter, I'll go train now. But within seconds, a series of notification sounds from his phone reached his ears. It's so noisy. What's so urgent? he shouted angrily as Jun-Shu ran over to check the messages on his phone. Superman, I have many things to discuss, but I think it would be more respectful to contact you via message first. I'm sure you will need help. I understand why you're hesitant. It might be because of the opposition from the sect members. Ignore everything and be determined. It's time to reflect on yourself. When you learn swordsmanship, your path will become clear. Of course, some people will oppose it. Please reply to this message as soon as you read it. As Junu finishes reading, a big question mark appears in his mind. What the heck is this? What is he trying to say? But just a few seconds later, Junu realized there was something unusual about these messages. He carefully reread them and quickly found the answer. Flee from the Dagger Gang. As soon as the sentence was formed, he quickly thought to himself. He hid this information in the message. Dagger Gang. They are one of the rival gangs to the Thiet Quien Gang. If Director Choi wants to betray us, he will call me as usual to buy time. Looking through the messages he sent, it seems he was captured earlier. It looks like the information was compromised while he was preparing the equipment. Thinking everything through clearly, Junu's face suddenly shows a cold expression, and he softly says, well, I'll ignore it because I already have in. The others must take responsibility for their lives in Seon. The next day, in a quiet alley, the continuous cries of a man echo painfully. There is a small warehouse here, and Choi Seo is now tied tightly to a chair, with several men standing around. At this moment, a man grabs Choi Seo's head and says, You're pretty tough, huh? You've been silent all night, still refusing to tell us where that superhuman bastard is? I insist that he signed the contract because he trusted me. I won't say anything no matter what you do. I don't want to do this, but you left me no choice. A gang member understood and brought an axe in front of Choi Seo, asking, Left or right? Which hand do you use to eat? Chus just stared silently at him. Seeing this, the guy burst into loud laughter. You're not answering, huh? So it's usually the right hand then? As he spoke, he raised his axe high and swung it down towards Choi Seo's right hand. But just as the blade was about to strike, a loud explosion suddenly erupted, causing him to stop and angrily look toward the source of the noise. What the hell is going on? At this moment, a subordinate crawled in and spoke. Boss, the guy with the axe asked, What's going on over there? Some crazy bastard threw a grenade into our building. Meanwhile, on the rooftop of a nearby building, Junu grins carrying a rocket launcher on his shoulder, aiming at the Dagger Gang's prison building. You guys picked the wrong person to mess with. I can't abandon someone who kept their promise in this cruel world of Seon. Alright, now the battle begins. Junu once again pulled the trigger, firing a shell straight at the gang's building, and a few seconds later, a large crowd armed with weapons rushed out through the large hole caused by the explosion. Where did he shoot from? Find him now. Watching the crowd shouting below, Junu sneered contemptuously. As expected, they swarm out of the building like cockroaches. Although the outside looks like a normal apartment, I know everyone inside. Because this is the Dagger Ice dungeon I defeated so many times I got tired of it. It is a complex dungeon consisting of 6 different buildings. Because the Dagger Gang's mission is one of the trial tasks, I could defeat it even with my eyes closed now. My iron forging effort back then has now turned into steel. Now the veteran is here to complete the mission. With that, Junu slung a backpack full of weapons over his shoulder and jumped onto the rooftop of the neighboring building to avoid staying in one place too long and being detected. Meanwhile, below, the Glaive Gang members had split up and were patrolling the area. A few minutes later, in an alley, 3 members of the Glaive Gang were slowly searching. The attackers from earlier must be the Steel Fist Gang, right? Only they could pull off such crazy stunts. We've caught them. Let's teach them a lesson and beat them to a pulp. As they were talking, one of them suddenly heard a sound coming from the trash bin behind. What was that sound just now? Let me go check. The stubborn guy reminds him, okay, make sure to search thoroughly. So the guy who heard the strange sound went to the back of the cardboard box, peeked inside but didn't see anyone. There's nothing here. He was about to turn back to his companions when suddenly a hand grabbed his head and slammed it into the ground. Jun-Shu, in stealth mode, appeared, holding the unconscious man, leaning against the wall and smiling happily. Even though I'm right in front of him, he can't even recognize me. When it comes to infiltration, there's no better strategy than pretending to be dead with the assassin's techniques. So while those thugs are wandering outside, I'll go into their main building. This is too easy. Let's go. Let's find a secret entrance. After saying that, Jun-Shu approached the trash can, gently opened the lid, and descended using the elevator inside. When he arrived, he cautiously looked around. So far, I've tried to avoid fighting as much as possible to get in, and Goem likes to keep the hostage near their boss's room on the 5th floor. So there should still be a way. I will move stealthily so they can't catch me. The plan sounds great, but life is not a dream. Junu had just taken a few cautious steps when the alarm blared loudly, shouting that enemies had attacked and infiltrated the building. Everyone was ordered to gear up and gather at the designated meeting point. Hearing this, Junu's face darkened as he muttered to himself, They found us! Then his eyes shifted to the closed door right in front of him, caught in a dilemma. If I leave here, I will find a corridor which is the best route because it has the main staircase leading to the upper floors. But the problem is, once they realize an intruder is inside the building, they will set up barricades in the corridor to block the way. If I open this door now, they'll fire at me like crazy. After a brief moment of thought, Junu decided to open the door. As you guessed, inside many members of the Dagger Gang have set up barricades and are ready with guns. Hello everyone, take this bullet, it's my gift. As he laughed and talked, Junu drew a gun and crazily fired at the Dagger Gang, and in an instant the sound of screams from those hit by the bullets echoed non-stop. The ones who weren't hit quickly reacted back. What the hell? Get lost, you bastard? Fight back! They started cursing and raising their weapons to shoot back when suddenly a grenade flew in. A loud explosion echoed inside the room, and from outside the door, a laugh said, "If you're scared, go home. Stylish, stylish." Then he took out a few more grenades from his backpack, holding them in his hand. One might not be enough, so better take a few more. After finishing, Junu threw several grenades into the room, then quickly retreated outside and closed the door. Junu heard loud explosions and screams, which made him feel delighted, and he smiled like a demon, saying, "Seeing you like them, I'm so happy." After a few minutes, Junshu finally enters the room, cautiously looking around and quietly thinking, "Is that all they have? A few of them are probably still alive. I can't let my guard down." Suddenly, a guy lying on the ground suddenly got up and shot at Junu. Because he was alert early, the sensitive system detected the bullet heading towards his head. He simply tilted his head to the side and avoided it. The alert system confirmed he had gained the keen sensibility. "Now I have the sensitive trait I need for this dungeon," I muttered to myself. Junshu glances at the sniper. After a few seconds to deal with the shooter, he wipes sweat from his forehead. "Now that I've taken care of the henchman, I'll go upstairs." After a while, Junu reached the 4th floor. Maybe I reached the 4th floor safely, but the real danger is just beginning. The gang members will appear on the 4th floor of the casino right before I get to the 5th floor and the boss's room. He quietly whispered to himself and gently moved to a corner, peering inside and surprised to see no one in sight. Feeling suspicious, Junu walks toward the casino, opens the door to check, but sees no one. Realizing something is off, he seriously thinks to himself, "I need to focus." The system notification has achieved focus mode. Almost immediately after, Junu heard a strange noise from above. Junu looked up and saw a drone flying out of the ventilation shaft. Then the drone dropped a grenade that exploded with a blinding flash, forcing him to close his eyes. He silently cursed inside. Damn it, a flashbang? At that moment, a figure appeared behind Run Shu, rushing forward with a dagger and stabbing sharply at his neck, then laughing loudly, "I got you now, little rat." The one who arrived was the second-class assassin superhuman Bang Jiaogam, but his stabbing was suddenly blocked by a shield. Junshu regained his sight, turned to look at him, and asked, "Who do you say you caught?" The incredible boss of the ice dagger shouted, "Can't the knife pierce through?" He quickly jumped back, widening the gap from Junu. Junu also made no move. He only asked, "Who do you call a rat? You're the one dressed like a rat, aren't you?" I never expected the boss to appear on the 4th floor. That was really dangerous earlier. What just happened didn't occur in the game, but I can still read the pattern of the game. The white grenade is a linked attack pattern that activates when the player enters the boss's room. Earlier, I had to activate my Mangan and focus before the Ice Glaive boss ambushed me. The Ice Glaive boss is an assassin. I need to sense where his attack is coming from using my 5 senses. Now the bandit leader angrily shouted, "You can withstand my ambush." Junshu chuckled and said, "Don't be surprised so soon." Then he took out a weapon from his backpack and said seriously, "I will make you regret targeting me." Junshu charged at the Ice Dagger gang boss and swung his sword but missed because he had already disappeared before his attack hit. The gang leader with the dagger appeared behind you again, and despite your slow reaction, he arrogantly said a word before throwing a glowing green dagger toward your back. Junshu quickly turned around and cut the dagger away with his sword, thinking to himself that he was too fast. Truly a deadly assassin. If he hadn't been sensitive and focused earlier, he would have been done for. That guy's dagger is infused with deadly magic, so just touching it would be enough to send me to the other world. The longer this fight goes on, the more disadvantages I'll face. The big boss with the dagger looked surprised and said, "Oh, you're quite lucky, huh? If you surrender now, I will be merciful and only cut off one of your arms." Du laughed and said, "Don't talk nonsense. Just rush in." The gang leader grinned and said, "With that terrible swordsmanship of yours, I can tell you're a marksman. Compared to someone who can't even assess the situation, your mouth is pretty big." Hearing this, Junshu was startled and thought to himself, "Is he calling me a marksman? That's right, because I've been shooting with my gun all this time. He probably thinks I'm a reinforced soldier." Seeing Junu say nothing, the gang leader thought I guessed correctly and then grinned fiercely. "I will take your place and deal with you in the most painful way possible," he shouted loudly as he charged at Junu and launched an attack. At the same time, Junshu also gripped the hilt of his sword and raised it high above his head. I only have one chance. And it was at this moment when he let his guard down and silently shouted in his heart, "Run!" Shu decisively swung his sword down. The senior brother from the Ice and Fire clan saw this, withdrew his attack, and stepped aside. A mocking smile appeared on his face as he said, "Too slow." He had no idea that Runa Shu was waiting for this moment. He only saw his eyes suddenly flash, his hand gripping the sword handle subtly turning the downward strike into a horizontal slash. The gang leader with the dagger was terrified and muttered, "What? A sharpshooter using a combo attack?" He hurriedly swung his dagger to block but was still pushed back and fell to the ground. At this moment, the gang leader no longer dared to underestimate Junu. In his eyes, he looked at you with complete disdain. Junu raised his sword again and said, "Sorry, but once I change my attribute, I'm no longer an archer, but a top-tier warrior equipped with swordsmanship." After finishing, Junshu immediately uses the non-sun sword to break the first move, causing the mountain bandit to be seriously wounded. The dagger falls to the side as he bows his head and spits out a large mouthful of blood. Jun smirks and says, "Letting your guard down is just losing." The boss angrily shouted, "You bastard! He's also learned Runu and is taking advantage of your moment of arrogance to let down your guard, reaching out to pick up the dagger, then throwing it with all his might at you and shouting, 'This isn't over yet.'" Jun was startled and shouted, "Is he making a final move?" In the blink of an eye, fresh blood splattered as the boss with the ice blade was defeated by Junsu's sword, while you were struck in the side by a thrown dagger. A few seconds later, Junu suddenly collapsed to the ground. You frown, pull out the dagger, and mutter softly, "Damn it, I let my guard down at the last moment again. The poison has already spread through my body with the blood. I need to change my attributes." After changing these attributes, Junu was able to stand up on his own. "I can endure it, but it hurts too much." You were about to leave when you heard loud noises outside the window. "Hurry up, a trespasser has just appeared nearby." Junu looks out the window and softly says, "I can't let time go to waste. I need to get out of this building as soon as possible." Meanwhile, in the torture room on the 5th floor, Chus is also trying to save himself. He shakes his body forcefully, causing the chair to tip over and fall back. "I need to get out of here quickly." Quietly, Choseo pinched the nearby piece of glass with his finger. He intended to use it to cut the ropes, but before he could get the glass shard, Choseo felt a shadow covering his head. He was startled and looked up to see that the person approaching was Junu. "So how exactly did you end up in their hands?" Junu asked as he helped remove the cloth from Choseo's mouth. Cho happily exclaims. Superhero Junshu gently sighs as he unties Choseo. "You're making me a little tired," Cho asked, moved with tears in her eyes. "You came all the way here to save me?" Chu's face was trembling as he seriously placed his hand on Cho's shoulder and said, "Let's get out of here first. They're coming." Cho laughed and said, "Yes, of course, of course." But just as he was about to walk away, he felt a sharp pain in his legs that made him cry out. Jun hesitated and seeing Choi Seo's trembling legs, muttered angrily, "Those bastards, look what they've done to him." Then he sat down and said, "Get on my back." "No need, I probably have no right to ask for anything more from you," Junshu urged. "It's okay, we're in a hurry, so let's get to the safe spot first." "That makes sense," Choseo reluctantly agreed. "All right then, just this once, thank you." Carrying Choseo, Junu quietly thought that despite enduring brutal torture, he still maintained his loyalty. "I thought this Seon world was hell on earth, but also surprisingly gives a touching feeling." A few hours later, Junsu and Joyol safely returned to Choyol's office, with Junsu now sitting in the chair, continuously drinking cans of recovery potion. System notification, poison resistance trait. You have gained the trait. Seeing this notification, Junu stopped drinking and leaned back comfortably in his chair, saying, "The recovery medicine has detoxified everything." Chus enthusiastically took out a bunch of recovery cans and said, "If you need more, feel free to take some." "All right, that's enough for now, because I already have that trait." At this moment, Choseo looked remorseful and said, "I really don't know how to apologize enough. It seems that when I was preparing the elixir for us, the information leaked out." "I shouldn't have trusted my staff like that," Junshu advised. "It's okay, I already drank the elixir anyway," I asked in surprise. "What? You already drank the elixir wine?" Jun said with a smile. "If I hadn't drunk it, then I wouldn't have been able to save you." The director, upon hearing this, looked devastated, clutching his head and moaning, "No way! You had to drink the immortal wine earlier to save me." Junshu quietly turned away and said to himself, "It's not his fault, but oh well, I'll let him think whatever he wants." Suddenly, there was a pounding on the door outside. "What? Could it be that the knife gang has arrived? What should we do with this guy?" Junshu crossed his arms, looked at the door, and said with a smile, "Looks like we have some guests, so let's give them a warm welcome." Then he immediately stood up and went to open the door. Chus nervously followed behind. When Junshu opened the door, Choseo immediately shouted, "The Ice Steel Fist! You're here with Kim Thich Quyen and his men." Jun smiled and said, "Here I am. I didn't expect you to have eliminated the Jiao Gam gang. I've known for a while that you're not an ordinary guy. So what do you want to call me here for?" Junu muttered to himself as it was finally time to receive his reward for completing the difficult mission. Ice Steel faction and Jiao Gam faction are rival gangs fighting for control of the Superlim territory. In the game, the guide requires the player to help Ice Steel faction eliminate Jiao Gam faction. The Steel Fist gang will reward a lot for destroying the Gabble gang. Seeing Junsu silent, Kim Steel Fist asked, "Are you planning to start a new organization or something?" Junu shook his head and said no. "Running an organization is not my style. The reason I called you today is to tell you that you can keep the Jiao Gam territory you've held all this time." Kim Thish-Quyen exclaimed in surprise. What? Junshu explained. I prefer to work alone and I have no intention of entering the underground world, so this is to pay back the previous debt. Kim Thish-Quyen hesitated for a moment, then asked, If I accept your offer, I won't lose anything, but it seems a bit too much compared to the debt you owed me last time. Junshu smiled and said, Looks like we understand each other now because thanks to me, you now own the Super Limb territory. Give me a wish. A wish, huh? And if I grant you one wish, what would you wish for? Tell me, beforehand. Junu silently thought it would be something everyone in Seon wanted. On the surface, he just smiled and asked for a house. You still have one more thing to add in your heart when you go home. Kim Thish-Quyen asked, Do you mean a house? Junu replied, Since I started acting independently in this unpredictable world, I realized I should have a proper place to settle down. Kim Thish-Quyen pondered for a moment, then said, All right, since you've escaped from those knife-wielding guys, let's make a deal. Hearing that, Junshu happily said, I like your straightforwardness. What kind of house do you want? A luxurious villa or just a simple apartment? Junshu states his request, neither of those. I need a house in a sparsely populated area with good security and soundproofing, plus a training area in the basement. Hearing that, Kim Thish-Quyen began to ponder softly and said, A house in a sparsely populated area with a training area in the basement? Junshu Ko appeared calm and patient, but inside he was praying frantically. Tell me about the house I have in mind. Kim Thish-Quyen spoke up quickly. There is one I know that's similar. It's a house on the outskirts of Selim. Walking along the Jeonyu-bong Road, Junshu couldn't help but shout with joy. Bingo. It's a house located on the hillside of Jeonbong. It's the perfect place to serve as a first base for a player in Seon. On the surface, Junu tried not to show any unusual signs, avoiding suspicion from others. The next morning, Junu was already in his new house. You're now relaxing in the sun on the second floor yard, with food and drinks beside you? So this is what it feels like to enjoy the pleasure of having a place to call your own? He stuttered as he walked to the railing, stretched out his arms, and exclaimed happily, loving this relaxing atmosphere so much. The view from here is also beautiful, truly an amazing house. At first, when I was thrown into Seoul, I didn't even know what was happening. The expenses cost around 20 million, but now I have a magnificent mansion like a palace. Not only that, but I also have financial backing from the #1 security organization and Director Choi. With this, even if I end up in the hospital for a year, I have nothing to worry about. Joy fades away. Junshu regains his composure and gazes into the distance in deep thought, but this is Seon. He can't sleep on his laurels. Once the story of the game progresses, evil villains like the Saintess and the Bishop will appear and destroy the city. Then Junshu casually picks up the sword next to him and says, Now, it's time to find out the real reason I chose this house. A moment later, Junu carried the sword on his shoulder as he went down to the underground training room and tapped his fingers all over the wall as if searching for something. It's probably somewhere around here. Junshu muttered to himself and kept knocking until he found a spot where the sound was different from the others. Let's get to work. He shouted loudly, then swung his fist and punched straight into the wall, causing it to shatter and reveal an empty space inside. Seeing the result of his single punch, Junshu happily spoke. It seems like my ability is finally working. I should finish sooner than expected. Later, Junu continued to diligently dig the ground, but still couldn't find what he wanted. His face now looked gaunt and angry. Faster than expected, I didn't realize it was this deep. Still, Junshu never gave up. Keep going and don't give up. Show yourself now. As he shouted, Junsu swung his axe forcefully into the ground, and after this strike, water suddenly erupted from the spot where it hit. It's here, Junshu shouted with joy. He quickly opened his mouth to catch a few drops falling nearby. Within seconds, his gaunt face was completely gone. He looked at his hands and softly said, I can feel my body gradually recovering. Is this the effect of the mana spring? A mana spring, a real mana spring. Even characters with depleted vitality can recover quickly by soaking in the mana spring. And even most of the negative effects disappear as well. It really is an amazing skill. There's no better place than this house near the Jeonwang range, the first base of the Iron Fist gang, where you can access the mana spring for free. So Junsu took it upon himself to install a water supply system and bring in a large bathtub. You turn on the faucet to fill the mana spring into the bathtub and sit inside. Thutai says, getting this house wasn't easy. I went through a lot of hardships, unlike in a game where you just click once and it's done. This place is so full of vitality that its effects are easily noticeable. The mana spring is truly an excellent recovery remedy. With it, even if you train to your absolute limit, taking a break for a bit and then continuing is just perfect. Now it's time for the only one to grind and climb the rankings like a super VIP Provo performance to go training. With that, Junu quickly took out a sword, full of excitement, and began practicing. Time passed quietly, and on an evening 2 weeks later, Junshu stood in the training room underground, thinking to himself that he had locked himself in this training room for 2 weeks now and could activate Black Fire steadily. Then, his focused expression, continuously performing the non-sword sword-breaking techniques, the first mountain crusher, the second dividing the mountains and rivers, and the third penetrating the heart mountain. Nice, now I can use non-sword swordsmanship alongside Blackfire, and I also gained very useful traits during training. The attribute table for explosive release, deadly strike, fire resistance, meditation, and mana stability. Looking at these attributes, Run Shu falls into deep thought. Now that training is done, there's only one important thing left to do. The ability to refine mana that I cannot acquire through practice. If I could refine the Dutian before drinking, I might have already reached level 3 superhuman. But now I only have level 2, so I don't have much mana left in me. Now, to fully absorb Dutian's mana and reach level 3, I need the ability to train my mana. Of course, it's not easy to acquire, but if I do, it will be worth 3 times as much. Thinking of this, Junsu suddenly remembered something from when he was still playing. That day, Junu had guided the character Kim Warrior to Kim Chunbok's weapon shop. In the shop, the shopkeeper was surprised by your request and asked, "Are you really sure you want to buy it? That item has been in the warehouse for nearly 10 years. Junu confirmed, "I want to buy it." The seller didn't say anything else and went to get it for Junu. System notification. You have purchased the mana training skill. Seeing this notification on his phone, Junsu, lying on his bed playing a game, happily said, "I must be the only one who knows you can buy the mana training skill at that old shop. Now I'm back to the present." Junu cheerfully said, "Let's swing by the SW shopping district to check out that antique store now that I'm about to level up." So Junu immediately headed to the store, but when he arrived, he was disappointed to find it closed. Why is it closed already? And is the door locked by mana so no one can get in? As Junu approached, he noticed a small notice hanging on the lock stating that the store was closed until Sing Market's situation stabilized. To his surprise, he saw that other shops were also shut down. This place is deserted, completely different from the busy shopping district in his memory. Sing shopping area has the most stores in the region. There's no way this place would be closed. In the game, it's open 24/7, so why is it closed now? Most of the other shops are closed like this one too. Is Seon's world different from what I know? Wanting to learn some information, Junu walked along the street and saw a man sitting and smoking in front of the only shop still open. Junu slowly approached and started a conversation. Is the market situation not good lately? This man is the shop owner. He glanced at Junu and then spoke irritably. "Can't see me, kid. I'm exhausted to death. With Dukon's gang constantly fighting, no customers would want to come." Junu asked in surprise. "Dukon, I thought the Steel Fist gang was in charge here." The shop owner waved dismissively and cursed, "The Steel Fist gang is a load of rubbish. Ever since the Dagger gang was purged, all kinds of gangs have been causing trouble every day. The Steel Fist gang, the Poison gang, and even the Naked gang." Hearing that, Junu immediately understood the situation. The gangs are fighting each other. I see, so that's how it is. In the original game story, the Steel Fist gang personally defeated the Jiao Gam gang and declared sovereignty over their territory. So the Singo market naturally fell under Kim Thiet Quien's control. But this time, I am the one handling the Dagger gang, so this market has become a battleground for the remaining gangs to fight over. What should I do? Junu, lost in thought trying to find a solution, suddenly hears shouting from afar. "Look at these fools. Chase them out quickly." The shop owner sighed and said, "It's them again." Junu decides to head towards the shouting sound. He needs to check the situation himself before taking action. A member of the Steel Fist gang was knocked back, crashing into a pile of covered crates behind. The other 3 members of the Steel Fist gang, though angry, dared not act, only standing there alert and watching the opposite side. Are you all brainless or what? I told you this intersection is the territory of the Poison Dagger gang. Understand? Get out of here, Steel Fist gang, and crawl back to your hole. The person knocked down by the Steel Fist gang covers the injured area with their hand, gritting their teeth and cursing, "Damn bastards." At this moment, a voice questioning them echoes through. "What are you all doing causing trouble in our territory?" The members of the Steel Fist gang and Poison gang all turned to look and saw a group from the Lethal gang approaching. And the leader is Fo Ram, the second in command of the Law of the gang, a character of superhuman level 2. Kwang Hiet 2, seeing this group approaching, scolded them, "Damn it, those pests are here." The boss of this gang is the boss of the Loa, the gang. Kwang Hiet 2, leading his men, approached the Loa of the gang and said, "Stop talking nonsense. Get out of here." The show-off asks, "Do you still want to continue this intrusion?" The beaten member of the Thiet Quyen gang whispers angrily, "Crazy bastards, I need to get out of here quickly." He was about to stand up when he suddenly noticed someone beside him. Junshu was standing next to him, glancing at the 2 groups of people struggling and softly saying, "What a mess." The injured newcomer asked in amazement, "Are you a superhero who cleared out the gang with knives?" Junu now finally looked at him. He used one hand to help him up and said, "What are you doing? Get up and get to work." The newcomer, confused, asked what, meaning Junshu loudly called out directly to the 2 groups not far away. "Hey, these thugs and wild pigs are fighting and gathering here." The newcomer, scared after being beaten, quickly said, "Wait a minute, what are you doing?" Junshu glanced at him and calmly said, "I am helping you." In my mind, I realized that to restore the normal market, I need to establish a clear hierarchy system, preferably with the Ice faction. Courageous Tzu looked at Junshu and said with a smile, "So, what do we have here?" Who do you think you are to give me orders? Are you trying to offer a gift? In that case, I have to show them my strength first. With that in mind, Jun grinned and pulled out a sword from his backpack. Then, he quickly reorganizes his attribute panel. A second later, his whole body is engulfed in black flames, and the sword is covered with the distinctive blue energy of the Void Mountain Breaker. Seeing this, Kwang Hit-tu exclaimed in surprise, "What? Could it be that the Black Mountain Swordbreak and this divine feeling are the same?" The damn thief suddenly asked in surprise. "You're a superhero who single-handedly eliminated the entire Dagger Gang." Jundu said with a smile, "Yes, this time I will be generous. I want to make a request that you have no right to refuse. Instead of complicating things, let's settle it with a one-on-one fight. What do you all think about the winner gaining control of the market?" "Fair enough, right?" Kwang Hit-tu said angrily. "Do you think I'm stupid or something to agree to a one-on-one fight with a warrior?" The guy from Fo Ram didn't say anything, but he shares the same view as Kwang Hit-tu. Jun Shu says, "Don't worry, we will fight in the way we are most confident." After a while, the three groups of gangs retreated a bit. In the center are Junu, Kwang Hit-tu, and the thug. Junu looked at the thug and said, "If your special ability is mind control, then if I can resist it, I win." The man with the scruffy face grinned at Junu and said, "It's truly an honor to have someone as handsome as you understand us. Why don't we skip this pointless fight and you can join our worship of the primal goddess?" "Oh wow, why should I join your gang?" "Think it over. Your belief system isn't even one of the secondary 7 faiths. Clearly an unknown sect. Why should I join a fake sect that isn't even on Westphalia's list?" Hearing Junsu's words, the smirk on the conman's face faded. He shouted angrily, "Truly an immoral person. I will make you change that way of thinking with the love and mercy of the goddess. Kneel before me now and I will grant you the chance to see the goddess." At the same time, he also raised his hand towards Junu, activating the mind control ability. Junu stood still, enduring without any attempt to dodge. In an instant, his mind grew heavy and his knees slightly buckled as if about to kneel immediately. The mind control ability to seize the priest is indeed powerful, but sorry buddy, even the goddess won't be able to help you now. He quietly thought to himself. Junu opened the attribute panel and replaced the divine resistance attribute. Junu immediately felt his body lighten and his mind become sharp again. Then he immediately threw a punch to knock out the show-off, and the others in the Naked Gang hurried over to support him. "Lord Fo Ram, are you okay? For now, withdraw." As the Naked Gang members left, Run Shu looked at Kwang Hit-tu and said, "Your turn now." Kwang Hit-tu replied, "Oh, you're not exactly harmless either, but let me warn you, the Poison Gang is on a different level from those guys." Jun Shu said, "Well, not necessarily, you have to try to know. Your special ability is mixing poisons, right? Give me the most terrifying thing you have and I will drink it." Kwang Hit-tu smiled and said, "Fine, if you really want to die that badly, I'll help you." The person who was beaten earlier ran over and advised Junu, "Hey, I know you're very strong, but drinking their poison is just self-destructive." Jun Shu smiled and replied, "Don't worry, I am confident enough." At the same time, Kwang Hit-tu also took out a cup of poison and handed it to Junu, saying, "Drink it if you can tolerate it, then you win, if not I win." Junu reached out and took the cup of poison, staring intently and whispering to himself. "As expected, she handed me a picnic. This is the most painful poison among the ones they have." Then a look of disgust appeared on his face as he said, "Oh my god, the smell is terrible. If I don't back down, you're in for a punch." Kwang Hit-tu angrily said, "Don't even think about an antidote after drinking. Sorry, but that's not going to happen." Junu finished her sentence and decisively drank the entire poison. A second later, Jun Shu collapsed to the ground, silently cursing as if his blood and flesh were boiling. Kwang Hit-tu, seeing this, smugly approached, kicked Jun Shu a few times, and said with a smile, "You feel it now, huh? If you beg for mercy by barking like a dog, maybe I'll consider helping you." Junu doesn't have time to argue with her right now. He's just gritting his teeth, enduring and trying to find a way to resolve the danger. "I need to focus. This poison is made by mixing various special medicines, so the antidote cannot neutralize it. I have to endure as much damage as possible with the healing trait and find a way to control the poison." Thinking of this, Junu immediately took action. First, I changed the attribute panel and then concentrated the poison into my left hand. The system notification, poison resistance. You have gained a trait. Now, thanks to the resistance, I can control the poison with mana. The last step is to do. As she spoke, Junu used her sword to cut a wound in her left palm, immediately releasing a large amount of toxin. The person who was attacked earlier shouted, "Wow, she's concentrating the toxin into her arm to get rid of it." Kwang Hit-tu shouted in disbelief, "No way!" And then she was terrified as Run Shu suddenly appeared in front of her, smiling and saying, "That poison vial is really pathetic. Now it's my turn." Then without giving Kwang Hit-tu a chance to react, Jun Shu grabbed her arm, forced her to raise a finger, and cut it off, causing her to scream in pain, while the henchman behind, seeing this, shouted worriedly, "Big sister!" Kwang Hit-tu knelt on the ground, glaring hatefully and trembling as she spoke. "Do you think you can escape after doing that to me?" Jun Shu twitched his ear and said, "Stop acting like a typical loser. Get lost." Kwang Hit-tu angrily shouted, "You bastard!" The henchmen behind quickly ran over, placing their hands on her shoulders to advise, "Let's go ahead, boss." So Kwang Hiet-tu could only endure, gritting her teeth as she left and said, "I will remember this." The members of the Iron Fist gang cheered happily. "We won." "Ha ha ha, serves you right, you bastards." Kim Junshu cheers with a smirk and then quietly says to the merchants, "Winning is expected. Now the real challenge begins." Did the Ice Steel Fist win? I don't know how they will try to bully us. As I leave, I look at the merchants and nervously say to the person who was beaten earlier, "Hey, you have to report to me that you were the one who did all that." This person smiled and said, "Of course, sir. Thank you very much." Junshu raised one finger and said, "There is one thing the Ice Steel Fist must remember in this market." This person kept nodding and said, "Yes, what is it? Please go ahead, Your Excellency." Junshu said, "The protection fee for this market area is only half the price of the dagger we took before." Hearing this, the guy who was beaten earlier exclaimed, "What? Then we won't have any profit." Junshu's face turned serious and asked, "Are you arguing with me?" This person immediately spoke in fear. "No, of course not. I think our boss will understand. Their voices are not quiet either." Of course, this was Junshu's deliberate action, so the nearby merchants heard clearly. They happily exclaimed, "Wow, having the protection fee. He is the hero of Sing World Market." Junshu secretly felt pleased. This was the reason he had been willing to take on all the trouble. Ha ha. At this moment, the merchant stepped forward and kept bowing to thank Junu. "Thank you. Thank you very much." Junu smiled and waved, saying, "No, I just do what I have to do. Just remember to give me a discount next time." The merchants happily agreed. "Of course, we always give you an 80% discount." Junu secretly thought with joy that the single market was clearly a great deal, and it also increased the favorability of the NPC merchants. The next morning, all the merchants in Sing had reopened their shops, and Kim Chun-bok was no exception. He greeted Junsu warmly as he entered his shop. "I've heard a lot about you from other merchants. You are the hero who saved Single Market?" Junu, praised, smiled broadly and replied, "I just did what I had to do." "Don't be modest. Those thugs cause a lot of trouble. Look, I had to close my shop because of a fight and I broke my arm." "Oh no, I'm still okay now. I was treated with Qigong. Luckily it worked. If it weren't for the healer, I'd still be stuck in the hospital." Junshu asked in surprise, "Is there a Qigong doctor in Super Lim?" "Yes, do you want me to introduce him? He's very skilled." Junshu smiled and said, "I appreciate it very much, but I need to buy a few things first." "Of course, feel free to look around. We have everything except what we don't have." Junu didn't bother looking at the items on display here. He looked straight at Chunbok, who was stomping his foot on the floor, and asked, "There are a lot of quality items here, but can I take a look at the ones downstairs?" Chunbok was surprised and asked, "How do you know?" Junu smiled and replied, "I have my ways." He silently thought to himself, "Don't underestimate a gamer like me with 10,000 hours played. There's no secret I don't know." Chunbok also didn't refuse, leading Junu down to a room on the lower floor. "As I open the door and turn back to look at you, I usually don't let first-time visitors see everything. But for you, I'll make an exception." Junu smiled and said, "Thank you very much." As the door opened, Chunbok led Junu inside and introduced, "This is a collection of magical artifacts. Feel free to look around." Junu cheerfully exclaimed, "Great!" Then he eagerly moved from one item to another to observe, with the ancient god's flute as his final destination. He raised the item with both hands, quietly saying to himself, "I had many rare items while gaming. But above all, the ancient divine flute with a sealed magic cultivation technique. This is the jackpot. Now I have the most valuable item in hand. It's time to make everything worthwhile." Hehe. A little while later, the two of them returned to the upper floor shop. Junu places the ancient god's flute and the items he selected on the counter. "These are the things I will take today." Chun glanced over the items and was amazed, praising as expected, "You have good eyes. The 5-colored diamond, magic scroll, magic gloves, and the ancient god's flute are all rare items." Then he quoted your price at 2 billion go. Junshu widened his eyes and exclaimed, "Oh my god, 2 billion. Chunbuk, seeing this, chuckled and said, "That's the price for strangers, but since you're the guardian angel of this market, I can offer you a more reasonable price of 500 million Junu." Junu sighed in relief and said, "Chunbo, you almost scared me to death." Then Junsu paid Chunbok, who carefully packed the items and handed them to him. An 80% discount from the NPC due to high favorability. Really great. Now all I need to do is find a priest-type superhero who can remove the seal from this item, and of course I have a clue about where to find such a person. Thinking of this, Junu smiled and asked Chunbok, "Can I have the address of Ms. Lu Kikong's house?" That afternoon, Junshu went to the house based on the address provided by Bok. He knocked on the door and called out, "Is anyone there?" When there was no response, Junsu suspiciously leaned in and whispered, "It seems like he's gone out." At this moment, the door suddenly opened and a young man poked his head out and asked, "What do you need so early in the morning?" Junshu quietly observes this person. Oh, white hair and pale face. That's right, this is the person I need to find. Thinking to himself, Junshu cheerfully said, It's the afternoon now, so do you call this early morning? The young man said, "That's right for me. What brings you here?" Junoo scratched his head and explained, "Well, I heard your treatment method is very good." Just hearing that, the young man suddenly changed and cheerfully said, "Oh, so you're a customer. I thought you were one of those thugs. Please come in." When leading Junoo into the room, the young man pointed to the single bed and said, "Here, you can lie down. Where are you hurt?" Jun hesitated before replying, scanning the room and then fixing his gaze on a statue, silently thinking that given the statue's presence, it probably belonged to him. The young man suspiciously asked, "What are you doing?" "You can lie down on that bed." Now, Junshu finally looked back at the young man. "Actually, I'm not here to heal. I'm here to ask you to remove the seal on this item." The young man waved his hand and said, "Remove the seal. I'm just a Qigong healer. It seems like a sacred seal." "You can go to a temple and ask them for help," Junshu explained. "No, because places like that would demand a very high price and I might lose my item." Then he opened a bag full of cash and placed it in front of the young man. "If he could lift the seal on this item, I will give him 100 million Kim priest." Father Kim asked in surprise, "You know my name?" Jun smiled and replied, "Of course." In his heart, he thought that Father Kim was Seyun's third guide character. He is a priest of a forgotten religion serving a god who disappeared 3,000 years ago. He is one of the few very innocent and kind-hearted characters in the game. With many corrupt priests, it's hard to find someone with such a warm heart. In other words, I can take advantage of him. Reverend Kim stammered. "How do you know that?" Junshu handed the ancient god's flute to Reverend Kim and said, "I will keep this secret, so please help me." Father Kim sighed, took it and said, "I don't think this will be an easy task, but fine, I'll try." Junshu secretly rejoiced as expected from a good person. Then the two sat right on the floor with the ancient god's flute placed in front of them. Father Kim, with a serious expression, reached out toward the flute and tried to break the seal. In a flash, the outer wrapping showed signs of loosening. "Oh, it works," he whispered. Reverend Kim continued to persistently channel his magic power toward the ancient god's flute. The signs of the paper loosening became even more evident. In the end, the paper layer was completely peeled off and fell to the ground, revealing the true form of the artifact, shining with a dazzling golden light. The ancient divine flute, capable of granting the special ability of energy cultivation. Father Kim exclaimed in amazement, "Is it really working?" Junu's praise was exactly as expected. His skill was truly impressive. When Father Kim saw the effect of the ancient god's flute, he exclaimed in amazement, "Is this a magic power cultivation technique?" Junshu happily admitted, "Yes, thank you very much." He took the ancient divine flute to his lips and blew a note. As the sound of the flute echoed, Junu blinked and felt that the previously wasted mana on his body was now being absorbed. System notification. You have gained the enro cultivation trait. Junu quietly said, "The effect is truly amazing, as if the calm currents of the North Atlantic Ocean have entered my body. In about 2 weeks, I will be able to absorb all this mana and reach level 3 superhuman." Father Kim clapped beside me and said, "This is the first time I've seen a warrior-type superhuman use mana cultivation techniques." Junshu walked over to the single bed, sat down and said, "Well, that's not something you see every day." Father Kim, seeing this, advised, "You must be very tired. You can lie down here and rest." Junshu also didn't refuse, lying down on the bed and lazily saying, "I have too much information flooding my mind. I'm exhausted." "All right, then I'll ask you to take care of me for a while." Reverend Kim smiled and said, "Yes, feel free. You pay me a lot, so stay here as long as you want." Junu sleepily replied, "Thank you. I think he's a good person, just like in the game. I know. It's good to find a trustworthy pastor, which will be beneficial in the long run." So, without any defenses, Junu slept soundly until late at night, gradually waking up to strange noises. I was half asleep and sat up, scratching my head and asking what the noise was. Then I saw Reverend Kim pouring gasoline from a can into the money bag I brought. "Huh? What are you doing?" "O beloved forgotten soul, accept the gift of a believer and be reborn." The prayer ends. Father Kim releases his hand, and the lighter in his grip drops onto the money bag below. "What the hell is going on? What is happening here?" "Are you crazy?" Junshu quickly grabbed the lighter and pushed Father Kim aside. "What do you think you're doing? Is this any of your business? What are you planning to burn for this offering? I have to burn all the money and teeth for the god." Father Kim shouted angrily, and Junshu's face immediately froze. "What? Money as an offering? Our god only accepts cash, and that is the only way to gain power," Lin Muk Kim explained. Junshu immediately understood the problem. So this must be when he still believed in the gods, right? This time, Reverend Kim looked puzzled and asked, "What do you mean the god he worships has been dead for 3,000 years? Even in the game, this religion has almost no power until Reverend Kim resurrects the god and discovers the training method. Still, I don't think he's unaware of how to serve his god properly." Thinking to himself, Junu then offered advice. "You're wrong. You shouldn't burn the money like that. You need to burn and vaporize the gold." Reverend Kim looked at Junu with a skeptical expression. "So, you mean it sounds like heresy, but you've never tried it, right?" Father Kim said dismissively. "Don't talk nonsense. Our church has been creating and practicing this for thousands of years, but there must be a reason why your god hasn't been resurrected yet. You don't think so, do you? Father Kim immediately fell silent. Right now, burning gold is difficult, so I have an idea, another way. Because you helped me improve my magic cultivation technique, now let me return the favor. Reverend. After a moment, Father Kim looked at the bubbling golden liquid on the stove and hesitated before saying, I think I really shouldn't do this. Let's stop here. Junshu poured the gold from the pot into a cup and handed it to Father Kim. Trust me, when you drink the gold, your divine power will increase significantly. Focus and feel if your god responds. If you are truly determined, then I will trust and try this once. With that, Reverend Kim quickly finished the golden water in the cup. A few seconds later, Father Kim felt the change, his entire body enveloped in a radiant golden glow. Oh my god, it's real. This works much better than burning millions of shies. Junu smiled and said, the growth will be much faster if you keep doing this. Father Kim looked at Junu with shining eyes and said, I don't know how to thank you for this valuable information. Oh, right, here you go. Then Father Kim handed Junu a necklace. What is this necklace? Junu asked with a pretend look of surprise, but inside he already knew the answer. That is a sacred relic with healing properties. I believe my god would be very pleased to know you possess this item. I mean, since you gave it to me, I shouldn't refuse, Junu said awkwardly. Secretly feeling so happy he could dance the Vina house, this deal turned out to be more beneficial than he thought. Hey, looking back, Father Kim's congregation really has given out a lot of good missions. Thinking of this, Junu immediately made a proposal. Father, would you mind if I pray to your god? Please, 1 week. Stop, I feel like my whole body is turning to gold, said Reverend Kim as he clenched his stomach to prevent himself from turning into gold after drinking the golden water Junu prepared. But you have to drink more, Junu said as he grabbed another 10 bottles of gold water and approached Father Kim, making him scream in fear. I will get magic poisoning if I keep increasing my magic power so quickly. Trust me, nothing will happen, so keep praying. Junu pinched Bishop Kim's mouth and directly poured the golden water into it, secretly smiling to himself. Don't worry. The 4 guiding NPCs each have their own unique traits. If the warrior has a strong body, the priest cannot be poisoned by magic power, which allows him to grow very quickly. As expected, after being forcibly restrained by Junu, Bishop Kim has successfully awakened to level 3. Bishop Kim. Father Kim looked at his glowing body in amazement. I can't believe I reached level 3. This is the pace that I could even become an apostle. Excellent. At this rate, it won't be long before you can become an apostle of the god, Junshu said satisfied. Father Kim humbly replied, I still have shortcomings to achieve that I think you have enough experience to become an apostle now. Anyway, since you're now at level 3, you need to convene a regional council to be officially recognized as a bishop. Yes, that's the way to do it. I was able to develop so quickly all thanks to you. I will never forget this kindness. Father Kim said gratefully, No, I just enjoy helping others. Junshu replied, but deep down he thought differently. You'd better not forget that. Become a bishop as quickly as possible and bring me relics from the church's treasury. While you're at it, I have one more favor to ask. I'm planning to convene a regional council, but feel overwhelmed to go alone. Can you act as my bodyguard during the meeting? The other bishops will be there too. Junu immediately agrees. The next day, Father Kim took Junu to the meeting point, and when the other priests learned that Father Kim had reached level 3, they kept praising him, making Father Kim very happy. The scale is a bit small with only this many people attending the meeting. Junu was a little disappointed when suddenly a voice spoke up, creating a pitiful scene. Everyone turned to look at the door where an old man, the bishop of the congregation, along with a masked entourage, had just entered. Bishop, you're here. Who gave you the right to organize a regional council? Father Kim. Father Kim hesitantly replied, Well, all priests in the congregation have the right to hold a council. That only applies to ordinary priests. It's different for a heretic. Your level has increased by 3 in just 3 months. There's no way you could level up that quickly through normal methods. You must have betrayed to gain such divine power. That's impossible. I just found an amazing way to level up. Despite Father Kim's protests, the church's elders still ordered his arrest. Just as his followers prepared to attack, Junshu stepped in to stop them. Come on, don't scare the kids like that. Who are you? His bodyguard. Junshu replied with a smile. This is our church's private matter. Outsiders should not interfere. The old priest said, I already said I am a bodyguard. I am not an outsider. Speak more reasonably, old man. You. What absorbs gold? This heretic. How dare you commit such sins and think you can escape? This is not heresy. Our God has permitted this. Eat your words, heretic. I will personally purify you and present you to the God of repentance before the eternal flames. So it turns out that beside Bishop Kim, there is Run. So his attack was blocked by the shield created by Run. Wow. You attack without warning like that, it's really blasphemous. Old man, Father Kim looked surprised. Can you block my magic? Junshu asked back. Are you sure you want to fight the apostle candidate? Stop talking nonsense. What do you think a heretic can become an apostle? Father Kim, frightened by the angry look of the old priest, quickly grabbed Runshu's arm, saying, Superman, I'm not sure why you call me a candidate. Don't worry. Here, eat this and pray. On the other side, The old priest was beginning to lose patience and threatened Runu. If you don't want me to burn you like that guy, move to the other side. What if I can prove that Reverend Kim is an apostle? What do you think? Junshu smirked, eagerly awaiting the great show about to unfold. What? Before the priest could understand what was happening, a brilliant glow enveloped Father Kim's body as he knelt on the ground in prayer. This comes from the apostle, Father Lin Muk exclaimed. Junshu looked at his terrified face and secretly felt pleased. Look carefully. Are you surprised? That's why I didn't turn Brother Kim into an apostle yesterday. That useless old man. Moreover, he is a true villain radiating pure evil energy. I should eliminate him right here. The condition for Father Kim to awaken his apostolic traits is for him to swallow a foreign gold relic from another sect, while being accused of blasphemy by the bishop, making it easy to turn Father Kim into an apostle. The process of turning Priest Kim into an apostle is also when he drew his sword and coldly declared that it was time to teach those blasphemers a lesson. At this point, Jun slightly tilted his head and asked Father Kim standing behind him, "Do you mind if I ask your god something?" Yes, I should punish those scoundrels willing to attack their own people out of jealousy. And he is not only doing this, but also committing many other evil deeds. The old priest was startled and flinched. How do you know about this? At the same time, Bishop Kim, after consulting the gods, gave his answer. He said, "The guardian of Than Ligate. This is the word of the gods, so I must follow it, right?" In almost an instant, Junshu rushed at the old priest and struck him down, directly taking his life. I just eliminated a villain before he could cause trouble later. Junshu quietly rejoiced. Father Kim, with a pure soul, witnessing this scene cannot help but feel sorrow. But he remains our church's bishop. Runshu waved his hand. You don't need to pity him, he deserves the consequences. Now, the gods ask what you will do next. Oh, you're talking about Levan area, where the first church council was established and the gold was offered to you there. See? I told you that gold is the right choice. Go there and expand your influence. Junu smiled and thought to himself, now it's time to repay me for what I did today. Not making Junu wait long, Father Kim, grateful for Junu's help, gifted him a few valuable items from the warehouse. Among them are two things Junu wants. Finally, his first holy sword, worth billions. And what else? The holy statue emits a radiant aura of holy power around it. A holy site filled with divine power is a skill that turns a specific area into a safe zone at the owner's will. If enemies intrude, it emits energy to repel or suppress them. In other words, I no longer have to worry about being ambushed while training. Now, let's mess around with these new gadgets. The scene shifts to Topo, trembling slightly in the bathtub, whispering that maybe he's trained a bit too hard, and even the recovery potion isn't helping much anymore. But still, he has plenty of time to practice the Holy Light technique and the Mountain Breaker sword skill. I can feel the power increasing significantly. It's time to see the results after all this hard training. Thinking of that, Junu took out his phone and called Choi Seal to ask if he needed any help right now. He sighed and asked, do you remember the first training ground? Of course, how could I forget it? Junshu replied, recalling in his mind how that was the first place he realized the terrifying soul attributes of those monsters. The entire cleanup team there had been brutally slaughtered. That means there are at least 6 mutants there, so aren't we supposed to contact the Protection Association? But the government officials asked us to keep it secret. They don't want to make a big deal out of it. Yes, at least a few people would be fired if it got out. So what's the reward for cleaning up that mess? A bit stingy? 100 million for a level 1 and 300 million for a level 3. In addition, they give a relic with a special effect. Junu was immediately attracted by the reward. What kind of effect does that rifle have? That depends on you. It's an item used by the bishop of the congregation. This is the image of the saintess appearing in Junshu's mind, making him unable to refuse the request. Ha ha. The rifle used by the bishop of the congregation causes a dark fire effect on those hit. This is a quite valuable item. So Junu didn't hesitate and took on the mission immediately. When he arrived at the mission site, the foul stench in the air here made him dizzy. No one has cleaned this place for just a few days and it's already this polluted. Something's not right. I can't see straight into the distance. My field of vision is limited. I need to prepare for a surprise attack. At this moment, the noise from monsters coming from multiple directions makes it impossible for Junu to pinpoint their exact locations. Just as Junu was aiming his gun in one direction, he sensed movement behind him. Instantly, he turned around and fired at the monster rushing from behind, causing it pain and forcing it to change course and fly into the sky. It turns out to be the leader. Junu kept firing at the monster, then realized that its wings could actually deflect bullets. Suddenly, the monster charged from above and landed right in front of Runshu. Luckily, he dodged just in time, or he would have been frozen with fear. The enemy can dodge bullets and fly, and is very agile, so I will be at a disadvantage if this battle drags on. In this case, I have to end it with a precise shot. Junshu silently raised his gun and fired a shot right between the monster's eyes just as it lunged forward, sending it to meet its ancestors and gaining a new attribute in the process. I'm close to winning. Not to mention I just learned a high-level aiming skill. Heh. But Junshu hadn't had time to rejoice before hearing the monster's roars. This is troublesome. The mutated creatures are coming because of the noise earlier. I can't fight all these monsters like this. In difficulty, there is opportunity. Junshu suddenly has a plan. First, he used his stealth ability to hide in a corner and wait. Sure enough, after a while, the monsters arrived and gathered around the corpse of the beast he had just defeated. Just then, Junshu immediately threw a flashbang and kept firing at them. I should use more combat tactics. Junshu smugly looked at the corpses of the monsters scattered on the ground before exiting stealth mode, only to realize too late that he had underestimated the situation and was now surrounded by the monsters. What? They made no sound as they approached, so I didn't notice their presence. But they are not mutated monsters, they are spirits summoned by an evil wizard. That's real. Suddenly, a monster spoke up while Junshu was quietly thinking of a plan. Superman, I have something to say. How are these guys talking, I wonder? Junshu looked at the monsters with surprise, then understood when he saw the speakers attached to their heads. You want to talk to me, so you must be that summoner of these zombies, Junshu guessed. Right now, the zombie speaker continues transmitting. I want to ask you one thing. Why did you destroy our territory? Your territory? Junshu asked curiously. Calling an infected area their territory? Junshu quickly figured out the answer. I see. The External Protection Association is a charity organization that cleans up contaminated magical energy. But in reality, they are one of the most notorious villain organizations in Aaron Soon. Cleaning up contaminated magic zones is just a cover for their true nature, willing to do any dirty deed to expand their power. This incident is probably also caused by them. They create situations where the government can do nothing but ask for help because of their power and influence. Meanwhile, they use these incidents as an excuse to dismiss officials who oppose them. At this point, the other side said, if there is no reason to continue this battle, let me suggest something. You are talented, so why not join the Protection Guild? Junshu replied with a steady smile. Do you want to join the organization responsible for the attacks by mutated creatures at the beach? I'm serious. With your skills, you could be among the top members of the association. Forget it. Junshu flatly refuses with a middle finger of love. Just hearing the name of the guild already doesn't suit me. I don't look cool at all. Ha! It seems you don't know your place. If you don't want to join, you can do so after becoming a zombie warrior. The wizard finished speaking, and at that moment, the zombie horde charged forward to attack. Junu's attack with a hot weapon causes the monsters to stagger, but soon, their bodies start to piece back together and return to their original form. Realizing that firearms are ineffective against the monsters, Junu proactively switches to a sword because the Holy Light attribute will be very effective against dark attribute monsters. Wait a minute, are you a marksman? You're not a shooter. The monster hadn't finished its sentence before Runshu cut it down. Speak less, kid. I will find you and send you to the afterlife soon. And then, thanks to the superior attributes, the battle for Junu became easier. The only problem was, the monsters were too many. To avoid exhaustion, Junsu decides to change tactics. Besides the specialized attributes that increase endurance such as strength, vitality, speed, protection, resilience, and perseverance, Runshu also has a special attribute from the relic, the healing ability of the necklace. The Steel Gauntlet's ability comes from the gloves and the Holy Sword's ability from the sword, increasing the total abilities used from 6 to 9. After equipping them, Junu tried swinging the sword, which was somewhat effective, but it still wasn't enough to deal with this large horde of monsters. So soon, Junu started feeling dizzy from exhaustion. At that moment, he unlocked a new ability, swiftly gliding forward over a certain distance to deal damage along the way. Thanks to this ability, Run glides like the wind, taking the life of any monster in its path. Not stopping there, Junu continues to experiment with combining abilities and unlocks the jump skill. Just by quick sliding and jumping, escaping the encirclement will be a piece of cake. As for these little pests, I can wipe them out in an instant. A moment later, the monsters had been cleared out by Runshu. The sound came from the speaker again. Unexpectedly, you're a knight, which makes me want you even more. Junshu turned to look at the source of the sound and challenged. If you're so confident, show yourself. No wizard is foolish enough to face a warrior head on. This is for you. Hee hee. The wizard chuckled and then handed Junu a huge, massive fruit. The level 2 zombie shield, Karen's undead servant, still hasn't fully recovered its mouth. Junu cursed silently. Without making Junu wait long, the monster swung its sword straight down where he was standing. Junshu quickly jumps to dodge. Taking advantage of his distraction, an arrow suddenly shoots through his back. Ha, I see your attack isn't bad. You'll be a useful member of my zombie army, the summoner said smugly through the communicator. This reminds me of a rule. When fighting in Summoner, you can't attack the summoned creatures, you have to find the summoner himself. Junu secretly pretended to attack the monster, but actually slipped past its legs to escape, then quickly looked around and saw a figure standing on the second floor. This mouse is only good at causing trouble, Junshu muttered in frustration. Looking closely at the summoner's hand, Junu realized he was Karen, a level R summoner. He's a leader of the Protection Guild and the final boss of this stage. You should also know how to use your brain a little, right? Caught off guard, Ken was a bit surprised, but he quickly responded, Nothing will go according to your plan. You will never reach me. Karen raises both hands to the sky, instantly summoning countless mana hands like tentacles that seize Junu, creating a path for arrows to pierce through Junsu, causing him to scream in pain. I love the echo of your screams. You should know your place. Hey buddy, Ken said excitedly. A blazing red orb begins to form in his hand. That is Karen's ultimate move. Junshu secretly thought while trying to break free from the control. Seeing how miserable Junu looked, Ken smiled even more brightly and mockingly said, "Is all this your power? It's a bit cute for this final battle. You think that, but you're mistaken. I haven't even used my full strength yet. If I equip the right attributes when using my skills against a summoner like you, something interesting will happen, you know." As he spoke, Junu rearranged the attribute table, including the move No Mountain Sword Break. Enough talking and die. Ken shouted in anger and launched a fireball at Junsu, unaware that his end was near. When the harmony of sword magic and physical strength is perfectly balanced, the skill appears when facing danger. The ultimate sword aura can cut through all tangible and intangible objects, so one of Junsu's swords sliced the fireball in half. In Karen's shock, Junsu continued to gain new traits, including the fierce trait and the strongest swordsmanship. Only those who reach the peak of swordsmanship can master. After the finishing blow, Karen and Junsu, exhausted, lay sprawled on the ground. Although very tired, a faint smile appeared on his face as he said, "That was close. But I have defeated the level 3 superhuman and dungeon boss, Karen. In the game, to hunt it at level 2, you need a well-rounded team. Even at level 3, you can't solo it with just normal traits and gear. I could only win because I've played the game for over 10,000 hours." After catching his breath, Junsu stood up and said with a smile, "Ha ha ha. Now let's go loot the spoils." About an hour later, Junsu arrived at Joyle's office. Now in the room, besides you and Joyle, there are 3 mission agency staff members sent to deliver your reward. And currently Choice, with a flattering expression, is fanning Junsu non-stop. "Did you really clear out that mutation zone? You're amazing." Junshu smugly leans back in the chair, feet on the table, smiling and saying, "Oh, it's nothing." But suddenly I remembered there are 3 others here, so I quickly pulled back, holding one arm and exclaiming, "Ouch, I hurt myself there. Be careful." Chus looked worried and said, "Oh no, I'm sorry for damaging your precious body." The 3 agents on the client side could no longer stand the third-rate acting of the 2. One of them with blonde hair said, "Thanks for your help, Superman. I can't believe you defeated all those mutants." Getting back to the main point, Junsu and Cho also sat up straight again. "Oh, I was just doing my job. By the way, something completely different from the request happened when I entered the scrapyard." "Do you recognize these things?" Junu asked as he took out the electronic items he collected from the zombies in the training yard. Just by seeing these items, the blonde-haired man immediately recognized them. His face showed shock as he loudly said, "This is a mana chip used to create shadow spirits?" "It was used by Ken from the Protection Agency." Junu said seriously, "Yes, this was not an accident, it was deliberate." The blonde-haired man angrily slammed his hand on the table and cursed, "The Protection Guild of those bastards." Junshu saw this and asked, "Looks like you also don't like those guys, huh?" The blonde-haired man gritted his teeth and said, "They always set unreasonable prices, so we've had a tough time in the past. We had conflicts, but I never expect them to turn innocent people into mutants." Pay attention to the expression of the blonde-haired man. Junshu secretly thinks he doesn't know. That's right, because the true evil face of the Protection Society only begins to reveal itself after the players complete the cleanup mission. At this moment, the blonde man bowed to Junu and said, "I apologize, Superman, for putting you in unnecessary danger because of us." On the surface, Junu modestly replied, "I just do my duty to blow away the bad guys." But secretly in my heart, I was hoping to say, "That's right, it would be better if he had something to send besides just an apology." The blonde man pushed a suitcase toward Junu and said, "This is the reward we promised." Junu took it, opened it in surprise, and asked, "Thank you, but why are there 2 pieces?" The blonde man explained with a smile that it was an axe gun and an extra reward for doing something very dangerous. And hearing that, Jun happily accepted. "Oh, thank you." And then Junu began to examine the additional reward. This is Holy Hand Water, a free essential elixir instead of buying it at the temple. So fragrant. While Junu was happily enjoying his reward, the blonde man said, "But stay safe, Superman. We plan to accuse the Protection Guild based on the evidence you provided." But before he could finish speaking, Junu predicted, "They will try to fight back against me." The man with blonde hair confirmed, "Yes, that's right, but we can't ignore something this big." Rongsu calmly said, "I will be fine. I always find a way to survive." The conversation didn't last long, and soon the 3 agents from the client side left. Choseo, sitting in the car, said, "Maybe our superhuman should temporarily hide to avoid the Protection Agency." Junshu thought for a moment before speaking. "I don't think that's the best idea." In his mind, he secretly thought that after completing the disposal mission, the player would receive a chain of missions leading to an unavoidable conflict with the Protection Association. It's natural since the players have caused trouble for them, not to mention killing Director Karen of the Protection Guild. The worst part is that the guild's mission chain branches out in many directions, and the worst option is doing nothing and wasting time. In that case, the president of the association will attack the player's house along with a bunch of superhumans. Meanwhile, the one with the lowest difficulty, Junu, turned to ask, "Director, have you ever heard of a place called John Ubong?" "Of course there is. It's a restricted area in the south of Superlim, right?" "There is a large poppy field there, so you'll run into trouble if you go," Junu said. "That area belongs to the Protection Association." Chuz was startled and exclaimed, "What? The Protection Society? What are they doing planting Mr. Took?" Junshu says, "They are not only growing opium, but also performing body modifications and human trafficking there. They are no different from a glamorous criminal organization." Chuz angrily and indignantly said, "What the hell, these useless people?" Junu calmly said, "Yes, so I plan to attack Yu Bong first." Hearing that, Joy Seo's hand trembled, almost losing control and crashing into the curb. Luckily, he reacted in time and managed to steer the car back to normal. Junu nonchalantly held up his phone to Cho Bao and said, "I need a lot of things, so here is the list of what I need." Cho glanced at it quickly, then frowned and said, "Claymore, mines, and mines. What is this? Are you trying to start a war or something?" "But buying these things will be very expensive," Junu said with a smile. "Only amateurs worry about money. Here, take this long box. These are the items I collected after clearing the monsters at the beacon." Joel quickly took it and said, "That place will cover the costs, but I guarantee you can't fight the association alone. The chairman is a level 4 superhuman and the directors are level 3. Junu said with a smile, "I never said I would fight alone." Chell surprisedly said, "Tao Junu mysteriously told me not to worry for now and just gather the items on the list." 2 nights later, near the outside of John Ubong's location, 2 guards with guns were standing watch. Suddenly, an invisible hand struck the back of one guard's neck, causing him to cry out and collapse to the ground. The other guard, seeing this, was terrified and raised his gun, shouting, "Who's there?" Then he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his stomach and lost consciousness, collapsing to the ground. A second later, Jun Shu appeared with a silenced gun in hand, smiling softly and saying, "Well, sneaking in is really exciting. I've done it so many times, but I still find it thrilling. So the outer guards are done, now it's time to check underground." Then Jun Shu took out his phone to contact Kim Thiet Quyen. Over there, Kim Thiet Quyen knocked out a man with 1 punch while on the phone. "Thanks to your help, Soldier Kim, we were able to easily take control of the underground area." Then he looked at the people being held here and said, "They are truly evil. Forcing body modifications and trafficking them, they have crossed the line." Junshu said, "Yes, they deserve to be wiped out." "Have you checked?" Kim Thiet Quyen replied, "This really is a proper modification workshop." Junshu says, "Once you're done, you can take it. It will help you strengthen your own power." Kim Thiet Quyen says, "That sounds good. But are you sure you can handle the Protection Association? It would be trouble if we get involved in the aftermath." Junu chuckled. "Of course I'm sure. Have you ever seen me do anything unreasonable?" After disconnecting, Junu quietly said, "Jian Yubong's point is our main source of income, yet security is quite lax." Then he took out a lighter, lit it, and laughed eerily, making it the best place to trigger the collapse of the association. The next morning, at a skyscraper in the city, a member of the Hot High Protection Association rushed into a room shouting urgent news. John Ubong. Uncle Jian Ubong has been attacked. In the room, Chairman Park DJ Job of the Protection Society was standing and looking at the city below through the glass door. Hearing this, he frowned and glanced at the messenger, asking, "What do you mean?" The messenger replied, "Well, the guy who attacked Director Karen also took over Uncle John Wong's spot." As he spoke, he was already terrified, opening his mouth in shock as Job, furious, punched a hole in the stone desk, his eyes full of murderous intent, roaring, "How dare he attack us so blatantly?" The informant nervously takes out a phone and hands it to DJ, trembling. He also sent this. Job took the phone and looked at it. When he saw that it was a selfie with a burning fire behind, Job immediately crushed the phone and shouted, "That bastard is burning our farm! Kim Soldier, right? I will deal with him and tear him apart." Early the next morning, a large group of armed people divided into teams from different directions approached Jian Yubong's location. They are members of the Protection Guild coming to eliminate Junsu and retake the point where Joe is. One of those teams stopped to observe a few hundred meters before reaching the point. The idiot leader saw the smoke still billowing from the camp and angrily gritted his teeth, saying he really burned down the entire camp. The young subordinate with the colored hair behind also spoke up. "That golden soldier, he's definitely crazy." The leader turned back to the group behind him and shouted, "All we need to do is catch that crazy guy. Quickly break in and handle the situation. Show the chairman the strength of the outer circle." The crowd shouted in unison, then continued forward as the leader turned back to remind the guy with colored hair. "He might be aiming at us from inside the building. Be careful." The guy with the colored hair replied, "Got it. We will blow him away as soon as we spot him." He hurriedly pointed and shouted, "Wait, there's a gun at that window." The thug reacted instantly, aiming his sniper rifle at it and firing, shattering the window. The gun also fell out because of that. The punk sneered and said, I was right. You're amazing, Captain. Just then, the ground suddenly trembled, causing everyone to stumble. The crowd shouted in confusion, "What's happening?" The headbanger also looked back in doubt and saw a huge explosion erupting from the crowd behind, causing massive casualties in an instant. The headbanger shouted in horror, "Damn it, it's M. Clay Mao." The red-haired guy is even more scared, trembling as he asks, "What should we do?" "Captain?" The headbutter hadn't had time to reply before hearing someone shouting loudly, the team leader firing the missile. The sharpshooter instinctively looked up and saw a missile heading straight for him. The sharpshooter's eyes widened as he muttered, "Damn it!" Then suddenly there was a loud explosion, and dust and smoke shot up into the sky in an instant. In the control room, Jun-Shu with dark circles under his eyes watched this scene on the monitor, laughing loudly. It's really good to stay up all night planting bombs. Then he looked at the stealth features in the attribute table and smiled proudly. Thanks to their unique abilities, they couldn't detect us in advance. I'm not crazy enough to face off against all of you. I will be under this underground control room killing all of you. Then Jun-Shu pressed the 2 red buttons on the table to activate the bombs elsewhere. For a moment, the sound of explosions around the target kept ringing out, wiping out all life within the affected area. Only one team remained perfectly intact. They stand calmly inside a protective cage, and the leader is none other than Joe. When the explosion ceased, Jop, with a serious expression, speaks. Despite his outward appearance, it seems he has prepared thoroughly. The one who dares to directly challenge us is different. At this moment, a team member stepped forward and said, "Let me handle it. I have completed analyzing his tactics." This is Cybobox, a level 3 superhuman, rank L, Vice President of the Protection Association. D-Zop seems very confident in Cybok, so he not only doesn't stop him, but also laughs and says to bring him back alive. I must kill him as painfully as possible. So Cybok led a group forward, and one of them threw a grenade to a nearby spot ahead. After the explosion, he announced that it was safe here. Cybok said, "Good, keep throwing grenades to check the traps and approach." The guy who just threw the grenade shouted, "Commander," and suddenly Cybok noticed a missile heading towards his head. He didn't dodge, but used his weapon to deflect the missile and make it explode elsewhere. Then Cybok turned around and looked at a sniper, asking, "Got it?" The sniper responded and fired a shot from the right side of the rooftop, successfully destroying the missile launcher that Jun-Shu had set up. Cybok smirked and said, "Perfect, we've reached the target point. Let's show him the hell he might be experiencing now." Soon, Cybok's team successfully entered the target point. Cybok really is ruthless. As he was blocking the way, Run-Shu suddenly saw the alarm light on the table turn on, and he immediately stood up and said with a smile, "They arrived faster than I thought. The rookie assassin mission truly lives up to its name." A few seconds later, the doorknob outside was shot to pieces. "Why are you hiding underground like a rat? Come on, play with us." Amidst the laughter, 2 girls with guns entered the room. These girls are Ebony and VIP, level 3 superhumans, rank L, directors of the Protection Association. Huh? Wait a moment, does he know we're coming? Neither of them knew that Junu had used his stealth ability and fake death to become invisible right beside them. Of course I know your plan to cause chaos at the front to pretend you're going to wage a war of attrition. While the assassin directors are working behind the scenes, I already know all your tactics, so eat this, he whispered to himself. Junu set off a stun grenade on the floor, causing a loud noise to draw Ebony and VIP's attention and temporarily dazzle them with the bright flash. Junu took this opportunity to rush outside, smiling and saying, "I don't have time to play with you guys." Ebony and VIP, realizing they've been trapped by Junsu, but unable to see anything now, could only shout angrily, "You dog! If I catch you, I'll tear you to pieces." Junu, too busy to notice, hurriedly ran upstairs, thinking to himself, "The assassins will catch up quickly, I need to move fast." But as soon as Junu stepped onto the upper floor, 2 bullets suddenly shot from behind. Luckily, they missed. The 2 bullets whizzed past his head, leaving 2 holes in the wall. "Damn it, am I in time? I need to defend first." He whispered to himself and quickly activated the mana shield and protection traits. Then he turned back and created a large shield big enough to block the entire hallway, preventing Ebony and VIP from continuing their pursuit. Ebony and VIP simultaneously fired at the shield, but couldn't penetrate it. Junu stuck out his tongue playfully. "No matter how many shots you fire, I blocked them all." VIP calmly smiles again and raises her gun. "Do you really think our bullets are that easy to dodge?" As soon as she finished speaking, VIP pulled the trigger. This time, the bullet pierced through the shield and hit Junsu, who was fleeing, causing him to fall to the ground in pain. Vi smirked and asked if it tasted good. The bullets were infused with magic to explode. Junu struggles to get up and mutters softly, "Damn it." Ebony speaks, "Here's another sweet treat for you." She shot a blue arrow into Ju's hip. Ebony spoke again, "This is nothing compared to the pain I'm about to make you feel." Junu tried to stand up, flipping the middle finger at the 2 people speaking. "Nonsense. You guys are just bad people in tight clothes." "What did you say?" "This brat will teach you a lesson." As she said that, she quickly rushed forward and kicked Junshu in the face, sending him flying backward, crashing into the large clock before falling to the ground, struggling to get up. Junu suddenly collapsed again from a sudden pain. It hurts, doesn't it? It's a powerful toxin that affects the arteries and is hard to withstand. VIP grabbed Junu's collar and said with a smile, "Take him to the chairman's place." At that moment, Junu smiled and grabbed her wrist, saying, "Welcome to the destination." Junsu's unusual behavior startled Ebony and VIP, causing them to scream in surprise. "What?" Junu asked with a smile. "Can you hear that ticking sound? Doesn't it remind you of something?" "What the hell are you talking about?" Jun chuckled dangerously, sounding like a giant ticking time bomb. Then without waiting for their reactions, he added quick movement and updated his attribute panel. "Alright, die here then." With that, Jun's car shot out like a gust of wind, quickly speeding away dozens of meters. Both Ebony and VIP are as strong as Karen. I can't be sure to win in a direct fight. I removed all my traits to act, even when they went to the clock and let their guard down because I had set a bunch of powerful explosives inside it worth over $1 billion. Thinking of this, Junsu turned to look at Ebony and VIP, pressed the control button on his hand, and said with a smile, "Good night, guys." Only then did Ebony and VIP realize they had fallen into another trap set by Junsu. But it was too late. They could only helplessly curse before being swallowed by the explosion. It seems I have successfully eliminated those enemies. But there are more enemies coming. I need to recover my strength quickly, especially since I don't know when that robot will appear. Before Junshu could finish speaking, Cybok and his men appeared. Seeing the bloodstains on his comrades' weapons, Cybok gritted his teeth in anger and said, "You defeated Ebony and Viper, and soon you'll be just like them too. Hey, don't expect to die easily. I will definitely torture you until you beg for death. That's too cruel. Next time, act more humanely. There's no point in talking further. I will end you here." The car signals with its hand, and the henchmen immediately point their guns at Shu. "But I'm really glad you all could come here. That's beyond what I could have imagined. When you try to replace your body with machines, that's exactly what I wanted. Thanks. You fools are just here for me to gain experience." After saying that, Junu pressed the button to activate the $1 billion self-destruct device he had set up on the ceiling, then fired a shotgun blast at the enemy. The dust settles, and all the enemies are gone except for Cybok. Junshu looks surprised and says, "Again, how much money did you put into your body, and that mine is even ineffective? There's no other choice, I'll kill you here." Bok's vehicle speeds towards Junu, using its weaponized hand to cut the gun out of his hand, then swings again to attack. Luckily, Run managed to draw his sword in time to block. Otherwise, he would have been frozen with fear. The bike kept attacking relentlessly, while Run was forced to strain himself to defend. Damn it, his strength is too great. I have to outpace him in speed to gain the advantage. Junshu suddenly tilted his body and slashed at the side of the Bok vehicle. The impact not only failed to damage Bok, but also allowed him to grab the sword and pull it back, closing the distance between him and Run Shu. Then he activates the system in his leg and kicks Run Shu away. This is bad. His body, reinforced with magic, renders swords useless. Before Junshu could catch his breath, Bok quickly lunged forward, kicking him in the stomach and then stepping on his chest. Taongoa looks at your battered body and mocks you. "What else do you expect from your weak body? I will cut off your hand first to show you what pain really is." Cybok raised his hand to attack, but then saw that Junshu now had an extra gun in his hand. "What's with that pistol? Seeing your disgusting body, I came up with an idea." Runshu laughed and replied, "You still haven't realized that regular bullets are useless against me? But this isn't an ordinary bullet, it's dark fire. As soon as it contacts the black fire, his whole body seems to burn up, and the pain makes him scream like a pig being slaughtered. Your machine body runs on magic power, and the black fire burns through all of it. In other words, once black fire clings to your body, there's no way to extinguish it completely. That's why I said even if you modify your body with machines, it still has its weaknesses." Junshu stands up with his sword, delivering a final blow to finish off Cybok. Afterward, he carries his gun onto the roof and shoots to eliminate the henchmen of the Protection Association. "Without those powerful guards, you're finished with me. Oh!" The taunting shout sounds so sweet. While Junshu was still feeling proud, a deafening sound suddenly rang in his ears. "Are you bringing your own earplugs for the battle cry? Is he finally joining the fight?" At the same time, a tall, dark, and foul-smelling figure appeared below the courtyard. Seeing those tiger-like red eyes, Junshu immediately knew he was Park Dizop, a level 4 superhuman and the president of the Protection Association. "Just wait, you bastard." With that, Dizop crouched and leapt up, directly soaring from the ground to the 5th floor rooftop where Junshu was standing. "I have never endured such shame before. I am happy to punish you for provoking the Protection Association." Desjo gathered his magic into his arm and charged at Junu so quickly that he couldn't draw his sword in time and had to endure his powerful punch. If I don't switch to a more aggressive approach, I'll be doomed, but I can't defeat him fighting defensively. I secretly thought about using lightning to attack Zopop, but he just tilted his head and easily dodged, then sneered and said, "You're using some interesting skills." "What about this?" Junshu drew his gun and shot Blackfire at Jop, but he was blocked by a protective shield. Then he regained the initiative and relentlessly punched Junshu. He's too strong. As expected, this was impossible from the start. Back DJ is inherently an SR level character, while I am just a beginner and he is way beyond my level. The only way for a level 2 superhuman to beat a level 4 superhuman is for Junu to activate his mutation body trait and mutation engine to create the Kim Warrior mutation state, directly transforming himself into a monster. Knowing that in this form he would lose his reason at any moment, Junu prepared something, a rage-inducing visor that grants the wearer the trait of Fury for a limited time. This item has the trait I need most right now. Jungsu crushes the rage glass in his hand and immediately a notification appears. You have acquired the Berserk state, clearing all distractions from your mind, focusing solely on the battle, unleashing power beyond your limits. As the preparation ends, Junu begins the fight, rushing forward to deliver a loving punch to Job. Daejo uses both hands to block in front, successfully stopping Junu's powerful attack. I don't know what you just used, but one thing's for sure. Things are getting more interesting. Let me try, Daejo said excitedly, then also activated the enhancement trait and went all out in a solo fight with Junu. The two sides kept exchanging punches, unintentionally giving Junu the opportunity to gain two new traits, superhuman strength and iron armor, that made the thrill of fighting take over his consciousness. I could do this all day, Runshu said. Hee, fine, I admit you're right. It's been a while since I had a fight like this, but I've analyzed you already. This is my victory. Zop's eyes flickered red. Then he confidently declared, stop messing around. Junshu, angry, throws a punch at Dizo, but it hits nothing. So Junshu kept attacking Zop, but Daejo was always able to read his moves and dodge easily. Punches and kicks are useless. You have no fighting foundation at all. With that, Daejo punched Junu in the stomach, causing him to spit out a large mouthful of blood. Junu, furious, swung his fist at Daejo, but it looked like a clumsy punch from someone who doesn't know how to fight. Daejo ducks to dodge, then lands a precise punch that makes Junu's jaw shake and fly back over 10 meters. It's not good. He's gaining the upper hand, and the rage state effect is weakening. There's no choice but to put everything into this attack and abandon close combat. Deciding to change tactics, Junshu secretly switches his iron armor state to mana core state. Noticing a shift in the aura surrounding Junshu, Dizop, with a wary expression, says, "What trickery are you up to now? I will end it here. I admit you're better than me in close combat, but as you can see, I'm not a martial artist, I'm a swordsman. This is a great battle, you damn monster," he muttered weakly before collapsing to the ground. An unusual condition, sensing changes in the body. According to the notification, a golden light envelops Runshu, restoring his human form, and he is also promoted to an extraordinary gold-level warrior. Thank goodness I leveled up just in time, it's truly a lucky day. Junshu said, then gradually lost consciousness and fell into a coma. When I woke up, I found myself lying in Mana's bathtub. Have I gone home yet? While Junshu was stunned, Choi Seo appeared. You're a superhero, are you okay? Choi Seo rushed to hug Junu, crying uncontrollably. What happened, Director Choi? I guess you really did die there. You were lying on the ground with the members of the Protection Club. Choi sniffled and replied. Seeing how childish Choi looked made Junu laugh. So you brought me home, I see now. I noticed you were still breathing, so I placed you in the mana spring. You have been unconscious for a week. Oh, you mentioned I've recovered quite a bit. You're truly incredible, taking down the Heretical Society on your own. We have received many calls from the office about this, so I'm excited to say, I knew it, I am truly special. You're not just special, you're amazing, Choi said, raising two fingers in admiration, making Junu happily smile widely. I've collected the loot from the battle. Take a look and tell me if you need anything else. I need to recover first. And now that I have reached level 3, I have a place to go. A week later, Junu returned to the superhuman building to measure his mana. Kim, a 22-year-old male soldier, a 3rd level 6th class warrior. I will receive an official certification and enjoy a variety of great benefits. Junu was happily thinking to himself when applause sounded from behind. You're amazing. Superman, I admire that. I've never seen anyone develop as quickly as you. You're going to establish your own country in the future, right? No, I won't go that far. Can I receive my certificate? Yes, of course. Please follow me, B said with a smile. After a while, B handed Junu the official certificate, unable to hide his envy. I really envy him. Junu was a bit surprised to hear that. Huh? Why? For many reasons. I wish I could be as strong as you, BX replied sadly. Seeing her expression now, it reminded Junu of her in the game, which made him feel a bit unfamiliar. But quickly, an idea came to his mind. Do you want to become a superhero? Junshu asked carefully. Of course, who wouldn't want that? Then why don't you become my student? Beak. So D startled me. If you want, I guarantee I can turn you into a superhero. You can trust me because I can see your potential. Bitch So D, who didn't realize how terrible she would become later, was moved by that and immediately agreed to Junu's proposal, making a wise decision. She didn't need to pay for the lessons. After becoming a superhuman, she could repay me later. Black X nervously said, That's fine, but I have to tell you I failed to awaken even after studying in this specialized class. It's not easy, even for you. Don't worry about anything, trust me. Junoo naturally doesn't care about this at all because he knows the awakening story of Bitch Sodi, a trait that represents the rebirth of a miasma that stains the entire world with blood. This is Bai's primary core trait as a berserker. But although it grants a lot of experience points through fighting, it also has side effects. The higher the risk, the more her mental state could deteriorate, turning her into a lunatic or a berserk killer haunted by combat. Bagi has an awakening story that matches her trait. Thinking about that story, Junoo reminded Bagi that she would need to prepare herself mentally. Bagi smiled shyly at that. Do I need a lot of money? I only get paid 20 million worlds a year. Junoo smiled and replied, no, you need mental strength more than money. Beck, Sodi was about to ask further when suddenly a girl entered the room. Sorry, Mr. Kim, someone is inviting you to a gathering. Can we go to the area on the 5th floor? An invitation from the 5th floor? Junshu was a bit surprised but still chose to follow the girl. The superhuman tower is divided into floors based on level. Since Junoo was called to the 5th floor, it means a level 5 superhero summoned him. As Junoo was desperately trying to figure out who was calling, the elevator quickly stopped at the 5th floor. And the one who called you up was the unexpected person, S. Gwyn. Thanks to Awakening, Uin has now become the director of security number 1 and is also a level 5 superhuman. I also thought about it, but it's really you. Congratulations on earning your level 3 certificate. It's really nice to see you here. Me too. Junshu chuckled softly, secretly feeling envious. Considering his innate talent and wealthy family, isn't finishing 5th grade a bit too fast? I want you to accept it. It's a congratulatory gift for you. As Uin spoke, he handed a gift box to Junoo. You didn't have to. Junoo politely said, but his hands kept opening the gift box to check out the item, which had a mana concentration attribute. It's perfect for a mana-using warrior like me. Junoo smiled broadly and patted Uin on the shoulder. So, I guess I shouldn't refuse a gift from a friend? Thank you. Please make good use of it. Sir Warrior, actually, I have another reason for wanting to meet you. Can I ask you for a favor? Why suddenly so serious? Are you willing to help your friend? Have you also been infected with the divine fever, like me? They were infected from the temple line of the Holy Lord. Yes, I have 4 friends who have been suffering since they were children. Uin honestly replied. 4 people are infected with the divine fever. Wait, does he mean those characters? If that's the case, then it's the perfect opportunity for me to make everything easier. Thinking to himself, Junoo nodded sincerely and agreed to help. I can't ignore those in need of help, but can I meet with them before treating? Uzin naturally agreed and quickly arranged a meeting at his house. Looking at the 4 people in front of him, Junoo knew he was right. They are supporting characters for the Holy Knight UIN. They all come from noble families, basically held hostage by the church's bishop. Let me clarify one thing. You were forcibly baptized without your consent, right? Yes, is it really possible to cure it? Junshu replied, my treatment is really very painful, but if you can endure it, you will awaken like Uin here. Can you do that? The 4 of them looked at each other and replied in unison, we will do anything to eliminate the divine fever. Thank you. So, a week later, with Junsu's help, mainly due to their innate talent, Ujin's 4 friends also successfully awakened. Junsu also received quite a few valuable gifts from the families of these 4 Rick kids, but those were not the real rewards he was truly hoping for. Junoo proactively requested a private meeting with the Galaxy Store representative, the parent of one of the 4 Rickies. I have something to ask of you. Yes, because my brother is willing to do anything. Teacher Junshu said seriously, I want to go into the underground gold mine located beneath the H-Nam branch of the Galaxy Store. The Galaxy Store representative denied the existence of the hidden mine, claiming there was nothing like that under our shopping mall. I'm talking about the thing between the walls of Area A1 and A2 on the 8th basement level below the parking lot. Are you sure there isn't anything there? The Galaxy Store representative waved his hand and said, I don't know how you found out about it, but even if you ask, I can't do anything. I promise I won't say a word about what I saw there. Seeing the hesitation in the Galaxy Store representative's eyes, Junoo added, just one day, I only asked for that much. I will keep the secret you want to hide. So the next day, Junoo took Baji to the gold mine. I really can't believe there's a hidden space behind the wall, Buggy exclaimed. See? I told you this is the place where you will awaken. You have no idea how hard I struggled to get here. B hesitated slightly and asked, but are we really going to train in such a secluded place? Of course, I guarantee I'll be very happy, Junshu replied with a smile. Characters with the innate ability of death gods cannot awaken in the usual way. They must be placed in extreme combat situations to survive. And this is a dungeon unknown to the world, where B will awaken in the future. The soldier, it's too dark here and the smell is strange. It makes me feel uneasy. As Boggy finished speaking, a scream echoed out. A zombie appeared, swinging its arm to attack him and shattering his glasses. The soldier rushed to save him. Beck shouted in fear, but then saw Run throw a sword to him with a message. It's time for practice. Huh? What? Kill the zombie yourself, Junoo replied coldly. Bitch, she looked at Junoo in horror. What do you mean? Fight for your life. That's what I mean. That's the only way for her to awaken. So what? What nonsense are you talking about? While Biso was rambling, the zombie once again charged to attack her. Go away, you monster, you're already annoyed. Baji swings his sword directly to send the zombie to meet its ancestors. Even Junu is surprised. What is that? How can a single slash have so much power? Bitch, she might have talents beyond my imagination. Well done. It started off really well. Junshu clapped and praised. Biso Dai pouted and said, "You're so mean. You can't just tell me to fight like that without warning. But you did well anyway." Junshu chuckled and pointed at the zombie lying flat on the ground. One of the 3 best warrior characters in the game. Even though she hasn't awakened, she still fights like a beast against the deadly nature of the star when entering battle. Junshu wondered to himself, do I really have to fight alone? Yes, but don't worry. At least I won't let you die, Runshu reassured. Huh? That doesn't sound convincing at all. Betch X expressed his dissatisfaction. So they continued to go deeper into the gold mine. Baji's outstanding performance made Junu curious. She mentioned that she had taken a few courses about superheroes before. Did she learn swordsmanship from that? No, I've never studied anything about swordsmanship. You're saying I have talent, right? Bitch, Soadi replied with a smile. Junshu forced a smile, thinking to himself that he had to go through enough to learn a special trait. This one is too powerful. They keep moving, but this place is deeper than I thought. I can't see the end. How much further do we have to go? Junshu didn't answer, but chuckled to himself. Actually, it won't end unless she awakens. Suddenly, a zombie lunged at Sai, attacking with its drill-tipped arm. Luckily, Soji D reacted quickly, but I just escaped a deadly attack from the zombie. When I played games, the drill zombie was also a tough opponent. Maybe I should lend a hand. The truth is, Junsu's worries are unnecessary. If it were a zombie, you should have kept your hands free, right? How dare you use a weapon? So scolded and then swung his basic moves to take down the zombie. Wow, an absolute victory. It feels like my body is moving on its own. So turned to Junu and said, the consequence of being careless was getting bitten on the leg by the zombie. After killing the zombie, Soji nervously asked, what should I do now? Junshu ran over to check the wound and replied, well, normally if you get bitten by a zombie, you'll turn into one. Please end my life before I turn into a zombie, Soi said with a tearful face as dark veins started to appear on his face and arms. Junshu looked serious, then pulls out a bottle of medicine from her bag, smiling confidently and saying, don't worry, I have a solution ready after healing B, and Junu, sit down to rest. Beggy said gratefully, I was very surprised I thought I would become one of those disgusting creatures. This is a brutal world. Junshu smiled and said, but the zombies here are a bit strange. From their clothing to their equipment, it feels like this place is artificial. You're right, the Galaxy Store was built faster than usual given its size. This might be due to the massive workforce, but strict schedules cause many injuries and even deaths. However, the official death toll for the project is 0. The evil construction companies buried them here. Later, the Galaxy Store representative heard about it. But since this would severely damage their public image, he kept this area and the secret hidden. Junshu recounted, I never expected this place to hide such a dark truth, but how did you find out this secret? Because the temple released the zombies to seize Seun, and the dungeon opened up, which was a restricted area of the Galaxy Store. That's the truth, but of course Junsu couldn't say it, so he had to cover it up. Just consider that I have a special ability. B also trusts me completely without asking any further questions. Junshu is now staring intently at BX, wondering to herself that since this is the place where she woke up after being attacked by zombies, she thought it would be the best spot for her to awaken, but there are still no signs. The victims still have to endure even after passing away. At this point, B stands up with determination. At least we can help them find eternal peace. Oh, it seems she has found her resolve. That and I both have a strange feeling that we should keep fighting. B so honestly replied, haha, it's starting. Junshu secretly rejoices and then urges Bichso Adi to keep moving forward. The farther we go, the darker the road becomes. Wow, suddenly this place feels freezing cold. This place is really creepy. Be careful. After walking a bit further, they arrive at a warehouse where a children's fable is being played, but the narration makes your skin crawl. Suddenly, the radio crackled with interference. A deafening sound blared into Junu and B's ears, making them cover their ears, and an object resembling ice fell right onto B's head. Luckily, Runshu reacted quickly, hugging B and tilting her to the side just in time to save her from danger, but he also got injured in the process. The ghost of the Galaxy Store's restricted area has undergone a level 3 mutation, a level 3 mutant. Junu holds her injured arm and urges Bai to leave here. You have to get out of here. It's not something she can handle yet, but before B could finish his sentence, hundreds of sharp ice shards were shot toward them. Junshu swung his sword to cut the ice shards, but was then struck down by a giant ice beam that pinned him against the wall behind. Soldier B shouted and tried to approach Junsu, but he was stopped. Mrs. Soren, run away. I will try to buy some time. How can I just leave you here? B cried, saying one of us has to survive. I can't do that. Miss B, the reason I am so sure of your talent is because you are a natural assassin. So trust yourself. With that, you can awaken. And Junshu, watching another hailstorm approach, continued. My lesson ends here. Trusting myself. How is that possible? The result of the ice rain was immediately nullified by some force. I will trust myself and that soldier. So, don't give up. BJ's whole body is enveloped in divine golden light, meaning she has awakened as a level 1 Super SSR warrior. With just one sword strike, Bed shattered the ice pillar and freed Junshu. What kind of power is this? That's great, I really have awakened. BJ is so happy that she doesn't notice the ice pillar rushing towards her. Just as it was about to take her life, a figure swiftly rushed in and shattered the ice pillar to save her. Now that she has awakened, there's no need to pretend anymore. Junshu grinned widely and said, Act. The awakening of a heavenly assassin requires a battle where lives and mental strength are at stake to overcome it. Did he put himself in danger just to awaken me? You did well, now it's time to fight. At this moment, a monster suddenly roared loudly and shot bone ice darts at the two of them. Seeing this, Soren couldn't help but worry and muttered, It seems it's angry. Runshu softly reassures, Don't worry, just block its attacks directly. As soon as he finishes speaking, he rushes forward and swings his sword. The ice darts were pushed back. Junu raised an eyebrow and looked at Soren, saying, See? It's easy. But when she turned around, she saw Soren had already been frozen. He hurriedly asked, Are you okay? Thinking back, even though she had awakened, she was only at level 1 and couldn't fully control that power yet. It takes a long time for the ice bones to melt. Soren shivers slightly and shakes his head, saying, I was pierced by quite a few ice thorns, but it didn't hurt much. Junshu nods apologetically. Each person has a unique trait when they first awaken, but Soren has an invincible trait. Before awakening, she felt like she could die at any moment, but it suited her, a top-tier defensive trait. Junu has awakened multiple times and received the insight trait, giving him the ability to see others' traits. This skill is incredibly powerful. While Junu was thinking, Soren suddenly spoke up. I don't think I need to help anymore. He nodded without hesitation. Alright, then let our heavenly assassin train now. At that moment, the bone ice darts once again wildly shot toward us. This time, Junu's two people no longer stood still and endured, but sped up and ran away. Soren had just awakened his quick dash ability and was no longer hit by the ice dagger. Seeing this, Junu couldn't help but feel emotional. She has learned to run fast. Good. Soren smiled softly and replied, My body feels as light as if I am flying. It makes me want to keep fighting. As soon as she finished speaking, she suddenly saw something, her eyes involuntarily narrowing. In front, 2 large blocks of ice were rushing toward the two of them. Junu hesitated for a moment before jumping away, but then he remembered Soren and quickly shouted, No! Wait, let me do it! But before he could finish, Soren cut him off. It's not necessary. Immediately after, she leapt into the air, leaving Jusu stunned. With a loud bang, the 2 blocks of ice struck the ground and exploded. Seeing this scene, Junu immediately praised her. Great job. You didn't expect Soren to be able to use a leap as well. Soren let out a breath of relief, happily saying as if she was flying. Then she stretched again, looking fierce and asking, What should I do now, soldier? Junu grew more worried as he watched. Soren is getting stronger than you, just like Uin. Junu snapped out of his thoughts and slowly said, Let her stop him for a moment so I can deal with him. You've taught Soren what she needs to know, so this should be over quickly. Soren also had no objection, nodded and said, I understand. As soon as she finished speaking, she lifted her foot and moved forward. Immediately afterwards, she dashed like a gust of wind, evading all the ice darts from the monster while shouting loudly, Hit me, you fool! Junu outside watched this scene in confusion, muttering, Soren has all those abilities too. She's incredibly talented. At this point, he could only helplessly laugh and say, Alright, that's enough teaching her. Let's end it here. After finishing, he drew his sword and charged forward. The sharp sword light carried powerful energy and struck. The speed and trajectory of the sword light were so fast it was almost unbelievable, instantly reaching the monster's front as a deafening explosion erupted, filling the underground chamber with smoke and flames. Soren looked at this spectacular display and couldn't help but be impressed, saying, That attack was really powerful. Jun gently shook his head and smiled. It's nothing special. While they were talking, something fell from the sky that looked like a phone. Junu walked over and picked it up, frowning as he muttered, This is the mana core of that monster. Soren was a bit skeptical and asked, Could a phone really become a mana core? Junu explained slowly, For a monster like that, it's very normal. At this moment, an image of a little girl appears on the phone. Junu looks at it for a while and then explains that a worker lost his life while risking everything to protect his daughter. His resentment accumulated into this phone, turning it into a mana core. After hearing the story, Soren felt heartbroken and tearfully said, I hope he can rest in peace. Jun nodded slightly and replied, Certainly. At this moment, the phone suddenly lit up. It was lifted into the air by an invisible force and in an instant turned into 2 strange objects. Soren looked at them in confusion and asked, What are these? Junu slowly explained that it's called crystal. If used properly, she could obtain better equipment. It is a great reward obtained from the dungeon boss at Galaxy Store. At this moment, the ground suddenly trembled violently, startling both of them. Soren asked nervously, "What's going on?" Junsu quickly realized something and said, "We defeated the boss, so this place will collapse." Soren nervously asked, "What should we do now?" Junsu narrowed his eyes and asked, "Are you familiar with the new movement skills you just learned?" Soren looked a bit confused, not understanding what was happening. Junu didn't have time to explain, turned around and ran away, shouting loudly, "Run fast! If you don't want to die, run now! You're running pretty fast. In an instant, you've covered some distance." Seeing Soren still far behind, Junu shouted, "Run as fast as you can. Slow is death." Soren did her best. She ran forward desperately and reluctantly said, "I can't run any faster." Junu frowned upon hearing this. There's still quite a distance to the teleportation gate. Will she be able to push beyond her limits? As he was thinking, a stone suddenly fell onto Soren's foot. She was momentarily startled, but then her eyes quickly became resolute. Then Soren quickly sped up and ran forward. Having finally awakened, she wouldn't easily let herself die here. It seems that at the same time, cracks and breaks kept appearing behind them. In front, Junu found the teleportation gate and hurriedly shouted, "This is it! The gate!" Soren couldn't help but frown and mutter, "Is it here?" Junu looked at her battered appearance with concern. He couldn't help her because Soren still had one trait to acquire. The reason she became one of the strongest was because of 3 traits. The Celestial Assassin helped Soren grow rapidly and become unbeatable, countering the side effects of the Celestial Assassin. And there's one last thing. Meanwhile, Soren was desperately trying to run towards the teleportation gate, but obstacles kept appearing non-stop. Shattered stones falling from above hit her shoulder, causing fresh blood to flow continuously. Soren grimaced in pain and sank to her knees. She bit her lip fiercely, clutching her wound, and stood up determinedly, muttering, "I won't give up, I must survive." Immediately, blood-red aura appeared around Soren's body and she vanished in an instant. Her final trait has awakened, the train trait. Soren easily overcomes the obstacles in her way. Junu looks confused at the front, asking, "Where is she? Did we fail?" His expression immediately darkened, but at this moment, Soren's figure rushed down from the sky. She embraced Junsu's body and shouted, "Hurry up, go now!" Junsu was suddenly embraced and a bit confused, but before he could react, a layer of energy appeared around them and they vanished into the wreckage. The near escape ability saved them. When they reappeared, both of them were on the street, surrounded by a crowd who rushed to get close. Their sudden appearance caused panic among the people, but Junshu didn't care. You breathe a sigh of relief and say, "Well done, I knew you could do it." Soren has awakened all 3 traits and also has the escape ability in the nick of time. Just then, a sobbing voice suddenly called out, "Hey, warrior!" Junu was startled and looked down, only then realizing that Soren was still in his arms. Junu hurriedly pulled her away and asked anxiously, "Big Soren, are you okay? Can you stand up?" Soren gently shook her head and said, "I'm fine." Junu saw she was clearly not okay and hurriedly said, "There's no way you're fine. Your face is all red." Not only was Soren blushing, but her ears were also as red as tomatoes. She stammered for a long time before muttering, "That's because you, the warrior, keep doing this a little more." Like that, Soren threw herself into Junsu's arms, her voice full of pleading, "Can you hold me a little longer?" Junsu couldn't help but feel confused, but Soren softly muttered, "Let me fix my clothes first." Soren quickly finished and spoke with gratitude. "It's done, thank you." Jun finally realized the problem, scratching his head awkwardly. "No worries, that was a close call." The two quickly got up, and Soren let out a relieved breath. That moment was really close to disaster, but luckily we managed to pull through. Junu looked at her thoughtfully, feeling concerned about Soren unless she awakens in a completely different way from the original story where she survived countless hardships. After thinking, Junu finally suggested, "Let's get out of this chaos." As they stepped out of the gate, he handed Soren a crystal and softly said, "Take this." She looked confused and asked Junu, "Are you giving me this crystal? That one is worth at least a few billion." Danmak nodded and Junu casually said, "Yeah, use that crystal to get stronger quickly." Sari took the crystal in his hand, still confused, hesitating as he muttered, "This gift is too big. I don't dare accept it. I'm afraid I won't be able to repay it." "It's okay. You can pay me back later when you have it," Junshu said generously, but inside he was constantly calculating. After all, he didn't invest so much in awakening Soren just out of kindness. Fire Spirit Sword Technique is one of the top 3 sword techniques. Once mastered, the character's experience will soar. However, it is a special trait that only Soren can use, so the only way to learn it is by acquiring that trait in the form of a memory chip. Soren naturally didn't know these deep plans. She gratefully looked at him and said, "Thank you very much." Soldier Junshu waved his hand and said, "Don't worry too much about it, but don't forget it is what matters." After a while, Junu finally arrived home, but he couldn't rest for long before a car was already parked outside waiting. He was truly speechless, just wanting to rest even a little, but this Yoon world wouldn't let him have a moment's peace. The person in the car was UIN. "Soldier, get in the car." Jun slowly opened the door and said, "Thank you for coming all this way to end me." Uyin gently shook his head and replied, I am the one who should be happy for finally having the chance to repay you for saving my friend. That's right. Junshu nodded softly with a slight smile, secretly sighing inside, wishing he hadn't come here. I'm so tired. Uin still happily laughs and chats. Finally, we've managed to arrange a meeting with the armor management team. I'm so excited. Junu really can't miss this event. In this world, good items bring about great skills. Master blacksmiths capable of creating level 3 items are extremely busy. As Junu was pondering, Uin continued with a smile. The person we signed the contract with this time can craft level 7 armor. Junu heard that and excitedly exclaimed, level 7. Alright, let's speed up. After a while, your carriage stopped in front of a large building. As they entered, they saw 2 rows of knights waiting, and Junu couldn't help but be surprised. Is this really true? Uin also nodded in admiration. The blacksmith's house looks really nice. At this moment, Junu suddenly asked suspiciously, Urin, do you know what religion this blacksmith follows? Uin frowned slightly, confused, and asked, why are you suddenly asking about this? Junshu sighed and muttered, so you don't know. Of course Uin doesn't know, just like when he got into trouble because of the temple, which only the bishop knows about. This is the blacksmith's house following the path of Bishop Jok-chun. Jok-chun is a devout follower of that temple, representing the future struggle of the craftsmen fighting for the temple's cause. Junu refused to be baptized, but Jun still agreed to make armor for him? What does he really want from you? At this moment, a hand stopped in front of Ju and the other person. A knight spoke slowly, kindly extending his hand to verify their identity. Junu slightly furrowed his brow in doubt, so it's about identity. Before he could understand what was happening, the knight grabbed his hand and coldly ordered, show me your black fire. Junshu gritted his teeth in anger, wanting to resist but unable to. With no other choice, Junshu summoned the black fire in his hand and showed it to the knight, asking in a very displeased tone, are you satisfied now? The knight narrowed his eyes at the black fire in his hand, and the cold aura around him grew even thicker. Usin beside him couldn't help but speak up. What is going on here? Let go of him. We are the guests with appointments. Stop right there. At this moment, a commanding shout rang out from behind as a middle-aged man in a wheelchair approached. This is Jun, the level 6 superhuman blacksmith. He asked coldly, who gave you the right to do this to my distinguished guests? The knight immediately bowed to the other person. Sir, blacksmith. Ro-chun did not reply, narrowing his eyes before speaking to Junshu. You are indeed an unusual guest for refusing baptism and awakening black fire. Is this how you treat me? Ro-chun replied coldly. Please forgive me. Light and salvation are recognized by the Supreme Being. Junshu couldn't help but be surprised when he heard this. Light and salvation, huh? What nonsense is this? Before I could even think, Ro-chun spoke up with a suggestion. Now let's go inside and discuss what kind of armor you want. Junshu squints as he watches his back, as if deep in thought. But very quickly, you followed inside. Run immediately introduced his armor sets. These kinds of armor are my specialty because they were requested by the Sayanus. But he said he could make them in Junu's style if you want. Junu glanced at it for a long moment before walking over, then calmly said, I've made my decision. I'll take this one. Then he pointed to a very ordinary armor placed in the corner. Ro-chu saw it and exclaimed in surprise, Really? Are you choosing that one? Junshu replied very calmly, Yes, I like it that way. For a moment, Jo-chun angrily exclaimed, Lo bitch, do you even realize how hard it is to imbue magic into armor like that? I can't make a holy armor like that. I don't need a holy armor. Just embed the giant and ultimate attribute into the armor. Based on Jun's reaction, you can judge whether your request is reasonable or not. The holy armor is also known as the armor of the Holy Knight, providing the wearer with high defensive stats, but it has a critical weakness. To fully utilize the armor's capabilities, the user needs a large amount of divine power. To increase his divine power, Junu needs to join a religion. They are pretending to offer you something very good while trying to lure you into the religion. Thinking that, Junu quickly ran over, took Jo-chun's hand, and smiled sweetly. Then I look forward to the best from you, Blacksmith-chun. Then, you and you quickly left together. They walked and talked happily, unaware that the knight from earlier was watching them intently. A moment later, he turned and went inside. Ro-chun heard footsteps and immediately said, I can only embed a few attributes into this type of armor. That knight suspiciously asked, Are you really going to follow that guy's request? Jo-chun shook his head helplessly. So you want me to go against the goddess's orders? You said that he is the light and the salvation of the temple. The knight still refused to accept it and spoke up. But I just can't believe it, no matter how many times I think about it. He said I need to see it with my own eyes to be sure. Then he bowed his head slightly, a look of determination in his eyes. A week later, at Chunbok's shop, Chunbok was repeatedly advising Junu, You shouldn't drink so many mandragora extracts all at once. But Junu didn't listen at all and tilted his head back to drink all 3 bottles of refined medicine, much to Chunbok's panic. After finishing, Jun sincerely smiled and said, Thank you. Chunbok looked at you in fear, worriedly asking, Are you okay? Junshu raised an eyebrow and smugly said, Of course, thank you for giving me this for free. Chunbok happily said, You saved our market, and thanks to that, our business has really taken off. It's just a drop in the ocean compared to what you've done for us." While they were talking, one person approached and bowed to Junu, loudly saying, "Hello, Superman." Junu couldn't help but be suspicious, but he quickly remembered who it was. He patted the other person's shoulder and said with a smile, "Oh, hello. You're the guy from that secret society, right? Haven't seen you in a while?" The young man whispered close to Junshu's ear. "Can I have a moment of your time? Our boss would like to meet you for a moment." Junshu asked suspiciously. "Is that all?" The other person glanced around for a long time before speaking. "There are quite a few eyes around here too. Where's a quiet place I can go first?" Junshu nodded without hesitation and agreed. All right then, Junshu followed the young man onto the car as he left the market. The other guy drove while smiling and said, "We've prepared the most advanced armored cars for you. Do you like it or not?" Junshu didn't pay much attention and nodded casually. "Not bad either." The car quickly sped into the Mayorim area. Junu frowned slightly. Something doesn't feel quite right. Is the headquarters of the powerful faction in Mayorim? If I remember correctly, it's a place full of society scum. While Junu was lost in thought, the others suddenly spoke up. "The car is out of fuel, so let's stop at the gas station to fill up." Junshu casually replied, "All right then," but he quickly realized that the car was stopped at Mayori train station. At this moment, the other guy smirked maliciously and said, "Well then, I hope you have a good rest." As soon as he finished speaking, he stepped out of the car. Junshu's face instantly turned grim. This is obviously a trap. Junshu reacted quickly, grabbing the other guy's hand to hold him back, and he coldly said, "You look like a fool. Do you think you're joking with someone?" What are you saying?" Junu said nothing, kicked the car door, then directly jumped out of the vehicle. "You stay right there with all the bombs you've been preparing your whole life for." And with that, Junu threw a grenade into the car. With a loud bang, the car was engulfed in flames while Junu quickly ran away to avoid the blast. Only after finding a safe place did he raise his eyebrows and mutter, "That explosion was bigger than what a grenade could cause. Just as I suspected, he's the traitor." Then Junsu began to organize everything from the expensive armored car to the move toward Mayorim filled with Ko-guys. And finally, he was taken to the station. There was a reason Junu kept feeling a sense of familiarity. That's because all these events happen in the story when the Steel Fist is betrayed by his own people. He doesn't know why, but someone in the Steel Fist gang has taken an interest in him. As Junu was thinking, a barrage of bullets suddenly fired from afar. He glanced over and indeed saw a group of people with guns approaching. "The clear target is him," the leader kept shouting loudly. "He's over there. He's the person in the photo. If we kill him, we'll get a lot of money, so let's make some cash." In an instant, they all went berserk and charged at Junu again. Junu bit his lip fiercely, knowing right away that that bomb-filled car wasn't the only thing they had prepared for him. Meanwhile, the group kept firing their guns, and Junu had no choice but to hide behind a car. "Damn it, there are too many of them. This car can't hold me anymore. I have to get out of here now." As soon as he finished speaking, Junshu quickly used his jumping ability to the central node and then landed on the rooftop of a nearby building. He nodded in satisfaction. Alright, they probably won't expect this. But they quickly aimed their guns at the building and opened fire. Junu immediately panicked, not expecting them to recognize him. He quickly used the shield to block the incoming bullets. Jun couldn't believe it and shouted, "They're not even superhumans! How can they react so quickly? The most shocking part is still to come," one of them shouted loudly. "Aim for the center? Kill him?" Immediately, all the gun barrels aimed directly at the center of the shield and fired. The furious gunfire caused the shield to tremble uncontrollably. Jun was instantly panicked. How is this level of accuracy possible? I have to retreat. This is too dangerous. Thinking quickly, Junu immediately jumped back, and it seemed almost simultaneously, the shield was shattered and the bullet whizzed past his hand. Only then did Junu realize a problem. You can't underestimate them like you thought before. Junu really didn't want to use these things because he just bought them, but there's no other choice. So he pulled out something from his pocket and threw it fiercely at those bastards. In an instant, a series of smoke bombs fell right into their midst. Immediately, hazy smoke appeared in the air. The group saw this and hurriedly covered their noses, trembling as they muttered, "That's tear gas! We can't let him escape. We have to kill him to get the antidote." "Who do you think you're chasing? You're not even superhumans." It's time to leave, so Junshu quickly turns and runs away, running straight to a nearby residential area, and only stops when he feels he's far enough away. He lands on the rooftop of a building. Junshu frowns slightly and mutters, "So a group of fire demons showing focus and strength equal to a superhuman is possible, right?" At this point, he suddenly remembered something. Only that could make this happen. Performance-enhancing drugs. They have serious side effects, but can temporarily boost a person's combat ability. Junu feels it's very likely. He nods and mutters, "They mentioned something about an antidote. Maybe that's the key." The only person who can command this fire team in Mayorim, the only one Junu can think of, is that hunter. He is the best at long-range combat operating in Mayorim. The hunter's method will be to first use an inside spy to plant a bomb, then deploy the deceivers to fight under the influence of performance-enhancing drugs. And third, he uses his marksmanship skills to eliminate the opponent. Sure enough, Junoo quickly saw a flickering light in the distance. It seemed like at the same time, a bullet tore through the air, heading straight for him. Junoo didn't dare to be careless and quickly dodged. The bullet flew straight past behind him. He let out a relieved breath, thinking that if he had reacted a little slower, he definitely would have died. But then Junshu smirked and said, "The risk of this bet is worth it because now you know where the hunter is hiding." Junshu squinted from above, a calculating look in his eyes, then suddenly jumped down from the rooftop. Junoo smugly muttered, "I know where you're hiding, you bastard," and then he ran forward wildly. To defeat a cowardly sniper who can only shoot from afar, Junoo has no choice but to approach him. Thinking this way, Junoo quickly sped up and ran away. Although his whole body was burning, he had to endure. Junoo had to make sure the sniper couldn't aim at him because the smoke was blurring his vision. As he ran, a bullet whizzed wildly toward him. Luckily, you managed to dodge in time. To fight a professional marksman, you're not without a way. After running for a while, Junoo stopped and looked up, smiling faintly and saying, "I'm here." The hunter angrily muttered, "Damn it, he can't see Junoo." Meanwhile, Junoo was feeling extremely proud. He managed to hide himself within the smoke and flames, making it impossible for the hunter to find him no matter how hard he searched. Jun kept running forward and soon reached the place where the hunter was hiding. "Seeing you?" he immediately shouted in panic. "Did he jump up?" Ignoring the hunter's reaction, Junoo raised his gun to shoot. The bounty hunter didn't back down and sneered, "You dare challenge a marksman in a gunfight?" But before he could shoot, Junoo used black fire, and then he fired directly. It seemed like at the same time, the bullet left the gun of the hunter, quickly grazing Ju's shoulder and making him bite his lip in pain. This guy must be a sniper. It's impressive that he managed to hit his target in such a tricky situation. Junoo wasn't too worried either. He smirked with a satisfied smile because the hunter across from him had also been hit in the shoulder. But unlike Junoo, he was covered in dark aura, causing him to scream in pain. Even though Junoo's bullets only grazed him, it was still a fatal wound for the hunter. Junshu quietly watched the hunter wrapped in dark flames, smirking with a triumphant smile, "I've won." But at this moment, the ground beneath Junoo suddenly caved in, grabbing his legs. Jun was startled and shouted, "The trap is a magic trap and the hunter is pouring some potion on himself." He gritted his teeth and cursed, "You bastard, don't think everything will end so easily." Shu's face suddenly turned ugly. "This is bad. If I can't escape, I'm going to die." At this moment, the hunter grits his teeth and speaks again. "Now prepare to die with black fire." Jungsu struggled to escape. If they have to use that explosive, he's definitely going to die. I never expected everything to suddenly turn into a race against time like this. Now Junsu needs to slow down the sinking by reducing the amount of magical damage. This method is a bit forced, but I'll survive this first and then figure out the rest. Immediately after, Junoo put his hand on the ground. The strength within him kept increasing, and then Junoo struggled to pull himself out of the sinking ground. Then he used the cleansing attribute again, which would help him destroy as much magic in the trap as possible. But before he could escape the sinking ground, his eyes suddenly narrowed involuntarily. Because the hunter has escaped from the black fire, he is slowly walking toward Du. He snorts coldly and says, "I commend your effort to resist the magic trap, but you're too late." The trembling expression on his face suddenly froze. He didn't expect the hunter to extinguish the black fire. The hunter didn't pay attention to your reaction and tremblingly picked up the item from the ground, then said coldly, "So this time, the victory is mine, huh? If I kill that guy, I won't have to worry about anything for the rest of my life. I will kill him." But when the hunter raised his gun to shoot, there was no one in front of him. His face immediately froze, and before he could understand what was happening, he was punched by Junoo. He smirked and said, "This is quite the comeback. Damn it, thank God." At the last moment, Junoo gained that attribute again. The attribute he just received is Earth Resistance. At that moment, Junoo was truly happy. It had helped him escape a lifetime. Junshu grabbed the hunter's collar and coldly said, "You are a good shot, so at this distance you might as well surrender. Now tell me, who ordered the killing of me?" The hunter trembled as he looked at you and quickly spoke. "All right, I admit I lost. I will tell everything. But at least give me a cigarette first." "Fine, do whatever you want." Junshu agreed without hesitation and then released him. Having regained his freedom, the hunter pulled out a cigarette and prepared to light it. Junshu narrowed his eyes at him, his expression unreadable. The hunter still leisurely smoked, and Junshu frowned and asked, "Do you like its taste?" The hunter sneered and gave a twisted smile. He laughed loudly and said, "I definitely like it because it tastes like a sweet victory." Then the hunter crazily charged forward. But before I could do anything, a loud bang echoed, blood pouring out like rain. The hunter stared blankly at his opponent, trembling as he muttered, "You knew all along." "Of course I knew. Did you really think that someone like me who has played 10,000 games wouldn't realize that a cigar would turn someone like you into a mutant?" "What the hell?" The hunter only managed to say 3 words before collapsing face down on the ground. Junshu looks down from above and sighs softly. That really was unexpected. This hunter is truly a scumbag. He was ready to surrender and confess everything when failure was imminent, but this time he fought to the end. There must be a reason, even if he turned into a mutant. Junwoo hesitated for a moment before leaning down to examine the hunter's body. Sure enough, he found a USB drive. Alright, let's see who is behind this. The next day, at Choi's office, Choel and Junsu are watching the news, which reports on the shooting between gangs in Mayoram last night. After hearing this, Cho was shocked and exclaimed, "Are you really alive after going through such dangers?" Junwoo nodded slightly and replied, "That's also why I got caught up in this mess. It's deadly dangerous." Choose, upon hearing that, immediately became angry, gritting his teeth as he cursed, "Who was the one who attacked you?" Junshu sighed helplessly. "The story is quite long. I don't even know where to start now." At that moment, a loud crash sounded. The office door was broken down again, one person was thrown to the ground, and the other stood outside the door. Choi Seo and the others glanced over upon hearing it. The visitor is Thiet Quyen, who angrily says, "Sorry, it seems I have failed in managing my subordinates." Junshu remains relaxed in his chair, nodding and smiling. "Glad to hear you acknowledge that." Then, in frustration, he shouted loudly, "Don't break another door every time you come here. Did the Thiet Quyen gang attack you?" Thiet Quyen quickly explained, "That is one of our lower-ranking subordinates, but after further investigation, I also learned some useful information." Junshu squinted at the guy being lifted up like a chicken by Thiet Quyen and muttered, "That attacker seems to be short on money, probably something like that." Thiet Quyen looked a bit surprised and asked, "How do you know? That guy really is someone who loses all his money after a little bonus and then gambles it all away. Now he's drowning in debt." Junshu nodded in understanding. So his reason for betraying must be clear now. Apologies, but I can't provide the translation for that line. Thiet Quyen also doesn't really know everything, because if it weren't for Junshu, the one targeted for revenge would probably be Thiet Quyen himself. Junshu raised an eyebrow and said with a smile, "I have proof of that." Then he took out a USB drive and explained, "The superhuman trying to kill me is carrying this. Do you know how to use a computer?" Cho nodded slightly, excitedly exclaiming, "I even have an IT certificate." Then he immediately started working on the computer. After a long while, Cho exclaimed with admiration, "This guy is really a big deal. He's killed nearly 20 superhumans." Junshu was unfazed and calmly said, "Let's check his most recent request." Chu nodded and quickly responded, "It's the one he made 3 days ago." Just seeing the reward money, he was shocked and exclaimed, 20 billion! Even Thikuyen and Junwoo are just as amazed." Junwoo quickly asked, who could possibly offer that much money? He glanced at you and replied, "Someone from Ascendant Security." Junwoo frowned and muttered, "A person from a big company?" Chu's brought the computer closer for you to see. This is the person. Seeing the information on the screen, Jun suddenly exclaimed in shock, "Oh my god, it's this bastard. Did you realize he's not the knight you met at Ju's house?" Junwoo sighed reluctantly. "Everything is getting complicated now." Chu glanced at him suspiciously and asked why he wanted to kill him. Run-sun didn't answer, quickly suggesting, "I have an idea. Can you show me the pedigree of Ascendant Security?" He nodded slightly and said, "Of course, wait a moment." Then he started searching for information and soon handed it to Junsu, whose face immediately darkened. "As expected, you already know what's happening. Ascendant Security is a private military guild under Ascendant Group. One of the 5 largest guilds in Legion is a descendant of that company. He is the top candidate in the inheritance list, but after completing the baptism according to the bishop's wishes and becoming a holy knight, Yeon was no longer on the list. His only path now is to become a renowned holy paladin, but that saintess has already seen Junwoo as the savior." Junshu sighed and muttered, "I guess he's angry that I passed the baptism and gained fame, so he ordered my assassination." After hearing that, he immediately shouted, "We have to teach him a lesson." "But how? My opponent isn't the heir of a small trading company." "Of course I know about that, but I still refuse to accept it." "That doesn't mean I have to just stay silent," Junwoo replied immediately. "You're right, I have an idea." Looking at you happily, "I know you will have a way." Junshu chuckled softly and said cheerfully, "We need to deal with the big shot, so let's focus on getting stronger first." A moment later, Choi Seo's office welcomed someone new. After hearing Junwoo recount the assassination attempt, Woo erupted in anger, slamming the table and shouting, "How dare that crazy bastard try to kill Soldier Kim?" Jun saw his strong reaction and quickly reassured him, "Hey, calm down, I'm still alive." Uin is the most trustworthy here, both rich and a level 5 superhuman. At this moment, UIN firmly declared, "I won't let this go. Someone said debts must be paid with blood, so I'll hire a hitman to take revenge." Hearing that, I quickly advised, "I can't imagine how much I would pay the assassin. I want to assassinate that son of Ascendant Security." Woojin was about to say something else, but Junwoo interrupted. "I have an idea." Win glanced at him, hesitating before speaking. "Go ahead, tell me." Junwoo smirked and said, "I will challenge Lion to a duel." This made all 3 of them here stunned and panic set in. A duel, but that's too dangerous. Calmly shaking his head, Junshu nonchalantly said, "There's no choice. If I leave him be, he'll hire an even stronger assassin to kill me." Uin hurriedly advised, "He will just let others fight in his place. This world has always been full of injustice. If I win the duel, I will get an apology and a proper compensation." The room suddenly fell silent. After a long moment, Thiet Quyen hesitated and muttered, "It seems this is the most feasible way now." Junu nodded softly and picked up the USB in his hand. "With evidence in hand, I have enough grounds to challenge him. If we allow him to have someone fight in his place and only let family members participate in the duel, he will accept." "Your words make sense. Choose has volunteered, so I will officially send the challenge letter. I also need another lawyer to represent us." Uzin hesitated for a moment before speaking and assigned me to go. "My parents know a lawyer who used to serve as a Supreme Court judge. Seeing everyone has taken care of everything, Jun happily smiled and said thank you, but the three of them kept staring at him silently. Jun sighed helplessly and asked, "Why are you all looking at me like that?" "I'm not planning to sacrifice myself." Dojo hesitated and asked, "Do you really think you'll win?" "Because the enemy knows your strength well. He will definitely find a fighter of level 4 or higher. It's not easy." Junu answered without hesitation, knowing that using the mutated attribute in the duel was impossible, making this even harder than facing the chairman. "But there is a way." Junu confidently said, "I can guess who will fight in his place." Teshokin was surprised and exclaimed, "So you know who your opponent is?" Junu confidently replied, "Yes, so I need some time to prepare." "When? Can we have a practice match?" Uin responded confidently. "I will do my best to help you, sir." Jun, seeing his excited expression, quickly warned him, "Thanks, but take it easy or you'll end up dead like last time." 3 days later, at the venue of the decisive match, Junsu's supporters were already waiting in the stands. Inenjoyal kept shouting, "We support you, Commander Kim! We believe in you!" Junu's face doesn't look very good right now, a bit pale, probably because he trained too hard these past 3 days, but thanks to that, he was well prepared to face his opponent. At that moment, a group of people approached from afar. Junu recognized the leader, that man named Oich, as the commander of the Holy Knights of the Bishop. "It's been a while since I last had a duel." Du immediately retorted with annoyance, "Shut up, do you have the right to speak up? As long as I am the commander, no Holy Knight of our team is allowed to lose." Jian fell silent, not knowing what to say. Seeing this, Junu couldn't help but frown. Jian appears tough in front of him, but in front of the commander, he acts like a turtle hiding its head. What a coward. While Junu was thinking, Dui suddenly spoke up, "Commander Kim, it's a pleasure to meet you." Junshu politely nodded. "Hello, sir?" Suddenly, Dewey bowed his head and said solemnly, "I want to apologize for this unfortunate incident." "What is this? Is he really apologizing?" Before I could even recover, Dushi continued, "This is entirely the fault of an individual and has nothing to do with the Saintess." Junshu narrowed his eyes and asked in a deep voice, "What is the stance of the Bishop's Society?" Dushi hesitated for a moment before whispering, "The Holy Maiden said that Warrior Kim will be our light and savior." Junshu was once again stunned. The light and the savior, huh? Jo-chun said the same thing last time. What does that even mean? Dewitt didn't care about your reaction and continued speaking. "So my condition is that if I win, you'll join our team." "What? Join the team?" Jun was so startled he gasped in panic. "You all really like me, huh?" While you panic and clutch your head, Jian grits his teeth in anger, but he can't do anything. Dweek then spoke again, saying everything was the will of our master and the Sanus. Junu hadn't even had a chance to reply before the lawyer hired by UIN arrived. He slowly spoke. "The time for the decisive battle has come. Everyone is present. Please confirm the pact for the 3-dimensional duel. If the Holy Knight wins, Junsu will join the Bishop's Guild. If Junsu wins, Jian will be forbidden from harming him, directly or indirectly, and will have to pay compensation." The lawyer looked at both of them to confirm once more. "Is that correct?" Both Junsu and Jian replied in unison. "Yes." As soon as those words finished, a surge of magical power erupted from Junsu's chest. In Zensun, the dual oath is a magical vow. Anyone who breaks it will have their heart explode. Even Jian is like that. In this chaotic world, no one would be crazy enough to break such a vow. Now the lawyer speaks again. "I will continue to confirm the rules of the duel. The duel follows international standard rules, allowing all psychic powers and personal weapons, but consumable items can only be created on site." Junsu's allies remain in the stands, looking somewhat worried. The Holy Knights are also waiting outside. At this moment, Dudik, excited, spoke up, "I am ready." But Junu smirked and said, "I will create my own items." Duish suddenly felt inspired, but still nodded in agreement. "Alright, each item has a 10-minute limit." Junu quickly produced 3 bottles of potion. "If you keep changing attributes like this, you're no different from a fake alchemist. This is the divine potion to fight the Holy Knight." The lawyer immediately noticed your 3 vials and spoke. "The indestructible body elixir, the speed elixir, and the demon dragon elixir." "That's right," Junu nodded slightly in response. "Yes, I will use them. During the fight, use the appropriate potion when needed, so you should drink all 3 bottles at once. Both are ready and the match will begin soon." A countdown timer quickly appears on the screen. Jun and Duish also step onto the arena. Du squints and says to Junu, "Kim, soldier, it's an honor to join our guild." "Or maybe you should change your mind and volunteer to join instead," he said without hesitation, sneering coldly. Seeing that you won't cooperate, Dewey coldly said, "Well then, there's no other way, but you don't have to worry too much." He said he wouldn't kill Yunshu because you still need to join the guild. As soon as he finished speaking, a surge of demonic energy erupted around Dwight. Junu couldn't help but frown. The magic power is incredible. He is in a completely different realm. No matter how well prepared Junu is, he can't defeat him without risking everything. In just a moment, only 1 second remains on the countdown. And finally, the clock returned to 0. Dushish let out a long scream, his magic power increasing rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, he vanished, leaving a huge hole in the ground. Junu couldn't help but furrow his brow in surprise, muttering in confusion, "It's gone." But soon, Junu realized that Duish only activated the teleportation ability. As expected, in just a moment, Duik appeared before Junu, frantically shouting, "Kim, the warrior, you will become a god." Hearing this, Junu couldn't help but be stunned. "What? Becoming a god?" While you were still confused, Dudik's hammer struck down. Flames erupted everywhere. The people on the stand saw this and exclaimed in panic, "What? That guy is so strong, is it really over after just one hit?" Just waiting for the smoke to clear, Soren suddenly saw something and exclaimed. Junu still stood proudly on the stands unharmed because at the same moment Duik struck with his hammer. She had created a shield to defend herself. Junu narrowed her eyes at Duik and coldly said, "Are you saying I became a god? What nonsense are you talking about?" Junshu didn't say anything, still standing calmly there with a faint smile on his lips. Junshu's guess was correct. He indeed used the instant movement ability from the start, which is essential for surprise attacks, but since he predicted it, there's no reason to block it. Still, that move earlier caused Junu's 3-layer shield to crack. Now Dudi laughed and said, "I understand why the Saintess acknowledged you." Junshu snorted coldly and said, "Stop talking nonsense, explain it." Before, they called it the light and the savior. Now, they call the god a star. Suddenly smiling, Dudich calmly said, "Yes, as you heard, you are the hope of our army, and also the winner who will save us from the approaching doomsday." Junshu frowned tightly after hearing this. The hope of the bishop's army? Looking back now, the god they worshipped has already died. A few years later, during the main event, the Saintess performing the rituals for the gods, a great battle with the boss will take place right in Seun. Junu suddenly senses something and screams in horror. "Don't tell me the savior is the vessel of the god." "Exactly," Dushich sneered and spoke coldly. "That is a noble sacrifice and a sacred offering." This statement made Junshu furious and shout loudly, "You crazy fools, so you just want to sacrifice me?" Dushik doesn't care at all. He laughed loudly with excitement. "Your body and soul will become part of the bishop and his divine spirit because you will lose this battle and join us." Junshu snorted coldly, then charged forward with utmost fury. Duit didn't dare to be careless and hurriedly used his shield to defend, but he still had to step back a few paces. Dushich's eyebrows couldn't help but raise. This power was just too much. Junshu saw his reaction and couldn't help sneering, "Worried now?" Of course, he had transformed all his traits to suit an offensive-type warrior. Thinking of that, Yunu used wind-cutting speed to rush forward, and now he will attack Duish with warrior traits that can make him fear. Dick also didn't panic at all. He used his shield to defend and had a faint smile on his lips. "Ha, your swordsmanship is quite impressive." Junu also didn't reply. He was considering his attack. Good, now that he's switched to a defensive stance, he can change his special ability. Immediately after, Junu drew another weapon to attack, and as expected, the blade struck Duish's arm. Duish was not at all panicked, and even praised without hesitation. "This is becoming more and more interesting, isn't it?" Junshu bit his lip fiercely, and it worked. His 3 days of preparation were not in vain. The reason I called UIN for training was not only to acquire the necessary traits for this battle, but also to learn how to change traits in an instant, by fighting a higher level superhuman like UIN, using defensive traits when defending and offensive traits when attacking, along with other warrior abilities to execute multiple techniques. So right now, Junsu is going all out, forcing Dudish into a defensive stance step by step. At this moment, Junu screams loudly, his eyes turning red with madness as he rushes toward Dudik, having learned to use his berserk trait to seize the opportunity to attack. When a level 3 superhuman fights a level 4 superhuman, all they need to do is change their traits during battle. Under Junsu's relentless assault, Du couldn't even land a counterattack. He could only grit his teeth and defend. And before long, Duish's hammer was knocked away. Seeing this, Jion's face immediately turned grim. Duish was just as stunned, feeling like he was facing 4 warriors at once. How could this be possible? Ignore his reaction. I will win this battle because I don't want to become a sacrifice for your rotten army. Dushish clenched his teeth and fists, then coldly said, "Fine, I admit I can't ignore you anymore. I don't care if you're a sacrifice or whatever. I will kill you." And as soon as I finished saying that, Duish charged at you with his weapon. Then he threw his weapon at Junu. Not daring to be careless, Junu quickly created a shield to defend himself. You grit your teeth and speak, realizing that your direct attack was useless. and in just a moment, Junu's shield shattered and you were knocked away. Junu bit his lips softly, muttering, "Damn it," Duich's power suddenly increased, so he must have held back earlier. As he was thinking, Dushech suddenly charged forward aggressively, shouting angrily, "Why do you dare mock our army?" Junu was caught off guard and was knocked away again, smashing into the wall behind him before falling down. Junshu hesitated not at all and refused. He stood up from the ground and coldly said, "If you can't kill me, don't dream of victory." As soon as he finished speaking, Junu charged forward, his aura now extremely fierce and wildly swinging his sword. Duit didn't dare to slack off, hurriedly defended, then threw a book at Junsu's shoulder. The two of them kept attacking each other wildly. The waves of shockwaves from the relentless attacks kept coming, forcing both of them to endure each other's assaults. It wasn't long before both of them were pushed back, creating distance between them. Dushech had been cut multiple times by Junu's sword, with many wounds on his body, but Junu wasn't much better off, also battered and bruised. At this moment, Dudik shouted fiercely, ready to end this pointless battle. As he finished speaking, a large shield appeared in his hand. He raised it high and shouted loudly, "Father!" Immediately, a wave of water appeared. Duich's figure was quickly engulfed by the massive wave. Seeing this, Junshu's face immediately turned grim. That is Dui's ultimate move, the Dark Tsunami. Now seeing it with your own eyes, you realize it truly is a disaster. If hit by that move, Junu would definitely lose 100%, but there's no way to avoid it. To win the battle, he must find a way to break it. Though very afraid, Junsu has to trust in the qualities he built as a Kim warrior. Breaking the mountain sword technique, something you have never forgotten to practice. The swordsmanship Junu learned from Ujin and the Hiroja cultivation technique, he dedicated much effort to training. The spiritual technique of Junshu grows stronger every day. The river of enlightenment he attains through desperation, and his ultimate move can cut through any material in this universe. Junsu's trait is to trust in his own abilities. The time and effort he has invested in them, and ultimately the most important thing, is to believe in himself. Thinking of this, Junu drew his sword and charged forward. The dazzling sword light appeared. Dushech was completely stunned by this scene, but there was nothing else he could do but watch as the sword light charged straight into the wave, then slowly expanded, emitting an extremely dazzling light. The people of Jian on the stands were stunned by what they saw, unable to understand what was happening. Even Uen's group couldn't see anything because of the blinding light. Only when the light gradually faded did the figures of Yunu and Doich appear. But soon after, Junu spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. On the opposite side, Duich was also in no better shape. He muttered softly, "That was a great battle. Warrior Kim, huh?" Then he collapsed directly. Immediately, the lawyer raised Junu's hand and loudly declared, "The winner is Kim the warrior." Win and the others saw the match was over and immediately ran onto the arena to congratulate him. Junu smiled contentedly. "You did it! You defeated a higher level superhuman without using your mutant ability!" Ujin hugged Junu tightly, excitedly shouting, "Teacher, you're the best!" The three people behind him also burst into tears of joy, gathering around him to praise him. Just now, he really didn't seem like a human at all. "I knew you would be able to defeat him." But at this moment, a furious shout suddenly rang out, "That damn bastard!" Junu was stunned and turned around to see him rushing forward with a hammer. Before Junu could react, Yu Ainin jumped out and blocked him. A loud bang and a shockwave of energy immediately erupted. Of course, Jian was the one who lost. He was pushed out like that. Uzin angrily shouted, "You cowardly bastard! How dare you refuse to accept the outcome and attack our teacher? You really want to die, don't you? I just didn't act in time." But the lawyer stepped in to stop him and reminded Jian, "Don't forget that magic oath. If you act so impulsively, your heart will explode." Jian still refuses to accept it and shouts loudly, "Kim the warrior, because of you our captain is dead now. We must avenge our captain. The Holy Army does not forget this enemy." As he finished speaking, the knights behind immediately moved forward. Junu was unfazed and calmly asked, "Do you say I killed him?" Jian responded without hesitation, "Yes, we saw him die at your hands with our own eyes." "Stop talking nonsense." Junshu snorted coldly and said, "The one who killed Odyssey is none other than yourself." This statement made Jian's face grim with fear. Trembling uncontrollably, Junu paid no mind and coldly said, "Even if he is my opponent, he is indeed an excellent example of a warrior. It's true that he wasn't the one who should have died in a match caused by Jian's disgusting assassination attempt. For Deuce's honor, you tell Jian to accept the outcome and keep his promise." JJ heard this and bowed his head in silence, not knowing what to say. Junu, regardless of his reaction, added one more sentence, "It's all due to that person's inferiority complex." Jian still bowed his head, trembling as he muttered, "The holy knights saw this and went to help him up and leave." Jun squinted at Jian's back, frowning in silence. "So even though you've gone this far, the German army still won't think of revenge, right?" The next day, at Choi Chool's office, he was happily talking to someone. "That's right, we have officially signed a contract with the warrior Kim, the person who just defeated the captain of the bishop's army. I understand what you want." At this moment, someone is approaching. He quickly said, "Sorry, I'll call you back later." It turns out it was Junwoo, who had just gone to pick up the armor he ordered from Jun, and he cheerfully said, "I was worried that Master Blacksmith Joe Chun would tamper with my armor, but he really followed the specifications for size and strength." Seeing that, I excitedly ran over, holding a box of fruit, and said coaxingly, "Why not try wearing this now that you're here?" "This is my fruit." Du hesitantly took it and opened it to see. For a moment, he happily exclaimed, "This is more like it. I'm excited to introduce it. This is a luxurious handmade training tool that even has self-cleaning and mana recovery functions." Jun Shu gave him a thumbs up. Hailong smiled. "You understand my taste." "Director Choi, thanks a lot. By the way, can I ask you for a favor?" Jun Shu frowned and asked, "What's the matter?" With a low murmur, I say, "Thanks to you, our business has boomed, but because your work history with us isn't long enough, some people are suspicious about our contract." Hearing this, Junwoo nods clearly. "Oh, if that's the reason, then I have to do it. Have you assigned the task to me yet?" "All right, I've prepared something very perfect for you." Chus nodded slightly, handed Junwoo a set of documents, and spoke. "The Sun Tower wants to study your black fire for scientific purposes." Junwoo frowned at that. "You know that the Sun Tower is one of Seun's 4 great demon towers. If Junsu remembers correctly, it's a place to learn fire-related magic. At this moment, they said, they will reward you the same as their own members." Junwoo nodded slightly and replied, "All right, I accept." Because that character was inside the Sun Tower, he knew exactly what reward he would receive. After a while, at the Sun Tower surrounded by fire magic, Junwoo arrived here on a mission. After entering, he couldn't help but marvel at the scene blending science and magic. Truly a magnificent sight. At that moment, someone approached and spoke. "Warrior Kim, my name is Park Hyung-do, a researcher. You're probably here because you want to research black fire, right?" "Yes, that's correct." Jun nodded slightly, and then Hyung-do led him inside. "We don't have much time. Let's go quickly. Please go this way." Soon, the two of them entered the research room. Hyung-do suggested, "Let's start with some basic tests first." Junshu frowned slightly. "This machine looks quite familiar, doesn't it?" While he was still thinking, Hyung-do spoke again. "Please go inside the machine. Just stand still." Junshu didn't hesitate and stepped inside. Immediately, a magic circle appeared in front of Ju, and in an instant, his face turned grim. This is the machine used to reveal everything about the character to the player. This machine will disclose all of Junsu's secret traits. Thinking of that, he immediately smashed the glass and shouted loudly, "Stop this machine right now! I don't want this!" "Stay still. This is just a necessary procedure. It's written in the contract." Junshu suddenly exploded with anger, clenched his fists, and shouted loudly, "Get lost, you bastard!" Immediately, your fist struck down, smashing the glass of the machine. Hai Ung-do hurriedly stepped back and shouted, "What are you trying to do?" Junshu angrily shouted, "The contract I signed only requires me to demonstrate black fire for your research. Who would have thought you'd do this to me?" At that moment, someone hurriedly ran over and without hesitation, punched Hyung-do in the face, along with a frustrated shout, "You idiot, North Hyung-do! Are you doing this again?" The person who arrived is Yu Myung-seo, the head of the research department. He gritted his teeth and angrily shouted, "How dare you destroy my project?" Hai Ung-do quickly explained, "It's just a misunderstanding." Unfortunately, Myung-seok didn't listen and angrily accused me, thinking I was trying to sell information about Warrior Kim. "I've been watching all along." He bowed his head and muttered softly, "I'm sorry, I was blinded by greed at the time." He snorted coldly, and Miok coldly said, "Get out of here quickly. You're expelled from this team." Junshu looked at the scene in confusion, unsure of what to do. At this moment, Miok, feeling guilty, spoke up. "Sorry, Kim Warrior, I am Yus Myung-seok, head of the research department, about what happened earlier." "I didn't wait for him to finish speaking," Junwoo cut in. "That's not really your fault either. I guess this kind of thing happens quite often." Miok sighed resignedly. "That fool sold the information because of his gambling addiction. If it weren't for his teacher, he would have been kicked out long ago. I understand." Junwoo nodded slightly and said, "Well, I went through the trouble of fulfilling your requests and almost had my personal information completely exposed." Myung-ek said, "I will upgrade your membership as an apology. You can use our advertising equipment and training facilities." Hearing this, Junwoo immediately felt happy. Only mages can usually use the training grounds of the Demon Tower, right? Thinking about it, he nodded satisfactorily. Not bad either. Seeing that, Myung-seok suggested again, "While I prepare, you can rest for now." Junshu nodded slightly and said, "All right, then I'll take a walk around." Then he headed to a floor of the Sun Tower. Junwoo was feeling very happy right now, almost swept away by the moment. No wonder he's Seun, but it's also worth it. This is a chance to gain more attributes from the Magic Tower's training ground. At this moment, the announcement over the loudspeaker began, signaling the start of lightning magic training. As soon as the words were spoken, the spheres in front of them were enveloped in magic, and in an instant, a barrage of lightning bolts struck down. Junshu was now surrounded by lightning, which fiercely struck his body. It hurt to the bone. Junshu clenched his teeth and endured, but it would be better if he used his trait to withstand a little longer. Thinking that, Junwoo changed his trait. Immediately, Lei Guang began to weaken. Before long, Junu finished training with the lightning element magic, and you also gained the 6 element resistance trait. Having achieved what you wanted, Jun Shu happily shouted, "Turn off the electricity now, I'm about to be burned alive." But at this moment, the room system suddenly turned red with warning sounds, and the training system was switched to manual mode. Warning! Warning. The current intensity has been adjusted. Loi Kwang strikes Junu again, causing him to shout in frustration. "Wait, what?" I said, "I'm done practicing. Who's out there?" Soon after, Junu saw that bastard Hyung-do outside. He is holding the control stick with a malicious look in his eyes, shouting, "You've messed with the wrong person, you bastard." As he finishes speaking, Hai Ung-do pulls the control to the maximum, and the lightning strikes wildly down on Jun Shu, his face instantly turning grim. At this moment, Hai Ung-do had become berserk, continuously shouting, "Die, you son of a bitch!" In this way, Jun Shu endured all the lightning at its highest level. Seeing this, Hai Ung-do smiled triumphantly and said, "This is the consequence of daring to defy me." But very quickly, he wiped the smile off his face and his expression immediately stiffened because Jun Shu was still standing there unharmed. You can't afford to lose to such petty tricks. There's a reason you come to the training room during your free time. Junsu's equipment has a divine resistance attribute, which he gained when resisting the Holy Maiden's baptism. Fire resistance is a trait gained from soaking in the magic spring. Darkness resistance is what Junsu received in the battle against the death spirit Karen. Resistance to ice, which you gained in the battle against those unjust spirits. Resistance to earth, Junsu received when escaping the trap of the summoner's magic. And finally, the lightning resistance you just gained through training earlier. Junu quickly combined all 6 attributes together. A large amount of magic power enveloped his body. The heart inside Junu's chest is no exception. It keeps transforming, and he quickly gains a new trait called anti-magic. Junu smiled with satisfaction, trembling all over. Seeing this, Hyung-do outside was startled and shouted, "How could he block a level 3 magic using only his body? Is he even human? This time the magic will be stronger than before." Immediately after, Hyung-do once again manipulated the control handle, and an alarm sounded instantly. "Warning, warning, the system is now out of control. Please stop the training and evacuate immediately." Junu was not at all panicked and coldly said, "The system is out of control? Sounds really dangerous. Then I will use the ability to dodge all of its attacks." It seemed like at the same time, Lei Guang struck at Junu, but this time he quickly dodged and also gained a new ability called Retreat, which made Junu very happy. Alright, with this level, you'll probably acquire a higher tier ability than the initial attack. Contrary to your excitement, Hung-do outside is furious, continuously controlling the joystick and shouting in anger, "I will really kill you." At this moment, Meek entered from outside and slapped him across the face. He angrily scolded, "You crazy bastard! I heard the warning sound, so what do you think you're doing, kid?" Immediately afterward, he ordered others to cut off the control immediately. Soon, Loi Kwang completely disappeared and the system returned to normal. Myung X couldn't hold back any longer and grabbed Hyung-do by the collar, gritting his teeth as he scolded, "What the hell are you doing to hurt Commander Kim?" Hyung-do quickly waved his hand, denying everything. "Director, it's not like that." At this moment, Junu stepped out from inside. He snorted coldly in disdain and said, "Do I look hurt to you?" Myung X was startled and looked back worriedly, asking, "Are you not injured, warrior?" He chuckled softly, pouting as he said, It does feel a bit like static electricity." This scene left everyone confused and unsure of what was happening. After all these hateful actions, Hyung-do was finally expelled from the tower. No matter how much he begged, it was useless. Jun-shu watched his back and hesitated, asking, "What will happen if he gets expelled?" Misai Osaks calmly explains that it will cast a spell on the brain to prevent learning any new magic. Jun-shu nods slightly, indifferently says, "A wizard's life is over, serves him right." Mi XOC was also merciless, coldly saying, "The kid caused too much trouble, so this is the natural result. Please accept this. It may not be much, but consider it our apology." Then he handed Junu a box containing a potion that can heal very well. Although he was very happy inside, he still pretended to be calm and said, "Thank you. This potion is like my second life." Min-sha nodded and smiled. "No, I think this is also a fair price." It seems he doesn't want this matter to become bigger, but Junu still needs something else from the tower. Thinking about it, he slowly spoke, "But it does seem a bit unstable that I was attacked twice after visiting the tower, right?" MiXCOC couldn't help but feel confused and asked, "So tell me what you want." "I've been wanting to do this for a long time. I want to experience all 4 spells of the Great Demon Tower's bag." "Are you really going to try experiencing the Sun Cannon?" Jun nodded calmly and admitted, "Yes, shoot that at me." Myung-zok immediately advised, "Superman level 3 can't withstand that even for a second, maybe after you become stronger." But before he finished speaking, Junu cut him off coldly. "No, I'm sure I can withstand about 15 seconds. Myung-zok was stunned. "Huh? But even a level 5 superhuman would hesitate and shake their head firmly when faced with this. I'm different from them." Myung X looked confused and hesitated for a long time before speaking up. That black fire can burn the enemy's mana. This is indeed an interesting approach. But still, it's very dangerous. Junshu chuckled softly and confidently said, "We'll see how it goes." So right after that, Junu went to the room where the solar cannon was placed. He stood facing it, lost in thought, feeling a bit scared at the idea of being shot by that thing. But there is no other way. To obtain the solar cannon attribute, Junshu has only 3 options. The first is to enter the demon tower as someone's disciple. Second, defeating the tower's owner in a one-on-one battle. But both of these methods are only suitable for magic-type superhumans, so I can't do it. While Junu was thinking, Miak spoke up, "We will fire now." Junu nodded slightly, indicating he was ready to act. However, there is still a third way. You can use the hidden mission unlocked when you reach enough affection from the tower's owner, who is also present here now. The firepower of the sun cannon has begun to fire. Junshu looked up as the incoming attack approached, and in an instant, a blazing fireball sped toward him. With a loud bang, the fireball exploded directly, and Junshu was engulfed in flames, but he could endure it. Because of the traits he has gained so far through the magic armor. Seeing this scene, the people above were immediately stunned and exclaimed in disbelief, "Is he really enduring it? He's only in 3rd grade, but how is that possible?" Junu didn't know their reactions and still gritted his teeth, enduring the flames. He prepared very well, but it still hurt too much. Junu endured like that for 15 seconds. Myung hurriedly shouted, "15 seconds are up, withdraw the sun cannon." As he finished speaking, the firepower of the sun cannon was withdrawn. Junu was exhausted now, clutching his chest and gasping for air. Finally, it was over. This was the longest 15 seconds of his life. The Tower Master was very pleased with Junu's performance and smiled, saying, "What's his name? Kim the Warrior? He is truly an impressive person." A while later, in the Tower Master's office, he invited Junu to have tea. The Tower Master looked at you with satisfaction and said, "You were excellent earlier, using black fire to withstand the solar cannon for such a long time. He said you will be very helpful in their long-awaited project." "That is my honor." Junu nodded and smiled. "You may seem calm on the outside, but inside you're eager to increase your favorability." Meanwhile, the Tower Master smiled and said, "I like the way you talk, and I have a request for you." Junshu couldn't help but be stunned. "What is the request?" A while later, a young man from outside entered and asked, "Are you calling me sir?" The Tower Master nodded slightly and then introduced the two of them. "Say hello to Warrior Kim. He's a level 3 superhuman." Jun immediately stood up and greeted, "Nice to meet you." The young man also bowed his head and replied, "I'm pleased to meet you." Junshu recognized this person, Mage Kim, the Magic System Guide character who appeared after the priest Kim, and he was always so gloomy. At this moment, the Tower Master spoke again. "This is my grandson. He has the potential to become a high-level superhuman, but his strength remains stuck at level 1. Junshu nodded and said, "That's strange." Sorcerer Kim desperately spoke up. "I'm sorry for being strange, sorry for being a disgrace to the tower." Junu couldn't help but feel confused and hurriedly explained, "I didn't mean that." The Tower Master was well accustomed to this. He glanced at Junu and asked, "What does you Kim think? I heard you healed Director S's son. I believe you have an idea on how to wake the boy up." Kim the Mage dared not interrupt and sat quietly in place. "Of course I have a way." Hearing this, the grandfather and grandson of the Tower Master immediately became happy. The Tower Master exclaimed happily, "Really? If you can do it, I will grant all your wishes." "Anything at all?" Junshu sneered in response. "This is the starting point for the secret mission of the Tai Duong Cannon." Junshu quickly reveals his purpose. The Tower Master exclaimed in surprise after hearing this. "What do you want?" Junshu replied without hesitation. "Sun Cannon. Haven't I made that clear yet?" The Tower Master hesitated for a moment before softly murmuring, "Fao Tai Duong. If the future of the tower depends on this, I can give it to you, but I'm not sure what you intend to do with it." Junu also wasn't in a hurry, smiling with a wink. "Then could you give it to me in the form of a memory chip? Let me learn it right away." The Tower Master didn't expect you to be in such a hurry, but he could only nod. "All right then." At this moment, Mage Kim suddenly spoke up. "Sorry to interrupt, but how do you plan to train me?" Junshu calmly replied, "First, we need to identify the root of the problem." Without waiting for Kim the Mage to respond, the Tower Master coldly said, "The biggest issue is that this kid is too stupid. He is supposed to become a mage, but his knowledge of mathematics is almost non-existent." Junu naturally understands Kim the Mage's problem. He's smart enough to study business management at Seoul University, but failed math, so he's not suitable for researching magic. After a while, Junu finally spoke slowly. "Then why don't we learn magic that doesn't involve calculations?" The Tower Master looked a bit confused and asked, "What do you mean? Magic that doesn't involve calculations?" Dan Mac nodded. Junshu calmly said that using spirits, he could become a fire mage. The Tower Master was stunned and exclaimed, "A fire mage! But that's not what a mage is about." Indifferently shrugging, Junshu pouted and asked, "So do you want your grandson to be like that for his whole life? Or do you want him to become a fire mage and help him unlock his potential?" The Tower Master glanced at Mage Kim, remained silent for a long time, then finally sat down and sighed before speaking. So tell me the details. The main issue is casting the spell, isn't it? Because you can't perform incantations, you also can't do magic. Then let's leave this difficult task to the spirits and just focus on providing mana. Then that's not possible. The boy isn't close to the spirits, so how can we find one? Jun frowned and looked at the two people, firmly saying, I didn't say he has to sign a contract with the spirits. As I mentioned, he will use them. Your method is for the mage Kim to just inscribe a spell into the magic circle. So the user only needs to focus on providing mana, and the mana circle will handle the spell itself. The Tower Master exclaimed in surprise, so you mean we should catch a spirit and use it as a mana circle? Or is it simpler just to turn it into a magic circle? Junshu nodded in agreement. Yes, that's right. The Tower Master immediately exclaimed happily, That's amazing. This is a very brilliant hypothesis. I thought you were a warrior. How did you know about these things? Junshu didn't know how to respond. Of course, that's a great idea, because it's something they came up with for the future. At this moment, the Tower Master whispered again, but the gate to the spirit realm is now closed, and we can't summon any spirits. Junshu calmly said, so we can use spirit animals as substitutes. The Tower Master thought of something after hearing that and muttered, Spirit animals like the phoenix? It's not easy to hear. How are we supposed to find mythical creatures? He chuckled softly, confidently saying, Don't worry about that. I have a way. After a while, the three of them arrived at a canyon. Seeing the phoenixes, Mage Kim couldn't help but exclaim, Is there really a valley full of phoenixes like this? The Tower Master also exclaimed in surprise. Even high-level superhumans find it very difficult to find a place like this. So how could you? Jundu shyly smiled and said, The phoenixes are not like the rumors say. They hide behind the valley, and I just happened to find them. The Tower Master didn't seem to fully believe, but still enthusiastically went along. Ha ha ha, oh my god, you are really lucky, Junshu whispered happily. So what about the solar cannon we talked about earlier? The Tower Master nodded slightly and said, I will give you one. Junshu happily accepted, completing the task with just one location. So satisfying. While you were happily celebrating, the Tower Master spoke up again. So how does a warrior like you plan to maximize the power of the solar cannon? Jun calmly replied, I want to upgrade it. My goal is to create a separation. Hearing this, the Tower Master threw back his head and laughed loudly. Ha ha! Splitting apart isn't an easy task. We've spent 10 years on it. Indifferently shrugging, Junshu calmly said, Approaching as a warrior will surely yield different results than approaching as a mage, right? Who knows? Maybe my separation is better than yours. The Tower Master narrowed his eyes at him, pouting as he spoke. Let's bet big then. 2 years deadline? Let's see which one is better. Yours or our demon towers? Junshu calmly replied. What shall we bet? The Tower Master thought for a moment before speaking. If you win, I will grant you a wish, but if I win, you must join the Ma Tower's security team. Alright, that sounds good. There's another chance to take control of the demon tower, so why not agree? While they were talking, Kim the Wizard quietly entered the canyon, and now it's time to confirm. A while later, outside the operating room, Junu was waiting when Mi-eung-sha approached, smiling happily and saying, That's amazing, Kim Warrior. I didn't expect you to open the path to becoming a fire mage in our tower. Director, yes, but first let's hope the surgery is successful. As for the expelled wizard earlier, Junshu frowned slightly and muttered, Oh, that failure? Mi-eung-sha muttered thoughtfully after he left, I investigated more carefully and it became clear that he had taken money from the Kumo Corporation. Junu was stunned and widened his eyes. Kumo Corporation, one of the 5 major companies known for aggressive expansion, ruthless tactics, and tendency to dominate or swallow up competitors in the market. In the game, they are the true villains. The problem isn't that they took our magic information, but that they specifically want your information. Maybe they want to recruit you. I don't want that. After hearing that, Junshu couldn't help but feel a chill down his spine. He sighed reluctantly, saying, You will never cooperate with villains like Kumo, and now there's another thing to avoid. At this moment, the operating room door opened and the Tower Master hurried over to Junu and gave him a pat. He laughed loudly and said, Ha ha, a great success. It's all thanks to you, Superman Kim. My grandson has now become a super mage. Junshu was stunned, and Kim the mage stepped out from inside, surrounded by a strong aura of magic, bowing his head slightly and saying, I truly thank you very much. Junshu narrowed his eyes and looked at Mage Kim. So he's already as strong as you? Starting at level 3 so early, could this be the power of DNA? Wizard Kim then spoke again. I feel really strange being able to use magic so easily. Junshu happily approached and suggested, From now on, you should use fire attribute elixirs so you can produce more mana. Thank you very much, Kim. This is the reward you wanted. Hearing that, Junshu's eyes lit up brightly. He finally received the sun cannon, but the reward included something else. He asked suspiciously, What is this? The Tower Master opened the bag at his feet and said, I added some nourishment for you in this bag and used magic to prove it. Junsu's eyes shine like stars. His admiration has gone beyond the usual. A moment later, in Choi Seal's office, looking at the money Junsu brought back, Choi Seo couldn't help but marvel. You earned a reward of 5 billion? Amazing, Junwoo said proudly. I think it's time for you to get used to my greatness. So then he suggested again, it's time to drink the honey I've saved. Do you hesitate and ask, honey? You just reached level 3 in less than a month. Isn't that a bit too soon? Be careful of side effects. So then, can you refine the honey? Director Choi. Refine it? Cho couldn't help but be stunned, but he quickly blinked with confidence. Just trust me. Then he opened his storage to look for something. After a while, Cho finally spoke. I only need a few main ingredients. These are the most common ones. Junwoo glanced over and muttered, do I get different properties depending on the ingredients I use? Then I'm still unsure. You already have superpowers and reincarnation, plus steel armor on your shield. After some hesitation, Junshu pointed to a material and said, let's go get a horned tiger's heart. Hearing this, Cho Seo was stunned and hesitated before asking, does it really have to be a horned tiger? Seeing his reaction, Jundu couldn't help but wonder, what's going on? Cho Seo explained slowly, this is an endangered creature, so it's quite difficult to obtain. Junwoo was extremely confused after hearing this and immediately drove off to search. You're not too worried. If it's not there, you'll go find it yourself. The problem is how to find the horned tiger in this vast area. Junwoo didn't want to use this, but there was no other choice, so he took out a can of fish and brought it to his nose to smell. It wasn't long before Junwoo gained the dog's sense of smell, and smelling durian was even worse. The fermented stinky fish is disgusting. It's like the smell of rotting flesh still lingers in your lungs. But thanks to its ability, you can smell all kinds of odors. Junshu continued to go deeper inside. He could smell a lot of blood. Is there a predator nearby? So it means it's here? Junshu quickly glanced around searching. Just when he hadn't found it yet, he saw something else. Far away, a car is approaching with people on board, chasing after an animal and wildly shooting at it. Junshu hurriedly runs after them, but there's still an opponent. You'll lose your secret if you get caught. Judging by the scratch marks on that corpse, it's no ordinary horned deer. This is the most famous mythical creature on Chungan Plateau, the King of Lions, and it possesses all 6 traits. At this moment, the King of Lions is charging towards Junwoo. If you lower your guard, you will definitely die. Junshu dare not be careless and quickly dodges. But what surprised you even more was that the Beast King also has evasive abilities. Junshu bit his lip fiercely and said, you don't have many chances left. You have to finish it with a single strike. From then on, he had to rely on his senses and instincts. As Junshu was thinking, the Sun King charged fiercely. He aimed the gun at it and used his special trait at the same time. Without hesitation, Junshu fired, but the beast still dodged, the bullet only grazing its body slightly. Jun bit his lip fiercely, so it can dodge like that too. But I'm not done yet. Thinking that, Junwoo charged forward again. You may be a warrior, but I'm quite confident in my shooting skills. As soon as he finished speaking, he fired directly and the magic bullets pierced into Son Vuong's body. Junshu smiled in satisfaction. Just as he was about to smile again, Son Vuong suddenly charged forward, startling him. Luckily, Junshu dodged, not expecting it to still be able to move after being hit by black fire. Junshu looked at it in horror, frowning as he muttered, if black fire isn't enough, it seems I have to go melee. Meanwhile, Sun King's eyes turned cloudy, filled with killing intent as he stared at Junwoo. Without hesitation, it charged forward wildly. Junwoo recognized this move. It was Son Vuong Zongpa's strongest skill. It can strengthen its body to over 1.5 tons and completely tear apart its target. Compared to the infamy that has terrified countless players, defeating it with a simple strategy is almost laughable. That is to use its own strength against it. Thinking that, Junwoo jumped onto the back of the Beast King, startling it. Heh, you're surprised. You knew you couldn't dodge this attack, right? As soon as he finished speaking, he swung his sword into the body of the Beast King, fresh blood pouring out endlessly. After a while, Junwoo dragged the corpse of the Beast King into the city, drawing a crowd. Here it is, everyone. See its heart right here. I only need the heart, so I will sell the remaining parts. Is anyone interested? You want to see how much King Sun is worth? As soon as Junwoo finished speaking, people started bidding, and in just a moment, the number reached 2.5 billion. But inside the crowd, a woman wearing a hat stepped forward and threw out a shocking figure. I'll pay 5 billion. Junwoo didn't hesitate and shouted, confirming the deal for 5 billion. Seeing you agree, the crowd dispersed. The woman stepped forward and said, I will transfer the money to you right away. Junwoo gave her his account information. The girl quickly transferred the money and asked suspiciously, so you killed him alone? Junwoo nodded slightly and replied, yeah, I was very lucky. The woman sneered and pouted, saying, there's no such thing as complete luck in hunting. It's partly thanks to your skills. Here's my card. I would be very grateful if you contact me in the future. Then he turned and walked away. Junwoo looked at the business card on Junjin's hand. You feel like you've seen this before, right? It must be some wealthy character again. But Junwoo didn't really care. He had obtained the tiger's heart and gained an extra 5 billion. He was already very lucky. 2 days later, Junwoo returned to his place. He quickly went to the training room, looked at the medicine bottle in his hand, nodded with satisfaction, and could tell the quality of the medicine just by its color. Earlier, after bringing back the tiger's heart, Junwoo gave it to Choi Seo for refinement. He said there would be no side effects, and he looked very confident, so you can trust him. Junwoo suddenly sighed to himself, but I'm still quite worried. To be safe, he decided to prioritize understanding the properties first. Then Junwoo swallowed the entire bottle of medicine. In just a moment, a lava-like heat erupted within his body. Junsu's body is beginning to evolve as it detects the changes in adrenaline hormones accumulating. Its effects are starting to manifest. This makes Junsu very happy. It is regenerating the magic cycle and he has leveled up to level 4. Junwoo couldn't be more satisfied now that he's reached level 4. The feeling is truly different, as if his soul has ascended to a new level. Moreover, he also gained a new attribute, Fury. It's like confirmation that the creation was successful, and there's also a reason why Junwoo went there to hunt monsters and sell his items. With the attributes gained through battles, and if he combines the traits in his gear with this diamond, he would gain the traits of immense strength and gigantism. Junwoo nodded in satisfaction. The preparations are complete, now it's time for the final step. At this moment, Junsu's body begins to change, with the internal muscles suddenly tearing apart and the bone structure being adjusted. Before long, the traits began to merge. Junwoo had gained the strength of a giant. Looking down at my strong body, I feel extremely happy. At last, I have it. The power of a giant, the top trait of a warrior. It was just very quick. Junwoo realized there was a problem. He's growing bigger, but that's okay. Let's see how strong he really is. Immediately after, Junwoo threw a punch at the glass. In an instant, the entire surface cracked and shattered. Junwoo muttered in satisfaction. It only takes sound waves to break it apart. This power is really amazing, but it does have serious side effects. Just as Jun thought, to use this ability, he also needs a diamond body, which makes the body more resilient, or an invincibility trait that speeds up recovery. But both are top-tier traits. Junwoo can learn them from equipment as before. The problem is that you're out of damn diamonds, which really gives you a headache. But soon, Junwoo came up with a solution. You knew exactly where to get it, so you just went to look, but when you arrived, you received a shocking piece of news. We're out of diamonds. Chunbok sighed and said, "We don't have any left. The earliest we'll have more is next month." "Next month is too late," Chunbok suddenly whispered. "So would you mind coming with me to the mine to get the diamonds?" Junshu was stunned after hearing this. "I don't remember this part being in the game," Chunbok whispered again. "This is a trip that must be kept secret at all costs. Are you interested?" Junshu agreed without hesitation. "Of course, let's go." That evening, the streets of Seon were bustling with people. Chunbok drives Junwoo away and speaks slowly. "I'm sure you also know that to get something like a diamond, you have to accept risks, right?" Junwoo nodded softly in response. "Of course," Chunbok then reminded him after hearing that. "Look ahead for a moment. If you think it's not safe, you can retreat." Junwoo didn't understand why he suddenly gave that advice, but only now did he realize something. The car is heading towards Bun, rushing forward without stopping at all. Junwoo finally realizes where they are headed. It's the place where superhumans fight for their lives. The largest underground arena in the capital, a fierce one-on-one combat where blood can be shed but defeat is not an option. A moment later, at an opulent building in Bun. Below the basement, Chunbok and Junwoo slowly walk in as everyone continues to cheer loudly. Junwoo took a quick look and couldn't help but marvel. This place is really huge. Chunbok, hearing that, immediately asked suspiciously, "You know about the arena too?" Junshu casually replied, "I only heard a rumor. By the way, isn't it because you have a connection with this place?" Chunbok chuckled softly and pouted, saying, "Ha ha, I've been caught by you." Junshu was initially wondering where Mr. Dao got those rare items. It turns out that from here, looking back, Kim Chunbok's background in the game also seems very suspicious. As he was thinking, Chunbok spoke again, saying, "But I should warn you, I didn't bring you here to go up there." Junshu pouted and whispered, "So you brought me here as part of your plan, right?" Chunbok nodded awkwardly. "That's right, nothing in this world is free. This is one of many ways to quickly obtain diamonds. The rules are simple. The winner takes the loser's diamond, and the loser must destroy their magic circle to create a diamond." Junshu frowned after hearing this. "So basically I have to bet my entire life? The bigger the risk, the bigger the reward?" Chunbok nodded softly and replied, "Exactly. If this doesn't work out, we can just leave." "It's just that you haven't finished talking yet," Junwoo interrupted with a smile. "What are you going to do? Where is the registration place? This is the perfect opportunity to earn diamonds." Chunbok immediately volunteered, saying, "I'll register since I'm the one who introduced him." Junshu looked at him suspiciously and asked, "What do I get out of it?" Chunbok cheerfully replied, "Half of the prize will be yours and the rest will go to me and the organizers." Junshu also had no objection and calmly said, "That sounds good. Let me experience this place first," and then Junwoo went up to the arena to compete. Your opponent is a big guy who rushes at Junwoo wildly. No matter how you dodge, it makes him angry and shout, "Are you just going to keep dodging like a coward? I will crush you with this fist in one hit." At that moment, Junshu suddenly sneered and said, "You're too talkative. Now it's my turn, right?" Without hesitation, he used his giant strength and threw a punch at the big guy's face. A knockout, the big guy just fell down. Of course, the winner is Junu. Chunbok saw that and ran down to congratulate him. That's amazing, it's been years. Junu happily said, I bet it's because of me that you now have a pile of diamonds. Chunbok excitedly patted his shoulder, grinning from ear to ear. And not only that, there's also a lot of money. What are you planning to do with the money you earned today? Junu thought for a moment before replying, I think I'll buy some new equipment. So you're only interested in becoming stronger? Junu nodded indifferently and replied, Of course, because strength determines a person's rank in Araksun, I don't want to live as a failure being toyed with by this world. At this moment, Chunbok suddenly spoke up, as if he had just received a challenge. Junshu was surprised and asked, Who is it from Chunbok casually replied, From a level 4 superhuman called the Destroyer King, ranked first. Junshu was stunned when he heard that name. Chunbok, feeling quite wary, advised him, You might want to think twice. You don't have to accept the challenge. But it seems he knows this name and accepts the challenge immediately. A moment later, he steps onto the stage again. Below the stands, everyone started cheering and shouting. A burly man with his face covered stood ready on the arena, enjoying the sound of the crowd calling his name. This is the Destroyer, a level 4 superhuman. The Destroyer looked at Junu and said with a smile, I didn't expect you to accept my challenge, kid. Looks like you've lost your mind, Junu said, narrowing his eyes as he observed the opponent. The Destroyer is definitely a completely different opponent. The Destroyer is an SR level character with melee combat, immense strength, and combat skills. If it comes to hand-to-hand combat, he is the strongest with 3 high-level traits, but I can still beat him. In the game, the Destroyer was already level 5, but here he's only level 4. Moreover, Junu also begins to feel that the diamonds earned as rewards aren't quite enough. Just as he was thinking, the Destroyer charged at him, shouting non-stop, I will smash your smiling face to pieces, prepare to become a pile of meat, then roll around crying on the ground. His fist kept punching, but Runshu dodged effortlessly. I wasn't afraid at all, and even taunted with a smile, saying, I want to say that to you too. At this moment, the Destroyer rushed forward and embraced Junshu tightly. But Junshu remained very calm. Just as expected, he knew this guy would come at him. The Destroyer is a wrestler who immediately pins down opponents when he lifts them, but he doesn't know that this time his opponent is Junu, a foe who is not so easily taken down. As expected, when the Destroyer was about to pin him down, he suddenly spun around. Junu added the strength of a giant, super strength, and power. Then activates the counterattack at the right moment. A perfectly cinematic spin by Junsu unfolds in the arena. And then, he elbowed the Destroyer in the stomach, causing him to spew a mouthful of fresh blood. But the Destroyer quickly reacted, grabbing Junu's hand and then clamping his neck. But Junu had already anticipated this and easily dodged. Then he grabbed the villain's collar and threw him forcefully to the ground, which gave Junu the suppressive trait that made him quite happy. The Destroyer quickly got to his feet, suspiciously asking, How did you do that? Junshu calmly smiled and said, You're probably wondering how I predicted your move and dodged it, right? But you're unlucky. I've only just begun. After gaining the suppression, I collected all 6 basic combat traits, and when these traits merge into one, they evolve into a single trait called Close Combat. Junu raised an eyebrow and said with a smile, Alright, let's see how strong you really are. Hearing this, the Destroyer immediately froze in surprise. He frowned and muttered, What are you trying to do? Before he could understand what was happening, Runu charged forward to attack. The Destroyer King didn't dare to be careless, quickly raising his hand to defend, but still asked suspiciously, What the hell is going on? What did you do that suddenly changed your aura so completely? Junshu chuckled softly, raising an eyebrow and saying, You're sharp too. No wonder your rank is so high. He's right. Compared to a rookie just entering the arena, he should have no experience, but he's become a well-rounded warrior after gaining close combat traits. Equipping them allows Junsu's normal attacks to trigger continuous combo traits and adds a few more effects to his strikes. The Destroyer King was cornered by him, desperately fighting back, but Junu kept dodging. Then he grabbed the King's punching arm tightly. When using this ability, Junu also combines some basic traits, so even the Destroyer King is no match for him. At this moment, Junu pinched the villain's hand and neck with his foot, immobilizing him. He raised an eyebrow and said, If you don't want your arm to break, surrender. Overwhelmed by pain, the Destroyer shouted hoarsely, I give up. I surrender. Immediately, the referee confidently announced that the winner was Warrior Kim. To everyone's surprise, he climbed to first place in the Level 4 Superhuman Tournament. Junu was extremely satisfied with this result. Under the stands, everyone started cheering for his name and calling him the Warrior King. Junu was so embarrassed by this nickname, he wanted to disappear. At this moment, the referee spoke again, saying, Now we will begin the diamond creation process. Junshu narrowed his eyes at the Destroyer, wondering if he would give up all the strength he had painstakingly gathered. The Destroyer clenched his teeth tightly, almost bleeding, and after a moment of thought, he finally spoke. I want to use the special contract. The referee then suspiciously asked back, Are you sure you want to use it? The special contract is something the organizers made with the Destroyer when he became the #1 warrior. The condition is that if he is defeated, the organizers will pay in diamonds. However, this must be accepted by the winner. So the referee looked at Junwoo and asked, "Do you agree?" Without waiting for Junshu's response, the destroyer continued speaking. "If you agree, I will give you 10 diamonds. But Junwoo shook his head and said, "That's not enough. The supernatural power of a B and SR level hero is in his hands, so Junwoo has to seize the opportunity. That's why he started to make a deal. I want something, but not Kim Kwang. Junwoo said that if he gives you the right to design, you will accept this condition." As soon as those words left his mouth, a look of panic appeared on the destroyer's face. He avoided Junwoo's gaze and muttered softly, "What is liking the book? It's too late now to pretend you don't know." Junshu saw the surprised look on his face earlier. "I won't accept a head without a diamond and the right to design it." The destroyer bit his lip fiercely, hesitating for a long time before suspiciously asking, "How do you know?" Junshu didn't answer, coldly asking back, "What will you do now?" You knew he couldn't refuse. If he broke the magic circle to create diamonds, he would lose all his skills. The destroyer thought for a long time before speaking. "I will give you the key, but later you have to come back to the arena to fight me and bet the key." Junshu without hesitation smiled and said, "Sounds good. Let's decide on the time later." So right after that, Junwoo gained the artifact and left the underground arena to go home. He chuckled happily and said, "Look at its aura. It's real. This thing can also reduce damage, hack the game, and more." In addition, Junsu also has another mountain of diamonds, and after obtaining the advanced trait, he might even have a whole pile left over. So after that, he added the healing trait from the necklace given by Priest Kim. A surge of magic quickly appeared around the necklace, and Junsu's entire body began to change. It wasn't long before he gained a new trait, immortality. He excitedly exclaimed, "Now I have the strength of a giant and immortality. I just need one more to complete my 3 good warrior build." Then Junwoo put away the pile of diamonds. "You have to keep it safe." While you were excited, your phone suddenly rang, the caller ID showing Jin Yang. Junwoo saw the name and frowned, muttering, "Is that the hunter who bought the giant fish?" A little while later at the Hunter Guild, Junwoo arrived here as Jin Yang suggested, and she led him to the top floor of the building, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you for coming. Our guild leader really wants to meet you." Junwoo also really wanted to meet that person because the NPC Hunter Guild leader is famous for giving out rewards. Soon, the two of them entered a room where a man in a black vest was already waiting. He smiled and greeted, "I'm Sun Beijin, the leader of the Hunters Guild." Junshu stared in shock at the man in front of him. "This isn't the guild leader, he's the boss of the assassin organization. How is he here?" "But you didn't say anything." Koch Sao shook hands with Byung-jin and whispered, "I am Warrior Kim." Byung-jin chuckled softly and said, "It's an honor for me." Junshu finally remembered that after some events at the Hunters Guild, he was expelled. But it was truly strange. Just then, someone ran in from outside. Feeling sorry, they said, "Sorry for being late." Byung-jin glanced at the man and asked, "Director Kang, what's going on about the disposal?" Director Kang awkwardly scratched his head and said, "I heard that the person who defeated the Mountain King is here, so I hurriedly came over, and today is also the day of the fusion competition." Junshu quietly observes the man in front of him. This is the guild leader from the game, so what is really going on here? At this point, Director Kang approached and greeted him, saying, "I am Director Kang, just call me that." Junshu shook his head with a smile and replied, "No, how could I call you by your name directly? You're joking too much, Director Gang. Hey, if you two have finished talking, let's get to the main matter." Junwoo and KOC exchanged glances and looked towards him. Bean spoke calmly. "Superman, we want to invite you to become an official member of the guild." "Hunter Guild? I need to think about it first." After hearing this, Junshu frowned and replied, "Becoming an official member sounds good, but he's a bit hesitant about the name of the guild leader." Byung-jin then spoke up to persuade, saying frankly that our guild is currently building a high-level hunting ground in Troll City. Honestly, our guild's current situation is unstable. Right now, they are only allowed to hunt in 2 areas, but if permission becomes an issue, it could cause trouble. So they want to establish a territory where they can hunt without needing such permits. Chairman, this is not really our true goal. Our leader doesn't just want to establish a hunting ground, but also wants to be recognized as an army and create an armed kingdom. Junwoo was stunned and exclaimed, "Isn't this too much for a guild?" The generals in those 2 regions both have significant influence due to their independent histories and their own armies. "Yes, so it's impossible." Hyuk nodded, but Byung-jin cut in coldly. "Maybe?" He narrowed his eyes at Junwoo, proposing with extreme determination, "Super Kim, if you lend us your strength, I can give you this position of mine in the future." Junshu frowned deeply after hearing that. Chairman of the association, huh? His eyes are filled with ambition, while the chicken here also looks equally convincing with a persuasive smile. "Now you should forget everything and join us. I will definitely take good care of you." Jin Yang scoffed coldly in disdain. "Director Kang, do you think I can't do that?" KXOC awkwardly scratches his head, stammering and unable to speak clearly. Junwoo glanced at her, then looked back at Byung-jin. He's a suspicious guy and unpredictable. If something happens to Kok, the person who will make the proposal later will be in trouble. While Junwoo was thinking, Kioch pushed Jin Yang out, a bright smile still on his face. Superman Kim, if you join, you'll get a tax reduction too. And today, you also get to enjoy the unified competition. After some thought, Junwoo made his decision. You have to protect Kok, so you happily agreed. Sounds good. So I will join. Then Kioch drove Junsu away. The uncle happily laughs and says, haha, now I owe you a favor. I was really worried that the president had already invited you, so I rushed over right away. Honestly, I was very concerned when he wanted to get close to you. Junwoo sat in the passenger seat, listening to Kok ramble on endlessly, feeling helpless as he sighed. In the game, this uncle isn't usually so talkative. Then you suspiciously asked Director Kang why he didn't set up his own hunting ground, and Kioch didn't hesitate to answer. That's because of the on-circle team. Junshu was a bit confused, and the uncle explained slowly that they are a group of members loyal to the guild leader who focus only on politics rather than hunting. Jun frowned and muttered, so the hall leader is trying to recruit me to his side. Kisho nodded softly and said, that's right, he's wrong. Aren't you supposed to focus on what's most important in the guild, instead of worrying about something so pointless? But lately all the members at Fekizox have been sent elsewhere, so his position is quite unstable. Junshu couldn't help but secretly sigh. You thought Kai Seok was just a cheerful, simple, happy guy, but your uncle thinks he's quite insightful. The car kept driving through the desolate wilderness. After a while, they finally stopped at a camp. This is a private hunting ground of the Hunters Guild. Junwoo walked inside alone, looked around, and couldn't help but marvel at how many hunters there were. Just then, Jin Yang came over to greet him. The gold hunter finally arrived. Wasn't he supposed to be with Director Kang? Junwoo shyly smiled and replied, yes, he suddenly said he needed to go to the bathroom. But before he could finish speaking, Jin Yang coldly cut him off. Good, I have something to discuss with you. Being too close to Director Kang isn't a good thing. Do you think I would side with him? Junshu nodded slightly and said, I understand now your thoughts are different. Jin Yang calmly replied, yes, he is someone who focuses too much on details and cannot see the bigger picture. During the conversation, Junwoo was secretly observing her. He finally noticed an important detail, yellow eyes and a scar. Jin Wai is a member of Bung Jin's assassin organization. Now, I understand the Jianchan Society is the predecessor of the assassin organization. Jin Wai doesn't know what he's thinking, and she continues, it's even the hunting grounds. He goes crazy over minor illegal actions. Jun Shu chuckles softly and pouts. I quite like him. He doesn't speak ill of others behind their backs and is very honest. This made Jin Yang's face darken. She snorted coldly and said, if you want, but don't regret it later. Then she turned and walked away. Junwoo said nothing more. Now that he had a rough idea of the situation, it was time to start preparing. Immediately after, Junwoo went into the resting tent and then into the bathroom to slather sunscreen all over his face. The smell almost made him vomit on the spot. But Junwoo had to hold back. He had already received the sensitive trait. After waiting for a long time and receiving the trait, Junsu finally washed it off. He has now obtained all the traits. When combined, they become an absolute attribute beneficial for hunting. Which is the sixth sense, Junwoo said with a satisfied smile. The sixth sense is not only useful for hunting, but also very suitable for situations like this. So after tidying up, Junwoo went outside. Thao suddenly said, should we go around and see their evil thoughts? At that moment, he suddenly saw something ahead. Two people emanating murderous intent. Moreover, everyone around was the same. Junshu couldn't help but be amazed. What is this? Don't tell me most of the people here are demons. While you were still thinking, Kioch came in from outside, carrying 2 bottles of soju. Still with a simple smile on his face, Kim the warrior finally found you. Let's have a drink before the competition starts. Behind the uncle, there are 2 others, all of whom are his close associates. These 2 quickly greeted him. Director Kang has spoken very highly of you. Junwoo gently shook his head in refusal. I don't think I can drink. Because from Kai-sek's trusted person, he could smell something. The foul betrayer's scent. So Junwoo then stood outside the meat bath while Kai-sek's men drank and feasted freely. He sighed in frustration. They were having so much fun they didn't even realize there was a spy. I need to tell Ki Seo, but will he believe what I just met today? While Junwoo was thinking, a trusted aide of Kai-sek approached and asked the warrior Kim to please take care of the director for a little while. Junwoo nodded softly and replied, all right. K-seok is now drunk and leaning on his fishing rod. The uncle stumbles over to pat Junshu's shoulder and ask, how did warrior Kim find the building event? Are you happy? Junshu could only force a smile and reply, haha, yes, it's very fun, especially with the traitor around. He poured the drink and said, I will have a glass of whiskey, and of course the director will have a beer mix. Right, I will make it really good for you. Kai O.C. excitedly exclaimed, the drinks from Director Choi are the best ever. Director Choi quickly filled a glass and handed it to Kai O.C., smiling, let's finish these drinks in one go. Kioch had no problem and reached out to accept it. Just a sip? Sounds good. But at this moment, Junwoo had already stepped in to stop him. "Wait, you go ahead and drink first," startling Director Choi. He asked suspiciously, "What are you talking about? Why? Do you have a reason not to drink?" The best time to catch a traitor is when the plan is underway. While pouring the wine, Director Choi exuded intense murderous intent and looked worried. In this situation, poisoning is the perfect way to kill Kai-sek. Thinking about it, Junshu handed him the glass again and straightforwardly questioned him. "Do you mean you put poison in this?" This statement made Director Choi feel uneasy. He nervously asked, "What are you talking about?" "Stop messing around," Kyok asked confused. "Kim Warrior, why are you suddenly trembling and not answering? Your tone's still very firm in giving orders. If there's nothing else, just drink." Seeing Manager Choi still standing there stunned, Run Shu brought the glass of wine in front of him to pour it out. Sensing the situation was tense, he pushed the hand away and coldly shouted, "Get away from me!" The glass of wine spilled onto the ground and the department head felt guilty, lowering his head. This scene made Kai-sok startled and panicked. Uncle angrily shouted, "That damn Manager Choi? Did you really put poison in him?" Seeing the truth exposed, Manager Choi immediately revealed himself. "You betrayed us before. I've heard the chairman say everything. He prevented me from being promoted to director." As they argued, Manager Choi kicked at Kok, but Junshu was faster, grabbing his leg and twisting it behind his back to hold him down. "You've truly betrayed us now, so what do you think I should do?" He hurriedly begged and pleaded. "Wait, please, sir?" Junshu ignored him and looked up at Kok, trembling with anger, and asked, "Or would you rather do it yourself?" The director, even as Chief Choi tried to say something, drew his weapon and without hesitation struck down, blood pouring like rain, and Chief Choi's head was severed from his neck. Kai X wiped the blood from his face and coldly said, "You idiot, I know you're greedy, but why would you want to kill me just to get a promotion?" Then the three of Kok drove away from the scene. Ku is still very angry, and the uncle keeps scolding, "Do Bung Jin hates me that much? So that's why he sent all my men somewhere else." He really is a filthy bastard, but at that moment, a truck suddenly sped up, passing alongside their car, and inside was Jane Yang. She smirked and said, "I heard you caught a good catch." Seeing her, Kyok's face grew serious, but the uncle still kept calm and said, "Yeah, just an ordinary prey. Come on, just tell us the truth. I heard you caught Director Choi." As soon as she finished speaking, she drew her gun and aimed it at Kyok. Seeing this, Junwoo immediately changed his abilities and quickly stepped on the gas to drive away. Behind their car, there was not only Jin Yang, but also many other vehicles chasing after them. Junsu's car quickly broke through their encirclement, but the bullets from behind still wildly fired at them. Kyo also refused to back down, sticking his head out of the car and shouting loudly, "You bastard! Who do you think you're shooting at?" As he finished speaking, he threw a grenade in that direction. A deafening explosion echoed through the sky, smoke billowing everywhere, but Jin Yang's car remained safe. Hisoki complained, "Can you slow down a bit, Hunter?" Then Junwoo smirked and said, "Do you want me to show you how to do it?" Kiss OC, still confused and clueless, saw him emerge from the car with the gun pointed at the people behind. Junsu has modified the gun's attributes to include lightning effects and reduced recoil. With these bonuses, he can see through their movements and then use his sixth sense to aim and shoot. And then Junwoo directly pulled the trigger, the bullet rushing forward with the force of tearing through the wind, piercing straight into the wheel and causing the vehicle to swerve. Junwoo kept shooting, causing the convoy to quickly veer off course. Kai Seok's close associate couldn't help but feel moved. "He's gone mad. That is a divine gun." Kai Seok also nodded in agreement. "Kim the warrior, you truly are a monster." But at this moment, Jin Yang's car was still catching up to the three of them. Her eyes were extremely cruel, as if she wanted to kill them all. Junwoo once again changed his driving style, causing his car to flip and force Jin Yang's vehicle into a panic, and then they managed to escape from the pursuit of the two pickup trucks. Junsu drives with incredible skill, boldly leaving as Jin Yang screams in fury, frantically shouting, "Get them now and quickly." Through the rearview mirror, Junshu sees 5 cars still tailing him. "You changed your driving style again," and sped off. Junshu sighed in relief, almost got killed, and the two of them nearly vomited inside the car. After a while, they arrived at another base, but there were guards outside preventing them from entering. Kichia quickly introduced himself as a level 4 gold-ranked hunter from the hunting guild, just back from a hunt. The guard soldiers nodded indifferently after hearing this. "But what's going on back there? Jin Yang's people are like dogs sticking to their tails." Jin Yang followed all the way here, jumped out of the car, and ordered his subordinates to put down their guns. The guards narrowed their eyes and warned them that any disruptive behavior on Go's territory would be considered a challenge to the general. Junwoo nodded slightly and said, "I understand. I won't cause any trouble." At this moment, Bean also appears. He roared fiercely, "Wait, don't let them in. They are criminals, murderers." The Go army will not interfere in matters within the hunting grounds. The chairman also knows about this, right? Bean wanted to say something else, but the guard's stern warning silenced him. "He is challenging the authority of the Eastern Army General. Is that what you want?" Byung-jin was speechless, his face turning from pale to white. After a while, he looked back at Kibyo-C and said, If running away like that is not different from a mouse, did you hire a professional racing driver? All thanks to our gold hunter, he's a great hunter, a skilled driver, and an expert marksman too. If I had a daughter, I would have already married her off to him. Byung-jin was so angry after hearing this that he gritted his teeth and said, I don't think Superman Kim would side with someone like you. I don't want to. Did you forget we're in the world of hanging? Why is it so noisy? At this moment, a stern shout rang out, causing everyone to startle and look back. As a proud figure stepped out from inside, it was Gu Hyun-W, a level 7 warrior and the general of the Eastern Army. Seeing him, the group immediately bowed and greeted him. Commander, I apologize. We were just talking. Jun slightly frowned and looked at the man. He's here. Hey, Mr. W. Glaring at the crowd, he shouted. The grudges of the hunters are not my business, and the same goes for G. Do you think this is a place to mess around? K-Sekok and Bung-jin were scolded, but couldn't say a word. Hai W warned coldly that if this happened again, but before he could finish speaking, he suddenly glanced at Ju. Hai World silently observed him for a long time. After a long pause, he finally declared clearly, forget it. This time the Eastern Army will intervene in this matter. Bung-jin was stunned and exclaimed, Sir, this is clearly an internal affair of the Hunter Guild. But Hong still insisted and shouted loudly, this is an order from above. This statement made Kok and Bung-jin even more terrified. Hyeon W calmly declared, tomorrow afternoon, a duel of honor will be held right in front of the city hall with only one person from each side stepping forward. Then he looked at Junsu, causing Junu to frown in surprise. Why are you looking at me like that? Mr. W just looked at you for a moment, then shifted his gaze and coldly declared, the loser must willingly surrender their head. If you refuse this offer, I will be the one to judge. The next day, in front of the city hall, a crowd had gathered as it was still raining. Keech nervously looked at Junshu and asked, are you sure you're okay with this fight, Kim Hunter? Even if you volunteer, this is a bit much. Don't worry. I didn't wait for my uncle to finish speaking, Junshu said coldly. After all, this honor duel is just a way to test me. A sudden challenge to fight is definitely orchestrated by that guy behind the scenes. The 8th level superhuman quietly observing in the town hall. The general of the Eastern Hwangguom. Thinking this, Junu smirked and said, let's see what I can do. After a moment, Junu and Bung-jin entered the decisive battle at the center of the area. Too bad, Kim Warrior. If you had joined our Hunter Guild, we would have been great teammates. I refuse, but I don't like doing your dirty work. He shouted fiercely, if you have made your choice, then I will have to kill all of you. Then Bung-jin unleashed his own magic power. The people surrounding outside gasped in shock and exclaimed, a dragon demon! Is he a shape-shifting demon? Junshu understood why they were so stunned. The dragon demon was originally a creature meant to be extinct, but you knew about that one in advance and were fully prepared. The night before, Junsu asked Kiryok to find something for him. My uncle's trusted person brought me some, then hesitated and asked, are you sure this is enough to deal with that worm vampire? Junu pouted and said, Manager Park, you're always in such a hurry. Then he started to combine his attributes into one, and Junsu received the diamond body trait. This trait has completed the development of the 3 main characteristics. Returning to the present, Byung-jin is now frantically attacking Junsu. Not daring to be careless, Junsu raised his shield to defend, causing him to gape in disbelief as he muttered, a pathetic level 4 brat can easily block my attack? Junshu snorted coldly and said, I am not so weak as to lose to a monster like you. Then he immediately swung his sword, forcing Byung-jin to retreat. He gritted his teeth and muttered, what kind of strength is this? Don't tell me he's been hiding his true level. This is what is called a super game-breaking combo, considered to be a level 3 trait, and Junsu possesses all 3 of these traits. It can maximize the giant's strength and when combined with the diamond body and immortality. Taking the lead, Junu quickly charged at Byung-jin with relentless attacks, forcing him step by step into a defensive stance. In just a moment, Byung-jin's claws were hacked to pieces. He was so furious, he turned red with rage and howled wildly. If it's come to this, I have no other choice. As soon as he finished speaking, Byung-jin's body began to change. His sharp fangs quickly grew longer, and new claws formed on his hands. Strange claws also appeared on Byung-jin's back. This scene made Kiok and the others outside panic and mutter, could it really be a mutant monster? This is the second awakening form of the demon, enabled by its mutated traits. The danger of using it is losing control and becoming a monster. But when it awakens, it will possess the power to wipe out an entire team of level 5. So we must eliminate it before it fully develops. At this moment, Bean in his mutated state has begun to attack, but Junu also used dark fire to fight back, although his claws can easily dispel the dark fire. Junu couldn't help but be amazed. Can it really withstand black fire? If it fully awakens, it will definitely easily surpass level 7. At that moment, Bung-jin's leg lunged forward, and Junu couldn't react in time, causing him to be pinned to the ground. He spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, secretly marveling at this incredible power. Seizing the moment, Bung-jin charged forward recklessly again. He smugly said, "I really regret it now, Warrior Kim. I never thought I would have to kill such a talented person myself." A series of sharp claws rushes towards Junu. A loud bang shattered the ground around him, filling the sky with dust and smoke. Bungjin stood proudly, gazing at the wreckage before him. He thought he had won, but from within the smoke came a sigh that surprised him. Junshu stood up from the wreckage, coldly snorting, "I almost died, and now you even have a destructive king's power in your hand." Byungjin couldn't believe it and shouted, "What the hell? With that awakening power, you should definitely be dead, right?" "That's right, I will do that, but only when the black fire no longer slowly prevents the blackening of Byung." Junu chuckled softly and said, "So, after you finish fighting, it's my turn, right? If the evolution has been stopped, then there's only one thing left to do. Cut its throat before it fully evolves." Thinking of that, Junu swung his sword, a dazzling blade of light rushing forward wildly. He smirked and said, "Goodbye, monster." Byungjin watched the dazzling sword rushing toward him in a panic, but he couldn't do anything and was cut in half. Until the light faded, a large scar had formed on the ground, and Byungjin had also vanished into thin air. The two key OC were overjoyed, trembling as they cheered. "You really defeated a level 5 vampire. I saw it with my own eyes, but I still can't believe it. You're amazing." Meanwhile, Byungjin's side was in a state of panic, constantly confused and unsure of what to do. Jin Yang was the same. She couldn't believe Byungjin had been defeated like that. Junu ignored it and glanced at Kok, asking, "What do you plan to do with the Hunters Guild now?" Hyok thought for a moment before suggesting, "Maybe you should become the guild president." Hunter Kim Jun gently shook his head in refusal. "No, the director knows the guild best, so I believe he will do it." While they were talking, Hong Wan approached and said, "Kim Warrior, come with me. The general wants to see you." Junu smirked knowingly, just as he expected. John had been watching the fight all along. A while later, inside the Emperor's palace, someone was already waiting. Junu entered and bowed politely. "Hello, I am Warrior Kim." Then he looked up at the person in front of him and said, "So this is General Jom of the Empire. You thought he was over 100 years old, but he doesn't look it, does he?" While Junu was lost in thought, JN suddenly spoke up. "That's right, your fighting style is very refreshing. Who did you teach him to be?" Even without releasing mana, the pressure from his presence was already overwhelming. Junu took a deep breath and calmly replied, "I don't have a master." Jom was surprised and asked, "Really not? Did you learn by yourself?" The two people sitting on either side of him also spoke up. "Your movements are truly unorthodox. His swordsmanship is only so-so at best, and his movements are very clumsy." Junu felt a bit dissatisfied with this comment. "Jum, not knowing what you're thinking," continued speaking. "The more I look at you, the more interesting you seem. Are you considering becoming my disciple? This is not exactly an unexpected offer. In the game, point. Choosing the warrior class also grants Junsu this. Becoming Jom's disciple will definitely make him incredibly stronger. And the main reward is the swordsmanship of General Huang." But at this moment, Junu bows his head and refuses. "I am truly honored and grateful, but I want to try to walk on my own feet." Does he dare to refuse his father's offer? Are you out of your mind? Junu still stood there silently, knowing that if he accepted, he would have to face many restrictions. Choosing the easy path is not always the right answer. Jom is also silent now, but those around him keep making noise, pushing him to the limit, and he suddenly unleashes his aura, shouting angrily, "Shut up!" Everyone shut up now. Jom's aura erupts, causing those around to feel dizzy. Even Junu feels a heavy weight pressing down on him. Just the pressure from him alone makes my body feel like it's being crushed. But you'll be fine, because you have that trait, right? Seeing Junu still standing firm within his aura, Jom was a bit surprised. He retracted his killing intent and spoke coldly. "Can you endure? Despite your potential, why do you refuse to become my disciple?" Junshu trembled slightly, as if standing before a lake bigger than a mountain. He took a deep breath and resolutely said, "I have a dream of reaching superhuman level 9 to touch the stars." Hearing this, Jom was a bit surprised. He slowly said, "To become as strong as a level 9 warrior, you will need to master advanced swordsmanship and proper training. You need enlightenment more than anything else. When reaching level 7, bad habits might hold you back." But Junu still speaks firmly. "Even so, whether right or wrong, I want to walk my own path." "That's your way of handling things." Hearing this, Jom couldn't help but laugh. "Very well, I respect your indomitable spirit." As soon as he finished speaking, he reached out and grabbed the sword beside him, then threw it toward Junu. This scene causes everyone in the room to panic. Junu sees the sword in his hand, his eyes shining like stars. This is the SSR Black Lake sword item. Junu is still confused and doesn't understand. Jom spoke again and took this as well. Junu obediently stepped forward, lowered his hand, and received what he was offered. Jom slowly spoke. "This is the Hoa Wang swordsmanship. I heard that Junsu's swordsmanship clearly demonstrates strength. The wild swordsmanship is like that too. Strength and speed blend together, so it suits Junu well." Surprised by the suddenness, Junu was stunned for a moment before speaking. "Thank you, General, but why did you give me this?" It's not that you dislike the fruit, but receiving too much can also be stressful, right? Jom replied with a calm smile. I give it to you because I see your soul and potential. If you reach level 9 within 10 years, or even just level 8, the Eastern Army will belong to you. As soon as these words were spoken, Junu was once again stunned. Everyone around also started to advise, saying, General, this is too ridiculous. He's just a foreigner. But Jom was very determined and declared loudly, You all hear this. Anyone sitting here just need to reach level 8, and the position will be passed down to you. The others then stopped talking, and Jom looked at Junu and said, You have 10 years during which you can do as you wish, but if you cannot reach level 8, you must return the Black Lake sword. Junshu heard this and clenched his sword tightly. After a long moment, he knelt and said solemnly, I will remember this, and I will show you the results in 10 or 5 years. Junu didn't plan to inherit the Eastern Army, but accepting this offer wasn't a bad idea, and refusing others' kindness would be rude. The next day, Junu finally returned to the city. Sitting in the Hunter Guild headquarters, Ki OC happily said, Guess who will be called Black Wolf Lord from now on? But why did you refuse to become his disciple? Junshu calmly replied, I have a dream of trying to make my own food, and if you want to gather the 3 divine swords, you can't be bound to any organization. Soren is connected, so he just needs to wait until she awakens as a fire spirit warrior. But Junsu still hasn't met Janet or Kaylee. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but sigh. KOC still didn't understand Junu's plans and continued to smile and say, Haha, you're really different. Honestly, without you, our association would probably be in trouble right now, so... At this point, the uncle suddenly paused, then tightly grasped Junu's hand and said solemnly, Because you refused the chairmanship, why not become an honorary director? Junshu was startled and frowned upon hearing this. Honorary director? Dan Mack nodded. Kai X slowly explained, You only need to attend quarterly meetings. All your benefits will still be guaranteed. Junu frowned slightly, thinking, Is this a dream job where you get paid without working? Seeing that you haven't responded, Ka continued with his condition. Of course, we also think that's not enough, so we prepared something else. Junu's eyes immediately lit up. Kiss OC took out a suitcase containing 2 long guns. Kiss Ok excitedly introduces, This is the Dasan gun. Junu eagerly looks at the gun in front of him. In the story, at the end of the Joseon era, a mad scientist named Dasan and Yang created this gun. Seeing that Junu liked it, Kiss OC happily said, We will give you both of the ones our association currently holds. What do you think? While you're at it, why don't you go collect the entire Dasan gun set as well? If you have 5 of them, I hear you can create Dawn's magic book. Junshu, of course, knows about this. That is a divine weapon capable of unlocking top-tier attributes for building a sharpshooter image. You will collect them when the opportunity arises. Kios watched intently, blinking and smiling. Then, let's seal the deal. Director Kim, having received his benefits, of course, Junshu would not refuse. He happily nodded. All right, please take care of it. Director Kang? No, he is not Chairman Kang. After discussing with your uncle, Junsu has returned to his own house. He went back down to the basement to practice swordsmanship. In a short time, Junsu had reached the 4th stage of Flowerlight swordsmanship. He trains tirelessly, with swordlight dancing constantly in the air. The key to mastering the wild sword technique lies in controlling the magic power. If used correctly, the sword energy will merge seamlessly. Junshu takes a deep breath, concentrates his mind, and draws his sword from its sheath once more. Immediately, a powerful sword aura is unleashed. With a bang, it explodes in front of him, filling the sky with smoke and fire. Once the dust settled, a large crack appeared in the thick wall in front of him. Junshu muttered with admiration, This power is truly crazy, but I will need more practice to control it completely. Thanks to the Black Lake sword, he can draw out a large amount of aura. But Junu didn't gain nothing. He smirked and a satisfied smile appeared. Junu excitedly exclaimed upon receiving the 2 traits of Quick Sword Drawing and Poison Moon. Getting these 2 attributes makes the training worthwhile. Now you're close to unlocking the Beastmaster trait, just 2 more attributes to go. You wanted to do it right away, but in the end, you went up to the rooftop to act like a relaxed guy. But Junu's life could never be that rosy. Not long after, the noise below made me annoyed and mutter, What the hell is going on? I just wanted to rest. There is a black car parked outside your house and a man is jumping out. This man is Thiet Quyen, but he has become Yang Guo, battered and wounded, crying out in despair. Kim Warrior, please help me. Don't save my brother. Seeing Thiet Quyen's battered body, Junshu was shocked. He hurriedly ran downstairs and asked anxiously, What happened to you? That night, on the rooftop of a building, Junu and Thiet Quyen arrived there. Junu listened to his story and asked with a frown, So you were betrayed by your subordinates because they wanted to form their own gang? Thiet Quyen nodded softly and replied, They secretly established a human trafficking ring behind my back. They have held resentment in their hearts because I punished the gang leaders. Junshu frowned and retorted, I don't think that's the main reason. This statement confused Thiet Quyen, but he didn't care and used his abilities to observe his surroundings. Although Thiet Quyen was betrayed in the games, Junu believed this would end once he captured the hunters, and despite Thiet Quian being seriously injured, the enemy still had many armed guards patrolling around. It probably means that the person they are targeting is actually you. The two brothers, the crazy bomber and the demolition expert, are probably also involved. Thinking quickly, Jun Shu immediately suggested, "I will go through the front gate while you go find your brother." Thiet Quian was startled and exclaimed, "The front gate? That must be a trap. What are you thinking? I trust you. I'm now a level 4. You know that." As planned, Junu boldly walked through the front gate without a hint of worry. Seeing him, the ambushers inside immediately prepared for battle, and the leader sneered, "So this damn bastard really came straight to us. So it was you, the one who betrayed the Golden Iron Fist." He let out a cold, faint sigh and said, "You think trafficking people is beyond the limit? What are you doing? This is body armor, you idiot. Go ahead and shoot if you're brave enough, I dare you." Then, in the afternoon, Junshu smirked and replied, then directly fired at him. The bullet pierced through the armor and lodged into his body. How is that possible? How could you shoot through armor with just one bullet? Junshu is extremely proud because what he has in his hand is the Dasan gun that has pierced through all kinds of defensive skills. His smug expression makes the traitor angry. He screams wildly. Looking desperately at someone, shoot him quickly. Immediately, a barrage of bullets was flying towards Junsu, but he quickly dodged and then continued to aim his gun to fire back. The first gun he received from the Hunter Association was a multi-purpose gun, and its power lies in its destructive force. So Junsu fearlessly opened fire to eliminate the people in front of him. It can destroy everything it hits and send them to the sky, but that's not enough. Junu added the appropriate shooting skills. He took out those guys as easily as flipping a switch. He also gained the spread trait. In this way, Junu completed the final piece in building his sharpshooter persona. I'll use this to wipe them out and then deal with the bastards behind this. And right after, Junu started showing off his sharpshooting skills. He frantically fired his gun at the group of people. Even with bulletproof armor, they couldn't withstand the barrage from the multi-barrel gun, and one by one, they fell down. Before long, a group of people was taken down one after another, leaving only one guy. He trembled as he sat on the ground staring at Junshu as if he were a monster, but he didn't care. He snorted coldly and said, "Looks like this plan wasn't your idea after all. Where are they?" The traitor hasn't even had a chance to answer when the phone on the ground suddenly rings. Jun picks it up and a teasing voice immediately comes through. "Kim Warrior, I will send you a surprise now." "A trap? You haven't even had a chance to understand what's happening and something is already rushing toward us." With a loud bang, it suddenly exploded in front of him. Smoke and flames billowing everywhere, and the entire bunker almost collapsed completely. Luckily, Junu managed to use his special ability to escape in time. You got out of the basement safely, but the entire building seemed ready to collapse in an instant. Junu gritted his teeth in anger. These crazed people are using the whole building as a trap? It's time to teach them a lesson. Then he used his sixth sense to sense the magic of those people. The location was quickly revealed, and Jun hurriedly ran towards the neighboring building. He snorted coldly and said, "If you're so good, just run away. With this ability, I can find you even blindfolded." But while searching for the enemy, something flew in from afar. Junshu hurriedly dodged, and whatever it was crashed into the building behind and then exploded directly. Seeing the wreckage, Junu couldn't help but feel annoyed, muttering, "So, they wanted to play this way? Alright, today I will end this endless cycle once and for all." As he finished speaking, he pulled out his sniper rifle and changed the characteristics of a true sharpshooter. Junu didn't hesitate and took aim, smiling proudly as he said, "With these abilities, I feel like I'm playing an FPS." Sure enough, Junu quickly located the positions of the two hiding enemies. Junu sneered and then directly pulled the trigger. The bullet tore through the air and hit one of the enemies right in the head. Seeing his teammate fall, the other guy immediately panicked. He hurriedly caught the fallen one, frowning as he muttered, "I deliberately hid between two buildings, so how come that guy is still far away?" Junshu is still locking onto the target with his sniper scope. You smirk playfully and run away quickly because with my bullets, these walls are nothing. Because this is a bullet that can pass through anything and hit what is unseen. Junu pulls the trigger again, and the bullet races forward wildly. A direct hit that went straight through his head. Junshu knew he wasn't dead yet because this bullet targeted the soul rather than the body, but this was much better and the others would handle the rest. As the two guys fell, Thiet Quian arrived. While he was lost in thought, suddenly someone called out behind him. "Boss." Thiet Quian turned around and saw his men approaching. "Are all of you still alive?" My subordinates quickly responded. "We tried to protect your younger brother." "These kids, you have no idea how worried I've been. Seeing you all safe on my subordinate's back, I finally breathe easy." He paused to think before asking again, "Where are the other members?" The subordinate hurriedly reported, "The prisoners have escaped safely. What is our plan now?" Thiet Quian thought for a moment before speaking, saying, "Our first step is to clean up this mess, but first we need to deal with the two guys who dared to challenge your gang." Thiet Quian looked at the two who had regained consciousness and then quietly approached, causing them to tremble uncontrollably. On the other side, after dealing with the two guys, Junshu stood in a corner waiting for Thiet Quian. but he didn't appear for a long time. He muttered to himself, Kim Thiet Quyen is so slow. At this moment, suddenly a voice from Kim Warrior Thiet Quyen behind made him startle and turn around, only to see him suddenly running over and kneeling down in front of Jun Shu. He asked in confusion, "What's going on? Is something wrong?" Kim Warrior lowered his head, hesitating for a long time before finally whispering, "Please, Kim Warrior, teach me how to become strong like you." This incident made Thiet Quyen realize that to protect his family, he needs strength, but right now, he's still not strong enough. Thiet Quyen said, "If Junu shows me the way, he will become your servant." Hearing this, Jun Shu was initially a bit stunned, then he sighed and said, "If Thiet Quyen is grateful, just give him some trivial reward. There's no need for him to owe you for life." But he also doesn't deny that Thiet Quyen can definitely become a much stronger warrior than he is now. Seeing Junu not respond, Thiet Quyen continued, "I can even sign a magic contract with you, which would prove my absolute obedience." "Really?" Thiet Quyen nodded without hesitation and replied, "Of course, definitely." He suddenly smiled, and Run Shu sinisterly said, "All right, then starting tomorrow, get ready to face death." Hearing his agreement, Thiet Quyen immediately knelt down. "From now on, I will obey your orders absolutely. After a battle, the game is about to begin at dawn." This area has also turned into a pile of wreckage. The two Junu are heading somewhere. "Is this the place where they modify people's bodies that we took from here?" Junu nodded slightly and replied, "Yes, and the traders use this place to continue human trafficking." Hearing this, Thiet Quyen immediately shouted in horror, "Here? I told those bastards only to use this place for selling people." "Don't tell me you brought me here to transform my body," Junu said calmly. "That's right, this place is perfect for upgrading superhumans with the ability to enhance their powers. Today you will undergo both biological transformation and prosthetic grafting at the same time." Thiet Quyen shivered instinctively and muttered in panic, "At the same time? Isn't that very dangerous? There have been many cases where people lost control of their mana during the process." I haven't finished speaking yet, but Junu waved his hand and said with a smile, "Don't worry, as long as the transformation factor and the prosthetic parts are compatible, it'll be fine." So the two of them continued deeper inside and stopped at a basement level. Junu led the Iron Fist into the experimental machine while Yu stayed outside to control it. They didn't have many materials, but enough to upgrade a level 3 warrior. The theory of upgrading a warrior is basic, but knowing how to combine things creatively is key. Thinking of that, Junu looked at Thiet Quyen and warned, "It might hurt a bit. Are you okay?" Thiet Quyen nodded slightly and said, "I am ready. Then let's begin." Jun Shu listened without hesitation and smiled, then began clicking his mouse. As soon as he finished, magic started to envelop the experimental machine. Thiet Quyen took a deep breath, trying to steady himself as he watched the saw gradually move toward him. Immediately, it began cutting into his body. The pain made Thiet Quyen scream out loud. In close combat, he uses a prosthetic hand as a weapon, but at medium range, he switches to using a machine gun. So instead of using materials for close combat or long-range fighting, choosing the agility trait will open the path for Thiet Quyen to transform into a demon. And in the end, Junsu also adds a spiritual technique here. In an instant, the experiment machine suddenly burst into bright light. The fluid was quickly injected inside, then into Thiet Quyen's body. At this very moment, his entire body began to transform. Junshu outside held his breath, waiting for a long time. Then he smirked with a satisfied smile. This experiment was a great success. The experimental device slowly opened, revealing a set of claws emerging from inside, followed by a row of sharp teeth. Do you think Kim Thiet Quyen enjoys this rebirth? The wolf mutation drug, which transmits magic and artificial parts that may trigger mutations, is a necessary step for warriors to become stronger. Junshu used this on Thiet Quyen. You watch him closely, raise an eyebrow, and smile, saying, "If you start evolving, you won't have any trouble achieving your goals." Thiet Quyen cheerfully replies, "Thank you very much." "So, what should we do now?" Junu thought for a moment before suggesting, "Why don't you start expanding your influence across the entire area? You need a gang to maintain public order and monitor other villainous factions." Just then, someone ran in from outside. Thiet Quyen turned to look at them and said, "You guys?" But when they saw his current appearance, they all froze for a moment. Then he trembled and muttered, "Is this your voice? Big brother, what happened to you?" Thiet Quyen coldly replied, "I have upgraded myself a lot in body enhancement, but never mind, why are you guys here?" After hearing that, Thiet Quyen frowned and muttered, "A young wizard?" Junshu, standing behind, also remained silent. "That person might be the one you're looking for. In a building not far away, it is currently being bombarded non-stop, with walls constantly being pierced, and inside the cell, a thin figure is sitting curled up." When Thiet Quyen and Junshu arrived, they saw this wrecked scene. Thiet Quyen couldn't help but marvel, "Is this the work of that wizard? If we don't act quickly, this entire building will collapse." Indeed, with this power, there is no doubt that inside that cage is one of the top 3 most dominant warriors in the game, Janet. If Soren possesses the Celestial Assassin Star, then Janet has innate energy. That is also what allowed her to rise and take one of the top 3 dominant warriors in the game. But the truth is, Janet constantly using that precious ability means her life is now in danger due to depleted magic power because she is relying on her instincts to protect herself. While Junoo was thinking, the magic beams from the cage suddenly shot toward him and Thea Queen. Not daring to be careless, Thea Queen quickly dodged and angrily scolded, "Damn it, if this keeps up, we won't be able to get close to her." But Junoo rushed forward regardless of the magical beams targeting him. With a loud bang, the magic suddenly exploded. Inside the cage, Janet saw this scene and stopped her attack. But at the same time, Junoo had already reached the cage. He broke the iron bar with his bare hands. Even though it hurt a lot, he still tried his best to save her. But inside, Janet raised her hand to attack. Junshu couldn't react in time, and then an explosion occurred in front of the cage, filling the sky with smoke. Tia Quian outside is extremely worried, but before he can do anything, he sees a medicine bottle being thrown out. Jun emerges from the smoke, holding Janet's small body in his arms. You breathe a sigh of relief, almost burned alive. Seeing you, Tia Quian happily runs over to say something. Junoo quickly signaled to stop. I used medicine to calm her down. We need to leave before it wears off. Tia Quian quickly replied, I will order my people to take her to the hospital. Junoo shook her head and said, No, I will take her to my place and I will be responsible for her treatment. A moment later, at Junsu's house, Soren happily carried her belongings to the basement and said cheerfully, Teacher, I'm here. Junoo glanced at her and finally spoke with a sigh. Are you in 3rd grade now? Soren smiled and replied, I knew you would pay attention. By the way, what did you call me here for today? Jun shyly scratched his head and hesitated before saying, The situation is a bit complicated, but my second student candidate is currently not feeling well. Then he glanced at Janet, who was resting with her eyes closed on the chair, and Soren also noticed, quickly rushing over to check on her. Oh my god, what happened to this girl? Junoo explained slowly. She can't control her power right now. You said you plan to take Janet as your student and awaken her true power. Can Soren take care of her? Soren had no hesitation and agreed. If it's something my senior asks for, of course I will do everything. So she stayed at Junsu's house, and after a few days, Junsu and Soren kept attacking Janet in the basement for several days. Our master will have to keep fighting back against these things for how much longer? It's been a week now. Junoo also didn't know what to say. You're also fighting hard. After a while, the saline bag is almost empty. Junoo finally spoke, saying, I think her magic power is almost gone now. She'll regain consciousness soon. Keep going. The two kept fighting for a while longer, and finally their efforts paid off. Janet's magic power came to a halt. Hey, you're awake now, right? I was worried you wouldn't wake up again. Did you get hurt anywhere? No, I think so. But where is this and why am I here? Soren pointed to Junoo and explained, You were the one over there who saved her. He also helped your sister. Janet then stood up and bowed to Junoo. Thank you, you saved me. My name is Janet. Junoo shook his head slightly and replied, You're welcome. I'm glad you're safe now, but why were you locked in there? Talking about this, Janet's tone is full of sorrow. My parents died while trying to escape from the Ilyang Demon Tower. I was captured and then... Hearing that, Soren couldn't help but feel heartbroken. Junoo wasn't surprised at all. It was exactly like in the game's storyline. Thinking about it, Junoo approached the girl and sincerely said, Janet, if you have nowhere to go, I'd be happy to have you stay here. Honestly, I want to take you as my student. Janet was stunned to hear that. Junoo nodded softly and said, I can avenge my parents' death. I will teach you how to become a superhero. The girl pursed her lips and muttered, But I have nothing to thank you for. It's okay. Jun gently shook his head and said with a smile, You can repay me after you become strong enough. Janet hesitated for a moment, tears welling up in her eyes, but then she firmly said, Yes, please help me become a superhero and I will definitely repay you in the future. Junoo nodded slightly and replied, I look forward to seeing what you can do. He was very pleased at this moment. Janet is a very valuable talent. You will teach him one of the top 3 most overpowering sword skills in this game. But while Junoo was thinking, a burst of magic suddenly shot towards him, grazing his ear and hitting the wall behind, causing it to explode. Janet apologized nervously, saying, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. Soren quickly comforted her. It's okay, no one got hurt. Jun felt helpless and sighed before saying, Janet, let's focus on helping you control your magic first. The girl nodded softly and replied, Yes. Then Junsu began explaining to Janet about her trait. The name of the trait she possesses is innate energy. Do you understand what energy means here? Janet nodded slightly and replied, No. But Soren cheerfully said, I know it's like Kai energy, right? Junsu explained slowly. This trait is similar to the Celestial Assassin. However, he said Janet needs to train her body to withstand the magic she's using, because if the pipe is too narrow, water will have trouble flowing through it. Janet hesitated and muttered, Do you really think my physical condition can improve? Of course, I will teach you one of my traits. I will use this opportunity to test the transformation system. This is the system you will use in the future to learn swordsmanship from Soren with Janet. The metal attribute will help strengthen the user's body and mind. And that is what someone like Janet, who has suffered much physical and mental pain, needs most right now. At this moment, Janet speaks up with great excitement. Teacher, what should we start with now? Junsu smiled knowingly before suddenly shouting loudly, what do we do first? Of course, eat as much as you can because the training will be very intense, so eat up. So both Soren and Janet had a hearty meal. 2 weeks later, still in Junsu's private basement, Soren and Janet are training fiercely in combat. Unlike her previous fragile appearance, Janet now looks much more lively. Soren, on the other hand, is not far behind, having made quite a bit of progress. Junu quietly observes their training from outside, unable to help but marvel. In just 2 weeks, they've reached this level, truly deserving of being called a natural genius. And Soren has already developed his swordsmanship traits. Thinking of that, Junu spoke up. It's time to stop. I'll train her in something else now. Janet's body is stronger now, and it's time to teach her how to use magic precisely. Junu, sword in hand, smirked and said, I won't hold back. Try blocking my attacks, and then charge forward. Janet dared not slack off and used her shield to block, but Junu kept attacking, forcing her into a defensive stance. Before long, they exchanged several moves. Junu can now sense it a little. The smooth movements reveal a steady aura, along with the magical energy from Janet's innate power and her spiritual magic as well. Thinking of that, he raised his sword again and struck forward, the blade light cutting through the wind with unstoppable force. Janet was pushed back, but Junu was very satisfied and smiled. Now Janet can control her magic precisely. At this moment, Soren runs over and hugs Janet tightly, exclaiming happily, You did it, Janet! Good, congratulations on your awakening. Junu also expressed his satisfaction. Janet gratefully smiled and said, Thank you, it's all thanks to your help and your sisters. As expected from an SSR character, they are truly in a league of their own. Just after awakening, they've already reached level 3. Compared to others, it's not too surprising. Soren also declared proudly, I can't lose to my juniors, I have to go hunting right now. Janet quickly ran after him, saying, Let me go with you. Junu, of course, was very pleased with this scene. As they grow up quickly, they will learn one of the 3 strongest sword techniques early. You also can't fall behind. So Junshu took out his phone, looked at it for a long time, then finally spoke. I need to take care of a few things before my student's personal mission begins. A few days later, in a mountainous area surrounded on all sides by mountains, Junu just landed here. This is the city where Atrin's holy war takes place. Under those shell-shaped buildings is a giant labyrinth spanning space, a dangerous place where the souls of forgotten gods constantly surge in. But Atran is currently protected by the strongest human team, the Guardian Alliance, so there's nothing to worry about. The reason I came to Aiken is because I can transfer the En-Hoja cultivation technique here. Soon after, Junsu went to a club called Diana. As you entered, a woman was waiting inside. Seeing Junu, she frowned and spoke. Haven't I met you before? Do you want something special to drink? Do you sell information along with drinks? The woman asked suspiciously. Information? What do you want? Junu calmly replied, I am looking for Sigmund Sigerson. I am willing to pay for this information. Hearing this, the woman immediately froze. After a long pause, she hesitantly spoke. I'm sorry, but it seems a bit difficult now. His wife is currently seriously ill. Junshu frowned slightly and remained silent. Thinking about it, the information in Sigmund's game says he has a sad story about his late wife. Hearing this, Junu immediately asked, Madam, may I see his wife for a moment now? On the other hand, at a house on the outskirts of the city, Diana's woman from the nightclub brought him here. She whispered, just go inside. Mr. Shichmoon is currently in a very sensitive state. Junshu nodded slightly, indicating he understood. With those words, the woman pushed the door open cautiously and said, May I see Mr. Shichmoon? A guest mentioned wanting to check on his wife's condition, but as she entered, she saw 2 priests performing some kind of ritual beside the bed. The woman sighed in relief, realizing that there was already a guest here. Luckily, it seems a priest has come to treat her. Maybe we should step outside for a moment. But as soon as the words left his mouth, a hand grabbed the priest's arm. So it's Junshu. The pastor saw this and was startled, shouting, What do you want to do? Let go of me now. Do you think you're doing anything during the treatment? These 2 are pastors of the Tho and Jer congregations, and when it comes to healing abilities, they're on equal footing. But Junshu coldly replied, This treatment is pointless now. Holy light only makes the wounds worse. This angered the pastor of the Tho congregation, who angrily retorted, What are you talking about and how do you know? Sitman, who was waiting beside him, suddenly ordered everyone to leave, saying, Stop talking nonsense, go out, what does a strange superhero like you know? Jordis hadn't finished speaking when Sigmund angrily shouted, Every second with Jordis now is crucial. But at this moment, the person on the bed suddenly was lifted into the air. Sitman hurried over in panic. Adord, if you don't, I will start the treatment right now. Junu tries to reach out to stop him, but it was too late. The priest continued to channel holy light into Jordis' body, and she was suddenly lifted high into the air again. Seeing this, Shichmoon's face darkened as a wave of dark energy instantly enveloped Jordis' body. Shichmoon frantically questions the priest. Why did Jordis end up like this? Keep treating him quickly. The pastor shook his head and replied, It's too late now. Holy light can't stop this disease anymore. This statement plunges Shichmoon into despair, But at this moment, Junshu calmly speaks. She can still be saved. The illness of your wife was caused by the evil spirit possessed by Haki Maurice, right? Sipun suddenly looked at him in surprise, asking in doubt. How do you know? Do you really know how to cure it? Dan Mac nodded, trembling slightly as he replied coldly. That's right, I told the truth from the beginning. With this confirmation, Sichmun immediately knelt on the ground. He trembles and pleads, I beg you, if you save my wife. I, Sichmun, swear on my honor, I will give you everything fine. Hearing this, Jun smirked and smiled. You better keep your promise. Immediately after, he changed his nature and then infused his magic into Jordis' body. Stigma is a type of disease caused by demons in the labyrinth. It can destroy a person's soul, one of the worst kinds. Evil spirits will gradually drain a person's vitality, but thanks to Junsu, Edward has returned to normal. Sitman exclaimed happily. She stopped convulsing. Junu nodded slightly and said, I used mana to put her to sleep. At that moment, the two priests returned with the items. Superman, I have brought what you requested. All right, then let's get started. Immediately, the ceremony set up around Jordis' bed. Junu is preparing medicine on the side. After the two priests finished their preparations, they skeptically asked, all the candles have been lit, so can it really cure the illness? Junu coldly replied, more accurately saying it's to help her win rather than to cure her. Even in gaming, removing this muscle isn't something easily fixed. The more you treat it, the stronger it gets by draining Jordis' HP. Basically, it's like transferring her power to it. To overcome possession, you must first eliminate the hidden seed inside the possessed body. At this moment, Edge Jordis is once again surrounded by dark energy, her body constantly floating in the air. Before long, two horns appeared on her head, and her body started to change. Sitmun was startled and shouted, Why did Jordis turn into a demon? Did you do something wrong? Junshu shook his head and replied, No, the process is still going very well. Demons are always like that. We have to make them reveal their reactions first before proceeding. Then he took out a cross and without hesitation pressed it against Jordis' stomach. Immediately, a brilliant light burst forth from her body. Junshu shouted fiercely, Get out, you sinful creature, you evil demon! As soon as he finished speaking, a dark aura burst out from Jord's body. Her body also fell onto the bed. Sichmun hurriedly ran over to check. Edward has woken up. Seeing her husband crying, she nervously asked, Did someone die? Why are you crying like that? Sichmun sniffled and explained, I've been possessed for almost half a year and I just woke up. If it weren't for that guy, I really would have died. Then he pointed to Junu over there. Junu paid no attention, glancing at the two bishops and saying, Now that the bishops are here, please proceed with the healing process. After saying that, he turned and left the room, leaving space for the bishops to act. A moment later, in the lounge, Sichmun looked gratefully at Junu and said, I'm really thankful, but why did you come all the way from Korea? Junu also didn't hide it and replied casually, Of course, to find you. Isn't it true that you said you would give me everything? Then please pass on the Sigus magic to me. Sigus, the ancestor of Sigmund, is the most famous human hero in Norse mythology. The Sigus magic is a technique passed down through the family. It is a much higher level cultivation technique. So when Spun started transferring that technique into Jusu's body, he realized every cell was awakening and the nature of his magic was changing, becoming stronger and more intense. Junsu's heart is now enveloped by a surge of magic power. He sits in meditation and finally receives the Sigon spell attribute. Junsu's maximum mana capacity has increased by over 30%. With this, he no longer needs to worry about learning other sword techniques. At this moment, the two priests entered and announced that Sichmun's treatment for Jordis has been completed. Sichmun happily stood up. Really? Then he ran away. The two priests approached Junu hesitantly and asked, Superman Kim, you're amazing for being able to cure possession. Do you know how to cure other types of possession? Junshu nodded slightly and replied, Just a little. Hearing that, the two bishops eagerly asked, Can you teach us? Of course we will pay, and if we do well, we might receive additional blessings from this religion. So Junshu agreed immediately. Of course, because the entire Allied Guard army are those who prevented the giant maze for humanity. You said you couldn't accept money from people like them, so you'll teach for free. The two priests became even more excited after hearing this and praised you as a saint. But they have no idea about Du's deep scheming. Will these two armies truly accept this for free and pretend nothing happened? Of course not. This is the way to unlock the hidden quest. One evening, many days later, City Atran held a celebration. Everyone raised their glasses to toast. Sichmun and his wife stood on either side of Junu, constantly urging him to drink, then they drank a lot themselves. Junu couldn't help but be speechless. How much have they already drunk? And you're about to pass out from exhaustion. A week ago, Junu held a lecture for the people in the city. You have spread the method to overcome this stage to both the Church and the Guardians Alliance, and went around to save the warriors suffering from the possessed demons. Junu also told them what the materials were. So you changed Aen's fate, so it's only natural they hold a festival like this. But now Junshu needs to rest. He's exhausted from the noise. A moment later, Junshu finally managed to get outside. He let out a sigh of relief, finally free. That house really knows how to throw a party. Just then, the director of the Protection Alliance came over to greet Du. He smiled happily and said, "I was worried I wouldn't be able to thank you. I rushed here as soon as I recovered. Do you have time now?" Junshu gently shook his head and replied, "I am a bit tired now. I think we should talk later." Hearing this, the Guardian League director couldn't help but sigh helplessly. "Oh well, it's a pity. Our president wanted to meet you once." Hearing this, Junu's steps immediately halted. The Guardian League director kept rambling on. "If it was inconvenient for you, there's nothing I can do. I will explain everything clearly to him." But then he changed his mind, blinking and smiling, saying, "No, I suddenly feel fine. Please lead the way now." If it's the chairman of the Guardian Alliance, Junu knows who he is, the youngest disciple of the Blood Demon King. A moment later, Junu was led to a luxurious house. He bowed his head in a respectful greeting to the person sitting on the chair. "It's a great honor to meet you. I am Warrior Kim." The other person also politely greeted. "Nice to meet you. I am Tran V." Junshu watched attentively as he spoke. "Chairman, you have guarded the maze and shown dedication to the Alliance." "I know well enough," Tran V replied modestly with a smile. "Thank you for the compliment. It's a small matter. Just sit down." Junshu sat down upon hearing this, and then he heard Tran V smile and say, "I heard you spread the method to heal the spiritual seal in Atrin, right? It really is as impressive as I heard." You're surprised and ask, "Do you know me?" He suddenly smiled, and Tran Wei calmly replied, "In this world, there's no secret the Guardian Alliance doesn't know about. I hear you're a rising star in Korea. Have you considered becoming my disciple?" As soon as he finished speaking, he looked intently at Junu, waiting for his response. Hearing this, Junu couldn't help but be surprised and exclaimed, "What do you mean by that? Are you saying that, Heavenly Demon?" Danmak nodded, and Tran Vin continued. "That's right. The Heavenly Demon was the #1 in the world back then. His skills had reached the threshold of heaven, though he had been closed off for cultivation for decades, and I haven't seen him. The disciples of the Heavenly Demon, the Heavenly Lord, the Demon King, the Blood King, all of them are SSR rank and level 8. But the Heavenly Demon is peerless, Class O, and the reason is the Heavenly Demon cultivation method. The move combines attack and defense perfectly, including the mana control formula and movement techniques. The Heavenly Demon possesses the strongest martial arts in the world." At this moment, Tran V slowly spoke again. "Although it's a pity that the Heavenly Demon technique was passed down to my senior brother, my Blood Fist technique is also formidable, and anyone seeking power won't regret it." Junshu's eyes immediately lit up. "I'm crazy. The Blood Quench technique is top-tier martial arts. This is a golden opportunity." But Junshu hesitated and said, "I really appreciate the offer, but I don't think I can follow you anymore, Mr. Chairman." Tranvi asked in confusion, "Why am I not qualified to be your master?" Jun gently shook his head and replied, "It's not that I already have one, so I have to refuse any offer to become someone's disciple." And then, you let him see your sword. After watching, Tranvi nodded in understanding. "It seems you have met Grandmaster Goom. I can't do anything disrespectful to him because he's a symbol of history after all." And with that, he sighed with a sense of nostalgia. "As soon as I thought I had found a clever disciple candidate, that old man ruined it all. It seems I have no other choice left." "Isn't this the Heavenly Demon Medal?" Junshu exclaimed in surprise. "Wait a minute. Are you planning to give me such a rare item?" Tranvi said in a deep voice. "Only our master and brothers are allowed to use this. You should cherish it." Junshu gratefully replied, "Thank you, but the reason he gave you is very clear, which means if Junu changes his mind, come find Tran V. Maybe it's similar to how the general gave you this sword, but Junshu really likes it. I'm so happy to be noticed by two powerful experts like this. I'm trembling with joy." Seeing this, Tran V asked suspiciously, "Why are you suddenly trembling?" Junshu quickly stood up, bowed his head respectfully, and said, "I am touched by your gift. I will cherish it. Please take care of yourself." Tranvi nodded with satisfaction. "Well then, I hope next time we meet as master and disciple." Junshu felt like celebrating. It was time to claim that difficult mission reward. The next day, in a tall building in the city, the two bishops from their respective sects presented Junshu with a Yang artifact. Although he liked it very much, Junu still modestly said, "I don't expect any thanks from everyone," which made the two bishops praise you endlessly. After a brief superficial response, Junshu finally opened the sun, revealing a large hammer inside. The preacher from the Thobuajohia Church quickly explained that it was a gift from the Thobuajohia Church. The Gay Guild stayed to give you an SSR level item, an invisible shield that can freely shape itself according to magic. Junu clutched the two items tightly, extremely happy. "Do you really want to give me such precious gifts? If that's all there is, you'll be a bit disappointed," but they didn't let you down for long as they continued to open another melon. Inside, there are 10 bottles of Yas secret nectar, 7 diamonds, and even the tears of an angel. "There is also something else," Junshu asked suspiciously. "What is this? The heart of a demon?" The pastor nodded slightly and explained, "Yes, we have prepared it for you to refine together with the nectar when you use it." After hearing that, Junshu frowned and remained silent. "I guess I just need to ask for a little more." Then he hesitated and asked, "Do you all have the heart of the fire dragon?" The bishop of the thorn sect looked puzzled and asked back, "Isn't that something used by fire mages?" Junshu summoned the black fire in his hand, smirking as he said, "Yes, I can use black fire, so I need it." The trait of the fire dragon demon is the Inferno Prison. If you want to win the bet with the tower, you need it. Seeing the black fire, the bishop of the Tho sect immediately nodded in understanding. "I understand, so we are willing to give it to you." Quickly, he took out the fire dragon demon's heart for Junu, this being the final gift for him. Junu took it in his hand, smiling happily and saying, "Thank you, everyone." At this moment, the preacher of the Tho congregation spoke again, saying, "You will become an honorary holy knight of the Tho army by direct order from your superiors." The pastor of Gai also nodded in agreement. Junshu had no objections either. Becoming stronger was very important, but there was no need to refuse these things. So he calmly smiled and said, "Thank you, I am very willing to become an honorary saint knight. If one day Junshu wants to take control of the bishop's congregation, he will need the strength of these two congregations." In the afternoon, the sun had already begun to set behind the mountains, but the festival in the village was still ongoing. Junshu reluctantly weaved through the crowd to return home. But halfway there, he heard a familiar voice and saw a figure in a white cloak rushing toward him. That person is Father Kim, but his face looks very worried. Junshu wanted to ask about it, but before he could speak, Father Kim covered his mouth. He nervously said, "Oops, I'm being chased by the bishop's followers right now. Let's move somewhere else quickly." At the same time, inside the crowd, there was indeed a group of people with not very friendly faces, constantly looking around and searching. A moment later, in a quiet place, after escaping from there, Father Kim let out a breath and said, "I thought they had left. I really thought I was going to die." "What's going on? I thought you were in Lavon." Lin Mook Kim slowly explained, "At least I found the treasure, and thanks to the golden relic inside, I leveled up to level 5. But then he was discovered by the bishop's church. After all, that place is the source of our kind." Saying that, Lin Mook Kim, trembling with fear, muttered, "I don't know if the challenge is difficult or not, so I need to level up to 7 quickly for our god." Junshu squinted and hesitated before asking, "Is there anything you need help with?" Reverend Kim frowned and remained silent after hearing that. "It's actually the reason I came to find you." "What is going on? Can you take me into the giant maze?" "A maze?" Junshu muttered softly, and Reverend Kim nodded slightly, saying yes to the starting point of the 10th floor. After hearing that, Junshu fell into silence. Using the maze as a place to hide and gather strength until then is actually quite perfect. A moment later, at the entrance of the maze, the guards continued their watch day and night. Just then, they seemed to see something. 2 people, Jun and Father Kim, approaching with their faces covered. The guard suspiciously asked, "Stop right there, what do you want to do?" Junshu calmly replied, "I want to enter the giant maze." The guard frowned and remained silent. "At this hour?" Junshu calmly explains, "I have my reasons. Because I am masked, the guards will see you as a criminal. The giant maze is often used as a hideout for criminals. It is a chaotic area where service laws don't apply. The 4th level superhero? Alright, you can go in, but when you leave, remember that your identity will be checked at the exit." So the 2 of them easily entered the maze. Reverend Kim walked confused, but thinking about it, this wasn't entirely wrong. From a normal perspective, Father Kim really is a religious criminal. Inside the maze, Father Kim walked while suspiciously asking, "Aren't you saying you're very famous around here? But those people didn't recognize me earlier." Junshu pouted and said with a smile, "Don't ask such questions. If I get recognized, the rumors will spread and you'll be exposed too." Father Kim chuckled awkwardly before speaking again. "But here it's quieter than I thought." At that moment, Junshu suddenly noticed something, his eyes involuntarily narrowing. He frowned and muttered, "There's a foul smell in here." Reverend Kim, hearing this, nervously asked, "What kind of foul smell?" Frowning fiercely, Junshu said in a low voice, "The demons are attacking us." "No, I take that back. The demons are rushing toward us." As soon as you finished speaking, a horde of demons charged at us. Jun took out Tho's hammer and said, "Father Lin Mook, please bless our weapons." Father Kim obeyed quickly, blessing Junu with holy light, and in an instant, the hammer in his hand was filled with holy radiance. Junu smirked just in time, as he wondered how his new weapon would perform. The SSL weapon and Trukfu Kwang Kim. And then, Junsu charged forward and launched a demon slaughter. In just a moment, everyone was defeated. Father Kim couldn't help but marvel, truly worthy of being the Kim warrior. Junshu also didn't hesitate to praise him, wishing him well. With a soft laugh, Reverend Kim happily said, "Honestly, at first I was a bit worried that the bishop's army would follow us here, but as long as we get through this gate, we'll reach the 9th floor." But Junshu's face suddenly looked a bit serious, causing him to ask nervously, "What's with your strange expression all of a sudden?" Jun then said seriously, "I don't think things will go as you want." Just then, the door in front suddenly opened and a woman appeared from inside, followed by a group of people. The woman sneered and said, "You're later than I expected." The savior? Reverend Kim saw the group and immediately trembled, curling up and hiding behind Junshu. Junshu, on the other hand, didn't understand how they found him, but thinking about it, it all made sense. They must have been tailing Father Kim from the very beginning. So perhaps that woman also has the same stealth ability as Runu. No wonder no matter where they run, they can still follow without issue. At this moment, the overseer of the Bishop Society chuckled and said, "This exhausting persuasion ends here. Finally, you have joined our faith. The savior, huh? Shu coldly said, "Joining your cult? What nonsense are you talking about?" She then smirked and said, "The saintess has blessed us with a holy word. If the savior agrees to join, you will be treated equally with her. You will have to dedicate both your body and soul to the church of the bishop." After hearing that, Junshu muttered angrily, "Are they justifying your sacrifice?" Then he shouted loudly, "Are you crazy? Who gave you the right to decide that?" The woman sneered and pouted, saying, "You don't need to worry too much because right now the inheritance ritual for you, the savior, has already been prepared. So you've thrown Westphalia's customs into the soup, huh? You know that acting on your own will cause chaos, right?" Hearing this, the woman sneered and smiled mockingly. Then she threw her head back and screamed to the sky, "This is a giant maze, a place beyond all laws where there are no limits." So she ordered the Holy Knights to kill Junu. At first, Junu was a bit stunned, and Father Kim behind him was so scared he didn't dare say anything. But now he sneered and said, "Yes, this place is outside the law, which means I can also cut off your limbs without hesitation." Father Kim hesitated and warned, "Do you think we can do this? There are 2 level 5 enemies and the rest are level 3 or higher." Junshu confidently said, "We can do it." Then he took out a grenade and shouted, "Kim, priest, bless me." Father Kim immediately took action. All of Junsu's high-level abilities collected so far, combined with the weapons he has, make him ready to face them in battle. The grenade, blessed by Trukfuk, shot forward glowing with holy light. With a loud bang, a massive explosion erupted, filling the sky with smoke and fire. But once the smoke cleared, the bishop's followers were still standing there safely. The woman leading them sneered and said, "What cheap tricks are you trying now? Those toys won't hurt us at all, but right now Junu pulls out a firecracker and aims it at them. You've also changed into a sharpshooter and gone on a rampage, but that woman created a protective barrier that couldn't hurt them." She laughed triumphantly. "This is the true power of the bishop." "Savior?" Junshu paid no attention. He descended from the sky, smirking as he said, "That's just the greeting. Now the real show begins." Then Junu changed his nature again, using Sig's combat technique. His magic power had been boosted to the point that his blood was boiling, and then Junu started to charge forward. His speed was so fast that it was invisible to the naked eye, and he began attacking the members of the bishop's team. Junsu's senses were heightened to the point of seeing everything in the world. He could see the position of each enemy clearly and found their weaknesses, so he quickly drew his sword. Junu uses the Huang Lian Tram technique to attack, and in an instant, the church's formation is broken, causing one of them to panic and shout, "Wait, something's very strange." At the same time, Junshu once again summons his magic power. Immediately after, he glanced at the remaining ones behind him and continued to attack with the Tiger King Twin Spears technique. The sword light wildly danced in the air, tearing the surrounding space apart. That woman hurriedly ordered, "Now. Don't retreat. The great bishop is watching us. Knights, form a wall of shields." Soon, the remaining ones lined up in a row, creating a barrier. But without hesitation, he charged forward again, drawing his sword from its sheath. This time, the Tiger King's violent assault unleashed a furious blade that exploded directly, causing everyone else to fall. Even the woman standing behind was cut a few strands of hair. The Holy Knights shouted in panic, "Supervisor, the enemy is pushing us back. What should we do? Please give us orders." The woman coldly replied, "Accept death and glory," leaving the knights confused. She continued to smile and say, "Your deaths will please the bishop in the divine realm. This is his will. You are not allowed to refuse. The difference in numbers and levels means nothing to Junu. You have completely overwhelmed the Holy Knights." Junshu kept charging forward, his sword energy dancing continuously, his stance stunning to behold, but causing everything around him to collapse. The woman saw this scene, and not only was she not afraid, but also smiled. She excitedly exclaimed, "You are truly magnificent. The Savior, it's an honor to witness this side of the light." Junshu snorted coldly and asked, "So you finally plan to send someone stronger?" Dan Mac nodded, and the woman calmly replied, "Yes, I will send someone worthy of you, but I only care about one thing. You must not die." As soon as she finished, 2 high-ranking Holy Knights stepped forward. But at this moment, the trembling figure still stood proudly, without a hint of fear. Without hesitation, the 2 Holy Knights charged forward to attack. Jun calmly blocks their swords with his shield, but unexpectedly, the knight who just collided with the shield spat out a mouthful of blood, leaving him utterly stunned. "Are you injured? I only bumped into that shield once." Whether the Holy Knight understood or not, he was knocked away by Junshu. The other one now launched a surprise attack from behind. Junshu quickly leaned back to dodge, then used the momentum to spin around and attack. The powerful hammer strikes the Holy Knight's body. He smirks confidently. "Is this what you want to challenge me with? It's not enough to make me activate yet." The Holy Knight, battered and broken, looked at Junshu with growing confusion. What kind of savior is this guy? "You must be a devil worshipper." Thinking that, he immediately grabbed his sword and charged forward, shouting loudly, disappearing into the demon. Junshu couldn't help but frown in suspicion. "Are you still alive?" As soon as he finished speaking, he swung his sword to cut off his head. He snorted coldly and said, "I'd rather not go this far, so I guess it's just you left now." He looked at the woman. She suddenly burst into a loud, excited laugh, saying, "You still have hidden strength in this body. You truly are the savior foretold in the bishop's prophecy." Junu paid no attention to what this crazy woman said, quickly changing his weapon to a sword and also altering his abilities, with the gold priest behind him supporting him. Junu coldly said, "Is that all you intend to say?" The woman then started to scream wildly. "Do I need to say anything more? Now, I just want to wait until your soul reaches the divine realm." And as soon as she finished speaking, a powerful sword beam struck and exploded directly. When the smoke and flames cleared, that woman had also been destroyed. Priest Kim couldn't help but feel grateful that he handled them all himself. Junshu nonchalantly said, "Thanks to your blessing, that's good. Did you see that girl still talking nonsense until the end? That's why you couldn't handle those crazy people." So, I got a little carried away with my anger and maybe overdid it a bit. Their belongings are all destroyed. Nothing can be taken. It's a pity, but thanks to the battle earlier, you now have enough materials for a high-level ability that can defeat 1,000 enemies. So, it's fine. With no more obstacles in their way, Junu and Reverend Kim smoothly entered the giant maze on the 10th floor. Reverend Kim exclaimed happily, "We finally reached the 10th floor." Junshu also nodded in congratulations, saying, "Congratulations on reaching the destination." Reverend Kim turned to look at him, grateful, and said, "If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have gotten this far. Maybe I would still be just an ordinary healer." Junshu shook his head with a smile and said, "You're the one who's been working hard. I didn't do anything." At this moment, Lin Mook Kim suddenly remembered something, reached into his shirt pocket, and took out a string to give to Junu. He slowly said, "This is Prosperity's heart." Junshu eagerly took it. "This is an SSR level sacred item, a great treasure." The priest, seeing that you like it, spoke up again. "I found it in Levan's treasure valley that you mentioned. I think it will be perfect for you." Junshu grew more and more interested, patting his head and smiling. "Thank you, little one." Reverend Kim was very pleased with the compliment and asked suspiciously, "So where do you plan to go now?" "It's time to go back to Korea and also time to find the last item to level up to 5. A few days later, in a forest in Gangwon Province, Korea, Junsu entered this place after returning. This is a lush forest, but also dangerous. Junu didn't get far before a sword was pressed against his neck. A figure in a black cloak appears out of nowhere and coldly asks, "What is an outsider doing here?" Junu slightly frowns and looks back, recognizing this character, who is an SR level snake skeleton. "It seems you have found the hiding place of the mutation." Seeing that Junu did not respond, the snake skeleton coldly spoke again. "I ask why you are here," Junshu replied calmly. "I have business here, but it was ordered to chase people away. This is a restricted area. Leave." He sneered softly and said, "Isn't this the way to the Village of Hope?" Hearing this, Bone Snake immediately froze. It asked in confusion, "Why do you know that name?" "The place where Shu wants to go is called Monster Village, but the mutants call it Hope Village." At this moment, the snake bone sheath lowered its weapon and said coldly, "I didn't expect you to know the real name of that village. I will lead the way. Stay close to me." Then it turned and walked away. Junshu hurriedly followed. Luckily, today the snake bone was on patrol, and it was more lenient than the other mutants. After a while, inside Hope Village, the trees blossomed vibrantly, full of life, and the mutated creatures were also very cheerful. When Junsu was led in by the bone serpent, the mutated creatures immediately became alert upon seeing him. Before long, a giant foot appeared blocking their path. A large bear looked at the snake bone and asked, "Why did you let a human enter the village?" The snake bone slowly replied, "He knows the name of this village and says he has something to discuss with you." Hearing this, the bear lowered its head to observe Junu, and after a long while, it spoke with suspicion. "I have never seen you before. What's going on?" Junshu took a deep breath, steadied himself, and said, "I want to ask for a favor." That bear couldn't help but look at me with suspicion. Junu hesitated for a long time, before continuing. "I need the core of a mutated beast's magic. I don't know if it's possible." It was just that I hadn't finished speaking when the bear suddenly swung its paw and attacked me. Junshu was knocked back, and if it weren't for his diamond-like body, he would have fainted. Seeing you still standing, the big bear charged at you again. "Not bad. Now you deserve to be beaten to death. I will kill you." Junshu saw this and hurriedly shouted, "Wait, what are you doing? I don't want to hurt anyone." You understand why it's so angry, because the magic core can only be taken from the corpse of a mutant. The big bear swings its claws while howling wildly. "If those are the remains of your loved ones, would you sell them for a few coins?" June looked at the sword energy emanating from its claws, feeling bewildered. Can the big bear also use sword energy? Is that really true? But now is not the time to think about these things. You quickly spoke out. "Please, calm down. I will pay a fair price." The big bear, hearing that, angrily roared, "I said no need for money, not money." Junshu gently shook his head, then reached into his pocket and took out something. What is that? I thought it was something advanced, but Junshu just took out a jar of instant noodles. He smirked and said, I will pay a fair price. The big bear instantly got furious and shouted, Are you kidding me? Junshu remained very calm, pouring boiling water into the noodles and speaking slowly. Don't say that. Just try eating it. We can talk afterward. No need to rush. Then he closed the lid, pushed it toward the big bear and said, This is not ordinary instant noodles. I don't need it. Get out quickly or I will tear you apart. In an instant, it transformed into a puppy-like appearance. Junshu smiled proudly, knowing that a mutated bear with a keen nose wouldn't be able to resist the aroma of this national dish. As expected, the big bear sat down in front of the box of noodles, muttering in doubt, I've never smelled this scent before. Junshu smiled and said, I heard you say that the villagers hope very hard to find food. The big bear snorted coldly and said indifferently, It seems you know quite a bit. Shrugging casually, it pouted and said, Go ahead and eat. Don't you want to know why humans are so crazy about instant noodles? The big bear hesitated for a moment, but then changed its attitude. I am the village chief's hope, so I only eat to understand human culture, not because it looks delicious. So it quickly poured it all into its mouth. The moment the flavor touched its tongue, the big bear's eyes immediately widened. This flavor is like taking it to heaven. Chewy noodles fill the mouth, and hot broth warms the stomach with satisfying comfort. It truly has a divine flavor that makes it obsessed. The big bear muttered tremblingly, How can something possess such a taste? Is there more? Juno nodded softly and said, I have many more dishes today. Everyone come and try them. Then he took out a lot of delicious food to share with the surrounding mutated creatures. Not all mutants have the same taste as this bear, so Juno prepared everything with magic powder. As expected, these mutated creatures are completely captivated by the food. Even the big bear forgets everything and keeps eating. Everyone is gradually warming up to Junsu, which makes him very pleased. But at this moment, the snake bone suddenly picked up a jar and asked, Wait, is this magic powder safe for us to eat? As soon as the words left its mouth, the mutated creatures were immediately panicked. The big bear glared at Juno again, and he sighed reluctantly, understanding their caution. If the absorption went wrong, the mutant spat's magic core could explode. But he had a plan. Thinking this, Juno smiled again and said, Why don't you ask the guardian deity if you're worried? The one with the primordial power and also known as the grandmother of the monster village, the tree god, the guardian spirit of the monster village, the tree god. Although she is weaker compared to other divine beings, she is still a true goddess, and thus all matters concerning mutants are decided by her. Big Bear quickly brought the magic powder to the tree spirit to show her. After receiving the answer, it still skeptically asked, Really? How is your godmother doing? The tree god replied slowly, Yes, the powder he used is a core-grade powder not purified with holy water, an excellent supplement for you. The Big Bear used a translation device so everyone could hear. Hearing this, the surrounding mutated creatures immediately cheered. Then they began to pay their respects to the tree god, thanking him for lending us his wisdom. Mother is the sponsor. At this moment, the snake bones come over and speak to Juno. So the suspicion has been resolved. I may have overreacted. Sorry about that. Junshu waved his hand and smiled in response. It's okay, I understand. You don't need to apologize. Now everyone understands that the misunderstanding has been cleared up. Let's organize a barbecue or something together. Right after, he started grilling meat for everyone to eat together. It was an incredibly fun meal. Juno gained a lot of favor from them. The tree god also looked at this scene with great happiness. This hopeful village now has a special guest. Not only did Juno bring food, but he also brought alcohol. The big bear took a sip of soju and then happily laughed and said, Now I understand why humans like drinking. It's really great. Jundu smiled and said, I'm glad you like it. But Chief, aren't you also human? Why do you speak as if you're a different species? The big bear replied casually, It's just a habit of mine. Honestly, it's been a long time since we've been treated like humans. Even so, you are still very impressive. I heard that you participated in the war and achieved great things, which granted some rights to the mutants. Big Bear nodded softly and said, That's the result we achieved together. It's been a long time since the village was this happy. It said it had wanted to hear that kind of laughter for a long time. Hearing this, I couldn't help but feel emotional. That's right, didn't you say you needed magic cores? Take it. With that, it took out 4 magic cores and handed them to Junshu. Junshu felt like celebrating inside. The famed mission was complete. Now, where's the reward for him? The magic core. But outside, Junshu still maintained a friendly appearance and said with a smile, Thank you, sir. Having obtained what he wanted, Junshu quickly looked for an excuse to slip away. He is in a very good mood right now. They gave him such a precious gift, so his decision was right. But just as he was about to leave the forest, Zhuangran suddenly blocked his way. Are you leaving already? I still haven't thanked you. Junu shyly scratched his head and said, It's not that serious. Everyone has already given me such a precious gift. The snake bone calmly replied, I feel like you still want something bigger from our village. Junshu felt this was their first good meal in decades, so it was understandable. But surprisingly, Shuangran had no objection and sincerely offered, "If you still need the core of a mutant, just tell me. I am willing to give you mine." Junu was so stunned he quickly waved his hands to protest. "Don't say such scary things I never asked. To extract a living person's heart, understand." Zhuangran remained firm and said, "I am serious. My godmother once told me that my destiny is to give a body part to someone who can regenerate my flesh." Junshu was once again stunned. Is meat really that expensive? This is the beginning of the Skullhead's personal mission, but he's never heard of anything like this magic core before. Thinking about it, Junshu spoke again. Maybe it's just a metaphor and actually something else, not a magic core. Bone Snake nodded slightly and said, "Yes, I will know when the time comes." The two of them chatted for a while before Junu left the Hope Village. He quickly returned, and the first thing he did was choose a new house. Seeing it, June's eyes immediately lit up. Finally, the large house in front of me will be my new home. The house with a garden alone is over 3,000 square meters, and it even has a swimming pool in the yard. Moreover, the real reason June chose it was because of the private secret training ground in the basement. This training area is much larger than before and fully equipped. Junu really likes it. He excitedly exclaimed, "Never thought he would get this excited about something." At that moment, Choi Seo entered from outside and seeing Junu laughing nonstop, asked suspiciously, "Superman Kim, are you that happy?" Junshu shyly scratched his head and said, "Director Choi, thank you for recommending such a wonderful house for me." Chosei heard that and waved his hand with a smile, saying, "It's nothing but," then asked why I suddenly moved away. Junshu explained slowly that his students would be coming for practice and he wanted a better training place and also needed some personal space. And as for the room I requested, Shoes winked and said with a smile, "Of course, it's already prepared." Inside the house, there is also a large laboratory. When Junu entered, a spirit appeared. Hahonpakinin. "Hello, Master. I am the magic spirit here to assist you. How can I help you today?" Junu entered the testing machine and said coldly, "We've done a general check. From now on, leveling up will be more complicated, so you'll need the spirit's help for good results." As soon as Junsu stepped into the machine, the spirit snapped its fingers, a surge of magic enveloped him, and a comprehensive scan of his attributes began. But before long, the system suddenly malfunctioned, leaving Junu a bit confused. The spirit also nervously said, "Master, an error occurred during our mana ring check." Junu thought for a long time before replying, "Oh, it's probably my fault. I can freely switch my mana rings." "This is a secret, you know." Tin Lin was a bit stunned, muttering doubtfully, "Is it really true?" "This condition isn't in my data." Junshu said calmly, "Just figure it out yourself, which is why I looked for a suitable level 5 divine medicine for someone like me. Ordinary divine pills won't do, but if I make it myself, maybe that's possible, yes?" Junshu nodded indifferently. "That's right, it sounds expensive, doesn't it?" Tin Lin then started asking for all of Junsu's abilities and inputting the data into the system. It was completed very quickly. Tin Lin happily announced, "You have a total of 136 abilities. The design of the divine pill is complete." Junshu, upon hearing this, skeptically asked, "What is a divine seat?" The spirit explained slowly, "A type of divine medicine that was only a hypothesis. Have all the ingredients been prepared?" He frowned slightly. "It's not the elixir you wanted, but it should be fine." Junu asked the spirit to prepare something that would merge with me. After thinking for a moment, he nodded slightly and replied, "Of course." Seeing Junsu ready, the spirit had already begun crafting the level 5 divine potion. And so, Junsu had been busy all day long and night had fallen. Soren and Janet entered from outside carrying various things in their hands, happily saying, "Congratulations on reaching level 5. Junshu looked at them in confusion and asked, "How do you guys know about this?" Soren pointed outside and explained, "The people out there already told us." Junu looked out and saw Choseo and Thichquayan dressed in suits standing outside, carrying wine and fruit. Junu helplessly watched them, but Cho didn't care and ran over, smiling. "I invited them there. It would be a shame if today just passed by like this." But what surprised Junu even more was behind them. He saw fireworks and the shadow of a family of 3 Uin celebrating, blushing with embarrassment. "Why is Uin also involved in this?" At this moment, Chell spoke up again. "I think there's a flower wreath in front of your house." Jundo gritted his teeth and muttered, "After getting a level 5, everything I do will attract attention, so I have to be careful now. You guys are trying to harm me with these gifts, right?" Then he directly tore apart the wreath. At that moment, a black car suddenly sped up to Junu's house, startling him. A woman stepped out of the car, her demeanor extremely unsteady. Junu frowned slightly in suspicion. Who could she be again? "It seems everyone was invited to this party, right?" As you were feeling confused, the woman slowly spoke. "Are you Kim the warrior?" "Congratulations on reaching level 5. Junshu politely nodded and replied, "Thank you." "But who are you?" The woman suddenly remembered and hurriedly smiled, saying, "Oh my, I should have introduced myself earlier. I am Zong Hyun Johun from the Kumo Corporation." Junu immediately knew who it was upon hearing this name. "Isn't this the youngest member of the Kumo Corporation?" Thinking that, he then asked suspiciously, "What is the Kumo Corporation doing here?" Ha Yang calmly replied, "I want to hire you for a task, Junu." Surprised, asked what kind of task. But he quickly remembered that the Kumo Corporation was involved in a succession war. Getting involved with them would be a headache, so it's best to stay away. While Junu was contemplating, Ha Yang spoke up again. "We want you to participate as our representative warrior in the five-way battle to compete for the throne. The reward will be even more spectacular." She finished and pulled out a gun. Seeing it, Junu was stunned and widened his eyes. "Isn't that the DOA gun with destructive properties?" Everything has changed now. Thinking of this, Junshu immediately smiled and said, "Let's sign the contract now. This time we have to gather all the good stuff." The next day, in a tall building, Ha Yang sat on a long chair and looked at the person opposite her before speaking. "Since you already have 2 enchanted guns, I think you'll accept." Junu couldn't help but smile and ask, "If the reward is this big, can you add more if I win?" Ha Yang calmly replied, "We will give you an extra stone gun with a freezing effect." She said that if Junsu keeps winning, there will still be more rewards, but she hopes he won't be too greedy because all the opponents are level 6, and winning just once is enough. Junu frowned in silence upon hearing that the next day, at a large arena, Ha Yang brought him to this place. Seeing her, a man smirked and said, "So you're here, little sister. I didn't expect you to join. You are truly lucky." Ha Yang said nothing, simply passing by him and heading straight to her seat. What kind of attitude is that? This man is the eldest son of the Kumosong Hee-jun group and a level 6 superhuman. The person sitting next to him is the second son of the Kumosong Hee-shun group, also a level 6 superhuman. He sighed and said, "Forget it, after all. This is just a battle between the two of us." Junshu sat down next to Ha Yang and calmly said, "The first battle will be between the eldest and the second son." Ha Yang nodded slightly and replied, "That's right, both of them are very strong." Junshu looked down and saw SR level iron armor warrior and another SR level demon. After observing for a while, he sighed and said, "They truly are a big corporation, all high-level people." Ha Yang seriously reminded him, "You need to watch this battle carefully. The ironclad warrior belongs to my second brother's side, and he is also considered the strongest opponent in this competition." On the ground below the arena, the armored warrior charged forward to attack Demon S. But Demon S suddenly smirked, then shouted loudly, and the sunfire made the armored warrior startle. Before she could react, a blazing fireball rushed toward her. Seeing this, YA immediately panicked. With a loud explosion, an eruption occurred below, smoke and flames filling the sky, and the iron-armored warrior was engulfed in flames, burned to nothing in an instant, vanishing into smoke and dust. Only the demon remained on the arena. Y's face showed fear. Chun could not believe it and stood up holding his head, while only Jun was smirking confidently. At the same time, Junshu seemed to realize something. The fire just now was strange. That demon spirit wasn't a level 6 warrior, just a mage who could manipulate heat fire, but wasn't the sun tower supposed to prohibit killing? Thinking quickly, Junu used his sensory abilities to observe the demon spirit. Immediately, he realized something. Wasn't that the North Solar Eclipse? Don't tell me that name is the one you're thinking of. After a long silence, June finally glanced at Y and asked, "Miss Ha Yang, it's my turn next, right?" She nodded slightly and replied, "That's right." Hearing that, Junshu immediately stood up. "I'm leaving now. Be prepared." Yang looked worried and hesitated to ask, "Are you sure about this?" "We should send a level 6 superhuman to replace him." Junshu shrugged indifferently and confidently replied, "I can win." That guy seems to really understand what he's doing. Exiled from the Hongdu Pyramid, so he must have joined the Kumo Corporation. Up in the stands, the 3 children of the Kumo group are watching the next battle. Jun glances at Yang and says with a smile, "Let's see if your youngest warrior can defeat the demon." Junshu stepped onto the arena with the Black Wolf sword in hand. Jun looked a bit surprised, but he was sure that even as a swordsman, he couldn't defeat the Sunfire, and it seemed like there was another corpse added to the list. "I never thought I would meet you again like this." Junshu calmly replied, "Yes, because the trick you're using is at the Sun Tower. Does your master know about this?" Hearing this, Haidu curled his lips into a sneer, then looked up to the sky and laughed loudly. "My master knows everything." Before coming here, Junu heard Choi Seo talk about some things. Just before the Kumo Corporation's succession battle began, it was said that the chairman was suddenly assassinated. In this country, only the head of the Sun Tower and one other person can do this. Could it be that that old lady is really involved in the Kumo Corporation inheritance battle? Although this is very frightening, Junu might still go to her afterward to confirm. As he was thinking, Hyungdu spoke up. "Well, since you've recognized me, I can now take my revenge. I'll show you the strength I've prepared specifically for you." As soon as he finished speaking, a brilliant flame burst forth, but Junshu's figure still stood tall and proud there. This made Hongjun furious. He roared fiercely. "So the rumor that you can withstand the sunfire is true? But the sunlight is on a different level, so obediently turn into dust." Immediately after, a brilliant burst of flames shot out again. Seeing this, Yang was instantly terrified. "No way! Can a level 6 superhuman perform divine techniques? Then how can a level 5 superhuman survive? But when the smoke and flames cleared, Junshu still stood there proudly, sneering, "Is that all you've got? So now it's my turn, huh? But I almost got roasted alive." Then he smiled and said, "Let me borrow your flame for a moment." As soon as Junshu finished speaking, the sunlight enveloped his hammer, causing Hyundu to scream in horror. "No way! How can you take my lightning?" Junu ignored his reaction, raising the hammer high as the lightning quickly struck down from the sky. At the same time, Junu also changed his attribute. With a bang, lightning from the hammer struck Hongdu, causing him to scream in panic. Wait a moment, it's too late. The lightning has already enveloped his entire body. By the time the lightning dissipates, Hyundu's body has vanished without a trace. This situation startled the three children of the Kumo Corporation, but Jundu, on the other hand, became excited and spoke up. "Can we go to the next battle now?" Later that evening at the Kumo Corporation headquarters, Jundu sat on the sofa, looking up gratefully. "Thank you for fulfilling my request, and here is an additional reward for your victory." Junshu's eyes immediately lit up, finally having the fourth Desert Eagle. Seeing his excitement, Hai Yang added, "We're not done yet, we still promised one more, right?" Although a bit modest, these are a pair of shoes. Junshu was so happy he felt like celebrating, but he shyly asked, "Can I really accept something so valuable?" Hai Y responded calmly, "Giving you this was completely deserved." Junsu's 3 consecutive wins were truly impressive, but then he was banned. The remaining representatives fought their battles, and the winner was exactly as Hai Y wanted. Junu could continue fighting, but he didn't plan to reveal everything like this. The whole world is watching this battle of the Kumo Corporation. Thinking about it, Junu finally asked, "So you're the heir now, right?" Ha Yang shook her head slightly and replied, "Not exactly. This battle was just a way to persuade the board of directors. They won't give up easily." Dan Mack nodded. Junshu clearly said, "I understand now. After all, a young CEO will face many disadvantages." "Yes, that's right, but I also can't just sit back and do nothing. Since things have turned out like this, I want to ask you for one more favor. Warrior Kim." Junshu frowned and asked her, "What is going on?" With such a big reward, who could refuse it? Ha Yang hesitated for a moment, then reached up to touch her earring and slowly spoke. There is a way to turn this situation around, and in an instant, a shadow of a black raven appeared before her. Ha Yang slowly explained, "The Raven chip is a chip containing a mutation agent that only reacts with our family's DNA. If she uses it, she could reach level 7 and turn the tide." Hearing this, Junsu immediately understood the situation. So, Ha Yang was willing to risk using the mutation agent. Thinking it over, he nodded without hesitation. "All right, let's do it." Ha Yang looked at him in surprise and asked, "Really? Of course? Who's stupid enough to refuse?" So in the darkness of DM Corporation's underground, a black crow quietly flies around unnoticed. Junu sits on its back, smirking as he says, "We found out." A few hours earlier, Ha Yang offered Junsu a deal. If he brought her the Raven chip, she would pay him twice this amount. Immediately, she piled a mountain of gold bars on the table, worth about 10 billion G. Junu looked at it all in stunned silence. Ha Yang calmly said, "And if I win the chairmanship, I promise to give you the hat and damo that your brothers have." As she spoke, Junu couldn't help but snort, making her confused. He apologized, saying, "I just had an itchy nose." Actually, Junu was just too happy. The Kumo gear that all 3 of them own will ultimately belong to the chairman, meaning the Kumo gear with SSL level effects will be yours. But I can't let Ha Yang see how happy I am about this. Ha Yang, on the other hand, doesn't seem to notice and continues saying, "Guys, I can't let anyone know about this, so please keep it a secret. If you need anything to carry out this request, just let me know." Junshu hesitated for a moment, then winked and said, "Oh, then can I have some diamonds?" So right after that, Junu went to the rooftop of the Kumo building to survey the surroundings. He smirked and said, "I can see the entire gang from here. Money really is amazing." Junu now owns a high-level set of gear, a detection helmet, super speed boots, a fury axe, and a crisis detection ring. Now it's time to absorb the properties from these magic gear. In an instant, a brilliant flow of mana surged into Junu's body. It wasn't long before he gained the airstrike ability. Junu smiled contentedly as his movement skill was activated. "Now everything is ready, it's time for you to begin." Then Junu leapt off the building. Of course, before you hit the ground, a black crow appeared and caught you. Junu smiled contentedly, just as expected from the Kumo shoes. It really feels different now. Time to report to the client. Without hesitation, Junu reported to Ha Yang as in the previous scene. Upon hearing this, she exclaimed in surprise. "Where is it?" he casually replied. "It's right in front of the crow statue in the main hall." "But there's a tiny problem," Junu slowly explained. "I will have to cause some chaos to get the chip, so you will be responsible for what happens next." As the chairman finished speaking, he struck the statue in the main hall with a hammer. The Raven chip immediately appeared. Junu quickly grabbed it and reported back to Ha Yang. "Got the Raven chip. Where do I need to go now?" Ha Yang hurriedly said, "I will go to the body editing room on the 2nd floor and will be there immediately." Junu didn't hesitate and ran off, reminding them as he went, Your brother's probably already figured it out. You need to hurry up. A moment later, in the second floor modification room, the door suddenly swung open, startling the person inside who asked, "Chairman, why are you here at this hour?" The person arriving is Hai Yang. There's no time to explain. Quickly give the order to activate the editing room. The lab technician was stunned for a moment, but quickly went to operate the computer. After finishing, she hesitated and asked, "What are you planning to do with it?" Hai Yang didn't answer, but looked towards the door and said with a smile, "You arrived just in time. I'm ready." Junwoo, the one who arrived, is Chan Min. He smirked, and Chip did the same. Let's get started. Then he handed the Javan chip to Hai Yang. She took it and entered the editing machine, calmly speaking. "Then I will leave the rest to you. It's a warrior run." Shu replied calmly. "Yes, don't worry. I will be right here to witness everything." With these words, Hai Yang felt reassured and used the chip. She stands tall inside the editing machine, her gaze extremely determined. Hai Yang has decided to do this no matter what. At that moment, a loud, dissatisfied shout outside startled Jun Shu, and he looked out to see that the visitors were none other than Hai Yang's two brothers. Hai Jun, furious as he stepped in, shouted, "Dan, how dare you betray me behind my back? Stop him now." But Jun Shu blocked them and calmly said, "I can't let you go any further. So, you've defeated some superhumans before, and now you want to oppose me? Now, don't you know who I am?" Jun Shu casually smiled and said, "Of course I know you're the chairman of Kumo Corporation, or should I say former chairman." This made Hai Jun's face turn red as a monkey's butt. He gritted his teeth and cursed, "You bastard!" Just then, Hai Chun stepped forward to block the owner of the Black Shadow Sword. Hai Jun slightly frowned at him, but Hai Chun paid no mind, speaking coldly, "Even if you're a skilled warrior, you can't fight against me and my brother, two level 6 superhumans at the same time." He said he would give Junwoo a reward equal to what Hai Wai promised, so they could negotiate instead of clashing. Hai Jun also promised you the position of Deputy Security Director at Kumo. Junwoo frowned and remained silent, but soon a contemptuous smile appeared on his face. "That's a damn lousy offer, asking me to betray a client who can't defend themselves. That's how C thinks." This remark made the Zong brothers furious. I didn't even get a chance to say anything before Junwoo kept mocking us and claiming the reward was fair. At least double or triple would make me reconsider, but I would never accept it. In the end, Hai Jun couldn't hold back anymore and charged with his sword, while Jun Shu quickly raised his shield to block. It hurts more than you think. So this is what a level 6 superhuman's power feels like. As they said, Junwoo couldn't fight both at the same time, but one of them might not necessarily lose, because right now a cut had appeared on Hai Jun's stomach, blood pouring out constantly. Junwoo smirked and said, "I didn't mean to kill you." Seeing the situation was unstable, H-Chun raised his gun to shoot at him, but Junwoo quickly created a shield to defend himself, as if at the same time, he gained a new ability. Junwoo couldn't help but sneer, wondering why his shield was so much stronger now. Let them shoot all they want, he wouldn't move an inch. While Junwoo was confronting Hai Chun, Hai Jun took the opportunity to rush toward the editing machine, but just before his hand touched the machine, a bullet with a blue light suddenly struck. Hai Chun was startled and panicked when he saw this. Hai Jun's body was frozen and unable to move. "You bastard! Where did you get that gun? The person in front of me has already disappeared." By the time he reappeared, Junwoo was behind Hun, and in an instant, he changed his ability to an airstrike. This is a jump enhanced by the no attack trait, exploiting the opponent's momentary weakness and raining down bullets like an airstrike. After taking down both of them, Junwoo smirked and said, "Are you ready to give up now?" But at this moment, Hun smirked and said, "That's hilarious. Do you really think you can win with just that little strength?" As soon as he finished speaking, his body was enveloped in blood-red energy, causing Junsu to recoil in shock. Hai Jun is using an item called the Eternal Darkness Fruit, and at the same time, Junwoo is surrounded by black muzzles of guns. At this moment, Hai Chun was also being supported by someone. The situation was a bit unstable, and Junwoo clenched his sword tightly, not even sure if he could escape safely. Just then, a sudden scream rang out. Everyone stop. At the same time, the editing device emitted a golden light. Everyone witnessing this scene was stunned into silence. Jun Shu, on the other hand, was very happy and just in time, while the faces of the Song brothers darkened as if their butts were on fire. Hai Yang stepped out from inside. Her appearance changed, now a level 7 superhuman with 2 pairs of wings behind her. Hai Yang's title now is Sun Crow. She coldly said, "This time you guys are late." Seeing this, Hai Chun couldn't help but tremble and mutter, "Sun Crow?" Hai Jun, on the other hand, loudly shouted, "Do you think you can scare anyone? Fine, let's fight." But at this moment, a middle-aged man entered and held his shoulder to advise him, saying, "Stop. If the young chairman really acts, this entire building will collapse in a minute." This is Dong Kyung-jun, who helped establish the Kumo group. He coldly said, "I thought the outcome was already decided in the previous confrontation, yet you still behave like this. Are you ignoring the process approved by the shareholders?" Hearing this, Hai Jun trembled and tried to explain, "Father-in-law, I didn't mean that." But before I could finish, Kung coldly interrupted, "If I didn't mean that, Then am I planning something else besides the chairman's death? This statement caused Haijun's face to darken, and he remained silent for a long time before Kyung-jun looked at Hai-wai and said, "Congratulations on reaching level 7. President Song-hun, I will see you at the shareholders' meeting to elect the next president." As soon as he finished speaking, he bowed to her and then left with his men. A few days later, on the balcony of Hai Yang's house, Hai Yang was sipping wine and speaking. "Congratulations, you're about to become the new president of the Kumo Group." Hai Yang gratefully said, "Have you received the items from my two brothers as promised?" "Of course. Just let me know if you have any other requests in the future." Thanks to her, you completed the Kumo test. Hearing this, Hai Yang hesitated for a moment before finally speaking up, only then remembering. "Actually, I have one more request for you." Junshu immediately cheered up and asked, "What is this request about?" At that moment, Hai Yang suddenly took out an SSR-level men's ring that left him utterly stunned. Without waiting for him to react, Hai Yang knelt on the ground and proposed. "Soldier, will you marry me?" Jundu immediately froze upon hearing it. "Sorry, but I can't agree to that." Hyang exclaimed in surprise. "What? But why? I have nothing missing to be your partner." "She's right. She has both money and beauty," but Junshu shook his head and replied, "She's not my type." Hai Yang couldn't believe this, muttering in confusion. "That's ridiculous. Why would something so trivial matter to people like us? It really does matter." Junshu angrily said, "I want to marry someone who truly loves me, not someone like you who only sees me as a tool to strengthen her power." Hai Yang was stunned by this, and finally could only sigh resignedly. "You really are hard to read." Then she raised her glass and said, "So I want a partnership. We can help each other anytime. Is that okay?" "Sure." Junshu immediately agreed without hesitation. The two quickly clinked glasses and officially formalized their partnership. By late evening, Junu finally got into a car to go home. Thinking about the proposal just received, he couldn't help but sigh, feeling as if he had wasted a luxurious life opportunity for no reason, and a sense of regret washed over him. Anyway, Junu is still in the passionate age where marriage might be too soon, but if it's just dating Hai-wai, he hasn't even thought about the next step yet, and Junu already looks dissatisfied and pouts. What he needs to focus on now is the Elder of the Sun Tower, because Hongdu's words really have issues. Is that old lady really as he said? As Junu was thinking, his phone suddenly rang. The call from the Sun Tower came just in time. The next day at the Phoenix Valley, Junu arrived as scheduled. Strangely, I don't see any phoenixes here. Just then, the Tower Master approaches from afar, with Sorcerer Kim behind him. He cheerfully greeted, "Long time no see, Kim. Or should I just call you the owner of the Black Lake Sword?" The Tower Master kept rambling on, making Sorcerer Kim annoyed and remind him, "Sir, let's get straight to the point." Wizard Kim looked straight at Junshu and spoke. "Superhuman Kim, you probably already guessed, but we called you here for a favor." Junshu seemed to guess what was happening and asked with a frown, "Is it because all the phoenixes have disappeared?" "Damn." Mac nodded, and the Tower Master replied in a deep voice, "That's right, I have no clue where they have gone. I guess some mythical creature has captured them all." Junshu crouched down to observe for a moment before speaking again, "Probably, but have you considered the possibility that they were illegally hunted? But what if someone from the tower's senior mage level is involved?" Sorcerer Kim pondered his words, frowned in thought, and asked, "Do you have an elder?" "Then maybe, but who would dare do such a thing?" On the contrary, the Tower Master was very angry and gritted his teeth as he said, "Abusing the Phoenix is a blatant violation of the rules. The owner of the Black Lake Sword, can you find the culprit?" Of course, Junu didn't hesitate and replied, "You promised to find all the missing phoenixes and find out who is responsible for this, but the Tower Master will have to pay you extra." A while later, near the Phoenix Valley, a speedboat glided smoothly over the waves, moving so fast that Junu felt nauseous. Sorcerer Kim sat in the driver's seat, excitedly asking, "So why did you think of choosing this car as the advance payment?" "I wouldn't even dare to dream of driving it because my grandfather values this car very highly." Junu calmly replied, "Because I need it for the mission. We need a super fast car to catch that thing. What they're chasing is a blue-feathered phoenix." A moment before Junu was working, Wizard Kim noticed the movement. He approached and asked, "Sir, what is that?" "Can you recognize it? It's a phoenix, but what you made doesn't look anything like one." Junu didn't care. He had just received a crafting trait from the system. After a moment, Junu finally spoke. "All right, so you're a wizard. Give me some of your blood." As soon as he finished speaking, Junu approached, took Mage Kim's hand, and drew blood. Back in reality, Mage Kim couldn't help but marvel. "Never thought that just a little of my blood would be enough to turn that steel wire into an artificial phoenix." Junshu slowly explained that your blood contains the essence of a phoenix, so we can use its innate tracking ability to find where the others are. A moment later, on Ulangdu Island, the two of them followed the trail of the artificial phoenix. Sure enough, when I saw those phoenixes, they didn't look very healthy. Wizard Kim muttered in doubt, "They should all have lived more than 20 years, but now they look so exhausted." Junshu thought for a moment before suggesting, "Can you check their mana?" Sorcerer Kim nodded and then began the inspection. Through magic, he saw the hollow hearts of the phoenixes. Wizard Kim exclaimed in shock. They have been drained of mana, from their hearts to their veins. Everything has been burned out. But quickly, Sorcerer Kim realized there was another issue. He exclaimed in shock, "Wait a minute, this trace belongs to Truong Thien Thuk." Hearing this, Junshu immediately felt happy and lucky because he's very smart. Then, he suggested, let's contact the Tower Master. The culprit is none other than the Elder of the Heavenly Reality. Upon hearing the news, the Tower Master rushed in madness, shouting angrily, with a furious mind, "That crazy woman!" Master Kim saw him so angry that he was breathing fire and hurriedly advised him to calm down. But the Tower Master was still furious and shouted that she was caught trying to steal all the phoenixes. "If I catch her, I will only be—" Before he could finish speaking, Junshu interrupted. "So the Elder also disappeared from the tower?" The Tower Master nodded slightly and said, "Yes. I went to her office, but she was gone. Only a clone was left, and he was getting angrier and angrier. He really wanted to hit someone." Luckily, Kim the Mage stopped him. Junshu ignored it, frowning as he muttered, "A clone?" Kim the Mage explained slowly, "That's a spell that creates a body identical to the owner's, but it will die after a while." Jun thought for a moment before speaking. Maybe she was just trying to buy more time. Hearing this, the Tower Master immediately became alert. The death of Kumo Corporation's chairman, whose heart was burned out. The exiled mage reappeared, transformed into a reinforced warrior. The overhunted phoenixes used to increase power, and the elder who disappeared has left too many clues. Junshu forced himself to think. After a while, he looked back at the Tower Master and spoke. "Lord of the Tower, are you thinking about that?" The Tower Master looked confused and muttered suspiciously, "Don't tell me your mind has touched that thing." What he has in his mouth is the forbidden ritual of the celestial reality. The forbidden ritual is a process of burning mana to block out the sunlight. An event occurs in the solar optimization mission. At this point, solar optimization has not yet been studied. Junu doesn't understand why it appeared. Maybe it's the butterfly effect. "Your intervention and high on dues have made a difference." Mage Kim then asked suspiciously, "What exactly is it?" The Tower Master slowly replied that she was using the power of the phoenix to deplete the sun's mana. Not only that, but the sun, the earth, and the seas. Wakbun is draining the mana from all living beings. Wizard Kim exclaimed in surprise. "If the demon tower collapses because of this, you haven't finished talking," Junshu interrupted. "We must find her quickly now." At this moment, the Tower Master suddenly spoke up. "I sense a huge mana connection nearby. I believe I know where she is." After a while, the 3 Tower Masters arrived at this house on the cliff to cast spells and search for the Mudbrain. Junu exclaimed in surprise. "Is she hiding inside to perform the ritual?" The Tower Master nodded slightly and replied, "Yes, but the maze is too strong for her to destroy the entrance right now, because it is designed to withstand the Japanese fire." The Tower Master suggested that Junu and Mage Kim stay here, while he would go deal with the Mudbrain. But Mage Kim stopped him, saying he couldn't go. Junshu nodded in agreement. "Wizard Kim is right. This is too dangerous. Let me handle it." The Tower Master was surprised and exclaimed, "You want to go in?" Junshu calmly said that yes, to make her let her guard down, it's best for someone like me to go in. The Tower Master nodded reluctantly and said, "It seems I owe you once again. Take this." He then took out many items and handed them to Junsu, including a magic die and a teleportation ring. Junu didn't hesitate and took them willingly. The escape ring has granted you a second life. Risking your life once is worth it to possess one of the 8 treasures of the Demon Tower. A moment later, inside the space maze, Junu, who had just entered, realized that Mage Kim was also following. He exclaimed in surprise, "What is going on? Why did you follow me into the maze? You're going to die." Wizard Kim muttered, "But this is a problem of the Demon Tower, and it's better for both of you. When using dice to neutralize the interdimensional space, encountering enemies would be troublesome. So the Eclipse faction always causes these kinds of problems?" While they were talking, he didn't notice the monster attacking from behind. Luckily, Junshu reacted quickly, threw his sword, and killed the monster. Wizard Kim finally reacted, speechless with panic. Jun calmly replied, "If I had been a little slower, we would have been bitten. It seems they can smell us. Stick close behind me." As he finished speaking, he drew his sword from the corpse of the monster and tightly gripped it before leaving. At the same time, Junu also changed his traits. He took the lead and warned sternly, "There will be dozens of monsters coming our way now." As soon as he finished speaking, a horde of monsters attacked the 2 of them. Junu was unafraid and disappeared in an instant. The sword lights continued to dance in the air, cutting through the bodies of the monsters. Attacks on weak points deal extra damage. With a loud bang, all the monsters exploded. Mage Kim behind watched this scene and couldn't help but panic, muttering, "These monsters!" Before he could finish speaking, a loud shout rang out. Everyone turned to look and saw an old woman standing on the cliff. It was none other than Du Obun. She pointed her magic staff at the 2 of them and shouted angrily, "Why did you dare to step here? Your crime of interfering with my masterpiece will not go unpunished." As soon as he said that, a barrage of lightning bolts struck down on Ju and the others, shattering the nearby cliffs into pieces. Junwoo knew that the Bun Brain was definitely not an easy opponent, but he wouldn't die in a mini-game like this. Thinking that, he firmly grasped Sorcerer Kim's shoulder and warned him to hold on tight. Junwoo had observed this move countless times in the game, so he could see everything. Immediately after, he changed his equipment attributes and carried Kim the Mage into the air, avoiding each wave of Bun Brain's attacks. In an instant, continuous bursts of explosions echoed through the sky, and a corner of the forest was struck black by lightning. Junshu hugged Mage Kim and ran, worriedly asking, "Are you okay?" Mage Kim gently shook her head and replied, "I think I'm fine, but where are we?" Junshu calmly replied, "This is where the mana concentrates here. Set up the neutralizing device." Sorcerer Kim immediately responded, "Understood. I will do it quickly and come back, but I haven't gone far before the explosion blocked me." She frantically shouted, "You fools are digging your own graves!" As she finished, the chaos resumed with magic spells unleashing and lightning striking once again. Junshu saw that and shouted loudly to warn, "Kim Sorcerer, get out of the way quickly." Luckily, Kim Sorcerer managed to jump back in time, or he would have been blown to pieces by the lightning. Junshu squinted at the old lady opposite him, feeling admiration in his heart. She truly is a 7th level mage. If hit, she would turn to dust. There's no way he could withstand her with normal methods. Thinking of this, June spoke again. "Kim the mage, I will draw her attention. Do it quickly." Sorcerer Kim hurriedly replied, "Okay, then run away." Seeing that he had left, Okbun's face immediately turned grim. "What did you do with that brat?" Okbun glared at him upon hearing the sound, but Junsu paid no mind and continued shouting loudly, "If you suddenly gain this power, I guess you use the Kuma Corporation chairman's mana ring to boost your strength a bit, right? Or are you so senile that you've gone completely crazy?" Okibun bit his lip fiercely, his tone full of deadly intent. "I was going to rely on my disciple to get the Sun Crow, but you've destroyed everything, so it doesn't matter anymore. That Black Crow is enough already." As soon as she finished speaking, she cast her magic again, unleashing lightning that wildly surged toward Junwoo, but he quickly dodged. This action made Okbun angrily scold. "Do you think you can keep dodging the power of the solar eclipse? Are your eyes clouded? You can't even land a single hit. This only fuels Bun's fury to the breaking point." She roared wildly, "You brat!" On another front, Kim the mage has already started installing the magic dice, and before long it's complete and the spell has been activated. From afar, Bull's mind saw this scene and muttered in confusion. When did the neutralizer device activate? Wizard Kim looked up at the sky and whispered, "The neutralizer device has now emitted magic that pierces through space and is weakening the spatial power." The Tower Master outside, seeing this scene, excitedly shouted, "It seems the time has come to act." Soon after, he began casting magic, causing the labyrinth space to gradually break apart. Inside, Mage Kim was smiling happily and said, "Superman, the maze is cracking." Junshu also nodded in agreement. "That's right, it seems the Tower Master is doing very well. The solar eclipse in the sky is also gradually disappearing." This caused Okbun to panic. She kept muttering, "It can't be, my magic, my power, my world." In just a moment, this old lady's body had become frail and withered. Her face peeled of skin, and she kept muttering, "I am about to finish it. It's because of you. All because of you." Then she poured her fury into her magic and launched her attack. Junwoo didn't dare to slack off and hurriedly used his iron fist to block, but he was still much slower than Bun's mind. This power is truly insane. Before you could catch your breath, Boone struck again, and Junwoo hurriedly dodged, with explosions continuing behind him. This made Boone furious and scream, "Damn it, why didn't it hit? Go and die." As she finished speaking, she continued to attack Runshu with lightning magic. The lightning kept striking down as if trying to crush him into pieces. When the lightning disappeared, only a large pit remained in front of Buon, with no sign of him, leaving Buon confused. At the same time, Junwoo used his weakness detection ability and saw the vital point behind Ukbu's back. Junshu smugly smiled and said, "I've found her weakness." Without hesitation, he drew his sword and swung it into her back. The frail body of Okbu collapsed to the ground, blood pouring out endlessly. She muttered in defiance, "No, I can't die like this. I must at least kill you myself." Immediately after, she trembled and raised her hand to attack Shu, but at the same time, another hand appeared and grabbed Ukbun's neck. So it was the Tower Master. He has appeared. He snorted coldly and said, "You old trash, die for me," then used flames to burn her. At that very moment, the Sun Tower was restored to its light. The Tower Master kept praising Junshu after returning. "Before, you were just an apprentice warrior or someone with only a bit of talent in magic, but today you seem like a warrior ready for battle." Junshu blushed shyly when praised, but the Tower Master kept praising him. "No wonder the general gave you the Black Wolf Sword. This kind of thing is called Peerless and Countless Stars. It seems that the magic spirit also talks about this." Thinking of that, Junshu hesitated and asked, "What is it?" The Tower Master slowly explained to describe those with endless potential and 10,000 superhuman energies. He then took out a ring and said, "Well, this is my reward for you. It is a solar eclipse ring. one of the 8 great treasures of the Demon Tower and also the strongest sacred object of the Solar Eclipse School. Junwoo happily took it and put it on his hand. The binding property of this ring is the solar eclipse, and it even has the function to swallow, absorb, and store mana. After finishing everything, he returned with excitement. At his private house in the suburban area, time passed by and winter arrived. Soren has started practicing how to use the power of the Celestial Assassin, while Janet is honing her steel energy within her body and gradually becoming stronger. Junsu is naturally very happy. Soren will probably reach level 5 soon. The day she learns the Fire Spirit sword technique won't be far off. And Thich Quyen has also reached level 4. He is beginning to expand his influence across the country, and Sound's day to celebrate December 24th is finally approaching. That night, Junsu took Soren and Janet to join the festival, and the two kept expressing their amazement as they walked. Junsu also happily smiled and said, "Let's enjoy today to the fullest, because starting tomorrow we will return to training." Janet immediately stopped smiling and quickly spoke up. "I'll go ahead then." Soren also chimed in, running after her. "Janet, wait for me." Then the two of them ran off. December 24th is the day of the Demon Slaying Festival, the day the bishop was officially declared dead, and also the day the Westphalia Treaty took effect. So this festival is held worldwide, like Christmas, because there is no Christmas in this world. While Soren and the other person were walking, Soren saw someone. She excitedly shouted, "Look, Janet, it's the Holy Knight Shah by June." Janet also glanced at the handsome man, unable to help but marvel at how good-looking he was. Junwoo, meanwhile, was lost in his own thoughts. During the Divine Annihilation Ceremony, the Holy Knights from each country will have their own gathering. You have been invited as an honorary Holy Knight of the Thor and Gear sex. At this moment, a diplomatic delegation approached Junwoo and greeted him, saying, "Are you not the owner of the Black Lake Sword? I am Atsim Karat, the Indian diplomatic representative in Korea." Junwoo also politely replied, "I am a level 5 superhuman, Warrior Kim. Thank you for inviting me here." Aim smiled softly and pointed to the two behind him, introducing, "This is my wife and daughter." "Junwoo, nice to meet you, Kim Warrior. Here is the last of the top 3 Kikarat warriors." Is the girl going to become the owner of Kalarachi? Is he thinking of using Janet to get closer? After a moment of hesitation, Junwoo pointed to the two people Soren introduced and said, "These are my disciples, and coincidentally, my second disciple and your daughter." But before he could finish, a sudden cry of alarm rang out. "Isn't that the owner of the Black Lake Sword?" So everyone's attention turned to Junwoo. They gathered around him, praising him non-stop, making Junwoo feel extremely helpless. "This is a chance for you to get closer to Kali, so why is it like this? It's just that without you, Soren and Janet are still happily talking with Kali." After a long while, Junshu, exhausted from the noise, finally escaped from the crowd and saw 3 girls huddled together, talking happily. You just let out a sigh of relief, so everything's fine. Outside, snow has already started to fall. It's really almost the end of the year. Jun wished everything could stay peaceful like this. As he was walking, suddenly someone behind him greeted him. "Hello." Jun glanced over and saw a woman approaching, a faint smile on her lips as she spoke. "Can I talk to you, Heir?" Junwoo realized she wasn't the holy maiden of the bishop's army, and he narrowed his eyes at her, suspiciously asking, "What are you doing here? Aren't you busy preparing for the Godslayer festival?" The holy maiden's face immediately darkened as she coldly retorted, "It's not the Godslayer festival, but the Rebirth festival." Hearing that, Junshu snorted dismissively and said, "Whatever you say." So the two of them continued walking and talking. The holy maiden spoke coldly. "You can tell I'm being very generous to you, right?" Junshu said with a sneer. "Generous? What do you mean by generous?" She chuckled softly and asked coldly, "Do you not find it strange that you are still alive after killing one of our supervisors?" Junshu was stunned to hear this. Even though it happened inside the maze, she still knows everything, huh? "If I had taken action, your miserable body would have been asleep long ago, because I am now behind the control curtain. Do you understand?" Dundu narrowed his eyes at her, suspiciously asking why she did this. "It's not like I asked you to do that," the saintess whispered into his ear with a faint smile, saying, "It's just because such a wonderful soul can become the savior of our legion and lead the light." Junwoo was stunned and said, "Don't tell me the soul she mentioned is actually you in the real world." In the real world, Junwoo is just one of countless failures, a worthless bastard with no achievements, cursed in love and in money. The more I think about it, the more panicked I get. Are they trying a new kind of scam? Why are these people doing this to me? Could it be due to a change in attributes? If the Holy Maiden considers changing attributes as a form of binding with the soul, then it could also be regarded as an excellent soul. While Junwoo was thinking, the Holy Maiden spoke in a low voice. "I sincerely hope you will become stronger to become the perfect vessel for that soul of yours." Junshu hadn't even had time to understand, and the Holy Maiden sneered and said, "Today." Her words left him confused and unable to understand anything. The Holy Maiden continued rambling on with more incomprehensible sentences. "From today, everything will begin. We are counting on you, the Savior." While Junwoo was running around creating chaos, she said that they would also gain a lot of things. Junu, increasingly confused, asked, "What are you talking about all of a sudden?" The Satanist chuckled softly, shook her head, and said, "You'll find out soon." Then a magic circle appeared beneath her feet. She smirked maliciously and said, "Take care of yourself until we meet again." And then the Saintist disappeared from Jusu's sight, leaving him in confusion. The crazy one appeared to ramble and then vanished again. What is she planning after all? Is everything starting from today? The main game hasn't even started yet, so those super epic main quests like in Chapter 1 definitely won't happen. But suddenly Junu thought of something, took out his phone and checked that today's Godslayer Festival coincided with Chapter 10. If in the game the Satanist also announced the same thing, then could it be? While Junu was lost in thought, time kept moving forward, and at exactly midnight a deafening explosion erupted, causing chaos and concern among the festival attendees. Junu looked up at the smoke and flames ahead, silently cursing, "Damn it, it's starting." Chapter 1. The crisis in Seon has officially erupted. Monsters and demons have appeared out of nowhere to attack humans. There are so many of them it's hard to believe. Junu didn't hesitate anymore and ran with a gun. He hurriedly instructed everyone, "Guard this side with the other holy knights." The other person nodded and replied, "I understand." "And what about you?" Junshu said casually. "I have someone to protect first, then I will run away quickly. Every corner of this place is being attacked by monsters. Soren and Janet are trying to eliminate them." As Seon's chaos erupts across the city, Callie's parents were killed in this terrorist attack in the game. This deeply wounded Callie's heart, and she decided to become a superhuman. But now, they have a protector. Soren and Janet saw the arrival and exclaimed happily, "Master, the one coming is Junsu. He won't let that happen in his timeline." At the same time, Callie, in her parents' arms, saw Junu appear like a deity, her eyes filled with admiration. Then the three of them began to work together to defeat the monster. Amid the chaos, a car sped through the wind driven by Junsu, who quickly contacted Jom. On the other end, Jom answered the phone and spoke immediately. "Kim, I am currently busy dealing with the terrorist attack in Seon. Let's talk later." Junu also hurriedly said, "No, I need to speak with you right now." Although this terrorism is happening all over Seon, its only target is one thing. Thinking quickly, he hurriedly said, "The president is in danger." "What? Really? But I heard the greenhouse is still fine." Junu calmly replied, "It's the truth. Since the president isn't there, I'll send you the location." With that, he sped off again. During the god-killing ceremony, the unmarried president will surely go to his secret lover's house. A moment later, Junsu's car stopped above the skyscrapers. The magical spirit hesitated and asked, "Should we land on the roof? There's no time." Junu shook his head slightly and then kicked off the car door. Wherever the president is, security will be tightened there. To bypass the security check and get there quickly, he had no choice but to jump down and break through this special glass. With a bang, the security glass shattered, revealing a chaotic scene inside. A man is holding a girl and hiding in a corner. He is the president, with a slightly frightened expression, and he quickly speaks upon seeing you. "Are you a swordsman?" Junu didn't care and ran over to the two of them, worriedly asking, "Are you both okay?" The president didn't answer, but shouted in panic, "The person behind you is an ambush from behind Runu. Luckily, you reacted quickly and raised your sword to defend, but you were still pushed back a few steps." Junshu narrowed his eyes at the person in front of him, finally appearing. The boss from Chapter 1, the terrifying 7-star Queen Executioner, a superhuman. She coldly said, "Kimachimko, it seems I have accidentally gained a major advantage." Jun frowned slightly, remaining silent with a serious expression on his face. The Executioner Queen didn't care and continued to smile and say, "If I kill you and throw your body to Gwangwaman, that old tiger will be very upset." Then she drew her sword. The Yodo Masamune sword activates a random curse each time it strikes an enemy. Junu knows this sword very well. As you were thinking, the Executioner Queen suddenly shouted fiercely, "Let's see who teaches you better, the old man or me." Immediately after, she slashed out a beam of sword light with blood-red aura towards him. Junshu dared not be careless and used his shield to block, but it still made him spit out a mouthful of fresh blood. You can't help but marvel at how terrifying just one block was. While the Queen Executioner smirks and says, "Not bad, let's see if you can block this one too." Then she swung her sword down again. This time, Run couldn't defend and was cut away, flying out of the beam. You fiercely bite your lip and say, "Swords of the Executioner Queen are not for defense but for attack. To survive another second, you need to fight fire with fire. Fighting halfway, victory would be impossible." With that in mind, Run Shu suddenly broke free and charged like a moth to a flame. In just a moment, he appeared behind the Queen of Executioners, yet I still stood there calmly, smirking with a contemptuous smile. How pathetic, Dai. Then, the Queen Assassin spun around and lunged with her sword, but Run Shu was faster by a step, creating a shield to block it. At the same time, he also changed his attributes and directly counterattacked, causing the Queen of Assassins to be thrown back. Before she could react, he charged fiercely again, swinging his hammer repeatedly. The Queen Executioner was forced into a defensive stance, grinding her teeth in anger and shouting, "You brat! Junu doesn't care much. The only weakness the Queen Executioner cares about now is close-range attack. If you make a mistake, you'll definitely die, but you have to try first. The two keep exchanging blows with sword flashes and magic radiating everywhere. The president beside him watched this scene in shock, while inside the battle, the two were still locked in fierce combat. Junshu angrily bit his lip and muttered, "Damn it," because the Invincible Queen's passive talent prevents your attacks from causing any damage. At this moment, the Queen Executioner had been pushed to the brink of madness by Yunu. The crazy woman shouted fiercely, "This is the end!" Then she swung her sword at Junu, forcing him to retreat. She narrowed her eyes and coldly said, "Do you want to deny it?" Jundu didn't answer, urgently shouting, "Red, quickly take the president somewhere else." While they were fighting, the car arrived where the president was hiding and quickly drove away. The Queen Executioner realized too late and could only try to stop it in despair as the vehicle vanished into the distance. "What now? You missed your target." This statement pushed the Queen Executioner's fury to its peak. She gritted her teeth and cursed, "You bastard, so this was your true purpose." As she spoke, she kept wielding her sword. This is the Queen Executioner's ultimate technique, the destruction of heaven and earth. Junshu watched the blood-red demonic energy slowly approach him, a wave of anxiety rising in his heart. "Are you out of options to escape now because of the curse?" "That's just a dream." Junshu suddenly sneered with a twisted smile. The ring in your hand suddenly glows. This is the escape ring, allowing you to leave the battlefield once. "Thanks a lot." That foolish old woman. Then her body was enveloped by a surge of demonic energy. When the Queen Executioner's sword struck down, the person disappeared without a trace, only stabbing into the ground. This made her furious as she shouted, "You damn brat!" By the time Junu appeared again, he was inside his own bathroom. Junshu lifted his head, panting heavily, almost losing it. "If it weren't for the escape ring the Tower Master gave me, I really would have died." "Luckily," Junshu muttered with a frown, "well, I guess the general has already arrived at the building by now. Have they captured the Executioner Queen yet? With that strength, it might be a bit difficult. But this isn't the time for him to think about these things. He needs to focus on treatment first." So Junshu soaked in the bathtub to rest. It wasn't until the phone rang that he snapped out of it. Junshu, annoyed, picked up the phone and lazily spoke. "Hello?" The voice of Soren's frantic scream immediately comes through on the other end. Junu was startled awake by the shout. Soren on the other end kept rambling. "Why didn't you answer my calls? It's been days." Junu reluctantly said, "I am resting," but quickly realized a problem and exclaimed in surprise, "Wait a minute, it's been days." Soren complained, "So do you have any idea how worried I was, leaving those strange messages and disappearing like that?" Junu was confused and opened the message to check. Those messages are really a bit strange. He apologized shyly, but Soren didn't care and continued speaking. "Forget it, that's not the main issue. Do you know where I am?" Junu frowned and asked, "Where exactly?" Soren whispered, "I am at the greenhouse with Janet. The president wants to see you." Junu spoke casually as he stepped out of the bathtub. "I understand now. All right, I'll be there right away. Now go and claim your reward." A while later, at the greenhouse when Junu arrived, the president greeted him warmly. He gratefully said, "I'm truly grateful that you risked your life to save me." "Have you started feeling better yet?" Junshu calmly smiled and replied, "I have fully recovered. The magic selection and the divine medicine have played a major role." Just then, a large hand patted your back. "It's Jom. He just arrived and happily said, 'See, I told you so. Your little kid's showing up here without a scratch, huh?' The Tower Master is also here, smiling happily and saying, 'Looks like the divine medicine has taken effect, right? Remember not to forget to thank our demon tower.' Du really looks helpless. Why does he suddenly seem so friendly?" At this moment, the president approached and spoke, "Thank you very much, Warrior Kim. This is a small token of my appreciation. I hope you accept it." He then took out a box containing an SR grade refined armor. Its attribute is refinement, just like its name. This is a super deceptive trait that can change its settings to give an advantage each time you switch it. If you change the trait to Swordsman, it will prioritize attack and agility. If switched to the Warrior trait, it will have strength and durability. If changed to Marksman, attack and movement speed will be enhanced. Isn't this made specifically for Junu? That's top-notch. Thinking of that, Junu happily accepted it. "Thank you, I will use it well." At this moment, a hand rested on his shoulder, making him a bit confused. Before he could understand what was happening, the Tower Master and Jom excitedly shouted out. "All right, now it's time for the main event." Junu was then pulled into the conference room with them and the president. The president, standing at the center, calmly announced, "We are currently monitoring Yaren, the leader of the terrorists, who is the one called the Queen of Execution." Junu stood silently, observing the map on the table. "You've seen this map quite a few times before, since it's the map for the mission in Chapter 1. If this were in a game, everything would be done in the blink of an eye, just like that." But even the Western Legion commander, a war hero like the Eastern Legion commander, many leaders from different cultures, and even the Superhuman Society's assault team have joined forces. As expected, whether or not there is a government makes a huge difference. That's why the German bishop's army wanted to assassinate the president, along with the words of the Saintess that day. Junwoo wants to see what she will do now. It seems like Chapter 1 ended a bit quickly. In the following days, news praising Junwoo appeared across newspapers and online platforms. Soren and Janet saw everyone cheerfully talking. Now everyone online is talking about him, sir. It seems the battle at the Indian embassy has attracted a lot of attention. Luckily, it seems like Chapter 1 has ended. Junwoo should focus on training himself, so he drove these two girls back to his own house. As soon as Janet stepped out of the car, she saw Aim with his wife and daughter in front of Doo's house. Upon seeing him, Aim hurried over to greet him. "Hello, owner of the Black Lake Sword. I am here to express my gratitude to you." Junshu nodded slightly and replied, "Yes, I understand. This is a golden opportunity to recruit Kali. I need to say something." But before I could speak, Kali suddenly stepped forward. The girl looked determined and spoke, "Teacher, I want to be your student." Junshu was immediately stunned. "You haven't even had the chance to do anything yet." He asked doubtfully, "What do you mean by a student?" Kali explained slowly, "During the recent accident, I realized very clearly that people need strength, so I want to be as strong as Junsu's two students, Soren and Janet." Kali sincerely bows her head to Junsu and says, "I hope you can teach me." Junsu hadn't even had a chance to reply when Aim suddenly shouted in panic, "Kali, are you sure you won't regret this? Think carefully." Junwoo understands why Kali's parents are worried. Kali's grandmother was once the owner of Kalarachi and was transformed into a mutated creature while exploring the fissure. When members of your ambassador's family reach adulthood, the fate of the goddess Kali will appear, and if they oppose their destiny, death will follow them. That's why they have no choice but to follow their ancestors' ways. But what era are we even in now? So, Junwoo immediately spoke up. "Ambassador, this is not Kali's father, but the last chance to possess one of the top 3 warriors you must seize." So Junwoo firmly declared, "I understand your good intentions for humanity as well as the destiny passed down in your family." Hearing this, Aim was stunned and exclaimed, "Why do you know?" Jun did not answer, calmly continuing, "I understand your concern, but Kali has the ability to protect herself." Aim then asked suspiciously, "So you know how to prevent our Kali from suffering?" Dan Mac nodded. Junshu replied calmly, "Yes, for that to happen, Kali must become a superhuman. You said that if everyone entrusted it to you, you would definitely make it come true." Aim still couldn't accept this and hesitated, muttering, "She's just a naive child who has never held a sword. The girl can't become a superhero. There must be another way." But out of concern for her, his wife stepped in to advise. After a moment of silence, Aim looked back at Kali and asked, "Are you still sure about your decision?" Kali nodded firmly. "Yes, I will do my best. Please trust me." Come here and pat the girl on the shoulder, speaking with a loving tone. "This will be a very difficult path, but if you're already prepared, then follow your own heart. You must overcome fate and survive." Hearing the confirmation, Kali happily exclaimed, "Yes, definitely." And then at the training ground, Junwoo narrowed his eyes and asked Kali, "Have you made your final decision yet?" Kali, still unaware of what awaits her, happily nodded and replied, "Yes." Junwoo tilted his head back and laughed loudly, so Kali tremblingly whispered, "Please help me." A few days later, the gym echoed with pounding music as Kali, dressed comfortably, kept dancing non-stop. Kalarachi is a dancer and also a killer. Junwoo has unlocked her hidden trait, now only the dancing trait remains. It's time for Kali to unlock it. Kali kept dancing until her body was surrounded by magical energy, and the dancer trait was quickly unlocked. Just as Junwoo thought, Kali truly has talent and the foundation to face her destiny is already set. Now it's just a matter of leveling up. At this moment, Junwoo approached with a towel and said, "You're really diligent, already at level 3. Kali took the towel, nodded and said thank you, then began to wipe her face. Junwoo looked at Kali exhausted and suggested, "Take a break for a while. Your stamina is still weak, better not to push yourself." But the girl shook her head in refusal. "No, I'm fine. Please, teacher, start the training again quickly. I want to become strong like Soren and Janet, with Soren already at level 5 and Janet at level 4. The girl is trying to push herself to train without realizing how difficult it really is. Thinking that, Junshu gently advises, "You also have innate talent like those two, so just tell Kali to train steadily and she'll be fine. No need to rush. If the body is overexerted, problems will arise." Kali quickly nodded and replied, "Yes, I will remember." At this moment, Junsu's phone rang and he quickly stepped outside to answer, also telling Kali to go rest. It's Chunbok calling, and you can hear his excited tone through the phone. "Kim?" "No, I am the owner of the Black Lake Sword, Kim Chunbok," Junshu asked softly with a frown. "It's been a while. Do you have something to discuss?" Kim Chunbok hurriedly replied, "Actually, someone has challenged the Black Lake Sword to a duel. You remember, right? The Destroyer." When Junshu heard this, he immediately understood that he was being challenged and that a duel for the Iron Fist was being proposed. Then he calmly nodded and said, "Yes, I remember." Chunbo continued, "This time they are offering a diamond as the prize and a fragment of Mars." Hearing this, Junshu's eyes involuntarily narrowed. A piece of Mars debris? Of course you know what that is. The Fire Spirit dual technique inside it is sealed. Junwoo immediately feels happy. This is the mission to obtain it after all. At this point, Chunbok spoke up again. The decisive match will take place in 2 weeks and will be a 4-on-4 battle. Are you in? Junwoo replied without hesitation. Of course, see you then. After saying that, he quickly turned off his phone. 2 weeks to form a team, Junsu needed a squad capable of guaranteeing an absolute victory over that Destroyer King. There are a few people who are quite useful, like Soren or UIN, but you've never used them in team battles before, so it might be a bit difficult. However, Junwoo thought of a different formation, put away his phone, and then smirked. Just as I thought, that team is the best. 2 weeks later, at the underground arena, the referee announced that today's battle was about to begin, and the warriors quickly stepped onto the fighting platform. The Destructive King's team gradually advanced, with 3 old men following behind: the Dragon King, the Demon Master, and the Heavenly King. The Dragon King looked at his opponent and smirked, saying, "Are you just a bunch of amateurs? Even though I'm old, I'm still full of energy. Do your best." Junwoo narrowed his eyes at the 3 old men in front of him and couldn't help but sigh. He had expected the Destroyer King to bring all the top experts, but he couldn't believe he actually brought 3 level 6 experts into the arena. But there's nothing to worry about. Junwoo has a way to win. Today your team includes Thek Quyen, another person is Priest Kim, and the last is Mage Kim. When you play the game, you never use this trio, the Kim family team. With this team, Junsu knows exactly what strategy to use. He will definitely get the Mars Shard. A few days ago, after accepting the challenge from the Destroyer King, Junwoo called in the 3 warriors, Kim the Priest and Kim the Mage, to his house. They had no objections, showing up immediately, all of them very willing to help. This is a top-tier team consisting of a Catalyst Warrior, a Mage, and a Priest. Junwoo often uses this formation, but the Kim team has a weakness. Thinking about this, he finally spoke seriously. First of all, our team's problem is defense. Father Kim nodded and said, "Don't worry about that, I can help." Kim the Mage suddenly raised his hand and muttered in despair, "Am I the weakest link?" Junshu gently shook his head to reassure him, "You're not to blame." Anyway, since our opponents are experienced fighters in the arena, facing them directly will be a bit difficult. Thich Quyen watched him intently and hesitated, asking, "So, what's your plan?" Junshu chuckled softly and replied, "There are 2 things to remember. First is how to attack, and second is melee combat. So now a melee has broken out on the arena. Isn't this tactic pretty straightforward? But ended up causing those old men quite a lot of trouble. The 3 of them each held a person back with their fists, disrupting the opponent's strengths. And Junshu is facing off against the Dragon King. He floats in the air, smirking as he says, "I didn't expect you to use such a pathetic tactic, thinking you can easily take us down." Then the Dragon King began his attack. Junshu responded calmly. "Just as you thought. They look down on you guys and start splitting their formation. The Dragon King of the Flying Realm raises his fake arm, ready to fire. Immediately, a dark cannon shot toward Junwoo. He knew that aerial attack was Phi Longvuong's specialty, but he had a way too. Immediately after, Junwoo switched his attribute to non-explosive. In an instant, the sky was filled with continuous small explosions, smoke and fire billowing everywhere. And Junshu safely lifted himself into the air, causing the Dragon King to exclaim in surprise, "You can fly?" But before he could understand what was happening, Runshu sliced the explosive in half. At the same time, a powerful sword light shot forward. King Feilong saw it and was panic-stricken, but it was too late. The sword light exploded in an instant. Seeing this scene, the Heavenly King was stunned. The Destruction King also worriedly called out, "Uncle Feilong." But while he was distracted, Thich Quyen threw a punch, causing the Destroyer King to fall to the ground, and Thich Quyen then aimed the gun in his fake arm at him. Junshu saw this and smiled contentedly. With that level of damage, the Destroyer King is just a mosquito. The next are those 2. Father Kim and Mage Kim are still facing off against the Heavenly King and the Demon King. Junshu quietly smiles. "Everyone is following my orders and doing very well. I told them earlier not to use magic." At that moment, both of them were very surprised and asked, "What? So how are we supposed to fight?" Junshu calmly replied, "First, stick close to the opponent and disrupt them. Then the opportunity will naturally arise. When that happens, using magic will be just right." By this point, the Archangel King had begun summoning magic to attack. In an instant, a brilliant light engulfed the arena, causing the 2 clerics to instinctively cover their eyes. At the same time, the Demon King also summoned his magic and roared loudly, "The game is over, die for me." Immediately, a blood-red surge of magic shot toward them. In a life-or-death moment, Junshu ran forward to use the shield to protect both of them. Then he shouted loudly, "Cleric Kim, bless me now." Cleric Kim immediately received the order and nodded. All right, then outside the shield, the magical attacks continued to fiercely assault. It wasn't long before Junshu gained the defensive trait. Demon King saw they weren't fighting back and sneered, "Are you just a bunch of cowards who only defend?" Suddenly, the Heavenly King recognized something and hurriedly shouted, "Wait, Demon King, I sense a strange energy." At the same time, Junshu still stood there bravely without taking any damage. Mage Kim approached and said, "Let's finish this, shall we?" He nodded slightly and said, "All right, let's finish this." As he finished speaking, Junu took out Tho's hammer and Mage Kim simultaneously infused magic into it. In just a moment, a fire phoenix appeared. Junshu, wielding the hammer, charged alongside the fire phoenix. He smirked confidently and declared this victory for Kim Chan's team. With a loud bang, an explosion echoed across the arena, smoke and flames engulfing the entire area. The referee immediately declared the battle over, and the victory went to Kim Chin-min's team. At this point, Junshu also gained the fearlessness trait. The main condition was to defeat 3 high-level enemies in a row. Thanks to that destructive king's name, all the conditions for gaining the trait are gathered here. While Junshu was thinking, the destructive king approached and spoke. "We lost," he nodded slightly in response. This was a very exciting fight. The destroyer also kept his promise and handed the shard of the fire crystal to Junu. He calmly spoke, "This is the item I promised you. The rest will be given to each of you." Junu was delighted when he saw it and finally obtained the shard of the fire crystal that could awaken Soren's swordsmanship. In my joy, I couldn't help but suggest that if anyone wanted a rematch, they could contact me anytime. The Flying Dragon King chuckled softly and replied, "I don't think so. It seems it's time for me to retire. Our era has passed and a new age has begun." The group of Junu watched silently as they walked away. The next day, at Junsu's house in the training room, a series of sword beams continuously shot out as Soren and Junsu sparred with each other. Both were fighting fiercely, but soon they created some distance between them. "Master, you're not tired yet, right?" "I'm starting again now." Then she charged forward fiercely. There is a huge amount of magic around her. This is the power of the Celestial Assassin. A few hours earlier, after returning home, Junu called Soren over and gave her a fragment of the fire crystal, making her gasp in surprise and ask, "Huh? You're giving me this?" "Yes," Junu calmly admits it. "If it's in my hand, the fire shard is useless because it only reacts to Soren." Soren holds it in his arms, with a slightly serious expression muttering, "But just looking at it gives me a strange feeling." Junu gently shook his head to reassure her, saying, "It's okay, you don't need to resist, just let the mana in your body follow your instincts." Following his words, Soren sat cross-legged on the ground and began to sense the fragment of the fire crystal. The 3 great sword techniques include both martial arts and mana cultivation methods. The reason Runu couldn't teach them the special techniques to control mana precisely is because of this. Before long, Soren suddenly opened her eyes without hesitation and drew her sword. The atmosphere immediately grew tense, then a dark energy with a bloody hue appeared. This is the true form of the Celestial Assassin Star, the power of Mars, the god of war, and the Celestial Assassin Spirit. Soren has now fully gathered the traits and core of the Fire Star Sword technique. Soren still couldn't believe it, muttering vaguely, "I can't believe it, but I've had a bad feeling in my head all this time." Junshu chuckled softly, patting her shoulder to reassure her. "It's normal, that's the power of the Celestial Assassin. Accept it and focus on fighting, you'll become stronger." Soren nodded and replied, "Thank you, I really don't know how to repay you." Jun smirked and said mysteriously, "Now you can repay me right now by making her understand nothing." Junsu raised his sword again, furrowed his brows and proposed, "What if I become your disciple and learn the Fire Spirit Sword technique from you?" And then Junu and Soren trained together. Soren's speed after mastering the Fire Spirit Sword technique became fast and powerful, and her stamina and mana recovered very quickly, so Junsu was pushed out in no time. He frowned slightly, thinking to himself, "This sword technique really breaks the game too much. If Kali's dance is a gentle sword dance, Soren's dance is a fierce war dance." The moment Junsu clashed swords with her, he could gradually feel the world sinking into a sea of blood. For a moment, Soren was instantly stunned with wide eyes. Junsu's state had completely changed, and then the two continued to fight each other. Before long, Junsu turned the tide and pushed Soren away. With a loud bang, the wall behind was shattered. Junu finally discovered the Fire Spirit Sword technique. He smiled with satisfaction. So this is the Celestial Assassin Love. It didn't take long for Junu to realize that Soren was still sprawled on the ground, knocked over by him. "Big Soren, are you okay?" Training ended like that. Soren went to rest, while Junsu, after taking a shower, went out to the balcony to enjoy tea. He's about to level up to 6, but still needs a bit more. It seems he needs more activities and experience. Thinking of that, Junshu took out his phone, looked at it, and happily said, "In times like this, you need to find the right person." The next day, at Cho Junu's office, he came here to receive his mission. "Oh my, who is this?" "The pride of our organization. The top performer in revenue, and alongside him is the ace. Anyway, you mentioned there's a major mission, right?" I nod slightly and say, "I will explain as the mission broker. Did you know that the terrorist alliance has already been wiped out?" He nodded slightly to show he understood. Due to the Archbishop's army plotting a disaster Chapter 1, the terrorist alliance, unlike in the game, they were wiped out in a government-led crackdown. At this point, rebuilding that organization will be very difficult. Currently, the Queen of the Executioners and my remaining forces are being scattered and defeated everywhere. At this point, he continued, so according to the army's request, we've tracked them down. Kiok also sighed and spoke, but one of them is hiding somewhere we cannot reach. Is that place really dangerous? Kai Zeok reluctantly answers, there are monsters, and among those terrorists, there are mutants. Hearing this, Junshu couldn't help but feel helpless. In the monster village, any mutant is considered family. Kialag dao tode, nhungluk bu kiarat ngwen him. Dema kung gao kia ku bao che chochung ne chung toirat ko. Goma that su kong nangoto san kim kokwen biet voilang kwai vardo. It is indeed fate. Junmin Bak nodded in understanding. I see, but you still can't accept it right away. To reach level 6, you can't recklessly clash with the monster village, but outright refusing wouldn't be very good either. While Junu was thinking, Kiok pushed a photo forward. The photo shows a lizard man. The uncle slowly explains this is a picture of him. The chameleon mutant hiding among the monster village, doesn't he look just like a terrorist? Junshu picked up the photo and observed it for a long time before frowning and asking back, you say this thing is a mutant? He-OC nodded slightly and replied, yes, is there a problem? This lizard is not a mutant. It's a mid-level boss from Chapter 1, the lizard, a high-tech biological criminal. This terrorist has tricked the Big Bear, so Junsu took on this mission. Junu then ran all night to Hope Village. You're sure that after knowing the truth, the Big Bear will cooperate. I can't be sure it will listen, but I'll try to persuade it. As they neared the place, a deafening explosion erupted, causing Junshu to panic. Wasn't that the direction of Hope Village? So that lizard has already started to act. Smoke and fire quickly covered the sky in the distance. All the creatures in the village are now very weakened, trembling uncontrollably on the ground. Even the Big Bear can't help but shiver. There's something stuck in its throat. It mutters hoarsely, what's going on? It's a magic bomb. Junshu ran over from afar and shouted, seeing you, the Big Bear exclaimed in surprise. Kim the swordsman, why are you here? I heard there's a terrorist here. It must be him. He's a criminal pretending to be a supernatural being. Disguised, still stunned, a creature ran over from afar to report that the village chief, the Snakebone, was gone and the gecko had also disappeared. The Big Bear was immediately stunned, unsure of what to do. Jun hurriedly said, there's no more time. If we stay here, everyone will turn into bombs and explode. The creatures in the village are truly suffering. Junshu once again suggests, let's quickly build a barrier. The Big Bear didn't hesitate and replied, I understand. Then it ran to the tree god. Mother, please help us. Oh, great mother, please protect us. As soon as these words are spoken, the sacred tree immediately lights up. Then a series of magical beams shot out from the divine tree, quickly enveloping the entire village, and the condition of the creatures became more stable. Seeing this, Junu spoke, please maintain the barrier. I will go find the terrorist and the snake bones. The Big Bear looked worried and asked, are you sure going alone will be okay? Junshu nodded slightly. You've changed the properties of your sixth sense. I will find them quickly and come back. Then Junu ran deeper into the village. This place is shrouded in thick fog. The boy frowned and muttered, I think this is the place. Suddenly, a voice called out from behind, making Junshu startle and turn around. The one calling you was Soren. He frowned in suspicion and asked, why are you here? Soren smiled and replied, you called me to help. Junshu couldn't help but be stunned and asked back, huh, really? But he quickly realized something, smirking as he said, oh right, that's why you came to help me. As soon as he finished speaking, his body suddenly wavered, causing Soren to panic and catch him. She asked worriedly, are you okay, teacher? Junu held his head and pressed his lips, saying, I'm fine, but it's strange. Why does my body feel so weak? Soren supports you, moving slowly, and gently suggests, you should rest. Let me investigate. Junu hesitates with a slight frown and asks, are you sure it will be okay? Sorry, I smile faintly. Of course, let me handle the rest and you can rest in peace. As soon as she finished speaking, she drew a knife and lunged forward, and immediately the smell of fresh blood filled the air. But upon closer inspection, Soren's eyes suddenly widened in shock because Junu was still standing there confidently, and the knife in her hand had been dropped. He smirked and said, you think I would fall for this illusion? A vial of holy water appeared in Junsu's hand, and he stabbed his own leg to stay alert. At this moment, Soren suddenly exploded in front of him and turned into a cloud of black smoke. When he saw the scene that followed, Junshu's eyes involuntarily narrowed. Seeing this, Junshu angrily shouted, you crazy bastard, are you using a mutant's body as an explosive device? Kain Hong has returned to his normal appearance, smirking as he says, these freaks are really easy to fool. Thanks to them, I can prepare the perfect terrorist attack. And now I've also caught that troublesome swordsman of yours. Do you think this is enough to deal with me? This is the perfect moment to use these things. The hot weapons of rage, resilience, attack, destruction, and unmatched slaughter. Combine these 6 traits to create the Fire Spirit Sword technique and even face 1,000 enemies. The harmony of the attributes and the Fire Spirit Sword technique that Junu uses is very skillful. In an instant, Kai Nong's soldiers were engulfed by blood-red magic beams, causing them to panic greatly. Junshu's eyes now burned with madness as he sneered coldly, Do you really think you've messed with the wrong person? Without waiting for an answer, he charged forward with a sword in one hand and a hammer in the other. In just a moment, his sword was stained red with fresh blood. The entire group, including Kain Hong, had been defeated. Junshu smiled with satisfaction, truly a terrifying power. Soon after, Junu rescued the snake bone and brought it back to the village with hope. Seeing its condition, the big bear exclaimed in shock, "What happened to the snake bone?" Du quietly replied, "It has lost too much magic power. It will probably go berserk soon. Please take it to the guardian mother." "Yes?" The big bear hurriedly nodded and then took the snake bones to the tree spirit to beg, "Please, godmother, save the snake bones." But all it received through the translator was the tree god's melancholy tone. "It's too late now. I can't do anything anymore." The big bear was terrified and trembling as he whispered, "Impossible." At that moment, the weakened snake bone raised its hand, trembling as it called out, "Gao, Gao." The big bear hurriedly ran over and asked worriedly, "Are you okay? Have you regained consciousness?" Snakebone trembles slightly and pleads, "Guard, kill me." In just a moment, a look of panic appeared on the big bear's face. It angrily shouted, "What are you talking about? Kill you?" Junshu also felt very helpless. This is probably the best way. If the Snakebone's mana core and violence combine, they could create a huge explosion capable of destroying the entire village. But the big bear was heartbroken and cried loudly, "I can't do it! Even if it costs me my life, I will never do it." While everyone was in despair, Junu spoke up. "I have a plan." The big bear immediately cheered up. "Really? But you don't want them to get their hopes up too much." You hesitated and said there is a 90% chance of failure, and if something happens, Junsu will also be in danger. But the words of the bone snake from the first farewell still lingered in his mind. Maybe he should risk his life to save it. Still, the big bear remained firm. Even if the chance to save the bone snake was only 1%, "I don't care. Please with your beak." Junu nodded slightly and replied, "I understand. First, prepare a bathtub for me." Everyone outside quickly ran away. Junu then looked back at the big bear and gave instructions. "And outside the forest, the hunting guild is waiting. Please allow them to come in." The big bear follows your instructions and clears the way for Kex's people to enter. The uncle hands Junu a suitcase and asks, "Is there anything else you need?" "Chairman, no. All senior soldiers, take out the mana cores and lubricant from the prosthetic parts." Kiyosh asked softly, "How much do you need?" Junsu hurriedly said, "All of it. Extract everything. The only way to save the snake's bones is to give it a human body, so Junsu is making medicine for it." Then he soaked the snake's bones in the body. This method only appeared after the nuclear war chapter, but it was worth trying. As long as there was a sacrifice from someone who had reached the level of a god, and here was a divine tree. Thinking about it, Junshu spoke seriously again. Would the tree spirit be willing to share its blood to save the snake bone? This makes the big bear exclaim in surprise, "Mother's blood as a guardian!" The tree god hesitated for a moment before speaking. "All right, take it." Then she poured her essence into Junsu's bottle. Junu quickly drinks a gulp of the snake bone, saving the last for himself, then activates the 3 traits: Divine Power, Holy Light, and Aura. With these 3 traits, he can reach their level even just for a moment, and then Junsu will enter the space granted by the tree god. In an instant, the scene before him changed. This is the domain of the divine tree and also the 2 gods she invited, the 2 deities. Junsu felt very small standing before them, but their sacred relics were responding to him. As long as these 3 gods are together, Junu can break this probability adjustment system and level up directly. Soon, the sky over the Village of Hope was covered in darkness. And then 2 other streams of magic also appeared. All 3 struck directly at Junsu's body and the snake bones. Seeing this scene, the big bear couldn't help but gasp in amazement as lightning struck the snake bones directly. KOK also looked bewildered. No one understood what was happening. Junsu is still surrounded by magical energy. Before long, lightning continuously strikes from the sky, illuminating a corner of the village. Wait until the thunderstorm passes and the snake bone bath keeps steaming. Junshu smirks and says, "Snake bones, it's time to wake up." As soon as he finished speaking, a hand slowly reached out of the tub. Before long, a girl with golden hair appeared. Junshu smiled with satisfaction. It worked. It has truly become human form, or rather, an artificial human. The snake bone quickly stepped out of the bathtub in human form. Now it has become a human. Congratulations, you now have a new body. Junshu hurriedly covers her with a cloth and smiles. The rattlesnake looks at him gratefully and whispers, "Thank you. It feels like a dream. The wind blows through my skin carrying the scent of grass and fresh air. It's been so long, it feels like a dream. Now I truly have a body." As soon as she finished speaking, the body of the snake bone wavered, causing the big bear to panic and shout, "Are you okay, Snake? Is everything correct?" Junshu also feels quite suspicious. Strange, it actually works. While everyone was confused, the snake bone suddenly coughed and a round treasure appeared in her hand. Junu recognized it. This is the SSR level fairy ring, a treasure that appeared at the end of Shuang Ran's personal quest. Shuang Ran narrowed his eyes at it and muttered softly, "So this is the prophecy of my adoptive mother." The big bear, hearing this, looked confused and scratched his head. What is a prophecy? The snake bone placed the fairy pearl ring into Junu's hand before smiling and saying, "You returned my bone meat. My fate is to give a part of my body to you." The fairy pearl ring, true to its name, is a device that can reveal any information within the game. For example, it can reveal the rewards inside the treasure chest or hint at the map of related random dungeons. Junu truly didn't expect this reward. While you were still thinking, Snakebone took out a manicore and handed it to you. "Here, take this as well." Jun couldn't help but ask suspiciously, "Is this not a manicore? Even if she's no longer a mutant, she'll still need it." The Snakebone gently shook his head and replied, "It's okay. If you want to reach level 6, you need my manicore. She told me to do that." At the same time, the tree god suddenly shuddered and a leaf fell into the hand of the Snakebone. Our godmother gave us a guide to level 6. Junshu listened and then stepped back. The Snakebone slowly explained, "According to what is written here, you will need monocores from other mutants as well." As soon as these words were spoken, the big bear immediately said, "You are the benefactor of our village, so this is nothing. I will give you all the manacores I have collected." Immediately after, everyone in the village also started to speak up, wanting to give him something. Jun smiled contentedly, thinking it was probably a keepsake from a teacher, parent, or friend, but they were still willing. He truly thanked them very much. The next day, Junu returned to the city and went to a skyscraper. "Your 3 students are also following behind." Soren looked around for a long time before hesitantly asking, "Is this whole building really yours?" Junu nodded slightly and replied, "That's right, I just bought it. Money is power." At this moment, Choi Seo also ran over from afar and waved to greet. "Hello, Superman Kim," Junshu replied with a gentle smile. "Director Choi, you arrived so early. Of course, I am now the manager of this building. It's my honor. Now let me give you a tour of this building." Hearing this, the 3 Soren immediately cheered up, each feeling excited. So everyone planned to go to the dining hall, but Junu suddenly suggested, "Let's go to the training room." Soren's 3 friends immediately panicked. A while later, in the training room, Junsu and his 3 students began their training. Kaylee was already a level 3 superhuman, Janet a level 4, and the highest was still Soren, a level 5 superhuman. Meanwhile, Junu also joined the training. His speed was incredibly fast, so fast that the naked eye couldn't see it. Junu has changed his attribute to swordsman and has also reached level 6. After intense training, Junu stopped to observe his 3 students. They have now established a foundation for training. Now you can focus on training yourself. Thanks to the fairy ring, Junu was able to obtain the necessary items to reach level 6. Moreover, he also mastered the secret techniques of the Eastern Army, the Black Lake Sword Technique, and the Hellfire. After gaining so many attributes like this, the Master Level Swordsmanship trait won't be far away. However, to use that trait, Junsu's current training method is not enough. Therefore, he had trouble controlling the Fire Spirit Sword Technique. Junu felt that it was probably time for him to go to that place, the home of the gods. A few days later, at the giant palace in Sweden, Junu approached the palace gates, but as he entered, the guard outside stopped him. "Knight Kim, I'm afraid you're not allowed to enter here." Jundu was taken aback and asked suspiciously, "I am the honorary holy knight of this place." The guard replied coldly, "Even if you are a holy knight, reaching level 6 is already dangerous. Please come back when you reach level 7. Junshu sighs helplessly. You guessed this was going to happen, it's understandable. Because there is a saying that anyone below level 6 will die if they encounter a divine being, but there is a way. Then he took out a flower. Junu calmly said, "This is a legendary item from Norse mythology called Misregret." The Angel of Vigilance couldn't help but murmur in doubt. "Did you really get it? I understand now. Let me lead the way for the day." Hearing this, Junu smiled contentedly. "That's enough. Luckily, you prepared in advance." Earlier at the Swedish square, Junu was walking purposefully through the streets, but before meeting Tho, he needed to prepare something in advance. There was a task with the reward being Miss Ten's regret. I have to finish it first. According to Junu, I need to find some special characters in this market area. While you were lost in thought, Sheechmoon approached from behind and put his arm around your shoulder, smiling happily and saying, "It's been a while since we last met, hasn't it? I didn't expect to meet you here." Junshu politely smiled. "It's been a while too. What a coincidence, thanks to the new member in our family. Now that we have a child, we brought him here to receive blessings. Seeing you two so happy, I can't help but smile. Come to think of it, this place was once a sacred site for the Norse. Wait a minute, isn't the Norse god who blessed the babies in Norse mythology the same person? Wait a minute, are you here to receive Freak's blessing? But I heard she has already died." Edward nodded slightly and replied, "Yes, but with the prophecy said that in the floating castle, in the sky, and at the deepest end, seek the gemstone that holds the sunset. Take the gemstone to the empty field, board the spaceship, and restore the world to order. Only then will the gods smile." Junshu frowned slightly. According to the prophecy, the floating castle in the sky must be a giant palace, and the lowest point is probably here. While you were thinking, Sichmund spoke up and asked, "Do you want to see the gem?" Then he handed the one in his hand to Junshu. Junshu reached out and muttered in surprise, "This is a gem. So does that mean the gem here also signifies forbidden knowledge?" Just in the picture, Junu saw something familiar. Seeing your reaction, Sichmun looked a bit confused and asked, "What's wrong? Is there a problem?" This is the birth of the purest and most immaculate deity, the origin of misname. The special character Junu must meet is the couple Sichmun, right? You have to help them receive Freak's blessing to complete the mission. Thinking of that, Junu immediately changed his attitude and excitedly said, "Brother, may I join your journey?" So the three of them moved to the field mentioned in the prophecy, but there were quite a few monsters below. Shishmun sat in the driver's seat and pointed into the distance, saying, "That is the spaceship from the prophecy, the legendary ship built by the Dwarf King." Junshu looked in the direction of his hand and indeed saw two flying ships floating in the air. Junshu was instantly overjoyed, recognizing them. It is a foldable, mobile fortress that can fit in your pocket. It is a flying mobile fortress. Sitmun saw that you didn't say anything and continued speaking. Seeing it with your own eyes must have been amazing, right? Actually, Junu just wants to take it back, but in the game, there's no way to get it. Sichmun and his wife sit in the car, constantly looking around because Tianqi advised them to take the gemstone to the field to support the spaceship and restore order to the world. Only then do the gods smile, so they must see Skidbladnir and defeat the Titan army. Sitman sighed reluctantly when thinking about this. Many have lost their lives in their greed to take that ship. It won't be easy at all. Junu clenched her fists tightly. Not easy at all, huh? Not at all. It's as easy as eating cake for you. Right now, the gunfire is aimed directly at Jusu's car. In an instant, a barrage of magic bullets was fired. The system immediately issued a warning, detecting bullets ahead. It's time for me to show what I can do. At the same time, Junu also switched to a smooth driving style, then quickly accelerated, and the car tore through the wind as it sped away. The magic bullets also quickly chased after, exploding continuously. But Junsu's car still boldly charged forward, even as the guns continued to fire wildly at him, causing the system to keep issuing warnings. Junu paid no mind and kept accelerating. He charged straight into the blazing smoke ahead. Seeing this, Jishmun and his wife below were quite panicked. Inside the sky full of smoke and fire, something is blazing wildly. Who else but Junsu's car? Junsu drives straight into the sky. An absolutely cinematic display. Thanks to that, you also gain the unique trait of merging with your war steed. Immediately after, Junu drove straight toward the spaceship. The sleek car stops above the spaceship, causing the guards to panic. But before they can understand what's happening, an explosion erupts, blasting them away. The general, just coming out from inside, was visibly panicked when he saw his troops all defeated. Upon seeing the culprit, he immediately demanded an explanation, saying, "Why would a holy knight of Tho do something like this?" Junushu pouted and replied, "What nonsense are you talking about? I can't believe in gods." Then he clenched the hammer tightly in his hand, ignoring the screams of the general, and without hesitation charged forward fiercely. With a loud bang, the spaceship exploded again, and in an instant, Junu had eliminated everyone on board and seized control of it. Zipmun, after boarding the spaceship, couldn't help but comment, "That was an amazing battle, little brother. Now, we just need to control this thing." Junshu nodded slightly and asked, "That's true, but how do I control this thing?" As he was unsure what to do, the system inside the vehicle spoke up, "Master, I can control it for you." And so Junu pulled the reins of the warhorse into the spaceship. In an instant, the system began to access. Tipun studied the displayed map, furrowing his brow as he muttered, "We need to find Fenria to earn Freck's blessing." Junsu volunteered without hesitation, "I will help you find it." Then he activated the spaceship's control system and before leaving, dropped fireworks over the field, causing all the titans below to perish like a nightmare. Junshu saw that and smiled satisfactorily, saying, "Now we can finish the prophecy, right?" Chimun nodded and said, "Thank you so much, little brother. I won't forget this favor." Now listen carefully. With that, he took out the protective gem from before. Immediately, a beam of light shot out from within, and then the goddess Frick also appeared. The goddess Frick said nothing, slowly raised her hand, then gently touched George's stomach. Very quickly after, the goddess disappeared. Shichmun now sincerely said, "I accept the blessing you left with gratitude." Junu was also very happy, so the mission was accomplished. Because of that, he obtained an item with a 1% drop rate in the game. Miss Ten's regret. Junsu tightly grasped the flower in his hand, secretly glad that he was now ready to face the gods. Returning to reality, Junu had entered the enormous palace. As soon as he stepped in, an invisible barrier appeared before him, blocking his way. Just getting close is enough to make him breathless, but with that item he has, even though it's not of high level, Junu can still withstand the pressure of the gods. Because you are carrying a one-time use item, and through Junsu's persistence, you have met the Thunder God. He sat on the large chair, smiling and saying, "Nice to meet you, outsider." Junu couldn't help but be stunned. Does he know who you are? So, how would I know? My eyes can see everything, little human. Hearing this, Jun immediately realized that even the gods must know who he is. At this moment, Tho spoke again, asking, "Why did you come to see me?" Junshu calmly replied, "I just want to ask a few questions. Do you know who summoned me here? If it's a superpower capable of changing the world, maybe Tho would know." But Tho shook his head and said, "I don't know." It made Junshu stiffen with glue, and Tho glared at him. "Say it again." I said, "I don't know." "How would I know that I might have been summoned by the bishop then?" Upon hearing that, Tho furrowed his brows tightly and thought for a long time before replying, "It's impossible. If any god used power like that, I would definitely know." Junshu also furrowed his brows in deep thought, then concluded, "So it's not a god then." Remembering the conversation with the saintess that day, her words clearly carried hidden meaning. Thinking about it, Junu quietly asked, "So why did she call me a vessel?" After a long pause, Tho replied, "Maybe it's because of your soul. Your soul's rank is really high." Junshu asked confusedly, "Is it because I know how to combine different traits?" Danmak nodded calmly and replied, "Yes, that's right. The ability to learn and combine all kinds of powers is something only the exceptional can do. The East calls this something like the unmatched myriad stars or something. I have heard the Tower Master mention this before, and I ask again, have you ever met anyone like me?" Tho gently taps the chair and after a long pause says, "There was someone, the Heavenly Demon." This made Junshu suddenly remember that Tron V once said he resembled the Heavenly Demon, and he finally understood everything. While Junshu was pondering, Tho spoke up and suggested, "Well, then let's escape from the bishop and that disgusting church, and I will appoint you as my angel. After you die, that human, but honestly, that old man wouldn't mind coming back to life." "Are you serious? I don't want to be trapped in this stupid palace and drink wine forever. I am the Thunder God and also the God of War. If you recall the mythological introduction in the War to Destroy the Gods, when the patriarch dies, all defeated gods are executed and the victorious gods are sealed. Being locked up like this, Tho must be feeling uncomfortable." At this moment, Tho suddenly spoke again. "So in the end, the War to Destroy the Gods only benefits you humans, right? Well, I'll cheer you on then." This made Junshu confused and unsure what to think, but Tho didn't say anything more, reaching out his hand towards him and asking, "You want power to escape the bishop, right?" Junshu didn't reply, only nodded. Tho Hailong smiled, curling his lips as he said, "I am willing to grant you that power." As soon as he finished speaking, a lightning bolt struck from the sky, engulfing Junshu's body in a flash of electric light. The pain made the veins bulge constantly, and finally he couldn't hold back anymore and threw back his head to scream. Tho still sat calmly on the chair, speaking indifferently. Use it well. After enduring countless pains, Junshu finally received Tho's cultivation technique, and his lightning as well. Now Tho slowly spoke again. "It's done, little human." The hammer in Junshu's hand after a lightning strike can now generate its own lightning. Although it was quite painful, the results are not bad. Junshu bowed his head in gratitude to Tho. "Thank you, Lord Thunder." Tho nodded slightly and replied, "You may go now, humans from another world." Junu smiled contentedly. The journey was worth it. Then he left the palace and boarded the spaceship back to Korea. A few days later, Junu entered Korean territory and calmly gazed down below. The trip was a bit long, but definitely worth it. Although I didn't plan it that way at first, Junsu received the deadly spirit Miss Name, who can remove invincibility traits, and even got Skid Bradle as well. The more he thought about it, the more pleased he became. And Junu happily said, "I should take my disciples on a trip." But at this moment, a sudden movement came from afar. He furrowed his brow and muttered, "What does that rumbling sound mean?" Soon he saw the explosion happening ahead. Junu's face instantly turned grim. "This is your house. Why did it explode?" A moment later, the ambulance arrived quickly to take the injured to the hospital, and Junu hurried over to see. Your speed is so fast that the nurses are panicking. But Junu doesn't care. He runs straight to Cho's room, where he is now injured, lying on the hospital bed with Thiet Quayan beside him. Du clenched his brow and asked, "Who are these bastards behind this?" The Quayan pursed his lips and replied, "We're investigating, but it seems to be remnants of the terrorists." Hearing this, Yusu's face immediately darkened. He gritted his teeth and muttered, "The terrorists, they've gone too far." Cho is not only Junsu's partner, but even more than that. In a ruthless society, selfishness prevails, and he is the first to show kindness. Chu's, who is also his right hand, that always smiling man, is lying motionless here. Junshu bit his lip fiercely, his eyes filled with self-blame. Damn it, it's all my fault for asking him to manage the building. At this moment, a trembling voice suddenly echoes. Superman Kim's eyes trembled slightly as he looked down at the person on the bed, panic-stricken, and called out, "Director Choi, you're awake." Choi Seo gently shook his head and said, "I'm fine then." He tremblingly raised his hand holding a vial of blood. He muttered softly, "But there is something much more important here. This is my blood, take it." Junshu hesitated slightly, suspiciously asking, "Why did you give it to me?" Cho Seo calmly replied, "Because I previously implanted a nano device into my blood and managed to smear my blood onto those terrorists. With it, Junu can find them." Hearing this, Junu immediately clenched Choi Seal's hand and gratefully said, "Thank you for still being alive." "Director Choi, I will use every medical tool available to treat you." Cho Seo nodded softly, still wearing that sincere smile. Seeing that he was safe, Junu turned and left, his face full of murderous intent and saying, "I will definitely deal with them this time." A moment later, at Guro's base, Junu and Thich Quyen arrived. After checking around, Thich Quyen slowly spoke up. "Kim Superhero, I tracked the nanodevice in Director Choi's blood. This is the result. They are hiding here." Junshu and his brother quickly went inside. He frowned slightly and asked back, "So the traces of them stop here?" Thiet Quinn nodded slightly and said, "Yes. I will destroy this place. Most of the people in Guro are civilians or criminals. Thiet Quyen's Iron Fist can handle it." After hearing this, Junu frowned in silence, believing it was the right decision, but this time he was determined to defeat the leader of these terrorists. The assassin queen, Yeren, was just part of the terrorist alliance that originally started under the name of the Interest Alliance. It was once an organization founded to reclaim rights for those marginalized by society. Until they formed an alliance with the bishop's congregation, destroying this place recklessly could very well strengthen their cause. Thinking about it, Junu slowly spoke. "Violence is not always the way to solve everything. That kid could endanger the lives of innocent people." Thich Quyen frowned slightly and asked, "Of course, that's true. Have you thought of any other ways yet?" He chuckled softly, trembling as he curled his lips and said, "We have to tear it down and rebuild it." Thich Quyen was stunned and confused, asking again, "What do you mean?" Junshu raised his eyebrows and said with a smile, "From now on, we will redevelop the Guro district." Thich Quyen, hearing this, was even more confused and dropped his cigarette. "This is my plan. The redevelopment of Guro district has gone smoothly, thanks to President, who quickly approved the project, and also to investments from notable figures like the Tower, the Demon Tower Lord, Hai Yang, and the General. Additionally, another event occurred. The fact that Junu finally found the terrorists' main base on the outskirts of Durim. Of course, since it was found, he would definitely go there with Junu, along with Uin. You helped him unlock it and happily smiled as you spoke. "It's unlocked now, sir." Junu praised upon seeing that. As expected from the #1 security company, not only are they skilled in security, but Uin is also very good at breaking them. Uin felt a bit shy and spoke softly. "But don't you think this is a bit too dangerous? You're about to face the infamous Queen of Killers." He unconsciously smiled. Junshu calmly spoke. "Of course it's dangerous. This is not an easy mission at all. And that's why I asked for everyone's help. Turns out the people accompanying you are all familiar faces. The 3 martial artists, Mage Kim and Priest Kim, are already level 5 superhumans. Junsu's 3 students are still at levels 3 and 4, while Junu and Uin are level 6 superhumans. Indeed, those with extraordinary talent grow stronger much faster than average. Junu also didn't expect Uin to be as strong as himself. Thinking of that, he happily said, "Well then, everyone is strong enough to handle the people here, so there's no need to worry." Hearing this, the 3 Soren immediately cheered up and said, "Leave it to us." Win now also became more determined and boldly said, "I will try my best as a level 6 superhuman like you." After preparing, Junu pushed the door open and stepped in. As another door opens, a gust of wind hits everyone directly. When they look closer, a space gate appears. Seeing that terrifying blackness, the 3 Soren immediately lost their nerve. Soren hesitated and muttered, "Are you sure we'll be okay going in there? Have I ever been wrong in my predictions before? Let's go in and eliminate the Assassin Queen." On another note, in a dark underground cellar, a deep voice echoed, "Those lowly creatures have already walked into their graves." As soon as she spoke, a blood-red sword was raised, and Yeren smirked with an evil smile, saying, "Since it has come to this, I might as well help them find a nice place to bury her." A while later, on the vast plains, Junu's group entered the area, but the unfamiliar surroundings made everyone feel a bit uneasy. There was a magic circle on the ground, along with 3 strange formations. This place was once called the Hell minigame by players. You must complete 3 minigames to remove the curse cast on the Executioner Queen. In the game, it's like a horizontal scroll, so it's not difficult. But now crossing this place on your own doesn't seem easy. That's why Junu brought his disciples as a backup. Thinking, he glanced at everyone and said, "We will divide into 3 teams to attack that place. Team 1 is Uin with Iron Fist, Mage Kim, and Priest Kim. Team 2 is Soren, Janet, and Callie." After hearing the team assignments, Soren immediately asked with suspicion, "Huh? And the last team?" I can't help but smile. Junshu confidently said, "I'll go alone. You're an experienced player who's ranked high in minigames, so I believe you can handle it alone." The first game with Gwyn was about breaking falling blocks to reach the checkpoint. It looked tough, but with a magic sense to detect mana, it was different. That was when Mage Kim's power came into play, and he quickly found what he was looking for. Immediately, Iron Fist shattered it with his fist. Ujin's first game went smoothly, but a serious thought seemed to form in Yuin's mind, his expression becoming tense. The second game was Soren's team. A game of finding the cloud steps to cross the sky to reach the checkpoint. As long as they follow a certain pattern, they can get through. They already have Kaylee, the boss game fanatic, so success is too easy. And the final game belongs to Junsu. He glanced at everyone and warned, I will handle it myself, so don't worry. If you arrive first, don't open the door, wait there. So good luck. A moment later, Reverend Kim stood in front of a door and smiled as he spoke. It seems like we arrived first. Thish Kwayan hugged Mage Kim and said with a smile, it's all thanks to this kid. His heart is really strong. Mage Kim shyly said, I'm glad I could help everyone. The three of them kept chatting happily, only Uin standing aside with a slightly displeased look on his face. At this moment, another group appeared. It's Soren's team, and they were very happy to have succeeded. Soren hugs Kaylee and praises her. My Kali is so smart. The three girls kept hugging each other and laughing, very close, while Ujin once again stood there feeling out of place. He was going to show Junu his maturity, but what is he doing now? This can't go on. As the only 6th level warrior here, Uin thinks he must face the Queen of the Multi-Kingdoms directly. Thinking of this, Uin boldly stepped up to the door in front of him. Soren, who was talking casually, happened to witness this scene. What are you doing? Come out now, Father Kim urgently reminds. No entry, Soldier Kim isn't here yet, but it's too late. The door has already been opened. Ujin still confidently smiled and said, it's okay everyone, I'm also level 6, I can handle this to some extent. And so they disobeyed Junu's orders and entered Yaren's hiding place on their own. The moment they stepped in, a wave of magic hit, causing Ujin to tremble slightly and the others to feel the same. What is this overwhelming pressure? Uin felt his body was paralyzed. The one attacking was of course Queen Executioner Yaren. That woman is slowly walking towards a trembling Ujin. Seeing this, Soren immediately shouted in frustration, You fool! My master told you to wait! Immediately after, the 3 Soren members charged forward together. Seeing that they could move, Uin couldn't help but be amazed. How can they endure this curse? Yaren, on the other hand, remains completely unfazed, calmly responding to the 3 Soren siege. She sneers and says, Are you so desperate to die? I'll make your wish come true. As soon as she finished speaking, Yaren began swinging her sword again, unleashing a barrage of shining blades that cut through and sent the 3 Soren members flying away. Uin is still struggling with these curses, his brow furrowed fiercely. This opponent was doomed to lose from the start. At the same time, Yaren slowly stepped in front of Soren. Uzin, seeing the situation was dire, hurriedly shouted a warning. Run, be Soren! Yaren sneered and said with a smirk, Goodbye, kid. Before her sword could strike down, a figure suddenly appeared to block her. Yaren's eyes involuntarily narrowed, her face showing clear displeasure. The person approaching was none other than Junsu, who blocked her sword with his fist. He raised an eyebrow provocatively and said, Hey, Queen of Many Factions. It's been a while, over a month, right? Yaren saw it was him and looked very displeased. She sneered coldly and asked, Do you dare come here? There's no need to drag this out anymore. I will kill them all. And as soon as she finished speaking, Yaren began to wield her sword. A series of sword flashes kept dancing in the air. Seeing this, Uin immediately panicked. No, even if it's Junshu, he's so worried he wants to shout out. But before he could finish speaking, an unexpected change happened, and Junu was now on par with Yaren. Moreover, Yaren was pushed back a few meters. In an instant, she became frantic, charging forward while screaming, I must kill you. Junshu, on the other hand, remained very calm, quickly sheathing his sword, then smirking as he said, You're mistaken. Today, the one who must die is you. With that, he pulled out the Thunder God's hammer, crackling with lightning, and struck. The continuous explosions of thunder and lightning rang out, but Yaren's figure still boldly charged through them. Huh, I look down on you with a cold snort. Do you think you can stop me with this trash? Fighting 1,000 times is useless. Junu obviously knew about this already. During Sion's attack, Yaren's invulnerable passive ability was unstoppable. You have tasted pain. Back then, Junsu couldn't deal any damage to her, but now it's different. Junsu can fight Yaren toe-to-toe. This made her dissatisfied. How could she have guessed that in such a short time he would have upgraded so much? Of course, Yaren wouldn't give up. She disappeared in an instant and reappeared behind Junu. Without hesitation, Yaren swung her sword. Unfortunately, Junu was still faster and created a shield to defend himself. But before long, Yaren's sword light shattered his barrier. She charged straight at Junu. Yaren coldly said, Let's end this now, owner of the Black Lake Sword. But suddenly her body was pierced by a branch. It's the death god Miss Tentane. Inin. The glow from that thing disables Yaren's invincibility effect. Junu smirked confidently. It's over now, only she still frowned in confusion at the blinding light emanating from that branch. What is this? Just as Yaren was leaning down to examine what was on her body, he slowly drew his sword from his waist. Mill's Demon Slayer's name can nullify the invincible. The reason I pretended to lose earlier was that the very next second, a sword slash cut off her arm and sent it flying upward in surprise. Without giving Yaren a chance to react, Junu immediately activated his power. Flames burst from his palm, engulfing her and everything in front of him. The whole body immersed in fire until the black heart. Yaren screams in pain and agony. That was also his plan to get this opportunity. Despite her skin gradually melting away, her sword-holding arm still raised high. This is nothing. You're only a level 6 superhuman. With a vengeful look, Yaren swung her sword fiercely at him. Even if I die here, I will take you down with me. But Junu swiftly slashed off her remaining arm with his sharp blade, and in the stunned silence of Guzin and Soren, his voice rang out. Do you feel it now? Standing proudly, Junsu's sharp sword strikes have severed Yaren's body. This is a battle at the realm level. Heavy pieces of her body fall to the ground. Even her head drops right in front of Junu. You deserve it. You know you can't do anything anymore. She smiled and said, It's over. At the same time, the final boss of Chapter 1. Under the sharp sword raised high above, Yaren coldly uttered her final words. I have nothing to deny anymore. A cold voice echoes as blood splatters everywhere. The Assassin Queen has been completely defeated. Under the ruins of destruction, a voice exclaims in admiration. I never thought the master could defeat such an expert. Even the others in Junu's group cheered in unison. It truly is an incredible achievement. Amazing, but with this performance, you'll go down in history. Seeing everyone so happy, I felt a bit relieved. Luckily, everyone is okay. Suddenly, from afar, a small figure softly speaks. Teacher, after everything that happened, Gujin feels guilty and can't look directly at you. I'm sorry, I almost ruined your plan. I see you're confused, so I step forward to nudge your shoulder to encourage you. Now that you've defeated her, there's nothing to worry about. Hold your head up high. A hand picks up the sword from the wreckage after the battle. Masamune, the demon sword of the Assassin Queen, firmly holds the sword in his hand. Though in the Society's head, secretly thinking its attack power is amazing. Not only that, it also never misses and can cast a curse when hitting an opponent. Even Soren nearby is amazed. That sword looks really impressive, doesn't it? Truly worthy of the Assassin Queen's weapon. To everyone's surprise, Junshu handed her the sword. She took it, causing Soren to be stunned and ask, Why? Why don't you use it? Before she could finish asking, he interrupted to explain, I think a straight sword suits me better than a curved one. With Junsu's encouragement, take it. I think it will suit you. Soren shyly blushed as she accepted her new weapon. Yes, then thank you. Still, deep down, I feel just as excited. If you're going against the celestial spirit, you should go with the demon sword. It would be amazing. An interesting combination. Having finished everything, Junshu stepped forward to the cold steel gate. Now let's see what the queen is protecting. At that moment, a look of greed couldn't be hidden on your face. Let's go. With a joyful thought in mind, the heavy door shining with dazzling light is pushed open. Immediately, a room filled with sparkling gold and jewels appeared, making everyone excitedly cheer. Kaylee and Janet couldn't resist jumping into the pile of gold before them. There are so many coins, and they sparkle too. Soren stood nearby, feeling quite confused. There's a lot of money in this warehouse. I've been used to it for a long time. The empty-handed warrior standing nearby wonders if this is the loot she took from those terrorist attacks. Brother Junshu, what do you plan to do with all this gold and jewels? Probably to compensate for the damages caused by the bombing. We need to rebuild the infrastructure. Junshu happily raised the gun in his hand as if he had found what he needed. Of course, except for this one, I couldn't hide my excitement and blushed with a smile. Now I finally have the Dawn gun from the collection. A moment later, under the sunlight at the construction site, Gujin earnestly bowed and begged, Please, I beg you, please accept me as your official disciple. His sudden action surprised Junu, leaving him confused. Why did Gujin suddenly reveal his feelings right in front of him? Honestly, I was very confident in the previous battle because I thought I was a genius. Now, your eyes can no longer hide the shame inside you as you speak. But in reality, I haven't been able to do anything. I couldn't even swing my sword once. Hearing those words, Junu also remembered Gujin's sad face from before. Turns out that's why he looked so downcast back then. Then I remembered the battle with Eren. He realized that leveling up couldn't solve all the problems. Suddenly his eyes filled with determination as he looked up. Of course, the teachers in your guild are all excellent, but they lack one crucial element. With Soren's intense gaze and Janet and Callie beside her, Gujin shouted out his wish, I also want to become a warrior. Under his determination, Junshu stroked his chin and slightly curled his lips, instinct of a weed struggling to survive in nature. If he wanted to learn that way, he wouldn't think twice and would make his decision. All right, I will accept you. Hearing Junsu's approval, Gujin couldn't believe it and lifted his head. Really, even so, you remind me, but don't give up halfway. The two girls beside him also cheerfully rejoiced for him. Gujin blushed and quickly bowed in gratitude, saying, That will never happen. Thank you very much. Suddenly, a punch hit him straight in the back from behind. Hello, rookie? From behind, Soren raises his hand with a friendly smile. I'm really looking forward to training with you. But after that last hit, Gujin, clutching his back, looked annoyed and asked, What do you mean, new recruit? Upset, he explained, I met him before you. You're the one who arrived later. What are you talking about? We have to join in order, right? Do you think that's correct? Soren, standing nearby with Dong Than, sighed in frustration as Seo caused Janet and Callie to exhale helplessly. Their whispers revealed that her internal bomb had gone off again, but it still caught Soren's attention, making her blush and cry out. Under the bright sun, she angrily ran to the two girls who weren't allowed to tease the senior sister. As Janet turned her head to look back, Soren's voice rang out, and suddenly she bumped into someone. A chilling voice suddenly echoes, causing the girl to turn pale. Janet, a person in a white cloak with a strange symbol on it, speaks. "There you are. You don't know how hard I've been looking for you." Then he immediately grabbed her hand and pulled her away. "Stay right there, or Janet will be frightened and hold herself back. Wait." Suddenly, another hand grabbed his wrist tightly. Seeing him, Junshu's face darkened as he questioned, "What are you doing here?" The man in the white cloak struggles free and retorts, "I want to take back our property." Looking at the people behind him, he trembles as if hearing a joke and repeats it. "Your assets, are you sure you're talking about Janet?" With the paper handed over, he made the decision on his own. "Exactly. You can read this contract. Our little girl should be taken away by us." As if recalling something, he silently thought he now knew who they were. The Bloody Day scene reappeared along with their figures. The people who killed Janet's parents and sold her off turned her into an orphan for the traffickers. Standing in front of Junu, they smile arrogantly with their symbols, the mages of Ilyang Tower. Knowing what was happening, it seemed that Janet's personal mission was about to begin. He quickly shielded her from behind. "She's my student, you can't take her away." But they still irrationally pointed at the paper in front of them and argued. "What did you say? What is this, kid? Look closely at the contract." At that moment, the sword was also drawn. A clean slash splits the paper in two, surprising him. As the two pieces fall, Runshu points his sword straight and they declare, "Your life depends on that damn piece of paper. If you want, I will take Janet to where you are." But the girl's face still looked frightened as she turned to look at you, her eyes now cold as a warning to them. "I also have to go with you." Another sword appears in Runu's mind. In this mission, she will fully inherit Nephalim's sword. The giant tower rises under the blazing sun, the Ilyang Tower of Watching. A loud explosion erupted from the laboratory door, shaking everything around. Seeing the enormous test tubes before him, Gujin covered his mouth in amazement. "What is this place?" Junu explained as he went ahead. "The biomagic experiment zone echoes with your thoughts, revealing humanity's disgusting greed." Janet is almost speechless as she gazes at what she sees. Suddenly, a voice rang out, catching your attention. The teacher gently placed his hand on his chest, while Janet remained frightened by everything she was witnessing. "Do you think I am strong enough to stop all the terrible biological experiments in the world?" Even Soren was choked up when he saw her like that. Janet encouraged him, and Junu confirmed, but only when she received Nephilim's sword. Hearing that, the girl quickly said, "Let's go right now." But he coldly glanced at Janet as a reminder, saying, "But there is one thing you must do first, avenge your parents." Junu's words made her stop in her tracks without thinking further. Under a look filled with hatred, Janet decided, "I almost forgot what I must never forget. Let's go, master." The pile of paper scattered to the ground along with the sound of pain echoing. One of the sorcerers from the Ilyang Demon Tower tremblingly begged, "Janet, I'm sorry, please forgive my parents." But those words only made her coldly question further. "Ilyang Demon Tower Master, do you still dare to mention my parents?" Each word Janet uttered made him turn pale. "I don't want to waste any more words with you now. Die and stop him from talking any further." The girl personally ended the one who caused everything, fresh blood dripping onto the ground with his pain. A heavy sound echoed as Janet's whole body trembled after dealing with him, and the girl couldn't hold her sword any longer and let it drop. In that moment, she lost her composure and broke down, covering her face. Soren also hurried over. Janet, she hugged the girl and asked about her condition. "Are you okay? You did well." Junu approached and praised Janet. "You tried your best." But as he stepped on the scattered papers on the ground, he understood that Janet's mission was not just about revenge. Picking up the dusty red folder in front of him, Junshu silently thought about how the dark, magical, biological experiments were quietly taking over everywhere in Soon's chaos. He quickly searched through the documents, among which the most successful experimental subject was. Then, upon seeing the image of a black creature with wings, Junu knew he had found it. The hybrid of a human and an angel, a Nephilim. "We need to kill him." He gently looks at the name at the bottom of the picture and smirks confidently. To do that, he needs to find out his real name. Anah? Once the girl calms down, Junu also says, "Janet, let's go down to the basement." Disguised as a giant creature wielding a sword, he explains to everyone to obtain Nephilim's sword. Standing before them is a giant creature inside a containment tank. Someone exclaimed in awe, "So this is Nephilim. Are they researching something like this?" Junu didn't wait a second before drawing his sword. "Well done, everyone, but none of you are his match." "Step back." Jin looked at you stepping forward alone and asked, "Are you going to fight him alone? Isn't that way too dangerous? As you said, even Junu understands when he sees him." He's not wrong. This is a boss that requires at least 4 level 7s to handle. But Nephilim lack intelligence. They can't use tactics or tricks like humans do. Without hesitation, he decided that following the plan was still his best chance of winning. Standing before Nephilim, he tremblingly ordered him to wake up. The very next second, his name was also called out by the boy. Hearing the familiar name, he opened his blazing red eyes, and with a colossal sound, the ground collapsed. Even the Nephilim container couldn't withstand his power and shattered. A roar like the underworld echoed out as he raised his sword high, unleashing his power. forcing Juno to struggle to raise his shield to block it. A powerful sound wave that can induce fear and lower the opponent's stats. But Juno had already planned ahead, and with his uninterruptible skill activated, he successfully jumped up to dodge Nephalim's attack. He even smirked confidently, too predictable, and didn't hesitate to activate his equipment's special ability using the ultimate move of his demon. In an instant, Juno slipped behind him and countered Nephilim's attack. Not only that, he seized the opportunity to turn around, then forcefully swung Tho's hammer straight into his right leg, piercing through. Severely wounded, Nephilim cried out in pain. Still, he struggled to hold Kiem against the ground, causing Juno, who was activating his air attack, to be startled. Quickly sliding along the ground to maintain just enough distance, he smirked in a mocking manner. Really? Seeing Nephalim's right leg gradually healing, Juno couldn't believe his eyes. I deliberately aimed at his legs, but they remained unchanged. Seizing the opportunity, Juno charged again. Looks like I have to keep fighting until it sinks in. I know all his moves now. He had already calculated in his mind with his blood-stained weapon, pouring the giant's blood onto his sword, unleashing a series of sharp sword strikes that left him no time to react. The blood of the giant will continuously deal damage to it as long as the damage keeps stacking during the fight. Just thinking about it made Juno chuckle with delight. After a series of slashes, I soar into the air and see Nephilim collapse on the ground. Then my damage becomes infinite. His eyes fill with rage as he screams in fury. Although still in the lead, he reminded himself to stay alert to Nephalim's sword as a dark aura suddenly erupted when he stood up to counterattack. Seeing each dark arrow flying towards him, Junshu quickly stepped back to dodge. A wave of black energy surged forward, and he struggled to defend himself with his sword, but he was still struck in the face, causing Juno to furrow his brow and cry out. Seeing such a scene, Gujin turned pale and was unable to do anything, so Soren could only stand helplessly by and remind him to stay calm. Now is not the time to panic. Stay focused. Just as she was about to rush forward and our teacher was about to join in, he suddenly raised his hand from afar to stop her. Wait. Under the sharp sword he wielded, Junshu confidently faced Nephilim, and now the real battle begins as he activates his aura skill, just like a protagonist bathed in blinding light. I can't miss my final strike. Watching each stream of dark energy Nephilim unleashes, Junshu jumps high to observe, and noticing a white flower on his wing, he knows it will bloom into a white blossom. Found it, and without hesitation, he plunged his sword straight into Nephilim's body. He looked at Nephilim with cracks appearing on his body, understanding that a large amount of sword energy was flowing out. Everything was going according to plan. Knowing the moment had come, Junshu firmly grasped his sword. Now go back to hell. With a single strike, he pierced through and split him in two. At that moment, he still weakly managed to say, I was wrong. Then only two heavy halves of the body fell to the ground, revealing Junu's small figure. Everyone outside witnessing the scene was also stunned, watching his sword fall to the ground with cracks and dark energy continuously emanating from it. Nephalim's sword still radiates mana. Without hesitation, Junshu swung his hammer directly at the crack, and a dazzling light began to shine through the fissure on the blade. A different sword appeared shortly after, the SSR Black Shadow Sword. Holding the sword in his hand, Junshu smirked proudly, finally obtaining the Black Shadow Sword. Suddenly a voice rang out from behind. An amazing fight. Jin and everyone else stepped behind him to praise him. We've learned a lot. Soren on the side keeps worrying about Junshu, but what if he gets hurt? However, he called her Janet directly and handed her the sword, telling her to try it out, which made Janet momentarily confused. The sword? All right. Seeing the girl firmly holding the sword, he understood that only Janet, who had experienced the experiment, could unleash its full potential. In the next moment, a surge of dark energy rushed toward her. This is a necessary step to complete the mission. Seeing each wave of power surrounding her, Janet trembled. What's going on? Juno calmly reassures her nearby. Just follow what it tells you. Following his words, the girl takes a deep breath and softly says this sword, then suddenly appears to be possessed by something. Her eyes turning completely black, as if controlled by dark energy, Janet directly points the sword at herself. Following orders, Soren and Gujin try to step forward to stop her. As soon as the scream calling her out rang out, Janet directly stabbed the sword into her own body. But you calmly raised your hand to stop. Wait a moment. Then, Juno calmly said it was time to start. As soon as he finished, Janet was immediately surrounded by whirlpools of magic. Immediately afterward, the system displayed a notification about primordial energy, as the source of power surged even more fiercely, spinning rapidly around the girl. The black sword, shrouded in darkness, reacts to Janet's primordial energy, while Soren and Gujin stare in awe at the fierce scene before them, and Juno stands with folded arms, smiling contentedly. The raging magical tornado finally caused one of the top swords to shatter, and then all the energy suddenly exploded. Finally, a surge of dark magic crashes to the ground, creating a cloud of dust and smoke. Janet calmly holds the sword in front of her, and a powerful energy radiates from its blade. Nephalim's dark sword of powerful energy is complete. The scene shifts to a towering skyscraper as voices of admiration echo together. Wow, the inside is incredibly spacious and bright. Guzin, Soren, and Kali's eyes sparkled as they looked around the interior of the building. Gin excitedly noted that all the damaged facilities had been repaired and there was even a state-of-the-art training area. And Kali eagerly chimed in perfectly for training. Seeing the excitement on their faces, Runu crossed her arms and sighed contentedly. He glanced over as Janet shyly approached from behind and softly called out, "Teacher?" But Janet scratched her head nervously and said, "I don't know how to pass on Nephalim's sword." Junshu smiled gently and reassured the girl. After all, Nephalim's sword only reacts to those who possess innate primordial energy like you. Janet widened her eyes in surprise. Only with me. So what should we do then? The boy confidently answered. It's nothing difficult. I will also learn the energy cultivation, and naturally, I will know how to pass it on. The girl exclaimed in surprise. You're going to learn how to cultivate energy? How will you do it? Junu points at Guzin and confidently says he will master the post-heaven energy, planning to learn Gujin's divine sword fusion first. He crosses his arms confidently. Since you've observed carefully with your eyes, mimicking with your body will be easy. Jin and Janet looked at Junu with admiration, and he happily cheered. Copying superpowers? I've only heard about it, but I've never seen it in person. Then he smiled and stepped forward, signaling with his hand. Well then, let's get started. The scene shifts to another location where countless bullets fly densely. He and the girl keep firing at Junu while he wields his sword, flying back and forth to block the bullets. Janet, shooting and shouting anxiously, asks how much longer this will take, but Junu keeps blocking the incoming bullets and firmly announces we're almost done. Keep going. But still worried, he shouted loudly saying that he would die if this continued. He stubbornly kept moving to block the bullets. They flew in and shot at him, blood splattering everywhere, but Junshu clenched his teeth and endured, thinking even with the shock of the bullets hitting his body. The bullets grazed his leg, tearing his pants apart and staining the fabric with blood, but he still didn't back down and continued to wield his sword to block the incoming bullets. Although the death attribute gnaws at the body, his trembling eyes remain cold and determined as he gazes straight ahead, still following that overarching principle. Then he swings his sword forcefully behind him. The bullets instantly shattered into pieces. Only then did Gujin and Janet gasp in shock as they looked at Junu. A new surge of energy envelops my body, and the system immediately displays a notification that I have acquired the merged body and sword trait. At the same time, my entire body radiates a powerful flow of energy. Junshu wipes the blood from his mouth, a confident smile playing on his lips. It's not over yet. You look at the system panel, secretly glad that you have finally assembled the last piece. Now you possess the top-tier ultimate trait of the warrior system, both in name and reality. He and the girl exclaimed in amazement as black streaks and a blue energy flow enveloped the sword in Shu's hand. Both of them excitedly shouted out, "Sword Aura!" He clenched his sword and smiled confidently. The system immediately announced that the sword's owner attribute had been unlocked. A 6th rank swordmaster surpassing the standard appears. Junu smiles proudly as the scene shifts back to the building. Junu seriously told Janet, "Now before we start formal training, the other 3 should observe from afar." Then, he slowly asked Janet, "What is aura?" The girl lowered her head in thought, then Janet answered confidently, "Is it the light of the soul?" At this moment, Junshu stood with his hands on his hips and slowly asked again, "The light of the soul," the girl confidently affirmed. "Yes, unlike sword energy, it is not just a magic crystal." Janet explained clearly, using magic as the body, the soul as the spirit, creating a different form of oneself, which is the avatar. He propped his chin and vaguely guessed, "Like an avatar, right?" The girl happily spread her arms to explain further. "Yes, so even among high-level superhumans, only warrior-type ones can use aura." Junshu silently praised himself. "See, I told you so. You're thinking quite hard." Then you asked another question, but if it's just about transforming energy into a shape, calling it aura sword should be enough, right? Janet hesitated before replying, "Yes, that." Then the girl turned around, looked down at her hand, and suddenly realized that what the teacher said also seemed to be right. Junu crosses his arms and smiles at Janet, gently explaining, "Kuang Ki is not only the gathering of strength, but also can be seen as a path to transcendence." Junu gave an example of fighting Nephilim alone before, surpassing the visible level and fully transforming into a physical form because of a major change in matter. Janet quickly realized that at such a level of Ki, the soul does not mean the realm has been elevated. "Now I understand. You should train your spirit to strengthen your soul." The girl immediately realized their goal was to elevate their realm to become gods, and then Janet happily clapped her hands. So Nephilim is actually a hybrid descendant of the celestial spirit who naturally learned aura cultivation instinctively from birth, like breathing. Hearing this, Junshu paused slightly, hesitating and thinking to himself, like, breathing? He kept analyzing other skills in the system, realizing that while other skills use the sword as an active ability, this one must be used as a passive skill, right? The girl calmly made her request, "Master, please pick up the sword and close your eyes." Then Janet placed the sword into Du's hand. Then the girl slowly explained, "It's not about using the sword aura like usual, but about breathing. You immediately close your eyes and focus on regulating your breath." Janet gently guides Runu, slowly and comfortably. The streams of energy begin to swirl around his body. The whole body feels like it's floating in mid-air. He immediately realizes it's breathing. Then Junshu calmly opened his eyes and looked around this place. He saw an endless staircase leading to a blinding light in the distance. Deep down, he became even more certain that Nephilim's realm longs to become a god. He reached out to affirm that this was the key, the understanding of their true desire. Junshu looks up closely, the starry sky stretching before his eyes, with stairs reaching toward the black constellation as the light of souls. Soon after, spells fly straight into him one after another. All of this is a truth that cannot be conveyed with words. Junshu closed his eyes to feel the sensation from that magical flow, the warmth, the exhilaration, and the joy flooding through his body. His whole body was instantly thrown far away. Only now did he fully feel it. Junu's fingers were loosening, but he immediately clenched the sword in his hand. Then he decisively raised the sword high. A surge of magic radiated intensely along the path of his sword. A moment of transcendence. Janet covers her face with her hand and kneels slightly before that powerful magic. She smirks with satisfaction. It was successful. The system immediately announced the attribute. The sword trait of Nephilim has been acquired. Junu is delighted with the result. Janet cheerfully says, "Congratulations, teacher." After the three others finished, they quickly approached. Kaylee excitedly exclaimed, "Did you succeed, teacher?" Junu sheathed his sword and looked at Janet. "Thank you," he said softly. "You've worked hard, Janet." Janet shyly scratched her head and replied, "Oh, it's nothing. It's just because of what the teacher did." Suddenly, with a loud crash, Choi Seo rushed in, panting and shouting, "Soldier Kim, it's a big deal." Everyone immediately turned around in shock. Junshu slowly asked, "Director Choi, what's going on?" He urgently announced that the current president of Jumo Group is in critical condition. The boy widened his eyes in horror and shouted, "President Shung Han, a level 7 superhuman. Is that possible?" Choi Seal immediately replied, "It's poisoning. I hear using Alicia is useless and the condition is worse." Hearing that, Junshu was momentarily stunned, eyes wide with shock. Alicia useless? A suspicion flashed in his mind. With such a poison, it could only be blood toxin. Junshu frowned in thought, and that item in the game could only be used once. Over here, Haiwai is trembling as she lies on the bed with blood spreading across her neck and arms. "Hi!" Yuzuai's face was pained and gasping, a sign of the impending zombie disaster, as Hai Ungdu desperately pressed on her chest and shouted orders. Her heart has stopped. Start CPRs immediately. The female secretary behind her trembles, panic in her voice as she yells out, "What's happening? If the president gets hurt, we all die. You know that, right?" He kept performing CPR without hesitation, grinding his teeth in frustration. Damn it, it was fine just a moment ago. At that moment, Junshu suddenly opened the door and loudly ordered stop. Hai Ungdu was startled and exclaimed upon seeing him, while soldier Kim Qianshu seriously addressed the issue. He observed her exhaustion and confirmed that it was not something a doctor could cure. Immediately after, Haiwai was fed a bright red mixture. After drinking, the blood on her body gradually disappeared and her breathing became more regular. Soon after, Haiwai let out a faint sound. Seeing that, the female secretary hurriedly ran to the bedside. "Chairman, have you woken up yet?" She slowly spoke up. Secretary and Kim Qianxi. After a moment of hesitation, Hai Yang continued, "Is it me again who owes you?" Junshu gently smiled and said, "I don't dare to accept thanks. Please consider this my repayment for your help in the previous redevelopment." Then the female secretary carefully helped her sit up. What exactly happened? The chairman suddenly collapsed and lost consciousness, and the secretary immediately apologized, saying, "I'm truly sorry. It seems there was an external poisoning plot." She was startled and looked up, asking, "Poisoning? When exactly did it happen? Have you recently come into contact with any animals?" "Animals? Oh, right after that, the female secretary immediately remembered playing with a stray cat in the rain. Yes, before collapsing, you stroked a stray cat, and when you touched it, you didn't realize your hand had been stained with a green substance." He spoke slowly. "Yes, that's right." Junshu quickly explained that it was a shape-shifting immortal disguised as a cat, and was hired by someone to assassinate the guild leader Shung. She suddenly asked, "Do you mean you already know the truth and have caught the culprit?" He smirked confidently. "Of course, I already knew their tricks all along." On a full moon night in a quiet forest, he pointed a gun at the injured sorcerer on the ground and coldly ordered him to tell the truth. The sorcerer transforms, grinding his teeth in disbelief that he's been caught. "What?" Junshu raised his voice and demanded, "Are the Black Rat Sects hired you to assassinate the leader of the Zhang?" But the sorcerer still pretended not to understand. "I don't understand what you're saying at all." He immediately leaned in close to his face, crazily provoking him. "Then, repeat after me. The Black Sect is a cowardly species swallowed by winged snakes, causing the sorcerer to roar in anger, but he quickly turned his face away. Seeing your reaction, Junshu also guessed it vaguely. Based on your response, there's no need to ask further. Then he pressed the gun against the sorcerer's head and threatened, "Hand over the blood core if you want to live." The sorcerer immediately turned pale and stammered, "I don't have that." Junshu, hearing that, pressed the gun even closer to his head and calmly said, So what reason do I have to spare your life? The sorcerer hurriedly stopped him and said, "Wait, I will give you this instead." Then he took out a sparkling orange crystal necklace and hurriedly begged for his life. Junshu stared at the necklace without blinking and immediately recognized it as the dragon pendant. You happily pick up the necklace to examine it. "Okay, I will take this. I'm so happy inside. Lucky to get the treasure," the mage quickly assured confidently. "So I can leave now? I will never go to Korea again." "I promise," Junshu replied softly. "Yeah, go ahead." He immediately ran off, but then suddenly the boy grabbed a sword and leapt onto his head to ambush him. If you can survive and return to the present, Junshu gently scratches his head and smiles. The antidote has already been taken from the shape-shifting mage, but in his mind he's thinking about stabbing him in the stomach to get it. So that's it. Who hired the assassin? You clearly identified the saintess and her followers as the Black Church. Or more precisely, the cult led by the old man behind them. Going back to the past, Yaren once wielded a sword in rebellion. If in the first episode they used the terrorist alliance to make the president and his wife tremble and cling to each other in fear to disable the government, this time the target is to assassinate the heads of major corporations. Ha Yang lowered his head, frowning with concern. But that is an overseas cult, so why are they targeting me? Junshu silently analyzed in his mind. Maybe it's because of the recent financial support to suppress the terrorist alliance. As a saintess, I have to be cautious, but I can't reveal that the fake church behind it all is the cult because there's no proof. After analyzing everything, he looked at her and slowly spoke. "I don't know the reason either," but then Junshu calmly announced that he had found the hideout of the black cult. Hai Weiwei's face instantly darkened, her eyes turning cold and dangerous. She then stood up and demanded, "In that case, I officially entrust you. Find those who attempted to assassinate me." And the car wreckage is shattered into pieces as the scene shifts to a busy bridge, with cars passing over the river under the bright sunlight. Junshu leans on the bridge railing, bowing his head as he carefully observes his surroundings. Ha Yang calmly approached and announced, "Commander, everything is ready as you instructed." She looked at the crowd taking pictures on the bridge and spoke anxiously. "Is it really necessary to do it this way? It's just to gather evidence." Hearing that, he immediately turned back and replied, "There are other ways. However, to prevent the zombie disaster in episode 2 from plunging Izun City into chaos, this is the only option left." Junshu slowly begins to explain that the mirror is meant to serve as a warning for the Black Sect and the mastermind behind it all. "Maybe so," Yang asked in surprise. "The mastermind? You will see. Now please go ahead." As he finished speaking, Junshu immediately unleashed his power, a great magic spell vaporizing water, sending a surge of energy straight into the river. The water instantly parted at the point where the energy struck, revealing the ground beneath the riverbed, and the hidden entrance beneath the Han River finally appeared. Then everyone looked up at the sky in amazement as the city suddenly floated in the air, and the river water began to split apart, causing Junshu to cheer excitedly and initiate the attack. The prepared artillery vehicles immediately took their positions. He immediately ordered a full-scale aeroshell barrage. Prepare for a full-scale aeroshell attack. Junu looked at the equipment specifications on the system, then started the countdown. 3, 2, 1. He happily took the control wheel and fired the giant cannon. "Crush them completely for me." Immediately, countless shells are fired straight into the river. The flames burst out, turning the river red. The system continues to notify. The commander has acquired the trait. The order has acquired the trait. The spell casting has acquired the trait. Then, a protective barrier suddenly appeared beneath the riverbed, revealing a defensive formation around the target. Junshu immediately ordered to cease fire. Feeling excited, finally it's revealed. A muscular giant raising a sword high appears majestic, standing on an ancient circle emanating dense death energy, surrounded by dark mages using black magic to control him. You secretly think, all the Blood Knights of the Holy Blood, and the fortune-telling mages too. The system immediately notifies, along with the priests, "Sir, what is your plan?" Junu excitedly replied, "Now's the perfect time to scratch that itch." Looking at the equipment and attributes on the system, he confidently replied, "I will handle it myself." Then, Run Xuanqiu grabbed his sword and jumped straight down, excited. Immediately after, he swung his sword down on the barrier, releasing a surge of energy that burst upward along the blade. "Attack!" The barrier instantly shattered under that tremendous strike, and the giant appeared immediately afterward. Junshu immediately calls out, "Hey Han!" As he finishes speaking, he rushes down and strikes Man Than Kim at him, but is blocked by the giant. Ha Yang rushes down from above to help. "You're rushing too much. Superhero, I will also support." But before she could help, she was attacked by a giant gorilla charging at her. Hai Wai immediately sensed the danger and felt uneasy. "Black magic? This is a power I cannot fight against." Then the monsters kept rushing in one after another, forcing her to brace herself and defend. Suddenly Han looked to the side. Junshu charged forward with his sword and cut them down. She exclaimed in surprise, "That is Hai Yang." Just a glance is enough to recognize the aura sword. After finishing, she gently approached and asked, "Have you become a sword saint after reaching level 6? I was about to help, but I ended up getting help instead. Alright, I finished cleaning up, now let's go inside. Then, both of them stepped toward the giant gate. As they approached the enemy's secret base, they each stared intensely at the gate and into the forbidden zone. The gate gradually opens and both of them silently confirm that evidence of the mastermind behind the darkest sect must be here. Inside the forbidden zone, the densely packed tall buildings reveal a terrifyingly strange sight. Hyeon-jan was walking and observing around. There was no one here at all. Junwoo immediately responded to clarify the situation. Yes, their base is actually in Brazil. You explain both of your missions as you walk. We need to find out who is really behind sabotaging Korea, Hyeon-jan asked suspiciously after hearing this. You mean the mastermind? Are you saying it's the one controlling them? The two of them approached a large wall covered in strange black flames. Run-Shu stood with his hands on his hips, looking up at the wall ahead, sensing there was evidence here. Hyeon-jan covered his mouth, clearly surprised as the entire wall was engulfed in black flames. Without hesitation, he said, I will handle it. You step forward and press your hand against a certain brick on the wall. Suddenly, the flames seem to be drawn back and continuously gather in one spot. The wall gradually opened as well. Hyeon-jan narrowed his eyes, both surprised and curious. After everything gradually comes to an end, towering large metal cabinets appear before the two of them. And is there a place like this in the sealed area? They open any drawer and are stunned for a moment. Jewels, demon stones, diamonds, all expensive items inside. It seems like these are rewards for the assassination of the company president. They are really generous. While the two of them are searching separately, Jun-Shu suddenly holds out a stack of papers towards her and calls out loudly. It seems we've found evidence against the culprit. Looking at the confusing, distorted characters, both of them appeared puzzled. It is written in an encrypted language. Hyeon-jan put on his glasses and examined it carefully. We need more time to decode this. We have to call in the experts. Jun-Shu felt helpless and cursed inwardly. Damn, the Holy Sea's organization really hides their trace as well. She turned to you and suggested that our security team handle this. We will decode it as quickly as possible. Jun-Shu could only helplessly accept. Yes, thanks to you. He couldn't help but feel regretful inside. Really regretful. But now I can be satisfied with having the Jumo Corporation as an ally. Back at the Grand Office Building, once again thanking you for your help. Junwoo is sitting in the chair, looking both confused and bewildered. Sword Saint, he pointed to himself and asked back. Saber? Hyeon-johan pushes a phone towards you and responds calmly. You don't know? The latest news about you has spread very quickly. The latest hot search headline now reads the exciting phrase Black Tiger Swordsman. From now on, call him the Sword Saint. Everyone has already started calling him the Sword Saint. Jun-Shu looked at the comments praising her kindly and couldn't help blushing, silently marveling at how Hyeon-jan pushed a bag toward her and calmly said, This is my gift. Jun-Shu was quite surprised. Gofu's bag, she immediately explained. I bought you a higher-end one because I saw you use it often. He accepted the bag and politely responded. Oh dear, you don't have to do that. I've received so much already. This gift is only natural. You saved my life after all. You can't help but feel proud inside. Truly, President Zong is incredibly generous. She's on a whole different level. So, what about the documents obtained from the black market and the secret files from the secret society? We will contact you once the decryption is complete. Jun, holding gold in one hand and money in the other, looked up when he heard the question. Where do you plan to go now, Sword Saint? Hearing that, he quickly locked his bag with his right hand and calmly replied, Doing what the card chairman is doing. Jun-Shu, now at level 7 with Fiery Spirit, felt a deep surge within. To prevent the disaster in Chapter 2, I need to become stronger. The scene shifts to the divine realm of the Sali H Lap, an ancient floating structure in the sky with 2 armored soldiers guarding the gate. Outside a noisy, pushing crowd. Jun-Shu saw the crowd bustling around and muttered helplessly, Don't push and shove, just line up and watch. It's as crowded as I thought, makes sense. The only way to reach Olympus is through Temple G, which is also very difficult to enter. Move to the arena where the gods of Olympus faced destruction, and the final battle took place there. The image of the goddess appearing in his mind made him more determined than ever before. The reason he's here is because of one of those gods, an ancestor of the divine and the giants. The thorn goddess called to him. Junwoo slowly weaves through the crowd, pushing and shoving. But to enter, he must complete a task. He walks confidently and comfortably toward the main gate, thinking to himself, Then, when I meet the gods, I have to become a spirit and receive the privilege of immortality. People voluntarily step aside and wonder, Is that badge? Is he a holy knight? Why has the holy knight come here? Someone asked in confusion. Shouldn't he have ridden a divine horse and flown here? Hearing that, I secretly felt a surge of resistance. The divine horse looks too harmless, not my style. At least I should choose a dragon to look cooler. Jun-Shu stepped to the main gate, catching the attention of the 2 guards, one of whom greeted him warmly. Nice to meet you, Saint Knight Kim Chin-bin. We are the guides here. Jun-Shu was quite surprised. Do they know who I am? The remaining guards responded immediately. No one is unaware of Stickham's protector. They then politely offered to escort you. Please, go ahead. Hearing that, the crowd showed their admiration. Is that person Sigma's bodyguard? Yes, that's right. I already met him in Germany. Thank God I got lucky. Amid the clear blue sky, the exclamations still echo around the castle. I never expected he would come here. The scene then shifts as he nervously follows a guard inside, glancing around every corner with a deep sense of awe. It was magnificent and grand, a completely different feeling from Tho's palace in Stockholm. Looking at the shining badge pinned on his chest, he felt very proud. I am truly enjoying the full privileges of an honorable, holy knight of the Thorn Order there. After approaching the fountain, Junshu saw a figure standing there waiting. We are waiting for you, holy knight. She calmly draped a white cloak and got straight to the point. The paper he received contained his mission. Then she said nothing more, and Junshu approached to look, silently wondering a mandatory random task to meet the god. After Junshu took the paper, he silently prayed in his heart, please let it be easy. As he reached out to take it, the white-robed woman beside him suddenly spoke. The one who has ascended to the heavenly path. Go to the Jogjia Valley beneath the gold mine stolen from the golden-feathered dragon. Junshu tremblingly took hold of his mission, unable to control himself. Oh Lord, he deeply sighed. Why did I pick the hardest one? On a steep mountain cliff, Runshu is hiding behind a rock, watching a golden-scaled dragon sleeping soundly. He whispers, Huanglong, among all the dragons, you're the most impatient one. Junshu tries to step as carefully and quietly as possible. Isn't this going a bit too far? He accidentally stepped on a branch, and Huanglong, startled awake by the sound, opened his terrifying eyes and looked sharply in that direction, making a noise. It roared loudly, releasing a terrifying aura that made everything around it, including Runu, retreat. The boy clenched his necklace tightly with determination. Junshu did not hesitate and slowly stepped forward, shouting loudly, Hey, let's talk! The Golden Dragon King looked surprised and said, You can talk? I smiled with satisfaction. The dragon necklace allows me to use the dragon language. Luckily, I brought this with me. It looked at you with great suspicion and curiosity. Strange creature, what do you want to say? Junshu was quietly reassuring himself inside. I once defeated Huanglong in the game, so if I want to kill it, I have the ability. I look down at the golden fur Huanglong is lying on, but if I do that, the golden wool will be damaged. I need to stay calm. Junshu cut in and said, I have a piece of advice for you. Hearing this, the golden dragon immediately became extremely aggressive and furious. What? A lowly creature like you? I cut in, revealing my attribute power chart. Calm down, at least we can talk for a bit. Huanglong was surprised and confused. You call that strength. If you dare, try saying it. Junshu sat down on the ground, appearing relaxed, as if negotiating with a friend. You know, if you stay here forever, how can you become the ruler of the Dragon Clan? What? Junshu immediately showed a contemplative expression and began to manipulate the mind. Think about it, you've been here for 2,000 years and haven't achieved anything. With this kind of effort, there's no hope left. The Golden Dragon immediately lost control and roared, You insignificant thing, what do you know to talk? After your success, you start drawing a big cake for it, so I will only show you the way to become the Dragon God. Trade me your golden feathers. Huanglong began grinding his teeth and growling continuously. You say those words are not enough, and yet you still aim to protect my treasure? It stood up suddenly, emanating a huge aura of dominance. You think I will give you a chance? Junshu revealed a smug smile along with his teasing skills. If you don't want it, then forget about it. This has pushed it to its limit. Its eyes blazing with rage, the sky darkening, its furious voice rang out. I will take this as your denial. It spat out a fierce flame towards him. Drop dead, you dodge and use the airstrike skill. Very good, your dragon. Mental attacks are indeed too easy. My 9 hairs. It roared and charged fiercely at you, retaliating instantly. An explosion of fire and earth erupted. Huanglong looked down, panting and amazed. You lowly creature. Junshu gathers his strength and steps back, glaring at the furious beast covered in its sheep's wool. Do you dare take my treasure? Are you serious? So what? You can't burn it, right? Junshu silently thought that the golden fleece was an item of immortality and rebirth, and just having it would be enough to defeat the golden dragon. He taunted, if you're going to destroy it now, I won't resist. Junshu remembered the Thunder God's instructions. Use it well to deal with that little dragon for me. He was given a divine hammer to help him. The Thunder God has aided you. Junshu used his divine power to leap onto the head of the golden dragon. He told me I had to destroy you. When it saw it was about to be defeated, it desperately begged and pleaded. Spare me, stop! He immediately replied, no way. A bolt of lightning with immense divine power struck the dragon decisively, accompanied by Junu's voice. Items made from dragons are very valuable. It was beaten so badly that it fell to the ground unable to resist. Junu looked pleased, saying, I told you we could handle it more easily. The truth in your heart is only thinking about the upgrade items. The chance to get a 7th tier divine medicine and upgrade items. So how could I miss this opportunity? Junshu's eyes reveal a perverted, extremely greedy expression. Now only the last drop remains. The scene shifts to the magnificent white castle bathed in blinding golden light. The goddess Ji, appearing enormous from above, looked down and asked, A distinguished guest has come to visit me. Junshu respectfully bows. It is an honor to meet you. I am the Golden Warrior. He spoke calmly and gently. I know, I have been watching you for a long time, so if you have anything to ask, please go ahead. Thank you. I remember what happened back then and continue. The thunder god from the west said, I was summoned here by a non-divine entity. Junshu looked up, facing Goddess G as he asked his question. Do you know who was the one who summoned me here? He replied that if it happened in the human world or hell, he would know. But he himself knew nothing either. Junshu couldn't help but feel suspicious upon hearing that. So, it's from heaven. Then Goddess G offered another explanation. There's one more possibility it could be in hidden realms or in the other world within the rift. Hearing that, you can't help but think of a woman with an extremely cunning face. Could she be the saintess of the Holy Church? G Goddess explains your problem, and it doesn't seem to be her either. If a soul is summoned from another world, the summoner's soul will be severely damaged. He continued, most likely, the one who summoned you has already disappeared, which seems to keep the Holy Maiden's soul intact. If it's not her, then who is it? At this moment, the goddess interrupted his train of thought. It seems I can't help you much anymore. Then tell me your wish. Junshu hesitated for a moment before speaking in a steady voice. So you are facing him with great determination to make your wish. Can you give me a 7th tier blueprint suitable for me? The goddess G did not refuse and reached out her hand towards him, offering a shimmering scroll. Alright, I will give you the one you still desire. In front of Junshu now is a glowing scroll. Is this the level 7 blueprint? Junshu looked up with great excitement, unable to hide his joy. There seems to be one more. He brought 2 scrolls of paper in front of you. This is the level 7 and level 8 drawings. I have also prepared the necessary skills and items. Junu couldn't help but feel excited about the goddess's generosity. She gave me an 8th level core. He clenched the blueprint tightly, feeling excited. With this, defeating the Saintess is no longer impossible. To reach level 6, you need a mutant core. For level 7, a demon lord core, and for level 8, a half demon lord core. You can't help but wonder what about level 9. Do I really have to take the god's mana core? The pressure is starting. How can I get all of them now? There are a few more materials. Sensing what you are worried about, Goddess G then speaks to comfort you. My child, there's no need to worry about a future that hasn't happened yet. Your destiny is approaching a critical point. Junshu looked up, attentively listening to the words of the goddess. You clutch the 2 scrolls tightly in your hands to steady yourself. Yes, now I need strength to face the final boss of Chapter 3. 8th level Saintess. Junshu bows deeply with utmost sincerity. Thank you. Oh, Goddess of Thorns, most radiant and compassionate, you immediately offered a reminder. Be careful, the second wave is coming. Junshu looked up in wonder. The second wave, he quickly explained to you. Yes, fight against it and change your fate if you can't. The shadow of your figure is cast on the ground, along with the warning from the Lord that you will be swallowed. As the scene shifts to the departing road, Junu continues to ponder the goddess's words. The second wave is clearly the impending zombie disaster right in front of us. I'm a bit worried and contemplative. I destroyed the core of the Dark Church zombie event, but will they give up? Junu's car landed smoothly right after, but he was still deep in thought about the zombie dragon. No way that could be real. Maybe now the zombie dragon is being created. Junshu carefully closes his car door, lost in thought, thinking that defeating it alone is impossible. But when they saw you return, everyone warmly and happily ran out to welcome you. Teacher, you're back. Junu looked at Kali and started to calculate in his mind. The only way to deal with it was through Kali's personal mission. Jin asks if the teacher has met the necessary deity yet. You also cheerfully replied, so, how is the Imperial Dragon I gave you doing? Everyone eagerly reported that they had torn it apart and everything was carefully preserved, which made you very satisfied. Junu called out to Gin, who cheerfully responded, Yes, sir. You asked what I did to Skit Bladnir while you were away. It looks a bit different, Guzin cheerfully replied. I just made some improvements, he added. My specialty is in things like this. Du looked at the Dragon King's head behind him and broke out in a sweat. Amazing. But why did he leave the dragon's head here? The closer we are, the more it feels like he's not normal. Soren joined in praising. Our youngest has a talent for this. Gwyn complains. I told you not to call me the youngest anymore. Janet continued. It looks much better now. Callie marvels. Now it's like a mobile hotel, isn't it? Junu felt a bit of a sense of achievement and praised them. You all worked hard. He secretly feels pleased that his students are growing so quickly. He glances over at Soren, who has become much stronger. Soren has already reached level 6. She blushed and covered her mouth, giggling. I knew you'd notice, Janet raised her hand to suggest. There's still me, too. Junu nodded in agreement. Janet will soon reach level 6. As for Callie, seeing her equipped traits, he couldn't help but marvel from the bottom of his heart. At first she only had 4 attributes, but now she has gained a 6th sense. Junu approached and patted Callie's head, making her blush with embarrassment as she was about to reach level 5. He felt relieved inside. Luckily, Callie was ready to start the mission. Jin asked first, so where do we go now? You quickly reply, heading west to the Grand Canyon. Xin and Kali seem a bit surprised by Yunsu's words. Don't say the Grand Canyon is a giant crack. You turn to the girl and gently lay out your plan. Today, Callie, we will help you level up to 5. Then, when we reach the Great Crack, we can insert the Kawaratu into your body. Junu asked further, but since I have to meet my grandmother again, my emotions might fluctuate. Can I do it? Callie hesitated slightly. The girl who remembers her past self, who vowed from the moment she became your student, has been mentally prepared. Callie clenched her fist confidently, affirming she can do it. Trust me, Callie's personal mission to kill her grandmother, who has become a supernatural creature, and to obtain the Kalaru tree. This is the only way for someone with divine goddess blood to escape suffering. Junu is also considering it. Once there, obtaining the 7th level divine elixir will be easier. He reached out and patted the girl's shoulder to encourage her. Then let's start training, Callie declared passionately, pointing forward with determination. Before reaching America, I had to go through hellish training. The people behind also cooperated very well, obeying orders, sir. The scene shifts to the base of the towering cliffs, with the Grand Canyon visible in the distance. A giant crack, Junu uses his 6th sense to analyze the path to the location. Looking at the massive rotting skeleton in front of us, this is a branch of the Black Church. Soren fan. That pile of bones is really creepy, Junu warned. From now on, everyone has to follow Callie. Remember clearly where we gather, everyone. Callie was the first to respond and also raised her question. Yes. The shell tower with Mother of Pearl. But where are you going? Junshu points and replies, I will go lure the zombie dragon inside. Janet looked at him in confusion. What is it? Isn't it too dangerous? Soren immediately spoke to comfort. Janet has to accept it now. Our teacher isn't the reckless type. Callie also chimed in, after all, the teacher has the heavenly demon body. You guys talk so much that I feel reassured now. Suddenly something flashed in Callie's mind, making her frown and stop in her tracks. She clutched her head and shouted loudly. Soren ran over in panic. What's wrong with Callie? Everyone gathered around the girl, worried about the situation, but Junshu stood aside with his arms crossed, not reacting at first until finally he showed some response. Callie sat on the ground trembling. Did you hear something? It's not a zombie dragon, but another owner of this place. The divine being. At this moment, a giant crack appears at the Black Fortress. Inside the control room, they also sighed at the same time, as time seemed to stand still. They casually discussed, how much longer do we have to keep doing this? You're so stubborn. How many years has it been now? Probably about 20 years, I guess. The supervisor continues speaking, but soon we will finally see the end. If we pour enough mana into the dragon's corpse, we can turn it into our servant. His eyes filled with excitement, and soon our church will rise. Suddenly a noise sounded, making the supervisor turn around. What was that? Did you hear anything just now? At that moment, the person right beside him crouched down. While the supervisor was stunned, the system announced the equipped traits, overwhelming, martial arts, and the strength of the hidden giant. Seeing this, Junshu immediately moved to attack the other person. With guards like you watching the bridge, how do you expect to survive? That's neglecting your duty, you know? But I think this way is also fine. You look up at the screen and realize you can't handle so many people alone. They are all level 5 superhumans trained within the fissure. As that thought crossed his mind, Junshu quickly raised his card and swiped it. So the best way is to immediately broadcast a confirmation of Lord Edmund's identity. Feeling that the moment has come, he presses the button. They all moved quickly, and the alarm bells rang loudly everywhere, indicating an emergency. The iron doors kept closing one after another, activating the defensive mode. Just as Junu planned, everyone had to be locked inside while they focused on casting magic, and the golden dragon suddenly appeared with an invisible gravity surrounding them. That made them panic. What is that sound? What are the guards doing? The priest is over there. Seeing you standing above them, they were a bit stunned. An intruder? What? How could he get in here? Soon after, a series of attacks shot straight at Junshu, killing him instantly. Seeing that, he immediately launched an attack. Alright, let's see what my new weapon can do. Junshu suddenly recalls the moment he was rummaging through the cabinet, and, after a while, he is amazed to discover an interesting item. He looked at the 2 guns inside and his eyes suddenly lit up. This is a return to reality, and Junshu is now wielding that weapon with great skill. This shield is invincible. The bullets inside keep firing out continuously. Everyone in the room was caught off guard and couldn't react in time, anxiously asking, "Open the barrier! Why are the bullets still coming non-stop?" One of them quickly used Mana Shield to block the bullets, preventing him from escaping. The person nearby froze upon hearing this. What? But suddenly a voice rang out. So, who will guard the seal of the undead dragon now? As soon as the sound ended, the surrounding scene turned chaotic. Everyone saw that the situation was hopeless and shouted to run away. At this moment, the golden dragon suddenly roared, causing everything around to move. You nearby are also affected to some extent. At the same time, the system reports on the properties of magic resistance equipment, barrier defenses, mana shields, mana armor, and mana shields again. Jun aimed his weapon at Huanglong and admitted that he truly is this chapter's boss. No way to beat him. Soon after, powerful bullets shot out, hitting and directly piercing its body. As the Dragon King felt pain, its roar grew more intense, and it suddenly unleashed a massive burst of fire. The The situation changed so suddenly that I was stunned. Is it true that even though it's not fully developed yet, it's already this strong? The system sounds appeared simultaneously. Characteristics, no attack, speed up, rapid dash. Junshu quickly ran in the opposite direction. Crimson Rock just a little further, we're almost there. Suddenly, at this moment, you hear Soren's voice. The teacher is here. Junshu immediately smiles gently. Good. Seize the opportunity and quickly move toward them. Junshu just landed and asked, "Is this the place, Callie?" The girl replied, "Yes, I heard the whisper saying, 'We are almost there.'" As Callie finished speaking, Huang Long suddenly charged forward like a flying arrow. "Quickly use your shield. Is it too late for me to come in now?" The girl turned her face toward the sun and muttered, "No." Callie watched for a moment and confirmed, "We did it." At the same time, the voice of the spirit echoed, daring anyone to oppress the descendants of the Holy Star Lord. It appeared directly above. The spirit person continued speaking, "You seem to have lost all sense of fear, huh?" Hearing this, Long Huang immediately became agitated, and the two sides started to lose control and clash. Junshu saw this and smiled. Good, they're fighting each other. Soren beside him also agreed, if it keeps going like this, we'll benefit. They will fight each other and we will win. It's good that you have some protection, but the children of the stars are not stupid. Junshu suddenly throws a hammer at them. Now my plan truly begins. That thing immediately grazed the body of the spirit, making it furious. "You bugs dare to!" Before Tin Han could understand what was happening, the golden dragon suddenly charged forward, quickly gaining the upper hand and seizing Tin Han. Seeing that, he slightly curled his lips, giving the impression that he was helping the zombie dragon, but in fact, he was summoning someone. Tin Han's eyes are filled with rage. "Very well, today all of you will become sacrifices for the Holy Spirit Sovereign." As planned by Junshu, it immediately summoned the tentacle monster. "Advance, my child!" Seeing the opponent approaching, he prepared himself mentally, and finally, she appeared. The tentacle monster with its strange appearance slowly advanced, and it was none other than Callie's grandmother. Since they share the same blood, the girl quickly recognized her grandmother. Junu also rushed forward to attack. So the main scene has begun. Everything seems to have been part of your plan. Jun imagines a beautiful martial arts sword dance, graceful yet hiding deadly fangs. He quietly observes and evaluates Blood God Wu. This move is powerful and complicated, but it's nothing compared to the Fire Spirit sword technique. Immediately, the system displays the attribute of the Fire Spirit sword technique of the sword's owner. Suddenly, hearing a booming sound, he flinched and glanced over. You see the scene before you and immediately think that Tin 2's offspring has gained the upper hand. At this moment, the golden dragon is struggling to resist the star being, but it seems to be failing. It ordered the tentacle demon to finish it, my child. Junshu thought to himself, at last it has ordered the zombie dragon to be killed. The female tentacle monster is about to move, my chance has come. You smirked, and the only reason I faced the zombie dragon was to drain its power. Junshu slowly climbed onto the body of the star being, quickly grabbing the hammer, and at this moment, it warned, "You are overstepping your position." Suddenly, a swarm of tentacles appeared behind him, obediently surrendered to the Holy Star Sovereign. Junshu heard the opponent call him a lowly insect, and then forced a reluctant smile. This is bad. The tentacles are surrounding the area all around. You start to leap into the air, and just as Junshu stops, the scene before him leaves him stunned. Seeing that, Runshu couldn't help but feel a headache. Does it still have strength? But that's not a problem because I was prepared in advance. I am also a holy knight blessed by... Suddenly, thunder roared fiercely in the sky. He quickly seized the opportunity to gather strength for his hammer. Jair's protection. Junshu risks everything as he strikes the hammer down onto the ground. Soon after, fierce lightning streaks appeared along with Tho's power, and each bolt of lightning seemed to envelop the body of the spirit being. Seeing that, he muttered, "Now everything should be over." Junshu immediately turned his gaze toward the golden dragon. So he immediately drew the sword at his side without hesitation and quickly ended this battle. It's time to end this. You climb onto the top of the star being's head, leaving it stunned. With a decisive sword technique, the strike immediately pierces through Huang Long and continues to create a beam of light through the body of the star being. The tentacle monster woman also seems to be affected to some extent, moaning and groaning, and she is also Callie's grandmother. As soon as everything is settled, everyone begins to step closer to her. He observed and thought that holy water would help extend her life, and suddenly the tentacle monster's body underwent a major change. Junshu looked at the person in front of him and thought that she would return to her original appearance during this time. Her current age is probably comparable to that of an alien creature. After a fierce battle, the surrounding scene also became desolate. He looked around and then smiled. The operation was a success, perfectly executed. Junshu's gaze turns toward the tentacled monster. The woman, who was controlled by the child of the stars, has finally regained her sanity. But seeing that she is still immersed in pain, he quietly believes her life will soon come to an end. Another Callie, a person with the same name as the goddess Callie. Little Hot High runs over and calls out, "Grandma!" Callie was moved when she saw the monster's tentacles right in front of her. "Grandma!" She immediately recognized her. Callie, you've grown so much. You still recognize me, Grandma? Of course. If you are my last descendant, how could I not recognize you? Whenever I think of you, that alien creature attacks my mind. Are you my dear? Callie's eyes welled up with tears. Did she think about you? She looked at the girl with gentle eyes. You and I are the only two descendants of the goddess. If I don't transfer my power to you, you'll die. Callie heard these words and tears started to flow. After a moment, the tentacle monster suddenly asked, Amy, how is it going? The girl quickly replied, Dad is still okay, she continued. I've been worried about that little boy all this time. I'm so glad I miss my son so much. Please, let's go to Siyun and see Dad. I'm sure he wants to see you too. The tentacle monster smiled gently and said, Thank you, my dear, but I don't have much time left. Callie was stunned and asked nervously, Can I make a request, benefactor? He replied, All right. She sincerely said, Please cremate me and scatter the remains over the floating chaotic island. After fulfilling my final wish, you will receive a gift for helping me die as a human. The tentacle monster added, I will give you Kalarachi. The girl seemed unable to accept the truth and grabbed her grandmother's hand. No. Very quickly after that, the tentacle monster pulled out a sacred sword. Callie, my dear, take it or your grandmother will be doomed to wander forever in this terrible world. The girl stared intently at the floating weapon in midair and quickly realized it was the SSR Kalarachi. Callie instantly reached out and grabbed the hilt, and the sword immediately merged with her. The tentacle monster smiled gently and said, Finally, I can rest in peace. Callie screamed in frustration. Auntie, the girl hurriedly said. No, don't go. Junshu helped her up. You've worked hard. Now I will begin the ritual. Callie's voice echoed in vain. Mom, the tentacle monster's warning. Don't be sad, Callie. She continued saying, Our family's hearts are always connected. The giant crack in the chaotic ocean surface rumbled. Not far away, they discovered a place connected to the goddess Kaylee. This is an ideal spot to boost mana. However, this place also risks turning into a mutated monster if seduced by the whispers of a strange presence. The girl clutches her jar of bones and whispers softly, I can hear her voice. Junshu said maybe it was the voice of the goddess Kali. The girl wondered. The goddess? Callie is hearing the explanation again. That's right, because both you and my grandmother are servants devoted to the goddess Kali. Now that you also have her protection, of course you can hear her voice. The girl's eyes flickered with a gloomy look. I felt as if that voice was comforting me. Callie was just explaining the story while praying. Goddess, please take care of my grandmother. Suddenly, a magic circle appeared, startling Junshu. What is this terrifying aura? The girl seemed to understand and said, Master, the goddess wants you to place your hand on the magic circle. Hearing this, a sudden thought flashed through his mind. Has the goddess Callie appeared? Junu, with a look of doubt, reached out and placed his hand on the magic circle. Immediately, a wave of power enveloped him, accompanied by the system notification. You have gained the superpower attribute. Junu, surprised and a bit skeptical, thought to herself, I can't believe I got this superpower so easily. Seeing his confused look, she said, This is a gift from the goddess. Junshu is lost in his own thoughts. If I get this ability, it means it's right now. Callie suddenly pushes the sword away. Teacher, can you keep up with my speed? He also guessed that he might receive Kalarachi. The girl quickly launched into action right in the middle of the air. Kali moves like lightning, and the system immediately activates the Kalarachi trait of the goddess's blood, the blood dance god. Junu carries the traits of speed, thunder, teleportation, spirituality, superpower, and magic selection, then continues to chase. You smile with satisfaction because you gained the superpower trait, causing many other traits to explode and increase rapidly, like a wildfire. And since this place has traits that boost mana significantly, Junshu quickly approached the girl so I could catch up with Callie. The girl saw how fast you were and smiled. Well done. Callie quickly swings her sword towards Junu. I won't hold back. The master of sword dance and superpower. When the traits of a swordsmanship master and dance meet, they will merge into the sword dance trait. So, let's go. In midair, they continue to fight each other, neither willing to back down, making the battle increasingly intense and realistic. Junu has to admit she's really fast. Could this be the power of a goddess? In a fleeting moment, Kali kept unleashing one move after another, engraving all 108 sword strikes of the girl deep into her heart. When Junsu's demon eye and intuition read all of Kali's movements, it instantly takes the form of his own sword dance. It is completely different from Kalarachi's blood image because Junsu has almost refreshed and improved it in his own style. Kalarachi Thunderbolt. He looked at his own sword and couldn't help but feel happy. Finally, it is complete. At the same time, the system announces the special attribute of the Nephalim Fire Spirit swordsmanship, Kalarachi. The top 3 crazy sword techniques of Siyun. Junu clenched his sword tightly, and all he needed to do was build a formation that could work well with them. Junu's thoughts start to drift away, and then whether it's the Demon Lord or the Saintess, he slightly curves his lips, and even the bishop up there, he will wipe them all out. While he was lost in his thoughts, he suddenly snapped to attention when a voice beside him spoke. The teacher is too much. Junu turned around and was startled to see Callie panting heavily. He stammered to explain, I misunderstood. that wasn't really Callie just now. I almost died too, everyone saw, right? She keeps switching from one place to another, like she's become a completely different person. Suddenly Soren pointed the knife straight at Junu. I didn't want to hear any excuses. Her face darkened. What we truly want is a sparring match with the Master. Janet wields innate talent gear traits, the Divine Stream, and the Diamond Body. Expert in Nephalim's provocative sword. Kali uses Kalarachi gear traits. Goddess Bloodline, Blood Dance Sword, and Phantom Body Time Control. Finally, Soren prepared the Fire Spirit Sword technique, Real Combat Airstrike, Giant Strength, Immortal Diamond Form, then smirked provocatively because the Master had become stronger. Junu quickly accepted the challenge after hearing this. Alright, you also prepare the Fire Spirit Sword technique, Nephalim Kalarachi Sword, the owner of the Pure Water technique, Diamond Form, then boast and bring it all out here. A moment later, thousands of lightning bolts rained down. Soon after, this battle seemed almost invincible to Junu. Soren, as if suffering from pre-menopause, struggled to speak. I almost died. Are you okay, teacher? He gasped for breath and replied, Of course I'm fine. Callie bluntly reveals it. Teacher, there's blood coming from your mouth. She asked curiously, What exactly did you do? Don't tell me you used all 3 sword techniques at once, Junshu replied while thinking. It used more mana than expected. That's right. The girl complained, saying the teacher really doesn't hold back. No wonder it hurt so much. Soren complained, You should have been a bit gentler. Ignoring their words, he said, Drink a few bottles of high-grade medicine and get back to training. Everyone, at your level, the monsters in the Great Fissure won't be too difficult. Then he nervously warned, I have some things to do, so I'll be going first. Everyone remember to train hard before you return. He spoke seriously because something big was about to happen in Sion. She frowned in confusion. A big deal? Junshu explained. Yes. Just like the previous terrorist attack, it will be serious enough to paralyze Sion. The 4 of them were stunned to hear this, and not long after everything was settled, he arrived. Congratulations, you have reached level 7. Junu started to think that just reaching level 5 in the chaos of the car would be enough to gain priority. So what about level 7? It's considered the limit of superhumans, the ultimate realm. At that point, you would be considered a walking disaster. Compared to modern weapons, I am at the level of an aircraft carrier. You quietly calculated that I now have enough strength to handle Chapter 2, but it's still not enough for what's coming next. Just then, the sound of the phone ringing. I need a stronger ally. The Tower Master is a good choice. Junshu quickly answered the phone. Yes, Tower Master, how have you been lately? You said, Superman Kim, I called you today to show off. Junshu seemed to have guessed something. Could it be that the call on the other end has been completed? He instinctively recalled what he had said. Surely a warrior's approach would differ from that of a mage. Who knows, maybe my ultimate flame is better. The Tower Master chuckled and said, That's interesting. Very interesting. So, do you want to place a bet? The deadline is 2 years from now. Is it yours or the Demon Tower's? Let's see whose ultimate fire is stronger, he said happily. As I promised, the ultimate flame of the Sun Tower. Junshu couldn't hold back and quickly ran to the Tower Master's side, laughing heartily. I didn't expect us to achieve the long-cherished goal of the Demon Tower so quickly. You forced a smile. Congratulations on completing it. Then he thought to himself, a bet is still a bet. If I lose here, Junshu, what are we betting on? The Tower Master angrily replies, If you win, I will give you what you want. He smiled and added, But if I win, you have to join the Demon Tower security team. Just thinking about it makes Junu feel powerless. I will be a slave to capitalism for life. The Tower Master raised an eyebrow and said that once you see it for yourself, you'll have to admit your defeat. Why not just admit it now? Junshu said, Tower Master, you must remember that our bet is to see whose flame is stronger. He was stunned. What? So Shu shivered and replied, Yes, I think I'm ready. Then he said, Sorry, but shall we compare them now? The 2 of them quickly arrived at the place holding the ultimate flame of the Sun Tower. Meanwhile, everyone was talking. Can an ordinary warrior really achieve the ultimate flame? Probably just pulling out some kind of useless magic again. I really don't understand why the Tower Master cares about him. Mi-Ung-Seok thinks differently. He is the one who has opened a completely new perspective for our Magic Tower's techniques. He doesn't need to lie. He is different. At the same time, the Tower Master saw the flame on his finger flicker and asked, Is that your ultimate flame? Junshu explained, To be precise, it's not really. I accidentally produced a slightly different result. He grumbles, Yeah, it seems so. A tiny flame like that can't be the ultimate. Exactly, because this is the supreme flame you created in your own way. Before coming here, Junu combined 6 hard-to-collect ingredients. And you obtained Dark Fire when you ascended to level 2. You received Solar Fire when helping the mage control it. You received the Fire Flame when you learned how to remove the demon chains. The Dragon King's Fire was obtained after defeating the Golden Dragon of Heavenly Fire given by the Guy Goddess. And the Chaotic Fire was obtained when fighting the Zombie Dragon with attributes of Black Fire, Solar Fire, Flame, Heavenly Fire, Chaos Fire, Dragon King Fire, and Runu, creating a blaze powerful enough to burn away all the Dark Fire purification rituals of the female city. You said, If I remember correctly, your ultimate flame is even more powerful than the solar cannon. You pursue destructive power and casting speed suitable for real combat, right? The Tower Master replied, "That's correct. But my ultimate fire is different. I have reduced its power and the mana required to the minimum." He frowned. "So start explaining." "The power of the Supreme Flame will increase as I pour more mana into it when that happens." Junshu smiled cunningly and said, "This small flame can rival your Supreme Flame." The Tower Master, upon hearing this, seemed unable to believe it. "Let's see." He began to channel energy to activate it. "Look carefully. This is it." The Sun Tower Master quickly confirms the dominance of the ultimate fire. He slightly curves his lips. "For someone like you, this is probably too much to handle, so I think you should give up." Suddenly, the Tower Master's eyes widened in shock as he witnessed the scene before him. He looked around and saw only fire. "What?" The Tower Master was stunned. "No way! How could just a small flame cause this much damage?" He suddenly realized everything had gone off course and immediately ordered to stop. As soon as the flames pierced inside, the Tower Master's voice grew increasingly urgent. "You can stop now!" Just as Junshu halted, the surrounding heat still hadn't fully subsided. The system reports the stats of the Sun Tower's ultimate fire. Damage 290, range 78, mana cost 20, casting time 11, difficulty 33, total 441. At the same time, it reports your ultimate fire's stats. Destructive power 300, range 100, mana cost 100, casting time 100, difficulty 200, total 800. Junshu raised his eyebrows towards the Tower Master, hitting the mark. Then he confirmed this was indeed my ultimate flame. On this side, they seemed to find it hard to believe too. "No way, it's 800 points," he said in disbelief. "I can't believe it. You created such an amazing flame? How could you create something like that?" Junshu felt a bit guilty hearing that. "I just copied it." He casually said, "If you like, I can tell you how so the Sun Tower's ultimate flame will become even more perfect." The Tower Master was excited. "Really? Thank you so much, Super Kim. You're truly a good person." Junshu suddenly made a condition, saying, "But since I already won earlier, you must fulfill my request." He immediately reverted to his previous admiring demeanor. "All right, go ahead and tell me what you want." "I want to form a blood alliance with the Sun Tower and the others who can fight against the bishop." Not long after, the sky began to rain. Junshu returned in a cheerful mood. "All right, so you've been secretly planning. Now I have 2 allies fighting against the bishop. Everything is proceeding as planned." Junshu hesitated for a moment, but everything was going too smoothly. The notification sound rang out just in time. "You have received a file from Song Hyun Johan of the Kumo Corporation. Do you want to open it?" You couldn't help but be surprised when you saw that. Chairman Zong? Junu immediately presses the open button. Has she already found out who is behind the Black Society? A series of folders quickly appeared before him with the words "Top Secret Black Report" on top, leaving Junu confused. A top secret file. Right now, a series of questions are running through your mind. What the hell is this? Soon after, another mysterious message appeared addressed to Commander Jom, and lightning streaked across the sky, signaling that something terrible was about to happen. Junu wondered at the same time why the name of the Eastern General was here. He pondered. "Jom, the Eastern Army is sponsoring the black magic research of the Dark Guild." Junshu fell silent, perhaps not because of the general. He quietly guessed that he was not the type to humble himself to that extent. So a little later, Jom's voice suddenly rang out. "Who is it?" he shouted. "Who dares to commit such an insult by playing with porridge like this?" General Junshu explained, "I am an outsider, so I do not want to interfere in the internal affairs of the army. But the Eastern Army is now nothing more than a potential terrorist organization." Jinzu Du-hyung. Du witnessed the scene before him and fell silent. Dungdu at this moment also dares not make a sound. Jom asked, "Are any of the division commanders aware of this beforehand?" After a while, seeing no one respond, he became angry. "Why aren't you answering?" Jom sternly asked, "Could it be one of you who did this?" She quickly explained, "That's impossible. We would never do such things." Dungdu suddenly spoke up. "Father," he immediately bowed his head and admitted it was my fault. In fact, the Eastern Army has often been involved in similar incidents like this. He was surprised and couldn't help but wonder what was going on. Dungdu explains that to transform our bodies into an optimal form for the Black Lake Sword technique, we have longed for magic. I frowned. "And you are telling me that this is the right thing to do?" He insists it is not, that it is a shameful act. Now looking back, I realize it was all just meaningless vanity. "Father, all of this is my fault as the eldest son. Father, please punish me accordingly. In general, as the commander of the 1st Division, I have a request." He said, "Please eradicate the root of the illegal activities and black magic spreading throughout our army." Jinzu and Dungdu were stunned. Jom rubbed his temple and said, "All right, of course." He then said, "Superman Kim, no. From now on, I have to call you Swordsman." "Yes, sir." Jom said, "I want to carry out the highest level inspection across the entire Eastern Army." He asked, "Will you take primary responsibility for this comprehensive investigation?" Junshu hesitated. Me? Then wondered why I should get involved in someone else's family affairs like this. Knight, you see, I have many children, but I can't trust anyone else with this important responsibility. I officially appoint you to the position of Honorary Inspector General and Honorary Major General. John places all his trust in you. What do you think? Will you accept our request? Junshu suddenly remembered. Wait a minute, this is another opportunity to join forces. You immediately smile and accept. If you trust me with this position, I will do my best. Sir, a few days later at the G Chief Inspector's office, Junu asked how the investigation into the underground demon tower in Nog was progressing. The answer confirmed that his suspicion was completely correct. That's why they illegally captured monsters and magical beasts, Junshu realized. I've been wondering why the Eastern Military Research Fund was leaked. I asked further, what about the Southern Gang? Teach Quien replied, they also run an illegal monster arena for mutated creatures. Junshu nodded. Just as expected, all the pieces are coming together. He added, they run an illegal monster arena where humans and monsters slaughter each other for entertainment. It's a crazy and dangerous idea. He suddenly wondered, how do you know all this? Junu explains, so the superhumans are warriors using dark magic to increase their power. I already know what's going on here. His eyes suddenly darkened, and as he recalled the events from the game's story, he knew exactly where to go next. Junu began to reminisce. For the past few days, I've stayed up all night reviewing all the secret documents and budget plans of the Eastern Army. I looked at the demon equipment features, trusted my intuition, observed the night, understood clearly, focused, and made a guess. And thanks to those incredible abilities, I was able to narrow down the search to just a few key clues. Junu, busy reviewing the information, had already gathered all the evidence of the illegal activities related to the budgets. You just need to analyze what remains and find out who is behind it all. Junsu thinks that the researchers, or rather the ones who approved all of this. You see a research file on the impact of real combat in the arena on level ups and can't help but be surprised. Suddenly, these people are interrupted by a strange object appearing in midair. It suddenly exploded in the night, and the dust inside instantly dispersed, revealing familiar figures. Jindo asked if he was dead yet. We have to go back before father finds out. Hi, Ungdu responds, obeying his sister's command. Suddenly, they notice something unusual, and as she looks at the person sitting right in front of her, she is struck with shock. How? Junshu slightly smirked. What's wrong? You think I would really die just because of a bomb? Jinzu Du heard that and immediately shouted, you little brat, you're full of energy. I figured it out too. I bet you were pretty scared when the Break Z's army's secret base was destroyed, huh? She immediately ordered, Division Commander, 3rd Division, attack together and end this quickly. He responded accordingly. Jindu grew more and more annoyed and said in a low voice, you should have kept quiet. They both charged at him simultaneously. Let me show you that there is always a higher mountain. You raise an eyebrow and say, there's always a higher mountain? As Junshu defends against their attacks, he adds, you've jumped straight into the tiger's mouth. He observed and evaluated. Indeed, the fierce attacks from the two tigers felt truly different. Junshu analyzes that both masters of the White Tiger swordsmanship are aiming directly at his vital points. He fully senses the strength of his opponents, especially Jinzu, who is extremely treacherous and ruthless. Everything around them is becoming more and more chaotic. Junu continues to face off against the two of them. As soon as she pointed her sword at him, he quickly blocked it and a massive explosion suddenly erupted at that very moment. Jinsu-du quickly realizes the enemy's plan and orders the pursuit. Hai Ongdu obeys the command. The two of them immediately use their destructive techniques without hesitation. Junshu stopped to observe the two white tigers. You think that's enough? He still insists confidently. It's just for show, he's only at level 7. The sounds of metal clashing continued, and then everything turned into a dangerous sea of red. Jindu, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but furrow his brow. What the hell? Junu slightly curled his lips. Just level 7? That's right. But I use Nephilim's sword trait, Kalarachi Fire Spirit Sword Technique, the sword technique of Tho's spiritual cultivation, then sneered. I'm not an ordinary level 7 superhuman. I'm a Kim warrior. Junshu charges forward fiercely. If you dare destroy the evidence, you will pay the price. Everything here has almost turned into chaos. The continuous thunderous explosions echoed through the sky, and the sword aura was the purest embodiment of power. Hai Ongdu was overwhelmed by your strength and immediately retreated. That is the soul of an extraordinary superhuman who has broken all their limits. A fierce shock runs along the blade. Usually, recoil would make the wielder hesitate, but the Fire Spirit Sword Technique is completely different. Its unique traits, the Fire Spirit Sword Technique, the Black Tiger Sword Technique, and the Sword's Owner, all utilize both explosions and recoil to accelerate. Hai Ongdu angrily charges forward. How dare you! The movement becomes more instinctive than ever, as if seeing through the future. With a powerful strike, your sword will tear through the entire battlefield. Jindu, despite his severe injuries, continues to fight. I will kill you. Junshu sneered, do you really abandon the honor you once valued so much? She charged forward like a beast, arrogant fool. Jindo begins to unleash her power. I will show you the strength I have gained through dark magic. He suddenly remembered the wounds from fighting monsters and silently confirmed that enough evidence had been gathered. The culprit was clear and no more proof was needed. As soon as that thought finished, she rushed forward. This is my Black Tiger sword technique. The two powers quickly clash, and suddenly Jindu has a bad premonition, freezing in place. No way! How can someone like you execute the Black Tiger sword technique so perfectly? Junshu sneered. Isn't it obvious? You brandished your swordsmanship and decisively counterattacked because I, Junshu, sincerely affirm the true owner of the Black Tiger sword. The system notification sound rang out simultaneously, listing the equipped traits: White Tiger sword technique, Black Tiger fierce fang, Black Tiger thunderstrike, Black Tiger heaven slash, Black Tiger shadow, and Black Tiger radiant sword. Soon after, he returned to Jom's side. He praised you for doing very well. Thanks to you, the discipline of the Eastern Army has been restored. Junshu asked, what about those involved in illegal activities? John concluded that he personally punished them, but suddenly turned and asked, what do you want to do? The boy honestly replied, they are your people, so I am very cautious when I say this. But Junu looked at Jom with a determined gaze and said, I believe they should be severely punished according to French military law for ambushing us at night and trying to destroy evidence. He sighed and said, I wish I had a son like you. Even my own flesh and blood I can't control. Life is truly short. I feel like I have wasted an entire lifetime. That's not true, Commander. Without you, Korea would have disappeared during World War II. In the game, the country is fully protected by resistance, not by the victory of the Allies. Junshu thought, not to mention Commander Feng Dong also made great contributions during the Korean War, and he bowed solemnly, please don't forget. You remind us that we are living under your legacy. You're blatantly flattering me to get a reward, aren't you? Junshu said with an embarrassed smile. Does it look like that? Yang asked. All right, close your eyes and stand still. You start guessing, not knowing what he will give you. A moment later he spoke, the thing I am about to give you is all of me, the Eastern Legion. Junshu suddenly realizes that he must have taken it already, and immediately confirmed Sensin's strongest trait, which contains the entire life of the heroic Legion commander. Junu begins to feel them. The flow of mana is so powerful and fierce, it feels like it's being injected directly into his body. John suddenly coughs. It seems the transfer went smoothly. Junshu, the Legion commander, anxiously asks, why did you go this far for me? He replied, I was going to give it to someone else, but you won't be able to use it yet. Jom said, only when you reach level 8 can you awaken this power. Junshu hesitated. Thank you, truly, I don't even know how to repay you properly. He said, the only condition I have is that you become a star. I hear people are calling that the strongest on Earth right now. Then Jom added, reach level 9. That will be enough to honor my sacrifice. Not long after, Junu also returned. He remembered earlier and couldn't help feeling uneasy. The Legion commander was supposed to die in a few years, but because he transferred mana to himself, that moment would come sooner. Junshu hesitated, wondering if he could reach level 9 within a year. After a while, he answered the phone. Yes, Chairman X, sir. Thanks to you, I managed to resolve the issue with the Eastern Army. Hey, Y interrupted. Have you seen the news yet? Swordsman Runshu frowned. News? Breaking news, a zombie outbreak has occurred in multiple locations across Brazil. Hundreds of people have been reported injured so far. Meanwhile, the Brazilian government is responding. You find it hard to believe there's a zombie outbreak. I thought I had dealt with that after destroying the Black Panther cult, right? Junu guessed. Could it be that after failing in Seun, they continued their plan in Brazil? Too Long is dead. Then why? She said the location found while following the clues matches the place where the zombie outbreak is happening. You asked, and where is that? Highwide quickly replied, Sao Paulo. Does anything come to mind? Junshu said, yes, I will fly there immediately and clarify. Sao Paulo, that is where the lost divine power of the Black Panther resides, and also where the gentle god, Poka, rules. He took his thoughts with him and headed there, knowing their goal was to seize the divine position of Poka. Junu silently confirmed that by resurrecting the Yulin army not long after, he had already arrived in Brazil. Junu stands right in front of the Sao Paulo Grand Cathedral. The Black Panther's cult caused the zombie outbreak in Seun to create a large number of corpses. You think to yourself that if the Mama Makila sect doesn't intervene in time, Poka's divinity will be stolen and the Black Panther will be resurrected. I can't let things go according to the Saintess's plan. Junshu quickly entered the Grand Temple. It's an honor to meet you. The clan leader happily replied, I am also honored to meet you again. Swordmaster, I heard that you visited the Great Danger last time. My brothers from the Great Danger branch said they saw it with their own eyes. I smiled and said, yes, I should have come to greet the Demon Legion fighting on the front lines of the Great Danger. As soon as I finished speaking, Runshu immediately bowed his head. I was late because I was too busy. Please forgive me. The clan leader waved his hand. It's nothing. We are just doing what is right as representatives of the moon. When the great chaos threatens to spill over, the demon sect will send a saint to hold back the alien creatures, just like the Alliance Guardians guarding the Great Maze. Suddenly he asked, what would make someone as busy as you come here? Junshu politely replied, I have an urgent matter to discuss with you regarding the Black Panther sect. The clan leader didn't seem surprised when he heard that. It's no wonder the Black Panther sect isn't shocked by this either. Of course he would be shocked. They've been threatening the god Poka for a long time. Junshu got straight to the point, saying, Recently, I've gathered some information. Do you think it's related to the current zombie outbreak? Yes, I suspect they are trying to take the form of the Spirit King here. The clan leader raised his voice. What? What are you talking about? This is the city where the gods reign, right? A group of ordinary spirit hunters nervously presented evidence, saying, Look at this. Which you also add. It will help you understand what I'm saying. He hesitated, but still said, We will consider this, but we can't fully trust the words of an outsider. Junshu smiled politely and said, I hope you will reconsider once more while thinking, why should I beg to help a country I don't even live in? Of course, from their perspective, it's not easy to believe. The god here, Poka, is still immature, so they haven't perceived any threat. He understood that what he was saying might sound very strange. But very soon after, the clan leader bowed his head and said, I'm sorry, but I don't think I can get involved in disturbing our gods. I wish you a safe journey. Junshu was politely asked to leave and quickly exited the great holy temple. He helplessly brushed his hair back and muttered, Everything is over now. The next day, the sun gradually rose. Junshu walks around helplessly. Without the support of the Mamamakila sect, finding the location of the Spirit King would be extremely difficult. Do I have to wait for another zombie outbreak to happen? I can't think of any feasible plan. Suddenly a voice rang out. Are you here? The saintess slowly approached. This is our third meeting. Is that right? The savior. You think to yourself, the holy maiden of the elder church is the mastermind behind everything, yet she dares to appear so brazenly. Junshu approaches and greets her. You're really busy, aren't you? Traveling all the way to Brazil, she shrugged and said, Yes, I didn't expect to have to come to Brazil either. Then the saintess lowered her voice, all thanks to someone standing right in front of me. He uses his equipment's abilities to observe and grits his teeth. An 8th level saintess, I can't defeat her. Junshu analyzed that at a lower level, I could beat a superhuman 1 level above me, but level 8 is an extraordinary realm beyond humanity, which is impossible. She sneered and asked, Do you have any questions? I guess it's a lot. The boy immediately ignored the other person's words. No, get away. What's the point of asking? I'll find the answer myself anyway. Just as Junshu was about to open the car door, the saintess suddenly spoke. Then, let me ask you a question. As he turned around, he saw her face had been pressed close to his for some time, and suddenly the scene before him was beyond his imagination. The savior, the saintess asked with a threatening look. You come from a different world, right? She continued. I didn't expect that. I thought the savior also came from another world like me, so I performed the ritual. Hearing that, you couldn't help but feel suspicious. Did she perform the ritual? The saintess asked coldly, Do you not know? Suddenly she said, I was the one who summoned you. I thought the ritual had failed, but it turned out to be more successful than I expected. Junshu immediately retorted, What nonsense are you talking about? The god said that if someone actually summoned me, the summoner would definitely be dead. He suddenly recalled the words of the goddess Jir. It doesn't seem to be her either. If a soul is summoned from another world, the summoner's soul will be severely damaged. It's highly likely that the summoner has already vanished. The saintess gently points at Runshu, and that was the first question. What did I sacrifice? You furrow your brow, wondering if she's offered something else to summon you. Then don't say that Junshu carried suspicion and asked, Could it be that she used her own future as a sacrifice? The holy maiden sneered, Truly the savior. Yes, I have sacrificed my entire future, including this soul. You raise your voice and say, You're truly crazy. Doing that means you'll also lose your chance to reincarnate. She fell into silence. Once this world is destroyed, what's the point of reincarnation? The saintess continued. So you keep being worn down through endless cycles and become fertilizer for the universe. Wouldn't it be better if this existence was used for something meaningful? Her face suddenly changed expression. Are you saying it's the time I chose? So you're the savior then? I ask you, don't wander aimlessly anymore. Dedicate your body and soul to the bishop. Junshu shouted, Why do you have to go this far? The bishop can no longer be perfectly resurrected, she interrupted. I know. And then she continued. But all plans must change according to the situation. A small world is only worthy of a small god. Do you think so? Junshu frowned. Don't tell me you mean a benevolent god. The saintess cheerfully replied. That's right, she added. The bishop will descend in the form of a benevolent god. He will reincarnate from generation to generation to protect this world. The saintess said that by then, all the disasters foretold by the seers would be completely eradicated. All her thoughts just appeared openly. The saintess's face began to distort. If he gains power by stealing the fate of someone from another world, the bishop will dominate this world. She extends her hand. What are you saying? Come with me and offer that body as well as your soul to save the world. The saintess reached out and placed her hand on your face, our holy and great savior. Just as her hand was about to touch your temple, Junshu decisively pushed it away. He sneered contemptuously. What do you mean? Saving the world by sacrificing yourself? In this world, where you have no family or friends, you have found the people you want to protect. Of course, Juno is willing to sacrifice his life to fight for them. He immediately raises a friendly finger and says, "Get lost, but I'm not a fool. There's no reason for me to sacrifice myself unilaterally." The young lady sneers, "You're truly disappointing. Do you dare abandon the greater good just to save your own life?" What does it matter what I say? To me, whether it's a dying world ravaged by disaster or a world turned into a farm under a supreme being, they're all just disasters. It's a pity, isn't it? If only you had kept your original memories instead of those of this world. Maybe we could have understood each other better. Junshu heard these words and frowned. What? What original memories are you talking about? She didn't answer and quickly disappeared. Then see you again. Goodbye. Hey, wait a moment before you go. Before leaving, the saintess also said, "May the blessing of the Lord Almighty be fully upon the Savior." Junshu angrily wondered what the saintess had just said before disappearing again. Suddenly a warning bell rang inside the great holy temple, immediately ordering all forces to gather and protect Lord Posa. "Hey, what's going on here? Are you a civilian? Hurry and evacuate. Then explain that the zombie soldiers are flooding the town." Junshu quietly confirms that the Ghost King has finally appeared, and he quickly rushes into battle. At this moment, the Ghost King has not yet reached level 9, so Junshu only takes a few steps before encountering him. The Ghost King softly said, "So it was you the human that Black Report mentioned." He sneered, "Perfect. If I reshape your body and devour that soul, my power will be fully restored." Hearing this, you couldn't help but feel dissatisfied. "Really? Do I look that easy to swallow?" The Shadow King scoffed, saying, "Leave the crown to me, and I won't torment your soul." Junshu charged forward without hesitation, unleashing a powerful strike. "Go ahead and try. I will start transforming into the giant." He calmly swung his sword at the defeated opponent. The boy quickly analyzed that the Shadow King is a being who is both a warrior and a mage, as well as a priest. Junshu guesses that, although he hasn't fully regained his strength, he's already at about level 7.5 years. Thinking this, he simultaneously activates 3 traits: Giant's Power, Diamond Form, and Invincibility. Junshu also thought that even Bill, considered one of the 3 main pillars, couldn't match his physical strength. Should I try using the old tiger's power? Juno suddenly remembered the moment Dion bestowed the power attribute on him. What he is about to give you is all of me in the Eastern Army. Juno quickly retracted his thoughts. No, using something incomplete that I haven't mastered yet would be too dangerous. Looks like I have to fight properly now. You are starting to use the Holy Power equipped trait. Holy Light, Aura, Healing Hand, Miraculous Magic, Halo Ring. Among my survival traits, Jur's Healing Hand, Kaylee's Miraculous Magic, and the Halo Ring are added. Juno thought this was the strongest move he could use against the zombies, and he would dominate the power of death with divine strength. Without hesitation, he immediately activated the Holy Knight trait bestowed upon him. Jungsu's relentless attacks made the Ghost King exclaim, "That's impressive!" He immediately counterattacked. The Ghost King fought back while speaking. "Really impressive. You didn't react much when you heard that and kept persevering." He suddenly burst into loud laughter and said, "But all of it is meaningless to me." Activating the effect to weaken the equipped attributes being removed. Holy Power has been removed, Holy Light has been removed, Aura has been removed, Healing Hands have been removed, Miraculous Magic has been removed. Junshu thought, this is the unique trait of the Lord of Shadows, Heaven's Reversal. That thought just crossed his mind, and he slightly lifted the corner of his mouth. No problem. Juno observes that if he has to use this move, it means he's already taken enough damage from Holy Power. He mutters, "Alright, the preparation phase is complete." And now, the next trait is Juno using the equipment trait of a giant, a spiritual mage, a combat-ready Holy Knight, and Thunderbolt Resonance. The Shadow King suddenly felt that something was off. The all-powerful being suddenly shouted, "You deserve to become my prey." Then the Ghost King summoned and said, "Give me your name." His voice echoed everywhere. "Black Crow, listen to my command." Junshu simultaneously activates magic resistance, invincibility, diamond form, and immortality. The Holy Knight was knighted, then slaughtered, and thought to himself that a massive area spell would require sacrificing an entire army of zombies to activate. It hurts, but it's the rule you have to endure if you want to defeat the Shadow King. The more you look around, the more anxious you become. If you don't deal with the monsters now, he will use resurrection magic to fully revive them. These resurrection attempts are too much. Jun follows the purple light into the darkness. Phase 1 is finished. I will end it before the Ma King's inverted heaven cooldown is complete. He begins to focus on counterattacking, activating the traits gained from near-death frantic and furious moments. Juno unleashes a 3-stack berserk combo with the Fire Spirit Swordsmanship, Kalara Sword of Nephilim, fighting against 10,000 furious and enraged enemies. You face the attack fearlessly, and the Ghost King, seeing Junshu's bravery, praises him. "You're quite interesting. Let's see how long you can endure," he said confidently. "There's no chance." The King of Shadows surrounds Junshu, and once caught, there's no way out for you. Suddenly, he breaks free, catching him off guard. The Ghost Hand skill controls and forces the opponent to stay fixed. I can use mana to deal with it. The Ghost King seems to sense something. That's strange. He asked curiously, how do you know so much about me? Junshu calmly replied, well, I've killed you about 100 times in the game, so I guess I've got this down pat. He clenched his weapon tightly. All right, now take the lightning-filled hammer and move forward. It's time to unleash the damage. Junshu launches a combo attack on the Shadow King's body. You gather your strength and decisively throw him far away. That strike leaves a long, deep scar on the ground. Duex looks at his hand. Longtham thinks, he's holding out better than I thought. The side effects of the Frenzy Eye are starting to show. The Chaos Magic has appeared. Veins and nerves are being destroyed. Just a little more. Just a little more. Still refusing to surrender, the Shadow King gathers his spiritual power in his chest and says in a stern voice, truly impressive, truly remarkable, the all-powerful one. But now you look truly pathetic because the price of perfect perfection is an unimaginable burden. Right in the middle of the chest, the source of power erupts fiercely. He roars, I have to accept some loss too. Seeing this, he smirked and thought to himself, finally it has entered the final stage. From the Shadow King's body, a swirling vortex encircles him. Watching this, Run Shu quietly assesses the Shadow King's wide-range destruction technique, a fierce gale powerful enough to paralyze ordinary people and stop their hearts in just 0.1 seconds. But that also means you've revealed your weakness. A series of equipped traits appeared as Junu pushed himself to run forward. Equipment traits, magic resistance, invincibility, diamond form, immortality, Holy Knight bestowed with the title of no attack. He evaluated himself amidst the aftermath of his frenzy and the weakening effects from the Ghost King. Even with the supportive traits, his body was gradually reaching its limit. Gripping his sword tightly, Junshu silently resolved that he must end this quickly. The Ghost King sneered and shouted, "You idiot! Enduring won't help at all." As he spoke, he unleashed a deadly aura of spiritual power across the space, both resisting you and thinking, once again, about the rebellious heaven. At this moment, Junshu's mouth was full of blood. He clenched his teeth and cursed under his breath. Damn it, if his trait disappears now, the pain will... Facing the overwhelming pressure, Junshu still tried to keep his balance and endure. Seeing that scene, the Shadow King praised evenly. Indeed, impressive, you are the best among the heroes I have ever met. But that hero's story ends here. After finishing, he raised his sword high, unleashing a powerful aura, then shouted, "Die." For a long time, the space was filled with thick smoke and fell silent. Junshu, full of confidence, steps out wearing a fur cloak and says, "You let your guard down. Ghost King?" Hearing that, he shouts, 9 golden feathers. Without much words, he struck the Shadow King, causing him to fall backward, and he confidently said, "You know this well. The effect of it is immortality." Junshu begins to use equipment with different properties. Fire Spirit Sword Technique, Kalera Sword, Nephalim Sword, the Owner, Spirit Swordsmanship, the Holy Knight bestowed with the title. That strike drove the Ghost King's sword straight into the ground. Seizing the opportunity, you leap high, preparing a surprise attack and confidently say, "It's over." Immediately, Junshu delivered a fatal strike to his chest. The Shadow King's heart was pierced easily by the sword aura. Unyielding, he struggled and called out to Ladat Thon, "I can't die like this." The sharp-clawed hand of the Ghost King immediately pierced into Runshu's stomach, leaving him unable to defend. He lifted Runshu high into the air and ruthlessly declared, "I must go to death with you." At this moment, he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Longtham blamed himself for his mistake. His body was breaking apart, and he couldn't escape. In that moment, Runshu's eyes grew heavy as he thought despondently, "Am I going to die? Everything in this world is slipping away from me." Suddenly, a flash of light burst through the darkness. He vaguely reminded himself, "No, not yet, not yet." The system notification, a life-saving trait narrowly activated, nullified a fatal blow and restored HP. The next day, Junu groggily woke up in the hospital bed seeing that you were awake. Someone asked, "Are you awake now?" Looking out into the space outside, Junshu muttered, "Where am I?" "This is a hospital in Paulo Village, under the jurisdiction of the Makila Church." Then he looked back at the Grand Chieftain and said, "So that's why the Archbishop appeared here." He replied, "We were really worried because you wouldn't wake up. I thought the hero and savior of Paulo and the Holy Knight had already gone back. You're too kind." Inside, I was screaming, "Please don't call me the savior anymore." The clan leader said, "We brought the broken holy sword here, and it was our techniques that healed you. Do you still feel unwell anywhere?" Junshu replied, "Yes, I'm fine. But did you see my equipment?" He replied, "We have placed it in the secure vault along with the Ghost King's gear." Hearing this, a look of delight appeared on his face as he muttered, "Huh? The Ghost King's stuff? Just in time for the sale." The clan leader suddenly bowed respectfully and said, "Last time we were too rude. Why did we ignore your warning?" Run waved his hand and said, "No. He appeared earlier than I expected." He continued, "Even if he tries to respond, it will be extremely difficult." He handed over a box and said, "Thank you very much. Although it's small, it's my token of gratitude." When I opened it and saw the 2 vials of divine medicine, Runshu exclaimed, "Divine medicine? But deep down you already have some disdain. It's really small. I did save those gods after all. And here it is. After checking your files, we found the source of the zombie outbreak." While Juno held it with a puzzled look, he explained, "That is the data we collected after clearing out the Black Society's base in Sao Paulo. Whether you need it or not, I hope it will help you. Holy Sword." Thinking of the Black Report Society, he silently guessed that if we had destroyed their headquarters, there would definitely be evidence of the Bishop Society here. Junshu clenched it tightly in his hand, tears of happiness streaming down his face as he thought. Chapter 2 suffering, pain, and exhaustion have truly ended. Suddenly, the clan leader asked the Sword Saint after you recovered if we should go to the Great Holy Temple again. That person wants to meet you, and a little later, you will arrive at the person's place who will introduce themselves upon seeing you, saying they are very pleased to meet you. I am Poca, the living god of Brazil. Hello? I am Super Soldier Kim Chien level 7. I'm sure you were very worried. Poca softly said, "Yes, but now it's okay because I have escaped death." Hearing that, he exclaimed, "Death?" He spoke seriously. "My fate was always to die, kidnapped and tortured by the Black Society, and those you know, I was destined to be captured, tortured, and executed. Why do you bring this up now? My heart feels heavy, thinking that I once believed you were too young to see the future." Poa looked at you with a sad expression and said, "Even if his background is lacking, I can vaguely predict my future, but fate has changed." He stepped in front of Juno and continued in a deep voice. The moment he pierced through the Shadow King's chest, then Poca and the soldiers all bowed their heads in gratitude and said, "The Holy Knight is also the Holy Sword of the East. Not only Sao Paulo, but he has saved us all." Hearing this, my lips trembled. Juno also couldn't believe it and said, "I don't know if I saved a god." He quietly thought that there was a certain difference between the game and reality. Is this the butterfly effect? Poca bowed solemnly and said, "I have high expectations for you. Sometimes in this world there are entities with such immense power that they can change the fate of a god." He gestures toward Juno and continues, "The ones humans call destroyers of heaven or fate breakers." And then Poca smiles and whispers to him, "You, from another world, are one of the most special among them." Hearing this, Junshu was stunned for a moment, then regained his composure, placed his hand on his chest, and replied, "Thank you for your recognition." Poa said, "Not only that, from now on the Mama Makila Guild will always stand by your side. Holy Sword, so you should be the Holy Knight of our guild. Become the commander of our crusade." Hearing that, he silently thought, "Really? You're really going all out," Junshu said with a mischievous smile. "Do you have such incredible power but no sense of responsibility? In my heart, I silently thank you. I will act very carefully because I know you entrusted me with this important task, because you trust me. But now is more important." Then Junshu spoke. "Poa, I have something to ask of you," Poca replied cheerfully. "Please be so kind." With a serious expression, Juno states that he needs Poca's blood, the god of volcanoes and his brother Yeso. The wind god ascends to level 8 in front of Poca's attentive gaze. "May I take your blood?" he quickly replied, "Very willing." The scene shifts to a vast area, and seeing the airplane, Junshu exclaims excitedly, "Is it a supersonic jet?" "Can't hide my excitement," I asked with my mouth wide open. "Is there more than just gifts for me?" The clan leader calmly replied, "That is my personal gift, and this one is from the entire guild, so feel free to accept it." Junshu pressed his face against the pristine glass of the plane and muttered, "A regular plane already costs hundreds of billions, and this is a fighter jet?" Long silently thought, that demon society really is incredibly wealthy. Unable to wait any longer, he immediately flew it up high and looked outside, marveling, "Wow, look how sparkling it is." Runshu's eyes sparkled with excitement as he exclaimed, "This really fulfills my dream." Looking at the button on the plane, Runshu muttered, "It will use all the firepower, right?" The system prompts with a question. "Are you sure you want to keep flying at maximum speed?" Do I even need to ask? Take off, and the super-fast plane soars through the clear blue sky. The number displayed on the speedometer now is quite high. Looking at it, Junshu marvels. 5,000 kilometers per hour? This speed is truly insane. Sitting inside, he happily said, "This is even faster than a car. With this speed, I'll reach my destination soon." The system asked, "Where should I go, Master?" "We are heading to the North Pole." The map on the screen displayed clearly along with the sound of machinery. The location was set, destination the Arctic. The time was being calculated, Runshu muttered. "I have gathered enough evidence and allies. Now it's time for the final preparations to face the Saintess." Seeing the image of the giant bird from the other world makes Runshu even more excited. It's time to hunt down those alien creatures. Flying over the icy land of the other world, Runshu hummed softly. "Even in a snowstorm, it's no problem. I can go anywhere." He leaned back comfortably and sighed. That was so satisfying, but I still have a lot to prepare before reaching level 8. Remembering the battles I fought in the past, Junshu said, "Chapter 2 is completely over." But then the wicked smile of the Saintess appeared. I am determined to say there is still one more chapter to deal with the Saintess. Imagining this battle as a fiery one, Junshu muttered to himself, "The fight with the Holy Church will happen soon." His eyes sharpened as he thought, I've gathered enough allies, but I still can't be sure I can defeat her. I need to become stronger. Junu remembered that Long once thought reaching level 7 with the energy core of a star child was relatively easy. There was a time he threw his iPad in frustration, shouting that level 9 was even easier by comparison. That crappy game, if you're a hardcore player, you probably don't count as a gamer. You think reaching level 8 really takes a lot of effort and luck. The more I think about it, the more Junshu's face looks cunning. But who am I really? The veteran player has farmed diligently dozens of times, so I have planned every move. After a while, he finally reached the mystical castle. And this is the first path. As Junsu stepped through the door, he was stopped. A cold girl known as the guardian leader Sierra steps forward and speaks. A warrior from afar. She asked softly, "What brought you here?" Seeing Saleria, Junshu quietly thought, in a winter spirit. Now she is the leader of the Guardian Guild, but later she will become the Winter Queen SSR. Then he replied, "The reason I came here is simple. I want to hunt and I need support." Hearing that, she asked, "Is there anything you can't hunt alone?" "Yes, I want to find it." Thinking of the giant bird's figure, Saleria nervously said, "The ruler of the Arctic, the giant beast, the Arctic Emperor." Then she angrily shouted, "Do you understand why it's called that? Our entire Dragon Legion was frozen by its ferocity." Saleria warns, "It's not something you can casually call a hunt." Hearing that, Junu calmly thinks, "Of course I know it's a level 9 boss in the game, so it's naturally strong." Thinking about the eyes of the North Pole Emperor, he confidently muttered, "But now they are only level 8. At this moment, Junshu spoke up, "Yes, I want to cooperate with you." This sentence makes Saleria startle and open her eyes wide. His eyes reveal a cunning look as he silently plans. "If I have an ally, I will have a chance, and I will free the Dragon Legion." Remembering the battlefield in the other world, Junu silently confirms that this is an offer I cannot refuse. The image of Salaria's older brother appears. He silently concludes that the leader of the Dragon Legion, who was captured by the North Pole Emperor, is her brother. Can you really do it? The North Pole Emperor is right there. How can you? Junshu pondered. In the game they were only freed when the demon dragon arrived. As he replied, he took something out of his pocket, but that thing was a beast with an incredibly voracious appetite. So Junshu had a way to wake them up early. He took out a syringe and in a low voice said, "I will use it as bait to sedate the Emperor. Even if only briefly, I will inject top-grade anesthetic here." Seeing that, she asked in confusion, "How did you get this?" Remembering the past, Runshu recounts that one was hunted in Greece. At that time, he had slain a dragon in the nick of time. The other creatures are the gold dragons and the undead dragons defeated at the Great Fissure. Celeria said in a low voice, "The light of life and death as well as the colors of darkness. This much is enough." You suggest, yes, I will train with the Dragon Masters to defeat the North Pole Emperor. But with all the Dragon Legions captured after their defeat by the North Pole Emperor, she said with some doubt and worry, even you won't find it easy. When comparing the North Pole Emperor and the dragon, Junshu assessed that, yes, the North Pole Emperor is basically the dragon's natural enemy. The pressure created by the North Pole Emperor is immense, forcing you to analyze it, especially the Arctic wind it generates in critical moments, which is an extremely powerful skill capable of freezing everything around and healing its wounds. Junu silently thought that was our chance, just like fighting the Shadow King. Then he reassured Celeria, "Don't worry, when the Arctic wind rises and you look out over the icy landscape, that's also when the weakness of the Arctic King is exposed. At this moment, the Arctic Emperor is peacefully sleeping on an ice floe. Just observing," he whispered. "Is the King of the North sleeping?" Celeria replied, "No, he's sunbathing under the ice sun rays. If we get too close, he'll notice." Hearing that, Junshu felt a bit envious and thought, relaxing and basking in the sun so comfortably, then quickly put on his invisibility cloak and said, "I'm leaving now." At this moment, he approached it secretly, contemplating how to combine the effects of the invisibility cloak and his theft abilities. Junshu carefully set down his tools, quietly taking them out while thinking to himself that he's blocked all the mana so it won't notice. Suddenly, the nearby dragon's head made a loud noise, startling him and widening his eyes. The North Pole Emperor suddenly jolted awake. Seeing it looking around nervously, Junshu immediately uses his feigned death skill and mutters, "That was close. Back then I trembled and judged that this feigned death ability can cancel all anger, so it's over." As expected of a tough alien monster, it suddenly opened its mouth and devoured the food with a ravenous hunger. Seeing that, Run-X muttered, "This bird brain should have been suspicious when the food suddenly appeared, but it still eats so happily." Seeing it eat so happily, he thought it must be because after decades it was finally able to taste dragon meat again. Immediately, a wave of deadly aura spread throughout the space. The Arctic King immediately plummeted down. This scene secretly made Junu happy. Success, if there's an easy way to kill it like this, that would be great. Then he quickly called Celeria and said, All right, come up here. When she approached, he immediately said, Brother, but Juno has stopped them. Step back a little. I will wake them up right now. He used a high-level dark fire skill, and his hand immediately burst into magical flames. Due to the heat, the ice blocks began to melt. At this moment, Celeria's brother sat up, holding his head in confusion and asking, What's going on? Seeing this, Hot High ran over and called out. He saw Celeria and shouted out. Celeria gently extended her hand. They embraced each other tightly after a long time apart, watching from behind. Junshu silently thought that finally he had woken up. The commander of the Dragon Legion. Look at the plan you drew out with the dragons. Let's fight against the North Pole Emperor together with these dragons. Climbing onto the dragon's back, Celeria's brother spoke. Sword, Saint, I've heard Celeria. Thank you. Junshu hurriedly greeted to buy time. The North Pole Emperor is about to wake up. He stepped down and said, Please wait a moment. There is still one dragon not yet awakened. Looking at the frozen dragon, he exclaimed in surprise, Not yet over? The Red Dragon King is still there. I couldn't help but wonder, is there also a fire dragon in the Arctic? This is harder than normal ice. Sword Saint, do you have a way? Hearing that, Junshu smiled cunningly and said, We have to wake it up at all costs. I already have a plan in mind, if I can tame a stray dragon. He then moved closer to the ice seal containing the dragon, glanced back and thought to himself that he already had his own mount before speaking. But I can only awaken its power. Later, Junshu shot a huge flame to break the ice and said, The rest will have to be resolved by itself. Celeria behind him said, No, it's not melting at all. Meanwhile, Juno was exerting all his strength to break the ice while secretly thinking this ice contains a powerful magical force. Then he suddenly shouted to wake up, his dragon eye wide open, and said, Human. The soldiers saw this and became agitated. Did he just use the dragon language? How can a warrior use the dragon language? The mysterious dragon thought, if you don't have enough rank, even a dragon can't use the dragon language. Truly a strange human. Suddenly, a powerful shockwave struck, causing Celeria and his brother to fall. As the Northern Ice Emperor soared through the sky, everyone shouted, Hey, the Northern Ice Emperor has awakened. Celeria shouted orders, Dragon Legion, prepare all. We must stop the ice spears of the North Pole Emperor. Arrows immediately shot toward the North Pole Emperor. At this moment, Junshu stands before the Crimson King and says, I don't have much time, so I'll get straight to the point. The battle with the North Pole Emperor is raging above, while here, he calmly makes a request to the Fire Dragon. We are about to hunt down the one who froze you. Do you want to join us? Hearing that, it growled, I owe you a human life. Sichuan unleashed scorching flames that melted everything, sealing the deal. This scene left the North Pole Emperor stunned in amazement. The Crimson King gathers a source of spiritual power in its mouth and declares, I will melt everything, and unleashes a raging fire like a tornado. Observing this magnificent scene, Runshu secretly feels pleased and says, Truly a supreme power. As I suspected, some might wonder why such a mighty dragon could be defeated by the Ice King. That's because the Crimson King is facing a problem. Suddenly, he looked to one side where the sound of shattered ice was coming from. Now the Red King is whining and crying as shards of ice pierce his skin, hurting my body. It hurts so much, it hurts a lot. Junshu helplessly sighed, Mom, this old dragon is getting senile. Suddenly the North Pole Emperor let out a loud cry. Brother Celeria anxiously said, You must act quickly, Saint Sword. As I threw the food towards the fire dragon, I assessed how to use this dragon. I need to convince it first. Whether adult or child, their nature is the same. Then it shouted, Hold on quickly. After biting the meat, it cheered happily. This meat is so good, Junshu asked. Do you like it that much? Shichifu, wagging his tail, replied, I like meat a lot. Give me more, I can do that. But in return, while Runshu was making a request, you have to help me up there. The Arctic Emperor is aiming directly at him, then suddenly charges down, creating a cloud of dust. When the dust settles, the Emperor is stunned to see no one, only a cracked hole in the ground. Riding on the Sichuan above, Runshu arrogantly calls out. The bird's head looks into the murderous eyes of the North Pole Emperor, and he shouts loudly, It's time for revenge. Junshu begins to use his skills and gains the Dragon Knight trait. He proudly shouts, All Dragon Knights attack! So all the Dragon Knights simultaneously unleash their skills. The Emperor also quickly dodged the training moves. As all the attacks converged, it used an ice shield to defend itself. A soldier shouted, Open your eyes! It's too powerful! At this moment, Junshu commanded the Red King to fly in front of the Emperor. The Red King suddenly became weak, trembling as it said, He's too strong. Calm it down. Trust me, I will give you a lot of meat. For food, Sichuan fiercely spewed flames, and the North Pole Emperor shouted, Meat! Runshu praised, Great fire breathing, but right now sharp ice shards are coming at us. Realizing it, he thought of lightning and the great ice spear magic. Shichifu turned around. Runshu shouted, Don't worry, I will help you break through them. The shards of ice slicing past his face drew blood. Long Tam wondered if with his current stats, stopping all this ice was too much for him. Alright, so Juno has used additional abilities again. All the other Dragon Knights are surrounded by a protective barrier circle, which is the strongest defensive trait of Seonchuanglo and Tianthans. You order the dragon army to advance on the Liberty Code, unleashing a series of attacks directly at the Arctic Emperor, who is struck down. It screams in pain, refusing to surrender. The Emperor begins to gather a source of spiritual power. Seeing this, the soldiers panic and shout, "That's White Spirit Ice! What should we do?" "Could I be trapped in the ice again?" Celeria's brother reassures. "Everyone stay calm, this battle is different from before." He shouted loudly, "We have to trust him." Meanwhile, Junu is facing a wave of pressure emanating from the North Pole Emperor. Long is deep in thought, Bok Lin Bang, the ultimate secret technique of the North Pole Emperor. "If I can endure it, I still have a chance." Junshu analyzed with the earth attribute given to him by the goddess. Along with the equipped abilities, he said he would create the strongest defensive combination he could think of right now. What is this intoxicating light? Without hesitation, Junu immediately uses the land attribute on the Dragon Knights, a layer of light enveloping them. Seeing this, Celeria exclaimed in confusion, "North Pole Emperor, can't you freeze us?" All the Dragon Knights charged towards the Northern Emperor. Faced with this scene, Celeria's brother wondered, is this really how it should be? Is it time to use our knife to skewer the bird then? Junshu, feeling triumphant, said, "So now I'll rely on the Dragon Knight's trait to harness the will of the Crimson Dragon." He reached out and muttered, "Then I will rely on the Dragon Knight's trait to harness the will of the Crimson Dragon," then closed his eyes tightly. When he opened them, a fierce blaze erupted around him, trembling. He shouted, the flames surging like a powerful wave of sound towards the North Pole Emperor. Junshu silently felt the strength within him rising fiercely, as if pouring more fuel onto the blazing fire. "With it, then I will burn you to dust!" he shouted as the flames shot straight into the Emperor's belly, causing him to scream in pain. Finally, I see what is reflected in the Arctic storm, the core of the Arctic King emerging from within the ice. Then, Runshu gathers all his strength and launches a missile that speeds away at maximum velocity. A deafening boom sounded as the missile hit the Arctic Emperor. After the explosion, chunks of ice fell and the sky cleared up again. Celeria exclaimed, "We did it!" She looked up in disbelief and said, "We really killed the ruler of the North Pole." The knights cheer happily. We're free now. Up above, Runshu rides the Crimson King, waving and smiling joyfully. Everyone cheered, "The Ice King's fortress is peaceful again, thanks to this hero." Celeria gratefully said, "Thank you very much. Sir Swordsman, we are grateful to you and truly don't know how to repay this kindness." He cheerfully replied, "It's okay. After all, I had my own purpose for coming here." He silently thought to himself about the demon core of the alien monster. At this moment, Junshu opened the system to check and looked at the newly acquired attribute, muttering to himself about the unique trait of the White North Pole Ice King. Then Junshu turned around and said, "My job is done, I'll take my leave now." Sierra called out, "Wait." She continued, "I don't think the dragons want to see you leave like this. Is there something special you want to do? You suggest that if that's the case, then let me borrow everyone's strength for the upcoming battle." Sierra asked, "A battle?" Thinking of the Sanis, Junu said, "I have a lifelong enemy. If you can help me in that battle, I would be very grateful." Sierra agreed. "Yes, we are happy to help." Suddenly, the voice of the Crimson King echoed out, "Humanity." Hearing that, he turned to look at it and asked, "Are you awake now? How do you feel?" Then the Crimson King kept whining for meat, constantly crying out, "Give me meat, more meat." Junu said, "There should still be some in my bag. I just had an idea. I wonder if I can turn him into a mount." "What? Are you serious?" it said excitedly. "Then I will go with you." "I like meat." Junshu asked, "Can I take the red dragon with me?" Celeria's brother replied, "Raging dragons are not something we can control. They choose their own path. If Shichlong wants to follow you, then all we can do is wish him well." Hearing that, the Crimson King was even more delighted and laughed happily. Then he took out a large piece of meat from his pocket and said, "All right, teammate, feed it now." Junshu just patted his head and said, "Let's go." Watching both of them leave, Celeria softly said, "He will really lead the red dragon." She told her brother, "Surely he didn't use food to lure him, right?" He replied, "Even though he's not conscious right now, he's still the king of the dragons." He added that surely the Crimson King also sensed his potential. While the Crimson King kept shouting about meat, Celeria's brother's voice echoed faintly, the one who can truly become the leader of the dragon army. The scene shifts to night in southern Egypt, and someone shouts, "What the hell is this?" When they look up at the sky and see the Crimson King, everyone screams in panic, "It's a monster!" Seeing that, Runshu looks down and mutters, "Everyone must be panicking a lot. Where can I hide this big guy?" The system now displays a warning. A wave of bone mana is approaching. This is a magic sensor disable zone. It is recommended that you turn back. You chuckle happily and say, "Finally, we're here." The scene shifts to Lake Nasi. Beneath the lake, strange fish look up with wary eyes. This is the dwelling of the river goddess and the frenzied spirits. The deeper you go, the more the system triggers red alerts. Warning, warning, a flow of mana bones is approaching. This is a magic sensor disable zone. Junshu calmly thought, the bone mana flying through the cold bone region. He muttered, "My mana can't be used here?" Looking at the map, Junshu asked, How large is the coverage area of this bone screen? The system responds. Based on satellite images, its range is about 10,000 kilometers. You estimate sound size to be around 600 square kilometers, so its area is comparable to Gyeonggi province. Really? The system asks, what should we do now? Stay calm and reply. If we rush into battle there now, it would be reckless. We will prepare here, where the authorities still have control. Then Junu ordered to go to AD-1 City Hall. The system responded promptly and clearly. I will request approval from the control tower and proceed with the landing. The plane begins to circle amid thick fog. You say that the unpredictable climate change is clearly a result of the goddess of the river's interference. Later, Junu arrived at the AD-1 Egypt City Hall. As he entered the waiting hall, a commanding voice echoed. Greetings, sacred guardian of the divine soul, holy knight of the sword of saints of Asia. Hearing this, Junshu nervously said no. Why go so far just for this? I can't help but feel embarrassed. It seems I've become quite famous. Judging by the eye symbol here, I can tell this is the AD-1 City Hall of Egypt and also the headquarters of the Ozuri Society. He muttered to himself that even though he had informed the airport he was coming here, he didn't expect such a warm welcome. At this moment, a man stepped forward to greet him. You're here, Sword Saint. This is the mayor of AD-1 City in Egypt and also a member of the Osiris Society. He then continues to welcome you to AD-1 Fortress of Egypt. Junshu respectfully replied, thank you for the reception. I'm sure everyone has worked hard to prepare in such a short time. The mayor modestly said, this is just basic hospitality for your visit. Or perhaps you'd like to have a drink first to clear your voice. I'm a bit busy, so let's get straight to the point. Of course, the Holy Knight wouldn't come here without a reason, right? The mayor guessed. I think I can also guess the reason. He continued, so you came here to hunt those fish monsters, right? Hearing that, Junshu let out a sigh. Images of the fish monsters appear. The mayor recounts that after the Osiris Society built the one dam, the native creatures of the river, the true owners of this water body, the mermaids, began to wage war against them. He laughed and said, killing them all will bring enormous benefits. Their body fluids can be extracted to create divine medicines. Although he smiled cruelly on the outside, he secretly thought that the mayor's intentions were too obvious. The more he spoke, the more excited he became about the plan. Once the Sword Saint, who even defeated the Shadow King Red King, personally came here, the evil of the demon god will finally vanish. After hearing this, Junshu quietly deduces that they want him to end this battle while he's only here to gather materials. The beautiful river goddess appears in his mind. You wonder, but there's an 8th level river goddess beneath the lake. How can we deal with that? Let's just go along with their plan for now. After finishing his thoughts, Runshu scratched his head and hesitated before saying, alright, let me handle the fish, but I need one thing. The question is, can I take a large amount of divine herbs? The mayor cheerfully replied, of course our guild will provide them completely free of charge, and then handed Junshu a lantern, asking him to accept this. Seeing it, you asked, isn't this part of the water element? He replied, yes. With this lamp within its reach, the mayor whispered that it would neutralize the entire bone curtain when thinking of Lake Nass Sea. Holding the lamp, he stepped out to an artificial pond created by the one-run X Dam, muttering that it should be nearby. He looked out toward the dense forest in the distance, the mayor's narration echoing in Junu's trembling mind. Because the river goddess is angry, the Egyptian government and the Osiris Society have declared this area dangerous. You think that apart from when holy knights are sent to hunt the river's servants. Found them? The fish growled fiercely at that, and the boy waved his hands and said, calm down, I'm not here to hurt you. In fact, they pose no threat to humans at all. They are just trying to protect their home. Junshu imagines the conversation with the fish. They shout, get out of here. If you obediently leave, I will spare your life. And he says, it sounds pretty threatening too. Long silently decided that words wouldn't work now and then summoned flames in his hand, muttering, but with this, the fish look so fierce and growling, they seem to be shouting at us to get lost. Just wait a little. Junshu drew the fire into the word hello, then said, Thou, I have something to tell you. He casually waved and said, hello, do you know how to read? Seeing that, the fish looked at each other with confusion. This scene made Run think that these fish have a different mouth structure from humans, so this could be considered the beginning of communication. Surprisingly, they formed the letters high on the water's surface, and you shouted in panic before replying. Then the fish burst into delighted laughter, and seeing that, Runshu guessed that they also found this amusing. Wow, maybe this is the first time they've seen a human act friendly towards them. The system notifies Junu that he has acquired the fish language trait, and he happily says, I can now talk to the mermaids. A merman with a muscular build stands up and asks, are we not scary? Seeing its body, you freeze in shock, speechless. Later, Junshu playfully said, there is some bad smell. The mermaid also laughed in response and asked, very well, you are an interesting human. Why did you come to find us? I have nothing to say. I came here to take a drop of the goddess's blood. Hearing that, a mermaid asked again, what did you say? No need to reply. It drew its weapon and shouted, how dare you? The blood of the goddess, you are also a wicked human. Seeing the spear tip ready to strike, Junshu silently understood why they were so cautious. The Holy Knights usually patrol around the river and harm the fish nest, but this is not one of those cases. With quick reflexes, he dodged to the side and also responded. Junshu quickly grabbed its spear tip, holding it tightly in his hand, and calmly said, "Listen to me first." The mermaid's body trembled as she asked, "Why are humans so strong?" While it was grinding its teeth and trembling, Runshu explained, "I didn't come here to ask for blood with empty hands. I will help the goddess regain her sanity." Looking at the vast wall, the mermaid recounted, "It has been 100 years since that cursed concrete wall was built by Ozier's betrayal. How can a human do what all of us have failed at for over 100 years? He hesitated and said, "It's a bit embarrassing to say this, but I plan to beat her until she wakes up." Hearing that, the merfolk angrily grabbed your collar and shouted, "Are you crazy, human?" Listen carefully, the goddess was born as a soul of the river and gained divinity through human worship. That's right, continue. So the goddess's true nature is a soul, and angry souls often will. Amidst the chaos of the fish, Junshu continued his incomplete sentence, regaining composure only when faced with death. After explaining, he asked, "Do you understand my way now?" It replied in a deep voice, "We will trust you." Junshu forced a smile and said, "That's enough." Suddenly, the mermaid sprayed water into his face without warning. After acting, it leapt into the river, panicked, and shouted, "Hey, you should at least warn me before attacking." With a wet face, he muttered to himself, even though he had guessed it, it was worse than he thought. But Junshu looked at his palm and his entire body radiating energy, silently realizing he had gained an adaptation from the merfolk. He adapted and swam down with the fish. It can help Runshu breathe freely underwater. For it, close combat is no problem. Suddenly, the non-attack ability activates. Seeing that, he thought to himself that he didn't have the swimming trait, but surprisingly, the non-attack ability also worked underwater. After swimming for a while, the mermaid turned around and said, "We're here." When humanity arrives at a sacred place, it states that this is the goddess's temple. Junshu speaks, "Thank you for bringing me here." "Get ready," the merpeople said. "Promise us first, humanity." It calmly demands a pledge that you will save the goddess. You quickly agree. Of course, if you cooperate and speak the part, Junshu takes out a bottle of divine medicine and says in a low voice, "I also have many restorative divine medicines." Watching the flow of divine medicine blending in the water, the fish murmur excitedly that it is a divine medicine made from us. It thinks that with it, the goddess can wake up. Runshu asks, "So the prerequisite check is done, right?" After finishing, he creates a line of fire. "Then I'll begin." Combined with the gear that Runshu shot straight into the goddess's temple, the inscription on the stone tablet glowed brilliantly. From the temple, torrents of swirling water burst out. Seeing this, Junshu asked, "You're here already?" The shape of the river goddess appears enchanting, her water spirits raging wildly. The river goddess's face appears filled with anger but devoid of emotion as she creates a whirlpool around her body. The river goddess controls the whirlpool to drown Runshu and threatens him, "You won't escape." Attacked, he lost his balance and tumbled backward. Suddenly, a red shadow streaked past. It was the Crimson King. He quickly lifted Runshu onto his back. He turned to Shichlong, gave a thumbs up, and praised, "You're spot on now." Shichlong asked me if I did well. Riding the Crimson Dragon up high, Run X said, "You're the best. After this is over, I'll treat you to a meat feast." The river goddess, furious, commands the whirlpools to surge forward, while Shichlong skillfully dodges the attack. She remains calm as she controls the water, muttering to herself, "Phase 1, then blocks the whirlpool." The whirlpools, like snakes, are commanded by the goddess to chase after Ru. Seeing that, he quietly assessed that they relentlessly pursue their target like guided missiles. Truly. At this moment, a stream of water is rushing straight toward the Crimson King. Unaware, he is struck directly in the chest. Mass slaughter. Crimson King cried out in pain. "It hurts so much, Focus. There's more." Seeing the whirlpools of water rushing like fierce beasts, he silently thought if he couldn't dodge these moves. Without hesitation, Junshu unleashes a fire technique, and a fierce blaze erupts around him. Long silently thought that all he needed to do was make them all disappear. He placed his hand on Shichlong's body, activating the Dragon Knight trait, merging with the energy of the red dragon. Its body turns to gold like fire, with fierce flames burning non-stop around it, pushing the power of flames to the limit. With Junsu's skill, even the raging waves dissolve. You think you've survived the opening of Phase 1. The river goddess is now confused. Using the traits of her equipment, Junu pulls out a bazooka, aims at the target ahead, and as he prepares to fire, he says, "Now, it's my turn." After finishing, Junshu fires a missile at maximum speed. A deafening explosion erupts, shattering all the earth and rocks. Looking at the result, Junshu asks the Crimson King, "What do you think this is a rain of bullets?" He explains that assigning an attribute to this weapon will cause the mountain's echo to trigger energy entities that carry that very attribute. At this moment, the river goddess is gradually being frozen. Junshu plans to freeze her first with the massive explosion of the North Pole Emperor. A perfect ice crystal block. You press something on the system, then continue to summon a flame on your fingertip. A sudden burst of sound and the flame shot straight at her, but the river goddess was unharmed. Seeing that, he shouted, "Did I scare you?" Looking ahead, Junshu muttered, "I am aiming for its heart." Now she drifted around the water like a ghost. He concluded that stage 2 had begun. In this situation, Junshu reevaluates the matter. Fighting against an 8th level entity like the river goddess is already extremely difficult, but to fight the summoned spirits at the same time? That's truly madness. Oh, however, deep beneath the river, shadows soared upward. Those were the mermaids wielding weapons, aiming directly at the river goddess. Seeing this, you felt satisfied, thinking that the mermaids sharing your goal were fighting alongside you as you pressed your hand to your chest. Then it pulls out a glowing core of magic, and they even sacrifice themselves. At this moment, a brilliant light bursts forth from the magic core. The merfolk all crush it simultaneously. At this moment, the river goddess seems dizzy and can no longer stand firm. Seeing this, Junshu silently analyzed that once they break the magic core, or in other words, their heart, she will melt away and scream in pain, causing these water spirits to be stunned. Now she has no more illusions. This is the most crucial part of the battle with the river goddess. The river goddess furrowed her brow in fury as a powerful water vortex suddenly lifted her into the air. Xichvuong lunged to dodge the surge, trembling as he shouted, "Xichlong, dodge! Follow the order!" It sidesteps to avoid the attack. He glanced at her and thought that the river goddess was struggling in utter despair, and at the same time, her core would be exposed. The scene was now chaotic with raging waters as Xichvuong flew away shouting loudly, "Let's finish this together? Crimson Dragon." Observing the situation, Junu realizes he is too small. To break through that water column, he tightens his grip on the sword in his hand, the key to changing the current situation, standing in the chaotic space, trembling as he mutters to himself, relying on his own attributes. He started to think about the attributes, using the swordsman traits as a foundation, then adding 2 mana traits for support. That way, I will become a sword and so will Xichlong. As he moved forward while calculating, he finally grasped the blazing sword after combining all the traits, the final trait to complete everything. Junshu unleashed a fierce burst of fire, determined to cut through this water storm. A magic core gradually cracked open, holding back the raging waters like a tsunami. The mermaids cried out, "Oh goddess, it's time to return to the lake." After a fierce struggle, the calm sky returned. The mermaid gratefully said, "Our human goddess." Suddenly, its eyes widened in surprise as if it had seen something. "That is the river goddess in a beautiful form." The mermaids exclaimed, "Goddess," and she looked around in confusion and asked, "Where am I?" The mermaid joyfully said, "The goddess, you have truly awakened," and Runshu hurriedly ran toward the river goddess. "You have regained your senses yet? Oh, river goddess." With a tired and bewildered face, she muttered, "Sword Saint, humanity." Junshu kneels respectfully before the river goddess, bows and says, "Nice to meet you. I am Kim Warrior." She looks at him and immediately senses 2 sources of power emanating from Junshu Bao. She could sense the divine power from the earth and lightning in him. He quietly looked up at the river goddess, pondering whether she could feel the divine nature. It seems that even if they fall, gods are still gods. Then Junshu slowly spoke, probing, "And what about her memories? Does she remember what happened?" Hearing this, her face became uneasy, and she struggled to speak. "I remember." The river goddess frowned and muttered a name, Osiris. After recalling something, she immediately shouted in anger. The waves then surged fiercely. "Because that selfish person deceived me, our river was destroyed." The river goddess's eyes turned red as the waves surged higher. She raised her hand, commanding fiercely, "I will destroy Osiris immediately. I will break this dam and reclaim our territory." Standing before the goddess of the river's fury, Runshu calmly asked, "Do you really think you can win?" Hearing this, she looked down at the small boy below and growled, "What? Do you dare to doubt me?" Junshu shrugged lightly and said seriously, "Not exactly, but the river goddess's jade body has been cracked inside, and you're worried about her, so I speak up to protect your mana core. I am concerned about the wound in your heart." The mermaids are now lined up, standing still and listening. Because of their anger and pride, we must absolutely not lose the entire mermaid tribe. Your caring words make the goddess of the river furious. Now I hope you will tend to your wounds. She softened, hesitating, but when she thought of the high wall blocking the water, her voice as the river goddess grew sharp again. "The flowing river has been blocked by the dam for too long. If this continues, I won't be able to regain my strength." Remembering the images of murdered mermaids lying scattered, she painfully said, "And in the fight against humans, I will not be able to protect my people." The goddess of the river's face darkened, her voice filled with sorrow. "Do you want me to just stand here and watch?" Junshu looked directly at her and spoke slowly. "So, I have a proposal." The goddess looked suspiciously at him and shouted her suggestion. Then he quickly made his proposal, mentioning that there is still another river of comparable size to the Nile in this world. "What if we just migrate there instead?" She gently strokes her chin, muttering thoughtfully, "That's a great idea, but I'm not sure if we can move such a large number of gods." Seeing the concern on the river goddess's face, he chuckled softly and said, A huge spaceship suddenly appeared in the bright blue sky above. He smiled brightly and pointed, saying, "Will you allow me?" She happily looked up at the spaceship with excitement, saying this could be feasible with this treasure. Then the goddess immediately turned to Junshu and asked, "What do you want from me, human?" At this moment, he already had a plan in mind to upgrade to level 8 using a drop of blood from the person. The massive ship hovered above the clear blue water as your serious voice rang out, along with your promise to stay on this ship to support me for a while longer. Hearing this, she looked down nervously and asked, "It seems like someone needs my help now." Without waiting for a response, the goddess quickly agreed. "Fine, I agree." Hearing that, Junshu grinned happily, thinking to himself that now, with her strength and the mermaids, his original goal had been achieved. With the addition of the water spirit, our alliance is complete. The large golden ship bobbing on the water slowly rises into the air. It then soared straight into the sky, rushing across many places on the ground. At this moment, Junshu was sitting in the cockpit, a look of delight on his face as he exclaimed, maybe because it was originally a ship, it glided much faster when entering the water. The large vessel kept rushing through the hills, carried along by the power of the river goddess. As soon as the ship connected with the water spirit, its internal mana reserves immediately underwent a physical transformation. In other words, creating a river in the sky. Seeing the spaceship streak across the sky thanks to her power, Runshu silently whispered to herself, "I will reach there soon." On the other side, the tree god was quietly closing its eyes, enjoying the surrounding space, the last resource needed to reach level 8. Suddenly, beneath the makeshift tents, everyone there started shouting loudly, "Get out of the way, go quickly." "Chief, what's going on?" It stammers in fear, constantly glancing around. "It's bad. The snake at the top of the tower." The village chief couldn't hold back anymore and shouted in fear. "A powerful entity is approaching from the west." The girl, upon hearing this, froze and muttered, "A powerful entity." He kept cursing in vain. Mom said the announcement was coming from the radio. "The god is coming," the village chief said to the girl standing opposite her. "She said that," the girl exclaimed in confusion. "A god!" The white-haired girl's eyes showed a hint of worry. She gently raised her hand to lightly stroke her chin and whispered that after the Holy War, the gods had been banished to the mortal world. So why was it sweating so much with fear and shouting then? "I don't know. We need to prepare immediately. At all costs, we must protect the godmother." Suddenly, the girl remembered something and told the village chief, "Wait a moment then, maybe we should call the sword saint to help." And immediately froze and shouted, "That's a good idea." Right after, the village chief quickly took out his phone to call Junshu. "I will call him right away. The other end has also answered the call." You answered quickly and put it on to listen. "Hello?" Before Junshu could say anything, its voice suddenly interrupted. "Sword Saint, save us! The village chief is crying tears." The hurried sound from the other side echoes. "The god is approaching our village. If this continues, my adoptive mother will be in danger." Junshu was so frightened by it that he shouted out loud, "A god? No way." At this moment, you are standing above the spaceship as the goddess approaches slowly. On the other end, it feels a bit nervous and stammers, asking Junshu, "What's going on? Did we get attacked? I wonder if you noticed something helplessly thinking. It seems like the spaceship is flying over the forest." Junshu didn't know what to say upon seeing that. "They must have mistaken us for gods, right?" Then he could only force a nervous smile and respond softly. "I'm sorry, village chief. That god might be me." The village chief was surprised and shouted out, "What?" The boat quickly drifts along the river above the forest. "At last, I finally feel like I truly belong here." Then she nervously put down her phone and pressed the power button, thinking about the long journey ahead to level up to 8. Below the forest, she and the white-haired girl were already standing there. The silhouette of the spaceship gradually appears. The final destination. The tree god is now becoming rougher and more silent. The village chief's welcoming voice echoes. "Sword Saint, in just 1 year you have become much stronger." He stands behind you, looking up seriously and sincerely speaking. "Godmother, the Sword Saint would never harm us, so we can lower our guard." "Now right," Junshu stepped out, grinning confidently and patting his chest to affirm, "Of course. Who do you think I am? I am the one who drank my foster mother's blood. And actually, the spirit I brought here is to help her." "Help you?" "That's right." The tree god continued talking to you, asking Han if it seemed like you were searching for the final piece. Junshu was not too surprised when she found out and immediately said, "So you already knew. Then this negotiation will be much easier." He stood facing the tree spirit, his hands slightly behind his back, standing upright and respectfully addressing her. "Godmother, do you want to become the world tree?" Hearing this, both the village chief and everyone there were stunned and open-mouthed. It widened its eyes in shock, voice trembling as it exclaimed, "The world tree besides the one that existed in Northern Europe, hasn't there never been a second one before?" Someone else nearby also shouted, "Even that has been tempered in Ragnarok?" At this moment, the village chief's mood was a bit confused, and he looked towards Junshu, trying to stop him. "Hey, Sword Saint, you're going too far. Even for you, for her to become the world tree and truly become a god, she will need to live for tens of thousands of more years. If you act recklessly and hurt her." Suddenly, a voice rang out loudly. "Sweetheart," the white-haired girl sitting far away now called out to get everyone's attention. Let's try trusting him this time. The girl raised her head slightly, her voice confidently saying, he's the sword saint. Hearing that, he and the others also immediately felt awkward. Then the village chief turned and softly asked the opinion of the divine tree. What should we do now, sir? She quickly responded to the question saying, just listen to him. Go on, tell me your idea. I'll keep it simple. A tree needs 3 things to grow. A tree needs 3 elements to grow, and you explained it clearly for everyone to understand. Light, water, and nutrients. Junshu looks up at the god tree and says, even if you are a god, the essence of being a human-made tree will never change. She quickly understood what you meant, and Junshu, full of pride, smiled happily and confidently said, I will prove all 3 to my adoptive mother today. After a while, Soren, pulling the cart around, called out loudly, where should I leave this? He stood outside majestically, pointing to guide everyone to plant it on the left route. Yes, first everyone transported the fertilizer made from the 2 mighty dragons. First, we will prepare fertilizer from the meat and blood of the high-level golden dragon and silver dragon. Okay, everyone start digging the soil all around there. They worked tirelessly, splashing the fragments of the North Pole Emperor to make lubricant. As the village chief and the girl stand stunned, he softly smiles and says, the nutrients are ready, next is water. Then, trembling, she called upon the power of the river goddess and flew up to spray water around the divine tree. The river goddess Nin would be very willing to help with the water. The necklace worn by the river goddess begins to glow as the water element, enhanced by angel tears, elevates her powers even further. Then he immediately rode on the Crimson King and flew up, finally shining with quality light. Junshu lowered his eyes, contemplating. Not too strong, not too weak. A characteristic panel appears. He opens his hand and begins to channel his power into the world tree. A pure faith full of sincerity. If you observe this light for a certain period, after completing the steps, her entire being will shine brightly, like a gentle melody spreading, with light emanating throughout the forest. Now the world tree seems to be reborn, shining with a dazzling golden light all over her body. Finally, the first god born after the Holy War, the deity has manifested and the world tree has come into existence. The tree god smiled kindly and gratefully said, you've worked hard, Sword Saint, I owe you. Junshu politely replied, no, I am the one who has been helped the most. She listened and smiled slowly before saying, I truly owe you a great favor. My mother would see you as a very interesting person. Hearing this, the image of a tall green tree appeared in his mind. Is your mother Joe? The tree spirit replied, yes, although she is now completely consumed, she is the mother of all trees in the world and the divine trees in this realm. Hearing this, Junshu suddenly remembered, glancing slightly, thinking to herself, that's right in the little story, and then she sincerely suggested, I should give you a proper reward. You seem shy on the surface, gently scratching your head and raising your hand to decline. Really? I don't do this for a reward, but I do hope to be appreciated in my own way. Nothing in this world is free, from the golden leaf of the tree god to a single drop of water that separates and falls. Here you go, the final piece. As soon as he fell, Junu's whole body burst with vibrant energy. He smiled proudly at the result of reaching level 8. The light burst forth, enveloping Junu's entire body as an overwhelming sense of excitement rises within him. The tree god shines brightly as if transferring its power to him. Junu spread his arms wide to enjoy it as the vast liberation spread everywhere. The world gifted by the world tree is unfolding. Suddenly, a small glimmer of light gradually falls and then turns dark. Curious, he opened his palm to catch them, and they turned into black feathers flying everywhere. Junshu hurriedly unrolled the paper and muttered to himself, What? Why did it fail? According to the design given by the goddess Ger, it should have worked. Her voice now echoes because the Sword Saint is still not ready. You hear that and are stunned, looking up at the divine tree in front of you, hurriedly asking, Not ready? After coming this far? So what about all the things I have collected to reach level 8 so far? She also slowly explained to Junshu, From level 8 onward, you have stepped into the ranks of the divine. That is why it is called the Transcendent Realm. You silently listen to the divine tree's words, a divine position beyond the limits of a superhuman, and you must define it yourself. Hearing this, Junshu froze wide-eyed, asking, How can I do that? Her small branches extended and spun around with the tiny image of you in the middle. Your body is ready, and your soul as a supreme being has opened the path to divinity. In the depths of space, a streak of light converges into a triangle surrounding the Earth at the center. So, let me ask you, where do you think you're stuck on the path from human to God? Junu's tiny body could stand on one of the 3 glowing orbs. God level? Junu's past image while using his phone appears. It indeed exists within the game's setup. Fragments of your past images keep flooding back endlessly. All characters can reach level 9. At level 8, they can decide to become gods. Fragments containing images of other people also gradually connect together. Reaching level 9, in other words, becoming a constellation. In other words, they are gods. They are lords, and they always have a title associated with their name. The image information of Soren and her also appears alongside her own attribute panel. The thing that determines the title is the characteristics that symbolize that person's life. Junwoo also received such things. He was surrounded by a wave of power, with each notification continuously appearing. The traits were no different from a person's direction or beliefs. Level 4, Warrior Class. Their guiding philosophy is a massive, unwavering backbone that restores immortality, with a fighting spirit, swordsmanship, and the roar of the Tiger King. Junwoo couldn't help but feel confused. He frowned, raised his hand to scratch his chin, and pondered vaguely. The warrior Kim can change attributes, making it hard to define him. After a long moment, Junshu looked up at the tree god and asked, "Is what you said is missing, meaning I still don't have any divine level?" She gently smiled and replied, "Yes, that's right. You only act to survive and have never truly thought about your own identity." The tree god continuously radiated a dazzling light and said downwards, "If both body and soul lack a firm sense of self, then everything is just an illusion." He looked up at her from below, placing his hand on his chest, and hurriedly asked, "What can I do to fix it?" Then the tree god slowly spoke to answer Junwoo's question, through experience, and at this moment he felt a bit confused about what he had just heard. "Damn it, identity, self, I've never thought about that." "Don't be disappointed. The Sword Saint?" Hearing that, he gently bowed his head and placed his hand on his chest in silence. "The answer lies within him." Suddenly, a cloud of black smoke appeared and spiraled deep into his trembling chest. You quickly hugged your chest tightly. This is the power granted by the general. A special attribute card suddenly appears and Runshu stares at it in shock. Suddenly, a massive explosion erupts, destroying everything. Suddenly, your soul is in someone else's body. Junshu is stunned, unable to believe his eyes, wondering where he is. Suddenly, a trembling voice interrupted your curiosity. "Brothers, I was wrong." Junshu turned around and saw it sitting on the ground, holding its wound. "Just run alone. Hurry up." The enemy troops are already closing in, and he drew his sword to face them and shouted, "Don't talk nonsense. How could he abandon Dudong-jae and run away?" She's sitting on the ground, angrily yelling, "You idiot, do you think I'll be grateful for that?" At this moment, Junwoo is witnessing the full scene from the past. This is the past of General Gizem. The enemy soldiers are standing nearby, pointing their swords at them and shouting surrender peacefully. "If you don't drop your weapons, I won't show mercy." Seeing this scene makes you keep reflecting. The reason the general awakens the hero trait is because he keeps shouting towards that man. "Please, run away, I beg you. Do you think you're some kind of hero?" The other person just firmly holds his sword up, ready to sacrifice himself for his comrades. In other words, the image of the trait card appears alongside that man. He, wide-eyed with excitement, turns his head back and loudly declares, "Not a hero, but a man to be proud of. Whether we live or die, we will always do it together, right? A brave heart." Thinking of this, Junwoo's mind suddenly snapped back to reality. He was startled, clutching his chest and gasping for breath, and his whole body nearly collapsed afterward. Junshu is exhausted and quietly thinks, "It's too hot. I can clearly feel the boiling emotions of the general, but I am different from him. In this past, what kind of will and purpose should I seek?" Suddenly, his eyes suddenly widened. Inside his pupils, a light flashed, as if recognizing something from the past. Du then smirked triumphantly and muttered softly, "That's right. Now that I think about it, the reason I'm always here is to become stronger." At this moment outside, the calm river goddess sits on a tree branch, observing the starting point of my journey and everything that has taken me far away for many days. The boy gradually straightens up, and the characteristic cards seem to appear surrounding Runsu, representing the traits. Different images gradually appear, building higher and more beautiful attributes, like layering walls. A trait card suddenly appears. At this moment, he holds the sword with a surge of power surrounding him, merging high-level traits to create an ultimate level, as the sword Junwoo wields continuously emits streams of electricity. He happily swings his sword forward as a castle is built brick by brick. A tall, pointed tower has been built. Junshu stands below, looking up in admiration, and that is how he gains strength. The tower unleashes powerful pressures and a blinding light appears at the top. Suddenly, my whole body trembled intensely, and I clenched my fist tightly before soaring straight up. Kim Chien-bin, the trait collector, releases a powerful beam of light that illuminates the entire area in front of the tree goddess. The river goddess remains calmly sitting on her branch for now. Congratulations, Sword Saint. Junshu slowly opened his eyes. Now his whole body was unleashing immense power. You have become a superhuman. That evening, in a tall building, a cheerful voice rang out loudly. Level 8 teacher has reached level 8. Everyone seeing Junshu couldn't help but feel excited. Everyone kept congratulating him, truly deserving of being a born genius. Congratulations, teacher. They all gathered around quickly, approaching the young man with 2 bottles of wine and saying, "Congratulations on becoming a superhuman, Kim. Now you are one of the top 100 strongest people in the world." Mage Kim then interjected and said, "In this country, you're 7th. Father Kim also excitedly clenched his fists and said, "You're no longer the Sword Saint, but the Heavenly Sword now." Junshu quickly gritted his teeth, raised his hand to hide it, and quietly said, "Let's have a private celebration this time." Just to keep things light, of course suddenly everyone became worried, turning away and looking elsewhere. If the Bishop Society finds out, we'll start taking action. He subtly glances away and then sighs. Recently, I made it public to everyone about my connection with the Church of the Bishop. Junu then remembered Poka's image as she presented evidence from the data collected from the Mangacap Society. Junu clenched his teeth softly as he received the report from Hai Wai on the phone, revealing that the mastermind behind the disasters in chapters 1 and 2 was actually the scientist of the Church of the Bishop. After a while, Junshu, standing high above, looked down at the training ground below, lost in thought. But it won't be long before they realize I've reached level 8. In his mind, he immediately started calculating how to help everyone in the team level up. Before that, I have to help everyone become stronger. Bear level 7, Sel Gwyn level 7, Janet level 6, Kali level 6, Kim Prist Kim level 6. A huge explosion suddenly erupts, lighting up the sky. All 6 of their attributes are full, so they will transform together. The images of the allies Junu gathered gradually appeared, and he felt reassured, knowing he had gained many allies, and with his flawless plan, he could win the battle against the Saintess. A long time later, in a magnificent castle under the night sky, 1 month later, at the Grand Cathedral of the Bishop's Order, fireworks continuously lit up the sky, creating a roaring sound. The Saintess is sitting on her throne, bored, and says, "It's so noisy." The soldier standing beside her respectfully replies, "Yes, a superhuman has appeared, and that person is the savior of our church and this ugly world. Disgusting." The scientist's eyes turn cunning, and she softly whispers to herself. After countless cycles of reincarnation and tempering her soul through endless trials, even having reached divine rank in this hellish realm, he still chooses reincarnation over becoming a god. A magic circle is formed, with a mage standing there performing a spell. The summoned being is brought forth through a purification by a prophecy from the bishop's church. The saintess's face lit up with excitement as she blushed and laughed loudly, finally reaching level 8. He's now at the optimal level for the bishop's arrival. We've waited too long, way too long. All the soldiers below have lined up and are ready to follow the saintess's orders. Ready for your command. She quickly drew her weapon and, standing boldly before the soldiers armed with weapons, gave the order. "Let's begin." Her face darkened and her eyes shone with anticipation as she said, "Our sacrifice plan." On this side, Junshu suddenly stomps his foot and runs off. The announcer calmly reports on TV, "Breaking news, the entire bishop sect has gone missing." The news was broadcast everywhere, attracting everyone's attention. Members around the world, including those at the Great Holy Temple, have vanished without a trace. As soon as he heard the news, he hurriedly opened the door and ran out. The Holy Bishop faction has recently come under suspicion. Related to a series of nationwide terrorist attacks, Junu tries to run as fast as possible. Chapter 3 begins now. Just as he was running, he was suddenly blocked by a group of people who seemed to be walking involuntarily, groaning non-stop. "Oh Savior, oh Savior." Immediately after, they all charge forward to attack Shu together. "Please end this era of suffering and save the earth from hell." Seeing this, you grimaced and clenched your teeth, trying to avoid it. "Oh Savior." Luckily, a rope restrained them. "Everyone stay alert. The police team is here to protect Junshu. If anyone dares to move, I will shoot immediately." Seeing a comrade, he rejoiced. From a distance, the police call out to the Sword Saint. The panicked president rushes over to ask about his condition. "Are you okay?" Junu was also surprised that he cared about even the South Korean president. "The supreme commander of the army is also here." Remembering the connection between yourself and the president, he has always paid attention to you since the Seon terrorist attack, so it seems he quickly grasped the situation. And Junshu quickly steps forward and salutes politely, saying the president is very busy. "Why are you here?" He sincerely expressed his desire. "I am here to protect you, yes?" Recently, the Bishop's Council has been acting very strangely. The president mentioned the current situation. "Sword Saint, I suspect they are trying to invoke the spirit into your body by calling you the savior." Junu also agrees with his opinion. "Yeah, that's how it is. But before they help the god to enter my body, they need to accumulate a large amount of mana first. The more the president investigates, the more suspicious he becomes. But how can they accumulate mana if they keep hiding like this?" Junshu calmly proposed the most plausible plan. Maybe they will try to use that method. The church has been using that method to accumulate mana since ancient times, and it is extremely inhumane and dangerous, involving human sacrifices. Hearing this, he still has many questions. "Are you saying that the members of the society disappeared because they volunteered to be sacrifices? But how would that be enough? Are you seriously asking the president to give a number back? What if it's 1,000,000 people?" That directly made him stunned. "What?" Junu continued to share his thoughts. "If they sacrifice all the people of a super city, how much do you think they would get in return?" During the meeting, a report echoed through the silent space. A few minutes ago, the Wangrusi area in Jeonjae was covered by a massive barrier. All requests for support were denied, and they also used force to prevent the army from advancing. Jom slammed the table in anger and shouted loudly. Their plan is too obvious. Even during the Japanese occupation, they only wanted to expand their religious influence. Yanjiang calmly reassesses the target of those individuals. Clearly, they want to sacrifice the people of Wangdu to carry out the ritual. No way, how could they do something so terrible? Hai Wai spoke up to present the evidence she had collected. I have evidence. We found these during our investigation into the connection between the Black Cloak Society and the Church of the Bishop. Based on the available information, she was able to reach a conclusion. Looking at this confidential data, it is clear that they are plotting to sacrifice the entire population of Gwangdu City to create a divine king. Diom gritted his teeth in frustration as everything became too clear. As expected, it was the plan to resurrect the bishop. Next, Junshu stood up to present his proposal. So I have this plan, Mr. President. Now is the time to issue the general mobilization order. The president falls into tense silence, deep in thought. In the end, he wanted everyone to discuss it together. A total mobilization order, perhaps? Before issuing that order, I want to hear everyone's opinions. Jom confidently expressed his point of view. I agree, we should eliminate them as soon as possible. Yonjiang also agrees with his opinion. I agree as well. With such clear evidence, I see no reason for us to delay any longer. The Tower Master is very eager to join this campaign, and our Sun Tower has also voted in favor. Hai Yang also confirmed that his side will unite their efforts. We will join this battle with all of Kumo's security forces and my personal protection team. After everyone has spoken, the president has also made a decision. I understand. If everyone agrees, he seriously calls the Sword Saint. The president has entrusted you with full command. The goal of this campaign is to completely subjugate the Holy Church. You will take command of all forces, right? Jom is very pleased with this idea. Both Yonjiang and the Tower Master had no objections. Seeing that look of trust, he also accepted. The system immediately appears to update your information. You have gained the commander's traits, effects, and a larger and stronger army under your command, making you more powerful. Jun smiled confidently and affirmed that there was no reason for him to refuse. Then everything proceeded naturally as it should. So the battle has begun. Everyone has been assigned clear roles. The Eastern and Western armies will lead the ground battle. Jom, as the commander, gives the order to open fire. A loud explosion occurs, but Yanjian comments no damage at all. Then comes a clear shout of attack. All troops charge forward. Soldiers from everywhere unite. The Holy Knights from the Makilia Guild, everyone shares the same goal. The church and all its members are fighting with all their might, and Church G has also stood alongside us in this battle. Junu has called for help from everywhere. The Northern Dragon Legion supported us in the air battle. Another group following your plan is attacking via the waterways. Meanwhile, the Monster Village and the Sun Tower happily advanced onto the spaceship. Junshu Wai Fong looked the part of a leader, the one commanding them all, none other than myself. Kim the Warrior, a deep resolve rises in your heart. I will use all my useful traits to fight alongside them. Suddenly, a massive battleship appears in the sky and you panic, pointing at it to alert, look, the warrior. Junshu turned to look at the expressionless face, so it has finally appeared? You predicted everything, a powerful light suddenly emerged. The core element of this battle is that even a heavily armored ship has started fighting alongside the 8 mid-level bosses in the hangar. Junu has pinpointed and targeted it for destruction. That is the Sanus' spaceship. I must destroy that first. Immediately, I asked the Tower Master to strike first. Tower Master, could you deliver a strike on that thing? Mr. Tian approached fearlessly, expressing his interest. The Tower Master takes a stance with weapons aimed at the spaceship. This is the moment to call in the mage. Along with his shout, a direct attack was launched. Die. Its shield shows a crack, making the Tower Master very excited. The strongest magic, absolute fire. What kind of being is this after all? Thank you, sir. Junshu also sends his thanks and continues with the next part. Tower Master, we will handle the rest ourselves. Mage Kim, Priest Kim, the two of you are ready to follow the command. The ultimate fire weapon is prepared to fire. Then he shouts loudly to fire the weapons, and the missile streaks like a giant dragon toward the enemy's aircraft. Please contact the River Goddess for assistance. The shield on the left side of the spaceship is gone. River Goddess, please guide the Skit Brad near to the left side. She immediately responded to Junsu's call. Understood. The water splashed the ship up high, giving you a chance. Now is the perfect moment. Increase the magic power to maximum and operate the controls according to the command. The ship streaks across the water like a spear. The communication device reports that the high-energy firepower has been fully charged again. We are ready to fire on your command. Seeing the moment is right, Rongsu orders the attack. There's no time to waste. Open fire again. After the collision, debris flew everywhere. Those guys were thrown into chaos by this counterattack. What the hell is this? At this rate, the spaceship will crash. Just then, a voice rang out to reassure everyone. There's no need to panic. They turned to look at the approaching person, the leader, the chief, loudly rallying the troops. We are the servants of the greatest god of all. Our bishop has nothing to fear. He raises both hands and begins to chant, focusing his magical power. Oh, bishop, please have mercy on those who serve you. Grant us your power. But then a direct attack from Junu's team, he covered his eyes at this sudden upheaval. What? Your voice startled him. Having landed safely, those guys saw Runshu and immediately became noisy and excited. As the savior has arrived. You quietly whisper to yourself as you observe the enemy. Though you had guessed it, they already went into a frenzy, shouting and rushing forward. Kill him, subdue him. Because Bishop Runshu was terrified by the overwhelming crowd, but they are too many. Suddenly, Shich Vuong appears and stands in front of you. The leader, confused, faces its sharp teeth. Soon their situation descends into chaos and fear. The leader has been swallowed, but he still refuses to surrender. Don't be afraid. There is only one enemy. With the bishop's blessing, we can do it. A proud voice then rang out. Who said he only has one? Soren's team is here to fight alongside him. Master, I hope you're not secretly having fun alone. Junshu smiled confidently at the students. It started with Guzin's 1-on-2 sword fight, but with his skills, he easily defeated the enemies. After taking down 2, Guzin let out a sigh and looked to the side. And next is Kali, who is defeating enemies but remains very relaxed. Are you ready to surrender now? At least I will spare your life. Enemies under siege refuse to admit defeat. Stop talking and go deal with the witch. The girl then created thousands of illusions to finish them off. Is that so? Then die. Suddenly, a sharp sword lightly took the enemy's head from an unexpected direction. Kaylee shouted in frustration for being caught off guard. Soren is not allowed. Soren can only accept blame from his comrades. Sorry, it was just too fun. In a moment of distraction, someone launched a surprise attack from behind Kaylee. Luckily, Janet managed to block the blow with her shield in time. The girl sternly reminded Kaylee to remember that in a single sword strike, Janet had knocked back all the enemies, and she must not lower her guard while in the enemy's territory. The commander was stunned by this overwhelming power. No way! He can't believe what he's seeing. How could 1,000 soldiers be wiped out so quickly? Before that guy could realize, the Crimson King swallowed him whole, trembling as he desperately begged for his faith. No, Father. Bishop, it's not too late for you to share that strength with us, but it's already too late. A bullet has pierced his head. Junshu solemnly announces over the radio that the air battle is over. The fighting continues on other fronts. The enemies keep fleeing in front of Jom's sword strikes. Yanjiang saw this and praised him. Hey, old man, your sword still looks pretty light. He laughed happily. It's no big deal. Jom starts chatting with her about his feelings since the colonial era until now. This is the first time I've faced such a large number of enemies. Yan confidently looked up and assured that this time there probably wouldn't be anything to worry about. She looks at her team's plane approaching with even more confidence because it seems like we already have the upper hand. A series of deafening explosions destroyed the enemy's tanks. Jom turned back and couldn't help but sigh. Wow. He praised the Junu group for easily completing the mission and appeared so grand. You smile mischievously and raise your hand to report. The commander of the Kim Warrior Bishop's Chaos Suppression Operation has returned safely. The city ahead still has a protective barrier. Soren couldn't hide his amazement as he watched Yanjiang strike. I never expected to witness the captain's spell so close up. Jin also agrees with her opinion. We will definitely break through that barrier easily. And Junshu silently watched her from the side, fully aware of the core technique Yanjiang was using. The combination of martial arts and sorcery. This is the ultimate secret technique of the Western Army General. If we only consider immediate damage, this move is even stronger than the Black Tiger Sword technique of the Eastern General. Despite knowing that, Junu still felt suspicious. That is one of the most powerful piercing skills in Siun Frenzy, but right after Yanjiang finished, Guzin quickly celebrated his victory. Amazing, the barrier must be down. But then a voice full of astonishment rings out. Huh? And Junsu confirmed his suspicion. Just as I suspected, they are stunned because that protective layer has no flaws. Even after that hit, it's still unharmed? A sense of unease and worry rises in your heart. I have a bad feeling about this. Jin couldn't believe what he was seeing. The attack had been completely nullified. Jom, rubbing his shoulder, wanted to try joining in. No, I will try. Junu stepped forward to stop his attempt. No, General. Because if even the Western General cannot break through that barrier, it can only mean one thing. Yanjiang also confirmed what you just said. He was right. That thing is the strongest martial art, the 9th level of the Heavenly Demon Technique. Soren couldn't help but raise his voice in amazement. The Heavenly Demon Technique? I knew it. I had a feeling that thing was very powerful. Then someone asked cautiously, but you criticize? Has the Heavenly Demon Technique always been like this? Yanjiang hesitated, unable to give a complete answer, but she frowned and proposed the most plausible option. Using the Heavenly Demon's heart might be possible. Before Yanjiang could finish, the Tower Master interrupted. Are you saying that the Heavenly Demon is already dead? That absolutely cannot happen, not to mention the heart as well. Suddenly, Hai Yang appears out of nowhere to reassure her. This is entirely possible. In her hand is a piece of paper of great significance. I just decoded the plan for the upcoming Easter festival, and it mentions the second disciple of the Heavenly Demon known as the Demon King. The Tower Master was stunned upon hearing the result and exclaimed, Ma Buang, the disciple killing his master again? How could someone do such a thing? Jom also couldn't stay calm and kept questioning. But Heavenly Demon should have been the strongest among all of them. This couldn't be happening. Yeonjiang also shares the same line of thought as both of them. He said, "That's right, even the Demon King can't." At this point, Junshu proposed a hypothetical situation. But what if the church helped the Demon King? Even with just a little information, you've made a decision, which isn't necessarily impossible or more precisely, a very clear answer in this situation. They gradually settled down and asked Junu for his opinion. "So what do you want us to do?" Without hesitation, you stated your direction. "We need to confirm first." Junu volunteered to carry out this plan. "I will personally do it." You fearlessly rushed into the enemy's lair to confirm the condition of the heavenly demon. Chum, Duanshu reads on the back of the Crimson Dragon to explore the area, constantly thinking about that shield. The heavenly demon technique is the ultimate skill, unbeatable in both offense and defense. The only way to break through that barrier is to confront it with the heavenly demon technique itself. Are you saying that John wants to go to Mount Tian in order to confirm earlier? Junshu is very determined about his choice. "That's right, I need to check the situation first, if the heavenly demon is truly dead and you also have some doubts in your mind. The only one capable of breaking through that barrier is the God King, the first generation true disciple of the heavenly demon. When we arrive, Onun Vesextis of a Mirabis, Damanshu will thank Shi Chuang by tossing him a piece of meat. Thanks for waiting for me." He happily accepted the delicious meat as a reward. Seeing that Shi Chuang still had his spirit, he couldn't help but marvel. It has flown tirelessly for 4,000 kilometers and shows no signs of fatigue at all. Truly worthy of being my top-tier mount. Junshu looked at the tower in front of him and decided, "The heavenly demon church then, let's go inside." He entered with utmost vigilance as the two dragons' eyes shone brightly in response to their master's greeting, welcoming him to the Eastern Holy Sword Church. "The Grand Elder is the one who is suspicious and should ask first. Why did you come here without warning?" Junshu didn't rush to the cave, simply introducing himself. "Nice to meet you. I'm Warrior Kim. Nothing special." Then he questioned them in a way that made them feel uneasy. "I came here only to pay my respects to the heavenly demon who is currently in seclusion to confirm whether he is still alive or has passed away." He avoided giving an answer. "I think you know this is impossible." But Junshu responded without showing any respect. "A barrier created by the heavenly demon technique has just been discovered in Gwangju, Gyeonggi Province, South Korea." His voice coldly delivers a sharp judgment. Could it be that this is clear evidence that the fate of the heavenly demon is still very uncertain? This directly angers the elder. "What nonsense are you talking about?" He loudly justifies his side. "The heavenly demon is currently in seclusion for cultivation, and no one is allowed to enter or leave that place. However, it still cannot escape Runshu's detection." "That's not it." Calmly questioned the elder. "Aren't the disciples still allowed to enter?" He raised an eyebrow, his expression turning serious. "What? Are you saying that the God King or Demon King might have harmed the heavenly demon?" With such an accusation, the Grand Elder cannot accept the blasphemy. The disciples immediately surrounded him, trembling. "Do you think we'll let you go after saying that?" He ordered them to attack and teach this impudent one a lesson. Even amid the chaos, you remained calm and composed. "Oh my, I am very busy right now." The Grand Elder coldly begins the slaughter. "Kill him." They smirk arrogantly and charge forward together, requesting permission. Junu quickly moved to dodge and escape. They were stunned by his sudden speed. Since when? It's already too late. Junu rushed to the Grand Elder's side as he and his disciple cried out in terror and helplessness. "No, he's heading for the Chief Elder." In an instant, Junshu easily pinned him to the ground. "If you don't let me in, I'll do this then." And then the Elder was extremely surprised when he discovered, what? He was filled with confusion when Junshu possessed that item. "How do you have the Heavenly Demon seal?" And you, with a very confident smile, explained, "I have the right to go in there." Then Junshu confidently said, despite the people around him being afraid, "The third gate of the Heavenly Demon." He boldly taunts without a hint of fear. "I want to challenge it." The Great Elder watched the monitor, observing Junshu's every move, and then sighed in contemplation. He watched intently before sighing and saying, "The Blood King has handed over the Heavenly Demon card to that person again?" The Great Elder frowned anxiously, deep in thought. This is the Supreme Cultivation Hall of the Demon Sect created by the first Heavenly Demon. Guarded by puppets born from 10,000 years of cold iron, wielding top-tier martial arts. Even the Sword Heavenly couldn't pass through this place. And when he saw you about to be attacked, he thought there was nothing worth watching. Immediately, the Elder turned and left, saying, "I'll go ahead. The rest of you handle it yourselves." But his subordinate turned pale, stammering, "Wait a moment, Elder." The Elder turned back with a cold expression and looked on in amazement. "It's over." He couldn't believe his eyes and slowly analyzed. The first shadow was Tu Laquan Mare's swordsmanship. Venus Warrior, master of close combat swordplay, a deadly demon, and in just a few seconds, he finished the fight. The second tribulation pass, the Heavenly Tribulation Gate. The Great Elder suddenly shouted in shock. How can he withstand that demonic energy without protective aura? He carefully observed everything, installing the magic circuit while responding in real time. This was definitely right after when the Elder had reached his final conclusion. The Heavenly Demon body possesses special traits, resisting dark magic and black aura, Diamond form, ultimate fortress, unyielding and proud, laughing contentedly, as easy as eating porridge. And even the second barrier has been overcome. Now it's the final gate, the third level of the celestial barrier. Those who pass all three will succeed in inheriting the heavenly demon legacy. That legend obviously has its reasons. You nervously think about how to deal with the enemy and how to pass the final gate. At this moment, the heavenly demon charged forward fiercely like a madman. Junshu carefully observed every move he made, aiming to imitate the heavenly demon divine skill, but using only the common traits would not be enough. His face showed determination as he charged straight ahead, but if he had it, Junshu quickly thought of a clever idea. If the world's ability to copy everything could be used, maybe he could do it. Their two swords continuously clashed fiercely, and just by copying, the space itself was distorted. Soon after, both of them forcefully swung their swords to the sides. Immediately, the heavenly demon launched a quick attack to take the initiative, making Runshu struggle to defend. I also really want it, but the divine demon technique is level 9, so I have to fight while thinking of ways to win. I need to expand my world even more. Still far from the equipment, traits, worlds, demon eyes, sixth senses, mind magic, vacations, and training. Runshu's resistance is extremely fierce, but that's not enough. At this moment, the heavenly demon still shows no signs of fatigue, so he must stay even more alert. If he wants to learn the heavenly demon divine skill and break the barrier of the Lord of the Realm, he, with his emotionless face, rushes forward quickly, and Junju immediately follows closely behind the heavenly demon. His eyes shone with a red light, showing his determination. Junshu always reminded himself to aim for the top, and then he aimed precisely at the celestial demon and launched a powerful strike that sent him flying into the air. A cloud of thick black smoke appeared along with his words. Even with the heavenly demon martial arts, Junshu smiles brightly and sheaths his sword. I can't lose to those puppets either, right? I've defeated 3 of them. The door across suddenly shook, startling you. Junshu was confused, not understanding what was happening. What's going on, everyone? The elder trembles with fear and shouts loudly as he clings to the ground. The new heavenly demon has been born. Immediately afterward, he and his subordinates knelt and shouted, 3 great heavenly demons, may you reign forever. But you stood there blankly, confused, asking what? Everyone was like crazy, shouting non-stop. The heavenly demon army has arrived. 10,000 demons bow down. Suddenly, a half-giant circle appeared outside. The elder followed behind and said, you don't need to be too modest. I will definitely support you. The 3 great heavenly demons. But Runshu kept waving his hands to refuse, saying no, I was just imitating. He looked surprised when he heard that. Imitate? So, you're not the successor of the heavenly demon divine technique then? You are right, I've been saying that all along. Then he thought again and said, I also really want to learn the heavenly demon divine technique. Seeing Runshu looking around, he immediately spoke up. This is the great elder quickly introducing the 2 statues before us, the statues of the generations of heavenly demons. The one holding the sword is the founder of the heavenly demon divine sect, and the one in front is the current heavenly demon. He chuckled softly and interrupted, I know, especially the current heavenly demon Runshu. He's very proud, I know very well. Then he stroked his chin, wondering if there is a heavenly demon divine sword. In the game, the weapon also exists only as data. He cheerfully laughed and said, and this is the place you mentioned. Junshu looked up in surprise at the large nameplate above. He hesitated for a moment, knowing that here, one of the 3 people who could open the heavenly demon cave was being held captive. The door slowly opened along with the words in his mind. Recently, he had been imprisoned here after the showdown with the divine sovereign. Tranvi smiled and asked, who is this? Long time no see. Master swordsman Junshu of Moho was very surprised. Blood King, you immediately adjust your demeanor. It's been a while since we last met, he observed carefully and secretly praised himself. Have you reached level 8 already? Even though my demonic power is sealed, my gaze remains the same as ever. I take pride in saying that now in the East, I am known as the Sword Heavenly, no longer the Black Lake Swordmaster that the Blood King once knew. Tranvi nodded with a bright smile, surprised that he had surpassed me. Looks like I've been pretty lazy too. So what do you want from me? Just get to the point. Actually, a city in South Korea has been sealed off by a large-scale barrier, and the next thing he said made him startle. That barrier was created using the heavenly demon divine technique. Tranvi asked in shock, the divine demon technique? What does that mean? Junshu then explained. Yes, although I don't know the reason, I believe my father's old sect used the heart of the heavenly demon. But then he suddenly stood up angrily, shouting nonsense. Could it be that the master has already transformed into the immortal? Now besides that speculation, Tranvi truly couldn't sit still any longer and eagerly asked, Great Elder, I must go personally to the heavenly demon cave where my master is. But the Great Elder seemed unwilling, as it was against the rules, and then he reluctantly agreed. But with my authority over the heavenly demon sect, I can grant you some time to walk around. Before leaving, the elder carefully instructed that he must return within 30 minutes. In his remorseful agitation, he quickly agreed out of impatience. Fine, as long as the sky doesn't fall. Tranvi confidently confirmed and then leapt away. I will definitely come back. Everyone below looked up in fear as the Blood King escaped and reported to the Divine General. He rushed forward swiftly and then turned back to warn that they were close to where the Heavenly Demon was. Following the swift pace of Tranvi, Tan Shu was overwhelmed and unable to use even a hint of magic or internal energy. Yet he still moved incredibly fast. He pondered deeply. How powerful must the Divine General and the Demon Queen be, who dominate the Blood King? Suddenly something attacked fiercely from behind, causing Tranvi to cry out in pain. Immediately after, a voice rang out, "Junior brother, didn't you say you'd be confined for 3 years to focus on cultivation?" The Divine Sovereign appeared treacherously and asked, "What is this reckless action about?" The Divine Sovereign, the first disciple of the Heavenly Demon. The first disciple of the Heavenly Demon, the heir to the Heavenly Demon divine technique. "Is the Celestial Sovereign coming after us so quickly?" he stammered. "Senior brother, it seems the Master has transformed into a demon, leaving behind his body and demonic power." He coldly ordered to confirm the situation immediately. "Stop talking nonsense and return to your original place." The fierce Celestial Lord warned sternly that if you cause more chaos, I will cut off your limbs like last time. Run Shu, descending from behind, scoffed, "That's really scary, truly a member of the demon sect." He sneered and asked, "Are you the Sword Heavenly?" He nonchalantly replied, "I am the Golden Warrior." The Celestial Lord spoke bluntly without courtesy, having heard much of his reputation, but this was where his master was training, and no more chaos could be tolerated. Yet beneath that serious facade, Run responded teasingly, "Yes, I hear the demon sect rules by strength." Then he chuckled softly and quickly drew his weapon, "So why not settle this with a martial arts contest?" He went berserk and challenged, "Foolish one, come here. As a senior in the martial world, I ask for 3 seconds from you. As soon as I finish speaking, the two of you rush at each other, so I won't hold back." At this moment, Run Shu Bang Huang realizes that the formidable Heavenly Demon Iron Wall Divine General is provoking him. Quite sharp, but useless. "I will make you regret drawing your sword." But you fearlessly reply, "What is that?" Jun Shu swiftly blocks the attack. Compared to the dome-shaped barrier I saw in Guangzhou, then he proudly strikes with great force. This is just childish nonsense. The injured Divine General with the face wound is furious and scowling. Jun Shu seized the opportunity and aimed straight at the opponent. "Who's got 3 seconds now?" he sneered. "This is the master of the sword that has struck twice with its power." Jun Shu points his sword directly at the evil god, his face still cunning despite being at a disadvantage. I apologize for my rudeness. Perhaps I was too confident in myself. The god commander slowly spoke before fiercely charging forward. "So this is really where it all begins?" He shouted loudly and struck the ground fiercely. The heavenly demon shattered the heavenly leader, but the boy was nowhere to be seen. I only see the divine soldier surrounded by shattered rocks and dirt. Junu carefully observed Seon's strongest attack. If that's the case, I also jerked awake and shouted yes. At this moment, I had already formed a solid barrier and rushed forward. Junu carefully calculated the direction he would use to counter with Zensun's strongest defensive move. Several streams of purple light formed from somewhere. Chanvi, clutching his injured arm in pain, and the Divine General together exclaimed in shock, recognizing the Heavenly Demon divine technique. "You smirk confidently." I copied that. Jun Shu nervously looks around the wreckage. If he doesn't catch it and takes the hit directly, he'll probably be crushed. The Celestial General, like a madman, grits his teeth and dares to use the Heavenly Demon divine technique. Then he rushes wildly towards him. Unbelievable. The Celestial Lord suddenly struck Jun Shu with a powerful knee attack, leaving him stunned and shocked by the unexpected assault. Jun Shu immediately clenched his fist to regain his composure, then forced himself to jump out of his opponent's range and painfully struggled to get back on his feet. Immediately afterward, he analyzed that in order to overcome the Heavenly Demon God technique, the Celestial Lord once again charged at him and actively attacked, but still lacked mastery. Jun Shu flew backward, thinking that if so, there was only one thing he could do. He calculated carefully and changed his attributes. Mouse's double-layered swordsmanship suddenly changes as he jerks back, his movements shifting. Once again, Junu carefully strikes, adapting his attack to block the dark light of the Demon God technique. At this moment, as if he had split into a clone to fight, he clashes and relentlessly launches continuous attacks at his opponent. Every time it hits, the world's trait will use that power as fertilizer to grow. The God of War roared in madness. "Alright, let me show you that the Heavenly Sword is the one who goes into a frenzy to attack. The true Heavenly Demon technique, surpassing stars in the universe, evolving its traits." Jun Shu suddenly realized that when a dazzling golden light appeared, the cosmic sword had merged into his sword. The light shone brightly towards the Divine Sovereign. He exclaimed in amazement, "I have never seen such a dazzling light before." Not long after, the Divine Sovereign knelt down and bowed his head. "I lost Heavenly Sword's signal for him to stand up. It's been hard, I've learned a lot." Jun Shu gently helped the Divine Sovereign to stand and then pondered. "Through this battle, I also gained a clear understanding. You also realize that even if the Divine Sovereign uses the Heavenly Demon divine technique, he cannot break the Black Barrier in Guangzhou." Jun Shu carefully considers, roughly ranking it like this. So now can we open the way into the demon god cave? The celestial lord replied briefly. All right, Junshu eagerly approached the tall tower. Let's go to the deepest part of the demon abyss. Suddenly, a voice said, "Welcome to the demon realm, god of war." He stepped in and said, "Master, forgive my rudeness." Suddenly, the celestial lord's face paled and his master was stunned to see that the heavenly demon had been defeated. Master Trenvai helplessly kneels down. What is this? What exactly happened? The celestial lord also kneels in shock. Heavenly demon, you said you would become an immortal, he said with sorrow. I will wait in the immortal realm. Who is really behind this? Junshu carefully examines the scene and finds the answer on the floor. What? That damn demon god. The heavenly lord still has doubts but says strangely, those guys shouldn't be able to enter here. Junshu then points out the solution. Isn't there still one more person allowed to come in here? He suddenly thought of someone else. Could it be that your meaning is that the senior demoness is the one who did it? Tranvi angrily cursed, that wicked woman must capture that rebellious brat immediately. The celestial lord also agreed, saying, yes, those who destroy their master's body and violate the dignity of the celestial sect must pay with their lives, his face turning more ferocious than ever as he issued the order. Gather all the demon sect to Mount Tian, we will go to Brazil, where the demon queen is. Suddenly, Junshu froze. The demon queen is in Brazil. Could it be that you suddenly remember I was destined to die, kidnapped, tortured, and suffering at the hands of the dark sect and those you know, while the saintess is still targeting the incarnation of the god Poka? Poka respectfully kneels as a sacrificial offering for the birth of the divine king. As night falls over the illuminated city, someone suddenly says, Hippie, connect with Director Choi. Yes, Sword Heavenly, is there anything you need me to do? Junshu immediately ordered, I want to buy as many magic tools as possible. He straightforwardly said, tell me how many and I will prepare everything. He nervously replied, it will be around a few hundred. I will send the files quickly to get it done. I will check. Junu recalled and pondered, if the world is precise, then it's about the achievement attribute. He nervously considered that to upgrade that trait, he needed to collect all the public traits of Anon. Then Junsu seriously suggested to do it as quickly as possible. Suddenly, someone arrived to report that the situation was dire. The great priest of Sao Paulo Poca trembled and collapsed as smoke billowed and burned. The clan leader anxiously ran over to ask Han if he was okay, and he disappointedly said, this time it seems I also failed to awaken the current god. Why is it like this? When did Junshu arrive and suddenly speak up? You have been poisoned, Poa exclaimed in surprise. The Heavenly Sword Elder asked worriedly, what do you mean by being poisoned? I will check it for you. Then he hesitated, realizing that the divine fruit body was indeed extraordinary, able to sense even the slightest gap. He immediately froze. But as expected, the poison from the Heavenly Demon Divine technique spread quickly, and Junshu immediately sensed the danger. Although he was only recently poisoned, it had already taken root, a kind of divine power that embodied both darkness and light, containing both evil and purity at the same time. He slowly withdrew his hand. This is not an ordinary poison. Junshu calmly explained, it has both martial arts and a curse attribute. Hearing this, the clan leader was stunned and asked, who is the one cursing? He nervously scans the surroundings and urges, we must catch the one who cursed them if they are here to sabotage the awakening of the current god, because they are definitely hiding nearby. Runshu stares intently in that direction, ready to end this pointless act, and immediately he can confirm it. The demon queen in her soldier's outfit suddenly twitched, and someone exclaimed in surprise, the demon queen? At the same time, her hat fell heavily to the ground. A voice echoed, the name given by the god of the old world I have discarded, and that person is gradually revealing themselves. That person appears mysterious. My name is the special ability Heavenly Demon Divine Skill 9. Yin Ultimate Vein, Mysterious Ice Demon Technique. Master of the right hand, one strike to kill, shapeshifting. Hai Y excitedly appears smiling, the Queen of Darkness.